The water room has a few old men and women have been unable to resist rushing up. The patrol soldiers blocked to the front. A man held up a gun and said, "Who dares to rob? I will shoot." There was a bang. There was a loud bang on this side of the water room. The crowd seemed startled by the gun and began to quiet down a bit. But none of these people dispersed, still surrounding this side of the water room. This is the water room still left a few water system psychic. This just consumed the psychic energy want to go back to rest. But outside the blockade of a group of people. "Should we go and take a look?" a man said. "The water room here is not breathable. Stay here for a long time is too stuffy. There are too many people blockading outside. If we go out for a while, we will be pestered by them," another woman said. "Yes. If we go out now, we will definitely be pestered. But stay here without an exhaust fan. It's too unbearable," another woman followed. The people outside the water room were always at a standstill. And in the end, each person was given a cup of water. And the farce was over. But this event was only the beginning. Over at the large warehouse as well. It ended with each person handing out a supply. In the central area, several leaders of the safety zone were present. There are only so many water system adepts in total. And the amount of water released every day is counted. Lucci Shan, the head of the water room, said, "The reserve water of the safety zone is all outside the base. And all of it freezes in this sudden drop in temperature." Lu Qingshan continued. "Try to carry out a thaw to solve the problem of water resources." Zhang Xiping frowned and said, "The outer area reserve water is all frozen. Now we people have no anti-freeze clothing to go out. It's a death sentence. As long as we hold on for more than 10 days. The water problem will naturally be solved when the temperature warms up. Which civilians are just spoilt for choice," Zhou Feng said with a cold snort. "Before, they were given water every day. And they were even able to take a bath once a week and a half." Zhang Xiping frowned, not disliking Zhou Feng, but looking at Wang Dali. "How much of the warehouse, then supplies can still be used?" Zhang Xiping asked. "I just sent out a batch. I'm afraid it can only last for 10 days. After all, there are so many people in the safe zone," Wang Dali said. "Adepts, patrols, soldiers, everyone's supplies are halved." The moment Zhang Xiping's words came out of the soldiers, everyone else's brows were furrowed. The other people standing were quite a few whispers. "No. The exalts are already consuming a lot. And letting reduce their food by half. How can this work?" Zhou Feng said. "Protecting civilians has always been our responsibility. Prioritize the supplies for pregnant women and the elderly," Zhang Xiping said. "Now that the country is gone, prioritize guaranteeing the elderly and pregnant women. These people don't have enough to eat. Who will protect them?" Zhou Feng said. The two began to argue fiercely. The safe zone was now divided into two major factions. This way the safety zone will soon be divided. District Chief Zhang, can you stop being a saintly mother? Now that it's the end of the world. It's freezing outside, and there are zombies everywhere. Now the strong survive. The fittest survive, Zhou Feng said angrily. District Chief Zhang, if you are allowed to manage the safety zone in such a womanly manner, I'm only afraid that something will happen even more, Zhou Feng said coldly. Yes, District Governor Zhang. The animals all know to give up which children who won't survive. The others all started to persuade as well. The base must ensure that most of the survival are, which old people even if they are distributed with supplies. They will not be able to survive for long. The number of people who spoke towards Zhang Xiping in the central area became less and less. Only a few soldiers who were soldiers as a vocation were still towards Zhang Xiping. District Chief Zhang. The distribution of supplies are all taken back by the soldiers who fought to the death with the Alterans. There's no problem for them to distribute more. Right? Yes. A lot of people died just fetching the supplies this time. Zhou Feng looked at all this with a cold smile. I have to say that Zhang Xiping can definitely be said to be a good soldier and a good leader before the end of the world, serving the people for several terms. But now it was the end times. Zhou Feng has seen a lot in the official world. It couldn't even withstand the test of humanity before the end times, let alone now. Since District Governor Zhang said so. Everyone follow what District Governor Zhang said. Zhou Feng coldly said and flung the door open. Immediately after that, all the other executives in the central district followed Zhou Feng. And the only ones left behind were the veterans, who followed District Governor Zhang. District Governor. What about this? Wang Dali said. Am I really doing wrong? When we fought the war, Life and death. I didn't even give up a single soldier. Now for me to give up so many civilians. That's not a simple number. Zhang Xinping sighed. Behind every number was a human life. He couldn't give up so easily. District Commander, we will always follow you. The other soldiers all said in unison. Zhang Xinping was not underestimating humanity. But which of them had the comradeship of life and death in these ordinary people? How many of them could have it? Zhou Feng cursed and came out. It was simply a woman's kindness. If he does this, when the time comes, not only will the ordinary people revolt, but I'm afraid that those aberrants will also cause trouble. I'll see how he'll end up at that time. Zhou Feng said angrily. District Governor Zhou. Then what do we do? Do we really have to have the supplies? Right now the food is pitifully low every day. This is going to be halved, even further. The man said. Yeah. It can't be halved. If this is halved, which altered beings will definitely riot. Zhou Feng didn't say anything. And after half a day of silence, he said, then let them riot? When the man heard Zhou Feng's words, he immediately nodded in understanding. Zhou Feng frowned and went directly to the institute. He still has the mayor's aura. These people still listen to him. But with the strength of some people getting stronger and stronger, I'm afraid that they won't even put him in their eyes at that time. He had to find a way to stimulate his psychic ability as soon as possible and raise his strength. Otherwise, he would train a group of obedient people. Zhou Feng secretly thought. The safe zone began to make all sorts of trouble in the next few days. Ordinary people who couldn't get to the water room started going to the alien dormitories and pestering the water alien. Please, put a glass of water in for me. An old lady said. I'm not a water alien. Look, that one is. The woman secretly pointed to the woman in front of her and said. This woman was none other than Lu Mingming. A few old men. The old lady heard Lu Mingming's words, hastily said thank you, and rushed to catch up. Lu Mingming looked on, with a bad smile. Xian Li, who makes you so annoying? I am a water system alien. You are also a water system alien. And Xian Li's water system is much stronger than Lu Mingming's. Xian Li had just sneaked out of the water room. Now entering and exiting the water room required rushing to avoid the crowd and coming out the back door. Miss, give me some water. Before Xian Li could take 2 steps, she was surrounded by a group of people. I'm not a water type adept. I won't let go of the water. Xian Li hurriedly waved her hand and said. Several people surrounded Xian Li. Xian Li would not let go of the water even if she had already said that she was not a water alien. In the end, as really cannot be argued with, Xian Li had to admit that he is a water alien. But just came out of the water room. Now the alien has long been empty. A few people tear Xian Li. Lu Mingming but behind the back looking at the joke. I really don't have any more supernormal abilities. I really don't have any more. There is no one care anymore. Xian Li said angrily. You're a water alien. And there's no shortage of water. Just put a cup for us all. Yes. Put a cup. There are so many of you. I can't put a cup for each of you. No supernormal ability is no more supernormal ability. Xian Li frowned. Just wanting to get rid of these people. At this time Xian Li saw the patrolling soldier. She shouted. Is there anyone in charge? Several patrolling Xenos looked at each other and said. What are you doing? All hurried back. We won't leave until we are given water. The man raised his gun and said. If you don't leave, we'll just shoot. Touch. The man really fired a shot towards the ground, which gave a few people scared. All began to slowly push back. Xian Li saw this and hurriedly ran out. Said to several people. Thank you. A few men looked at each other. One of the men came over to Xian Li in front of the smile. Safe zone is now so short of water. Our brothers and sisters now supplies are halved. You see the brothers, this favor is not for nothing. Xian Li listened to the face pale. Thought of a few other people in the dormitory. The recent reduction in supplies. Some women cannot stand to go to find patrol soldiers to exchange. Of course this exchange. No way. Xian Li covered his chest and frowned and said. Our brothers are just short of water. The man said breathlessly. Recently, the base did have a lot of women selling their sex before. But now that the supplies have been halved, and they can't even feed themselves. Who still wants that? Oh. Xian Li hurriedly nodded awkwardly. Then you guys take water cups. I'll try it for you. Xian Li said. Giving these 3 or 4 patrolmen a cup of water was better than giving it to the group of people just now. Several patrolmen heard this, and then hurriedly took out their water cups. Xianli's energy was drying up. But she couldn't refuse now. The group of people behind her were still staring at her intently. Xianli's face was pale, and she managed to squeeze out 2 cups of water. She said, "My energy is really dried up now. I'll give it to you guys when it recovers." Seeing this, the patrolman was a bit unhappy. But seeing Xianli's state, he didn't say anything else. Putting water in the water room. You must let you put it into a certain amount before you can leave. Xianli's face was pale. Finally got rid of the group of people. And when he turned the corner, he happened to run into Lu Mingming. Xianli, you let out the water in the water room. You can still let out water again. Quite strong. Lu Mingming said. Xianli immediately understood. Braced himself and said, "It's you? Told them?" Lu Mingming smiled faintly. Xianli gas directly hit Lu Mingming a slap. "You hit me?" Lu Mingming covered her face in shock. She wouldn't have thought that Xianli would actually hit someone. "Hit as you bitch," Xianli scolded. Instantly the two of them were wrestling together. Xianli had just consumed an empty energy, and was out of stamina. "What are you two fighting for?" Not long after the patrol soldier came over to separate Xianli and Lu Mingming. Patrolmen see 2 people are water system psychic. Also do not say anything else. The small black house has long been closed down. A day do not know how many people make trouble. From which the benefit of the opposite is these patrolmen. Xianli was seriously injured, and was sent to the infirmary. "It's a water-type psychic? Injured?" Ohara Shiro asked. "Yes. Now we happen to be short of a water-type alien, who can carry out experiments." "Do we want to?" Otajiro said coldly. To proceed to the last step, of course we should try it," Ohara Shiro said with interest. There had been quite a lot of trouble in the safe zone recently, which just gave him quite a few opportunities. Zhou Feng sighed as anxious for the results again. "But don't the results require experiments?" "It needs a lot of experiments to work," Ohara Shiro said with a frown. Zhou Feng had been giving him too much pressure lately. "Then I'll ask someone to ship it over at night. And explicitly say that this person's energy is exhausted and can't be saved," Otajiro said. Ohara Shiro nodded. Then said, "Arrange for someone to consign all those corpses." "Good." Otajiro nodded. Zhu Anna told Professor Zhu about this matter. "Anna, what you said is true," Professor Zhu said. "Really? I saw it with my own eyes, and heard it with my own ears," Zhu Anna said. "This thing don't say anymore. It's not for us to manage." Most of the people in the safe zone are now starting to support Zhou Feng. Zhou District Chief has also taken in a lot of altered beings to join his patrols. Twice as many as the chapter chief. What about that? Which our country people still want to take these experiments and transmit them to our country. Zhu Jingjing frowned. Our country? Humph. That little shitty island of theirs. The whole island is mostly flooded, said Professor Zhu. Our country mainland. Zombie flood. Volcanic eruption. It is estimated that not many people can survive. And the rest of them. Even if he said that they survived in Noah's Ark. Now they can't be contacted at all. Dad? I'm afraid that they will be unfavorable to you, Zhu Jingjing said worriedly. Don't worry. Dad is able to protect himself. Instead it's you, said Professor Zhu as he took out the compact pistol from the drawer. Anna, this you take. If there is danger, open the safety and shoot directly. No, Professor Zhu said. Pistol? Dad, where did you open this? Zhu Jingjing asked. The guns in the base are kept very strictly. This you do not care. You hurry to rest, Professor Zhu said. Zhu Jingjing still wanted to ask something. But seeing her father's tired appearance, Zhu Jingjing didn't ask any further. At 1 a.m., Professor Zhu's room door was knocked open and 3 men came in. These 3 men were none other than Xiao Nuo, Zhang Zhu and Wang Han. You guys are here. Professor Zhu walked out from the shadows and said as he looked at the 3 men in front of him. Professor Zhu, Xiao Nuo said indifferently. Zhang Wan connected to the star orbit system and logged in with the password. Other people couldn't discover it. But as a former R&D staff member, Xu Ziqing, he was the first to discover it. They were able to come tonight. And it was also Zhu Ziqing who told them to come. Xiao Nuo, I'm very grateful to you for saving my daughter right back, said Professor Zhu. These polite words will not be said earlier. This is also a fair deal. I am more concerned about the matter of your safe zone, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Professor Zhu smiled bitterly. You're the most mature and sensible person I've ever met. I can help you guys leave. But you have to bring my daughter with you. No problem. This time before Xiao Nua had decided. Wang Han had already agreed. Professor Zhu didn't say anything but looked at Xiao Nua, as he knew that Xiao Nua was the one who had the right to speak. If my brother says it's okay. It's okay, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Wang Han looked at Xiao Nua with gratitude in his heart. There were some words between brothers that did not need to be said. Professor Zhu nodded. Xiao Nua and the three of them were merciful and righteous. His daughter was more or less guaranteed to follow them. But what you said is true. After the temperature warms up, the safe zone will flood? Xiao Nua said. This was the most crucial information that they wanted to know the most when they came tonight. That's right. This safe zone is the former third base of the army. Built underground for the sake of concealment as well as security. You all know all of this. Xiao Nua nodded. When the temperature outside plummeted to minus 60 degrees, the soil above the safe was instantly frozen into hard soil. Although the safe zone was built to be airproof and earthquake-proof, it was not built to protect against floodwater. When the temperature warms up, the hard soil will turn into soft soil, and the safety zone will collapse downwards. Xiao Nua frowned. Not bad. This is still good. There will be heavy rainfall weather after warming up. When it rains continuously, the safe zone will sink and will back up rainwater, Professor Zhu said heavily. Have you told the Zhang district chief about these things? There are quite a few people in the safety zone. Zhang Wang couldn't help but say. If things were really like Professor Zhu said, I'm afraid that staying in the safe zone earlier would be even more dangerous. I have reported this matter to the Zhang district governor. But to avoid panic, only the two of us know about this matter, Professor Zhu said. Once this matter is said, I'm afraid that the safe zone will not be able to control it. After all, there are too many ordinary people. And once a disturbance occurs, it simply can't be blocked. District Governor Zhang's idea is to first get through this period of plummeting temperatures, and wait until the temperatures warm up to start in evacuating the crowds. Evacuate the crowd? So many people can be evacuated there? Zhang Wang couldn't help but say. Actually, there are only 4 words. Listen to God's will. Professor Zhu sighed. This was also the reason why the Zhang district governor had distributed all the supplies. Because by the time the temperature warmed up, and they started to evacuate the crowd, they couldn't do anything at that point. I can send you guys to leave early, Professor Zhu said. What about you? Wang Han couldn't help but say. I can't leave. It's a burden if I do. The safe zone still needs to be built. If it's blocked when the temperature warms up, then the safe zone is still saved, Professor Zhu said. This way there will still be less deaths in the safe zone. Zhang district governor will wait until the temperature warming period and start announcing the news. By then I'm afraid that the safe zone will be in chaos. By then it will be those people's own choice if they want to leave or stay, Professor Zhu said. This night, Xiao Nu and Wang Han, Zhang wished 3 people did not sleep. 3 people discussed how to leave. Even if it's the warming period, I'm afraid that the temperature outside will reach 30 to 40 degrees below zero. Zhang Wang couldn't help but say. We must find an armored car. Or maybe a tank. Anti-freezing and anti-skidding, Wang Han said. There are also airplanes in the safe zone, Zhang Wan said. Who can fly it? I've never flown one, Wang Han said. I only have theoretical knowledge. The 2 people looked at Xiao Nu in unison. Only the operation has not been flown in real life, Xiao Nu said honestly. Then this pass. I don't want to be dropped to death, Zhang Wish said, covering his head. Then it's a tank. Anti-skid? Anti-zombie, Wang Han said. Although tanks are good, but there are only 2 tanks in the safe zone, and they are guarded by heavy troops. Zhang Wish. Check when the temperature rebound will start, Xiao Nu said. It's exactly 12 days from now. Zhang Wan looked at the data and surmised. Lin Xiaojin felt that the safe zone had recently become a lot more chaotic. There were disturbances all day long. At this rate, Lin Xiaojin's previous thought of producing in the safe zone was really whimsical. Zhang Xiaomei's husband often comes over, especially in the last 2 days, and almost lives in the maternity dormitory. This feels very inconvenient for the others in the dormitory. Which one of you touched my food? Zhang Xiaomei asked with a frown. Recently, the supplies for pregnant women were also halved. Pregnant women were already easily hungry, and with this supplies also halved. Almost everyone was starving every day. Zhang Xiaomei looked at her plastic bag that was clearly missing something. And she looked at a few people. Everyone else was silent. Zhang Xiaomei saw that everyone else was silent. And they all looked bad. So she turned her head to look at Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin leaned on the bed. Consciousness is in the space to tease the dog. Recently do not have to work. Every day is to lie down. There is no recreational activities. Usually just listen to the gossip of a few of them. All kinds of chat. Since the day they met Xiao Nuo. Will from time to time with Lin Xiaojin set Xiao Nuo things. She doesn't know anything about Xiao Nuo. Only his age, height and gender. She doesn't know what Xiao Nuo's zodiac sign is. But she thinks it's Capricorn or Scorpion. The latter is more likely. After all, Xiao Nuo is quite dark. After these few days, the puppy is super close to Lin Xiaojin. The puppy has also returned to the size of a normal puppy. Except for a pair of red eyes. Blood red, somewhat scary. Lin Xiaojin look used to also do not feel scared. Hey, is it you who stole my things? Lin Xiaojin, who was playing with her puppy, came out of her consciousness space and saw Zhang Xiaomei standing in front of her with a bag in her hand and a questioning expression. I don't have it, Lin Xiaojin said indifferently. Zhang Xiaomei looked at Lin Xiaojin's cold and Mo Yang, and then looked at the others. Zhang Xiaomei said with a cold face, who the hell are you stealing? Hurry up and stand out for me. And give it back to me. Or else wait for my husband to come over in a little while. He won't be so nice to talk. The crowd is still silent. Zhang Xiaomei's angry face is green. Okay. You guys don't say anything. I'll look for my husband now. Look for the patrolman. When my stuff can't be found. You guys don't want today's supplies either. Zhang Xiaomei gasped. Yu Xiaolan, Wang Yu, and Zhang Xiaoxiao looked at each other, all pointing at Lin Xiaojin. It's her. After the three pointed, they all seemed to be a little weak, and all looked at each other. Zhang Xiaomei looked at Lin Xiaojin with a sneer as she said, Lin Xiaojin, I knew it was you. You're the one with the best chi. No wonder my husband gives me less food every time. I don't care if it's usually a little less. This time you stole my entire instant noodles. Why are you so shameless? Zhang Xiaomei's face flushed with anger. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, sneered calmly from the sidelines. Did she need to steal? She had enough food in one space for her to eat for 2 or 3 months. Lin Xiaojin coldly looked back at Zhongli, Yu Xiaolan and Wang Yu. The three people were all a bit dazed by Lin Xiaojin's look. Zhang Xiaomei, I tell you, I didn't steal from you. Your little things. I really don't need, Lin Xiaojin said indifferently. Lin Xiaojin was telling the truth. But it sounded very arrogant and bossy to Zhang Xiaomei. Stealing someone's food and still saying you don't need it. The angry Zhang Xiaomei's face turned green. Lin Xiaojin ignored Zhang Xiaomei, but turned her head to the women who had just slandered her and said, You don't dare to admit what you've done yourself? How ridiculous. We didn't. Yu Xiaolan's face was a little pale, but she still said with a stiff upper lip. Heh. Lin Xiaojin looked at them with a cold smile on her face. It was like she was looking at a clown. Human nature is the most difficult thing to figure out. Usually talk and laugh with you. As if it is a sister. Turn around on the back of the trap, you a lot of people to go. Lin Xiaojin didn't know how many times she had encountered them. Only which injuries were all blatant to her. Lin Xiaojin, what else do you have to say? You don't want to receive any more of your supplies these days? Zhang Xiaomei said with a cold smile. It's really true that a little power in the hand is infinitely magnified. If I took it, I took it. If I didn't take it, I won't admit it, Lin Xiaojin said, directly rushing towards the three people Yu Xiaolan, Wang Yu, and Zhongli. Perhaps they are weak. And perhaps Lin Xiaojin's aura is too amazing. You? What do you want to do? We can all be pregnant women, Yu Xiaolan said in horror. Lin Xiaojin didn't care if she was a pregnant woman or not. Directly yanked Yu Xiaolan up from the bed with one hand. Ah! Yu Xiaolan shrieked. Lin Xiaojin directly searched the bed. After stealing food? The rubbish will not be able to throw it out so quickly. Right? Lin Xiaojin put Yu Xiaolan's pillow, quilt, bedding all do not lift. And sure enough, under the bedding, found the leftover half a packet of instant noodles. The inside has been crushed. Followed by Lin Xiaojin went to Wang Yu's bed. Wang Yu wanted to block. But what kind of psychic ability is Lin Xiaojin? Strengthening the system of psychic ability. Even if all the women here together, she can easily lift up all of them. Wang Yu's pillow under the empty plastic bag. Lin Xiaojin directly threw in Zhang Xiaomei's face. Finally Lin Xiaojin walked straight towards Zhongli. You? What do you want? Quickly go call the patrolman. Zhongli shouted in horror. Both hands lying dead on the bed. Lin Xiaojin would not give her the chance. Directly stepped forward with one hand, as if carrying a chicken. Directly to Zhongli pickup. No. No. Lin Xiaojin. I didn't take it. I didn't steal it. Zhang Zhao's mouth still kept saying. What a master who doesn't see a coffin. Lin Xiaojin sighed. Lin Xiaojin directly threw Zhongli to the ground. Ah! Zhongli let out a scream. Lin Xiaojin did not care. Directly threw Zhongli's bed on the ground. From it fell out 2 packets of instant noodles and ham sausage snack bags. It seems that Zhongli didn't steal Zhang Xiaomei's things once or twice. No wonder the reaction was so violent this time. Zhongli. I think it's you who stole the most. Lin Xiaojin sneered. Xiaomei. Xiaomei. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm really too hungry. Zhongli witnessed the evidence on her face, so she had to admit it. Said Zhongli started to cry. Tears fell down in big drops like no money. You guys. Zhang Xiaomei's face shook with anger. Zhongli. We are too hungry as our appetite has halved recently. So we couldn't help but take it. Xiaomei, we just took yours once. Yu Xiaolan hurriedly said. Lin Xiaojin. I'm sorry. You're an alien. Zhang Xiaomei can't deal with you. Yu Xiaolan hurriedly said. Why didn't they wrongly accuse anyone else but Lin Xiaojin? The first was that Lin Xiaojin's qi was indeed too much better than theirs. The second was because only Lin Xiaojin didn't steal, and they were in collusion. The third is that Lin Xiaojin is a shifter. Yes. Lin Xiaojin, you're an alien. You work at the big warehouse there. There must be a lot of oil and water normally. Wang Yu said. Yes. Lin Xiaojin, everyone is pregnant. How can you raise a child without nutrition yourself? Yu Xiaolan also cried. Xiaomei. Please don't tell your husband. We won't dare to take anything from you in. Yu Xiaolan cried. At once the whole dormitory started to cry into a piece. Zhang Xiaomei's face turned iron blue and said. Zhongli. I'm still on good terms with you. I usually still occasionally give you things. But you? Stealing the most from me. Xiaomei. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Zhongli cried. Humph. I won't forgive you guys. Said Zhang Xiaomei about to go out to find her husband. No way. Zhang Xiaomei is going to sue her husband, we're done for. Zhongli said. She is which patrols soldiers. Usually will find all sorts of wrong deductions their supplies. Shut down the small black house or small. Deductions food is the most terrible. Originally now the food is less pitiful. Said Zhongli climbed up from the ground. This body agile does not look like a pregnant woman. Zhongli got up and pulled Zhang Xiaomei's arm. Let go of me. Zhang Xiaomei said angrily. You promise us that you won't go and tell your husband. You let us do whatever we want. Zhongli said. Yu Xiaolan and Wang Yu reacted. Both of them came up and pulled Zhang Xiaomei. Yes. Xiaomei. Just this once. Besides, your husband gets you something every time. It's okay if it's just this one time less. Yu Xiaolan said. Xiaomei. Please. Don't tell your husband. Or else we'll all die together. Wang Yu said viciously. Anyway. Without food everyone cannot live. No one should live. Just these few minutes. Instantly came a big reversal. This drama to see. Wang Yu. What do you want to do? Zhang Xiaomei looked at Wang Yu in some panic. You want to tell your husband. Withholding our food. We can't live either. Then you don't live either. Everyone dies together. Wang Yu seemed to be broken. Yu Xiaolan saw Zhang Xiaomei give in and followed Wang Yu's threat. Xiaomei. We won't survive anyway. It's worth it for a few of us to exchange for one of you. Xiaomei. Can you stop suing? We're really wrong. Zhongli pleaded. This was both soft and hard. Zhang Xiaomei looked at Lin Xiaojin and said. Lin Xiaojin. Help me pull them away. Why would I help you? You weren't like this when you just scolded me. Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Matters don't concern you. Mind your own business. Lin Xiaojin. Zhang Xiaomei gasped. Wang Yu said that she was about to go and pinch Zhang Xiaomei's neck, while Lin Xiaojin had an attitude of not minding his own business. In order to avoid being labeled here again, Lin Xiaojin directly pushed open the door and left. Lin Xiaojin. Zhang Xiaomei was still shouting from behind. But Lin Xiaojin didn't even turn around. You guys. I won't tell my husband. Zhang Xiaomei immediately went soft. I'm afraid that if she says it now, she won't even be able to live. And I'm afraid that Wang Yu's vicious strength will kill her. Really? Zhang Li asked seriously. Zhang Xiaomei swallowed her saliva, looking at Wang Yu's gaze that wanted to kill. She had to endure. Yes. I won't tell. You guys don't worry about it. Your husband is here. If you dare to tell, the three of us will kill you together, Wang Yu said fiercely. Lin Xiaojin knew that this dormitory could not be returned if the three of them really took care of Zhang Xiaomei. At that time her husband came over to find trouble or a matter, so it was better not to go back. In fact, Lin Xiaojin nighttime has long found that they steal Zhang Xiaomei food. No matter not her thing, she is also lazy to care. She has always been a matter of indifference. It's just that at this time Lin Xiaojin didn't know where to go. Now the entire large warehouse has been taken over by soldiers, and ordinary aliens are not allowed to enter. Is it possible that we have to sleep in the passageway area this night? If you sleep in the passageway area, you will be caught by the patrol soldiers and get into trouble. Xiao Nuo. Lin Xiaojin thought of Xiao Nuo. That underground passageway. That's a good place to go. There's something in the space. There's no need to take supplies. There's enough for her to eat some. So Lin Xiaojin climbed into the sewer after avoiding the crowds. Then climbed in and found that there were still bricks covering the inside. There is no trace at all. Lin Xiaojin hard not to find. Climbed all over the dirt and climbed up again. Had to go to find Xiao Nuo. Perhaps it is the heart of the heart. Lin Xiaojin ran out of the time. Just ran into Xiao Nuo from the other side of the underground tunnel. Climbed up. I'm not sure if I've climbed up the wrong way. Two people face to face. Lin Xiaojin more or less a little embarrassed. Lin Xiaojin gave Xiao Nuo a brief explanation about their maternity dormitory. So you found the wrong location again? Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Again? I've been here just once. It's so hard to find with all the twists and turns down there, Lin Xiaojin said. Xiao Nuo touched Lin Xiaojin's head, which still had a piece of black soil stuck on it. Xiao Nuo led Lin Xiaojin to climb into the sewers again. This time under Xiao Nuo's leadership. Lin Xiaojin finally found the place where she went up to the ancient tomb. Lin Xiaojin. You want to be here? Zhang Wish said. Well, I don't want to go back anyway. Let's meet for a while. They'll think I'm working at the big warehouse, Lin Xiaojin said. That's just right. You're responsible for keeping an eye on the video. Zhang Wish invariably gave Lin Xiaojin a task. This position one is Zhu Jingjing. If she has any head touching or anything, just remember to tell Wang Han, Zhang Wan said. Lin Xiaojin nodded. This ancient tomb is just over 20 square feet. Although the air is a bit humid, but it's actually fresher than the air above. This ancient tomb should be connected to the outside. Right? Lin Xiaojin said. Wang Han said it was, but he didn't continue exploring it either, and said that he had to find the organs first. It's too troublesome, Zhang Wish said. This ancient tomb is a little cold. It's not a problem. Lin Xiaojin's space still has clothes. Then I'll go up first. I should go change, Wang Han, Zhang Wan said. Xiao Nuo answered. The two of them, Wang Han and Zhang Wan, were responsible for keeping an eye on the guards of the armory, and were counting on how they would line up their shifts over the past 2 days. After Zhang Wan left, the fire in the tomb weakened a few points. Only the light of the laptop was left. Then Xiao Nuo told Lin Xiaojin about meeting Professor Zhu that day. So it's not safe in the safe zone either, Lin Xiaojin said in shock. Xiao Nuo frowned and responded. Plans can't catch up with changes. At first Lin Xiaojin felt that coming to the safe zone, she would be safe to have a baby. This arrived in the safe zone a wave of waves of wanting to give birth safely. Can't rely on the so-called safe zone anymore. There is no completely safe zone that can be described as a safe zone nowadays. There will be dangers occurring wherever they are. The ship will naturally straighten out. There's no need to worry. Xiao Nuo seemed to see Lin Xiaojin's worry and said, how could Lin Xiaojin not worry? She was now nearly 4 months pregnant and had not done a single maternity check. Thinking this way, the words couldn't help but come out. I haven't done a single maternity test until now, and I don't know how he's really doing, Lin Xiaojin said silently. There was no special supplemental nutrition, nor did she nourish the fetus. Every day in the wind and rain, either fighting monsters and killing zombies, or carrying things several times heavier than she knew. Then wait until we get out of the safe zone and find a hospital to check it out. Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin thought Xiao Nuo was joking. But Xiao Nuo's tone was solemn. How can that be? The hospital must be full of zombies, Lin Xiaojin said. Then cut down the zombies, and look for inspection equipment, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin's psyche was also somewhat moved. But thinking about their previous trip to the suburbs. That zombie's a mountain of. Now and running in the hospital. Don't think about how many zombies there should be. Lin Xiaojin did not say anything. Just think of it as talking. Now there are only 2 people left in this small ancient tomb. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo. The only dim light was the laptop lighting. This ancient tomb is still a big tomb underneath? Lin Xiaojin said. Well, Wang Han says it is, Xiao Nuo said. Just these two people in the tomb idly chatting a few words. Lin Xiaojin looked at the time on the laptop, already almost early in the morning. You do not go? Lin Xiaojin said. I'm afraid you're scared, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Scared? What is there to be afraid of? Zombies she has cut a lot of. In the small black house, has also been locked up for 2 days. This ground is considered quite a quiet place. Wait until Xiao Nuo go. She from the space to put on the clothes. Take the food. Eat will drink will. You are not afraid of ghost films? Xiao Nuo asked in a deep voice. But did determine the tone. How do you know? My brother told you? Lin Xiaojin said. When Lin Xiaojin was disobedient as a child, Lin Xiaoran had no choice but to always wish ghosts to scare her. If she does not eat properly, there will be a small ghost to watch her. Not good sleep is also. So Lin Xiaojin always have to turn on the light at night to sleep. Later grow up bold also practice out. Often called by his brother to see ghost films. What new film his brother will absolutely take her to see together. Taekwondo was also forced by his brother to learn. Rock climbing, swimming, and even boxing also learned some. Xiao Nuo did not speak. Nor did he deny it. Lin Xiaojin thought it was her brother who told Xiao Nuo. I'm not afraid of ghosts now for a long time. Besides, there are no ghosts in the world, Lin Xiaojin said. At this time, I do not know why inexplicably thought of the long-haired Sadako. The psychological instincts would have so a throw of panic. Now that there are zombies, ghosts might have popped up, Xiao Nuo said half-heartedly. His tone was also particularly fidelity. This kind of talk was like the way his brother scared her when he was a child. Lin Xiaojin suddenly thought that she still had a small dog in her space. There's also little Cheng. It's been a long time since I let it out, Lin Xiaojin said. The puppy had been hiding in the space. There were too many people outside. Lin Xiaojin was afraid that people would find it, said Lin Xiaojin, and released the puppy from the space. The puppy that was exposed to something new for the first time was obviously a little nervous. But in the dark environment, the puppy's 2 eyes reddish is really a bit scary. In Lin Xiaojin's space is not yet obvious. This and just saw 2 red beads flashing. Looks unusually scary. There it is, Lin Xiaojin said with some undercurrent. The puppy had never barked in space. Lin Xiaojin had always thought that the puppy wouldn't bark. This suddenly the puppy turned in a certain direction and started to growl. Ow! Lin Xiaojin frowned. It thought this was a small dirt dog. Could it be a husky? This can't be a husky? Lin Xiaojin frowned. No. It's a wolf, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. What? Lin Xiaojin was shocked. The puppy she had always thought was not a dog. It was a wolf. Xiao Nuo walked over. The puppy didn't seem to be very close to him. Immediately backed up a few steps, and immediately showed his teeth at Xiao Nuo. The wolf species only recognizes one master. Just like a wolf only recognizes one mate in this life. Xiao Nuo reached out, and grabbed the back of the wolf's neck. Ao Xiao Qiangzi. Waving his arms, and legs trying to grab Xiao Nuo. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiao Nuo frowned. Little wolf cub. Really doesn't know who the good guys are. Hearing this, Lin Xiaojin grunted coldly, and walked over to hold little Cheng in her arms. The little wolf cub immediately quieted down, as soon as he arrived in Lin Xiaojin's arms. And even rubbed his nose on Lin Xiaojin's hand. At first this little wolf cub is Xiao Nuo think interesting. Spit crystal beads to let Lin Xiaojin saved. Now good little wolf cub only recognized Lin Xiaojin. However, this period of time together, Lin Xiaojin on the little wolf cub is quite affectionate. It is the first wolf cub's red pupil she is used to see. There is a kind of more and more like the meaning of. Xiao Nuo also just say psychological is not care. Look at the time the later Xiao Nuo also do not say leave. Have you ever felt that there is a wind here? Lin Xiaojin said holding the dog squatted down, only to feel that the wind is even stronger. Still a cold wind. Lin Xiaojin could not help but shiver. Lin Xiaojin immediately took out a piece of clothing from space and draped it over her body. This is it. Lin Xiaojin pointed with her finger. Xiao Nu also followed and squatted down. His physique wasn't that sensitive and men were more resistant to cold. So he didn't feel much cold. Xiao Nu stretched out his hand and felt it on Lin Xiaojin's position. There was indeed a faint cold wind. Wang Han had said before that there should be a bigger tomb down here. But he just hadn't found a way to enter it yet. What's more, this small piece of land is enough for them. Lin Xiaojin directly knocked with her fist. She swore that she only used half of her strength. But Lin Xiaojin had long been enhanced. This fist, that green brick was directly dented. I just want to gently knock down to see if it's hollow. Lin Xiaojin said calmly. Xiao Nu responded. The trouble with strength, Lin Xiaojin sighed. Xiao Nu raked up the recessed turning head, followed by more and more turning heads. After nearly 20 minutes, a piece of cave more than half a person high appeared, along with stairs. There is really a big tomb here. Should we go in to see? Lin Xiaojin said with some excitement. A real tomb raiding adventure, This is not the most popular plot immersive large-scale escape room, before the end of the world at the moment. Lin Xiaojin also brushed the dumplings when she was bored, and played with his brother and his friends. His brother said it was to exercise her guts. Lin Xiaojin finished and then some hesitation. She said, should we still wait for Wang Han? He has a family background after all. Lin Xiaojin just finished speaking. The little wolf cub in her arms suddenly leapt from Lin Xiaojin's arms and jumped down, directly towards the hole drilled in. Little Xiangzi, Lin Xiaojin exclaimed. This time also have to follow down to take a look. In a moment, Wang Han will come back and will follow down. Xiao Nu said in a deep voice. Zhang Wan had gone to switch shifts with Wang Han. And in a moment Wang Han would be back. And seeing such a big hole, he would definitely know that they had gone down. Lin Xiaojin nodded. This is an unconscious little wolf cub, Lin Xiaojin said in her heart. It was too dark inside this hole to see anything. So Lin Xiaojin didn't dare to walk in the forefront. So she followed behind Xiao Nu. A blue electric light emerged from Xiao Nu's hand. And suddenly the cave became much clearer. It was all the way up the steps of ancient stone slabs. And the two of them slowly walked down. Xiao Qiangzi, Lin Xiaojin said. The voice still echoed in this empty cave. As they continued to walk inside, the temperature was gradually getting lower. Lin Xiaojin stopped and took out a dress from space and put it on his body, which made him feel better. Are you cold? Lin Xiaojin asked Xiao Nu. Xiao Nu shook his head and instead looked at the surrounding ancient tombs with interest. Lin Xiaojin thought of his space before, when he collected the school mini-mart also collected in a small torch. From the space to find the torch. Although only the size of a palm, but also much clearer than Xiao Nu's thunder light. Lin Xiaojin holding a torch, looking at the surrounding environment, are all green stone slate. This kind of masonry is very hard, and resistant to attack, which after an unknown number of years, the lines on the green stone slate can still be vaguely seen. Lin Xiaojin walking did not know what was mixed. Lin Xiaojin looked down. What is this? Human bones? Lin Xiaojin said in shock. At this time Lin Xiaojin saw another pair of red eyes. Seeing this Lin Xiaojin to not so scared. She said, Xiao Chang, come here. The little wolf cub ran towards Lin Xiaojin and pounced on Lin Xiaojin's body. Xiao Nu at this moment also squatted down. Lin Xiaojin holding the little wolf cub also squatted down. Is this a human bone? Is it a burial companion? Lin Xiaojin asked. Don't ancient tombs usually have burial companions? Lin Xiaojin's just for ancient tombs was also limited to, with history textbooks. Xiao Nu took a closer look and said, No, this is an animal bone. Looking at the size it looks like a cow bone. Cow bones. Would there be cows in ancient tombs to accompany burials? Lin Xiaojin remembered that in ancient times cows had a high status and could not be slaughtered. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu walked for nearly half an hour or so. And the place became more and more empty. The ancient tomb here should have been mined, Xiao Nu said. The raised platform where the coffins were placed all had traces of being moved. And there were scratches on the surrounding bricks. Mined? Could it be that China has excavated it before? After all, this place was built to release air caves. How could it not be able to discover such a large ancient tomb? Lin Xiaojin said. Xiao Nua responded, agreeing with Lin Xiaojin's statement. If the place that really hasn't been discovered. I'm afraid that it's the ear room that Wang Han discovered at the beginning. It's more hidden and there's no door. If it wasn't for Lin Xiaojin's power being too great, he wouldn't have been able to discover this place. This? What is this? Lin Xiaojin said in shock. Lin Xiaojin's torch shone onto something huge and green. Xiao Nua's electric light followed suit. And Xiao Nua's entire eyes lit up after seeing it. Who would have thought that there is a huge ancient tomb under the safe zone? And the tomb is not filled with gold and silver treasures, nor ancient corpses, and giant tanks. Lin Xiaojin was almost stunned. How could she not think that there was actually a giant tank hidden here? This is a giant tank. It was left over from the last century, Xiao Nua said. Was it left behind when the M country invaded our country? Then I'm afraid that this giant tank has been around for more than 100 years. Can it still be used? Lin Xiaojin was not only skeptical. This needs to be looked at before saying anything. This giant tank is much bigger than the armory, Xiao Nua said. The tanks in the armory were small tanks that could take up to 2 people. And there was still no place to store supplies. And there were only 2 or 3 or 2 small tanks in the armory. Originally, their plan was to steal a batch of arms before driving a tank and a military lorry to leave. But if this giant tank could be driven, then none of this would be a problem. This one is also too big, Lin Xiaojin said. The iron had rusted after being left for too long, and the gate wouldn't open. Xiao Nua had tinkered with it for half a day, and the catch had been locked. I'll try, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin handed the little wolf cub to Xiao Nua. The little wolf cub is still reluctant, has been rushing at Xiao Nua showing teeth. Finally Lin Xiaojin put the little wolf cub on the ground. It was all black. Only the 2 pupils of its eyes were red. It was visible at a glance in the dark night, shining brightly. Be good and don't run around. Lin Xiaojin didn't know if the little wolf cub understood the instructions or not. Anyway, the little wolf cub could be found at a glance in this dark cave, provided that it opened its 2 big eyes. These 2 red pupils were like signal lights in the dark night. Lin Xiaojin gently made a force, and the lock of the tank was twisted off by Lin Xiaojin. Xiao Nua suddenly felt as if he was a waste of space. Other people as home girlfriends need to ask their boyfriends to twist a bottle cap, showing themselves to be delicate and cute. But Lin Xiaojin, Xiao Nua can only silently comfort Lin Xiaojin in his mind unlike other people. The awakening is power. Power. Cough. A puff of dust came to his face, causing Lin Xiaojin to cough twice. It hasn't been used for a long time. I'm afraid the power inside has long been cut off, Lin Xiaojin said. But they weren't short of electricity. Lin Xiaojin hugged the dog and followed Xiao Nua with a torch up to the giant tank, which was covered with layers of thick cobwebs. Stepping inside is a layer of gray. Xiao Nua straight to the driver's cab over. Dashboard. Steering wheel are no signs of damage. Are parked for too long. And all are manually operated. Unlike today's tanks or display screen dashboard. This has to be purely manual control. It's like a manual gear with an automatic. Which is why this is a giant tank now. There is no way to shrink it. And the equipment inside is more retro. Xiao Nua checked the entire tank. It had just been stored for too long. There were still several rounds of shells inside. But it had been too long to know if it could still be used. This should be the most advanced tank at that time for some reason stored here until now. I also don't know if it can be driven, said Lin Xiaojin silently. I'm afraid this one will call Wang Han to take a look in a while, Xiao Nua said quietly. Wang Han. Lin Xiaojin did not understand. Xiao Nua explained that Wang Han especially liked cars and so on. Auto repair what are self-taught. This tank he is even more fascinated. And Wang Han's speciality is the army tanks. This maintenance open tanks is considered his profession. Waiting for nearly an hour. Wang Han really find over. And see so big giant tank. Wang Han excited. This is the transport type record giant tank. That's why the body type will be so big. Wang Han said with an explanation. Thick iron. Large space. Wang Han took the torch. In the operating table a flip drumming. Can this still be driven? Lin Xiaojin asked. This is not easy to say. I still need to study it. After all, this is a Genesis level tank. Wang Han said. I am afraid that this is not a day or 2 days to pound it. The most critical thing is that the black light of this is not very convenient. A moment until Zhang wished to come over. Lit a fireball all around. And sure enough the whole place was a lot brighter. Wang Han, you also have to hit the eye time all. Zhang Wish couldn't help but say. I said there is a big tomb down there. Isn't this a big tomb? I just didn't expect this place to be pried up long ago. Wang Han said in a deep voice. Xiao Nua. Wang Han and Zhang Wang were tinkering with this giant tank. And all three had a clear division of labor. Zhang willing to repair the dashboard. Wang Han and Xiao Nua 2 people in the bottom of the giant tank. The specific repair what Lin Xiaojin also do not know. Lin Xiaojin with a torch. Holding the little wolf cub around the place. But found a lot of paraphernalia. Presumably all the remains of the. There are also 2 boxes of bullets. Petrol. The table is wooden put too long. Lin Xiaojin gently touch. The whole wooden table will be scattered. It seems that would have emptied this tomb of everything. But also built a temporary base of operations here. Lin Xiaojin walked towards a place that got colder and colder. This direction is probably the direction that can lead to the outside. Lin Xiaojin covered the clothes. A little cold shivering. Really saw a gap. From the gap can only see the outside of the white blanket of a. Too cold. Too cold. Lin Xiaojin even stand a little closer to the mouth of the cave. The cold cannot. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly withdrew back. It seems that this cave entrance has not been sealed. The next few days. Basically from that small tomb entrance location to this giant tank here. Now the safe zone is in chaos. All kinds of grabbing supplies. Almost every day there were quite a few people gathered outside the large warehouse. Lin Xiaojin can take out some food every time. Xiao Nua is well aware of it. But Zhang Zhu and Wang Han 2 people actually do not have the slightest curiosity about the issue of the source of food. Give to eat. Do not give to not eat. But also Lin Xiaojin a look of gratitude. Lin Xiaojin all doubt Xiao Nua is not tell him to own have space ability. Xiao Nua said he did not. Anyway, it seems that everyone did not ask. We are and you do not say. I do not ask the harmonious atmosphere in the. Lin Xiaojin's space stuff is enough for her to eat by herself for 2 or 3 months. In addition to the 3 of them. Then I'm afraid it's not enough. But saving money can also eat enough for this period of time. I saw Zhu Jingjing in the surveillance. She touched her head. Lin Xiaojin still remembered the code word that Zhang Wang had given her. It seems like something is wrong with Zhu Anna. I have to go and take a look. Wang Han said. I'll go. The temperature looks like it's going to warm up in a few days. You guys still need to straighten out this tank. I'll go take a look. Lin Xiaojin said. Wang Han was still very trusting of Lin Xiaojin and said. Good. These days Lin Xiaojin also did not go out much. Stay below not to mention how comfortable. Do not have to worry about stealing food and drink to be found. She also put. Inside the tank are also packed out. The space is large to sleep a few people have no problem. After all, this tank is a transport tank. The dashboard is fine. It's just old and worn out. It definitely can't fire. Zhang Wan said. The dashboard of the tank is all manually operated. Zhang Wish also studied half a day. Driving this tank needs a whole 3 to start. Unlike today's latest tanks. One person can start and complete a series of tasks such as firing. One person is responsible for the instrument panel. Water temperature. Direction. The second person is responsible for starting. Aiming. The third person is responsible for firing. Braking. 3 people need to be perfectly in tune with each other to work. The engines were all minor problems, and are now roughly fixed. The rail chains are all wiped new too. Brother Xiao. How are your brake pads? Wang Han asked. Xiao Nua got out from under the tank and said. The brakes are a bit worn. But I don't think it's a big problem. There should still be replacement brake pads. Then let's try to start it in a while. Xiao brother. You discharge the auxiliary start. Wang Han said. Good. Xiao Nua answered. Xiao Nua for tanks I'm more familiar with. But more familiar with firearms than guns. Of course aircraft fighters, he are very catching interest. Although there is no real flyover. Lin Xiaojin climbed out of the sewers when it was 11 p.m. Just turned the corner and saw a lot of patrol soldiers on the channel. Lin Xiaojin heart secretly said. Really point back. What are you doing? The man asked as he blocked Lin Xiaojin's path. Didn't do anything. Can't I come out to get some air? Lin Xiaojin said indifferently. Both patrolmen looked at Lin Xiaojin carefully. Only Lin Xiaojin had just climbed out of the underground tunnel. And her face and body were covered in gray mud. There was also a sour smell on her body. This is Lin Xiaojin deliberately changed the previous camouflage uniform. Has not been cleaned for a long time. The safe zone is all so. The 2 men looked at each other. Although Lin Xiaojin looks dirty and smelly. But the safe zone that women are like this. In contrast to Lin Xiaojin's body looks pretty good, said the two men pointed their guns at Lin Xiaojin and said, Go. Go with us. The gaze in the eyes of the two men Lin Xiaojin saw clearly. Good. Lin Xiaojin pretended to walk in front of the two men, passing by a hidden place at the corner of a passageway. A disgusting sound could be faintly heard. The two men who heard the sound seemed to be even more unable to hold back, urging Lin Xiaojin. Hurry up. Hurry up. It's true that men are all lower body thinking animals. Lin Xiaojin finished speaking with both hands quickly grabbed the barrel of the gun. A kick to the man's stomach. This kick directly to the man flew. Lin Xiaojin even did not give the man next to him time to react. Turned around and kicked the man's head. Directly to the man kicked off the air. I'm sorry. I was going to kick you unconscious. I didn't control the strength, Lin Xiaojin said. The other man who was kicked away hit the wall. You're a power alien. How is that possible? The man stumbled. Wasn't this nonsense? How could she not be a force shifter? Who said that enhanced people must grow muscles? Anyway, she doesn't. The man's pistol was snatched by Lin Xiaojin, and a fireball coalesced in his hand. A fireball that was much smaller than the one put out by Zhang Xuan, which was just a small fire. The preparation of the man to throw the fireball is not very good. Lin Xiaojin sidestepped and dodged it, and then took the gun in his hand and smashed it towards the man. Touch. A sound. I threw it more accurately than you, Lin Xiaojin said. The man's head was directly smashed and fell to the ground with a face full of blood. Lin Xiaojin kill zombies kill a lot. Kill people this is still the first time. Unexpectedly Lin Xiaojin actually do not have any sense of discomfort. Maybe it's because she's killed too many zombies. Lin Xiaojin came all the way to the infirmary. Here Lin Xiaojin also came a few times before. It is also considered to be familiar. The doorway of the infirmary is still a puddle of blood. Lin Xiaojin frowned and accelerated the pace. The infirmary in the mess. The medicine on the shelves have been coaxed empty. Tables, chairs were also lifted off the ground. Lin Xiaojin in the infirmary has fallen to the ground. Zhu Jingjing. Anna! Lin Xiaojin ran over, helped Zhu Jingjing up, and found that Zhu Jingjing just fainted. She was relieved. Lin Xiaojin pinched Zhu Jingjing's middle. Do not know whether it works or not. Anyway, the TV series are so acted. After a while Zhu Jingjing really woke up. She saw that it was Lin Xiaojin. Excited, Xiaojin? Said Zhu Jingjing actually ran into Lin Xiaojin's arms. Her eyes red. What happened? Lin Xiaojin asked. I saw Xian Li was sent to the institute. But she was seriously injured. And I didn't dare to expose my supernormal ability. So I had to come here first to find medicine. Zhu Jingjing said intermittently. There is monitoring here in the infirmary, she knows. And remembered the code word with Wang Han. So she wanted to try. As a result, not long after arriving at the infirmary, there was a commotion here, and a group of ordinary people rushed in to grab medicine from all over the place. Xian Li is injured? Lin Xiaojin frowned. It's true that her relationship with Xian Li wasn't very good before the end of the world. But after the end of the world, they faced the zombies together at school. And after walking all the way to the safe zone, people were emotional creatures. Especially this kind that had faced life and death together. Their relationship was indeed much better than they had been before. Trust is not built up in a day. And dripping water becomes a river, accumulating little by little. Now Xian Li has something to do. Lin Xiaojin doesn't mind helping her when she can. Yes, she is now taken to the institute. Let's hurry to save her, Xian Li said in some panic. The name institute doesn't sound good. Lin Xiaojin had been there once before, and Xian Li had actually been taken there. Wait. Lin Xiaojin finished looking for a piece of paper and wrote institute again, placing it under the monitor so that Xiao Nua and the others should be able to see it. Just relying on the two of them to go to the institute. I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Lin Xiaojin and Zhu Jingjing went all the way through the passageway. The dim lights had already had a few extinguished, and there were bloodstains on the ground. On the wall. There are even a few corpses lying on the passageway. What's going on here? Zhu Jingjing said in horror. There's unrest in the safe zone. I'm afraid it's not safe to stay in the safe zone, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. I heard my father say that there will be continuous rainfall after the temperature warms up, and the safe zone may rain back up, Zhu Jingjing said. Let's not worry about that much first. Let's go save Xian Li first, Lin Xiaojin said. Zhu Jingjing nodded. The front passage is more crowded. The closer to the central area, the more people. Here next to the big warehouse. Lin Xiaojin looked up. The periphery of the big warehouse was full of soldiers holding guns in their hands. The two parties have been at a standstill. Open the warehouse. We want supplies. We want food. Can't starve us to death. People in the crowd kept shouting and screaming. Lin Xiaojin and Zhu Jingjing managed to squeeze out. The two of them squeezed out. And when they continued to walk towards the central area, they were stopped by two soldiers. What are you doing? No one is allowed to enter the central area now. Back off. Several soldiers with guns in their hands instantly aimed at Lin Xiaojin and Zhu Jingjing. We are going in to look for someone. Zhu Jingjing looked at the gun and herself more or less a little nervous. Face a little white. This is Professor Zhu's daughter in the central district. Zhu Jingjing. We have an urgent matter to go in to find him. Soldier Big Brother Trouble let us in. Lin Xiaojin said with a friendly face. Right. I'm Zhu Jingjing. I want to find my father. I have urgent business. The two soldiers looked at each other, and then looked at Zhu Jingjing and Lin Xiaojin. Both of them had a simple look on their faces. They nodded their heads and said, Then let's do it this way. You two come in with me. Good. Thank you. Zhu Jingjing. Lin Xiaojin, the two of you slowly followed behind the soldier. Inside the base room of the central area, a soldier went in and said, Professor Zhu came over and came out. Seeing Zhu Jingjing's face sank and said, Why did you come over? I. Zhu Jingjing didn't know what to say. Hello, Professor Zhu. I am Lin Xiaojin, a friend of Anna. Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Professor Zhu sized up Lin Xiaojin. He said, I heard Anna mention you. Thank you very much for taking care of Anna. It's like this. Another friend of ours was injured and brought to the institute. We want to go save her. Lin Xiaojin said bluntly. Professor Zhu's face instantly turned white when he heard this. He said, Good. This I will help you guys look at. Anna, you first take your friend to my lounge to sit down. Oh. Zhu Anna nodded. The two came to Professor Zhu's lounge. You guys wait here first. I'll go and ask for you, Professor Zhu said. Then Dad, you hurry up. Xian Li is seriously injured. The research institute doesn't know what it's working on either. Zhu Jingjing frowned and said, Good. Professor Zhu said, and went out of the room. Click, click, click. The door to the room was unlocked. Lin Xiaojin frowned. She had just sensed the perfunctory nature of Professor Zhu's speech. What's going on? Dad, why did you unlock us? Zhu Anna said excitedly, and wanted to open the door of the room. But she couldn't open it. Anna, Dad is for your safety. That research institute is now controlled by Zhou Feng. He is now completely flipped with the Zhang district governor. You now go over to the pure sheep into the wolf's mouth. Professor Zhu said with a sigh. No, Dad. Xian Li is our good friend. I can't give up on her. Zhu Anna said with red eyes. No. Anna, you listen to Dad. Dad is doing this for your own good. Professor Zhu said, and left with a clench of his teeth. What to do? Anna is injured. The institute is a large number of blood in the drawing of comparisons. Zhu Anna said. Xian Li was injured and definitely couldn't hold out. Lin Xiaojin sighed. It seems that the institute is really dangerous. Professor Zhu's heart to protect his daughter Lin Xiaojin is very understandable. But honestly, this door lock is useless to her. Lin Xiaojin waited until after Professor Zhu had walked away, and then gently wrenched the entire door, and a gap was ripped out. Go, Lin Xiaojin said. Zhu Jingjing, who had just been immersed in the sadness of being unlocked, wiped her tears and followed Lin Xiaojin out of the door. This let Professor Zhu know that he locked the door, locked a lonely estimate of the angry spit blood. Lin Xiaojin and Zhu Jingjing hid next to the large box in the passageway. The institute is inside, Zhu Jingjing said as she pointed ahead. There were also two patrol soldiers at the entrance of the institute, who were currently hiding on the ground and smoking a cigarette. And at a glance, they were made up of common aberrations. And the soldiers wouldn't be so idle. Even if it is an ordinary standing guard, it will stand straight. So break in instead of dangerous. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li, two people, is always a little risky. Not to mention Lin Xiaojin also brought Zhu Jingjing. Suddenly the door came a bang. A cloaked woman, naked, ran out. If the eyes are good, you can see the woman all over the body pinhole, as well as a green piece of purple skin. Help! I don't want any more food. No more. The woman cried as she ran out the door. And just as she went out the door, she was pinned to the ground by 2 patrolmen. One man covered her mouth, and the other dragged the woman inside. No. Excitingly, Lin Xiaojin let out a long breath. Listening to the voices not. Anna. A moment Xiao knew they will definitely come over. You stay here to receive them, Lin Xiaojin said. Then, what about you? Zhu Jingjing said. Lin Xiaojin originally also wanted to wait for Xiao Nuo they came over. She in the inside? But see just the scene. She was afraid to estimate in the later Xionly life are gone. She now went into drag. A moment later when Xiao knew they came. Will be relieved. I'll go in and drag. You wait, Lin Xiaojin said. Then walked along the shadows of the passageway. Lin Xiaojin didn't have a handy weapon at hand either, so she could only act slowly and carefully. Fortunately, the power in the safe zone has not been very stable lately, and many of the street lamps are out of power, making them rather dim. Lin Xiaojin sneaked in and hid next to the cabinet. 2 patrols walked right past her, which gave Lin Xiaojin a nervous layer of cold sweat. Continuing inside, it got even darker, until it came to a container. How's it going? Ohira Shiro asked, after the blood rationing. With the addition of the blood of the recovery system exotic ability, it has greatly increased the success rate, Kobujiro said excitedly. Great. Hurry up the progress as soon as possible. I see that the safe zone is in chaos. I'm afraid that our experiment might be terminated, Ohira Shiro said. Maybe by taking advantage of this pandemonium, Governor Zhou will be able to fully grasp the safe zone, so we won't have to be so sneaky. And we can also expand our experiments, Kobujiro said excitedly. Lin Xiaojin clenched her fists as she listened to these words. These are .in.a.s are just perverts. Lin Xiaojin resisted the urge to rush in and whack them. The most important thing right now was to find Xionly. Lin Xiaojin continued to walk forward, and finally saw through the gap was tied by the stool one by one people, almost all naked. Numb nuts! Lin Xiaojin cannot help but burst foul language. One of our country people are still violating a woman, while experimenting and violating at the same time. Lin Xiaojin held back her desire to kill and slowly walked behind her. The other women tied to the stools. Their mouths are stuck with yellow tape. This time suddenly saw Lin Xiaojin one by one excited not. The man seemed to be so carried away that he didn't even notice Lin Xiaojin behind him. Lin Xiaojin a fist to the man whacked out. This fist Lin Xiaojin with full force. The man's head directly be thrown out. The few people who were still somewhat conscious saw that Lin Xiaojin was actually so violent, whacking the man's head with her bare hands. And then the excitement turned into horror. Lin Xiaojin also did not expect that he would be so violent. Really angry on the head. Men have inferiority. Before the end of the world, even those perverts, even 3 or 4 years old little girls are not spared. After the end of the world, there is no legal constraints. Especially the morality will only be a little bit of decline. The woman who had just been being violated was now splattered with blood on her face. Sorry for giving you a psychological shadow, Lin Xiaojin said somewhat apologetically. The woman was horrified for a moment and couldn't even speak, then began to laugh out loud. Her smile twisted looking at Lin Xiaojin for a while as her scalp went numb. The woman's mouth was taped, but from her face she seemed to be saying good death. Good death. Lin Xiaojin directly ripped the woman's rope off, followed by the other women then saved. Just did not see Xionly. You haven't seen any other girls? Lin Xiaojin asked with a frown. If not here, where else? The woman was momentarily rescued, all speechless, her naked body shivering a little. This is where ordinary people stay. If your friend is a shifter, it should be in another room, the woman who had just been violated said. Lin Xiaojin looked at this woman with a face full of vicissitudes. Her age should not be much older than her. At this moment her eyes were full of coldness. Women are weak, but ruthless than men. Lin Xiaojin clearly felt the instant growth of this woman. Thank you. Lin Xiaojin finished running towards another house. The woman muttered. I'm the one who should say thank you. Crap. The women inside have all run away. At this moment, the patrolman outside began to make noise, forgiving the fact that just now, when Lin Xiaojin was untied, a few of the first people to be untied had sneaked out. The woman immediately stood up. She did not immediately escape, but lay on the ground. The patrol rushed in and found a headless body on the ground, and the woman with a face full of blood. Mao Sang. It's Mao Sang who has been killed. The man shouted. Go after them. Don't let these people get out. The rest of them rushed out to catch the people. And only after the people were gone did the woman slowly get up from the ground. This one house is actually another container. The front container and the door stood 4 or 5 men. The guards here are much stricter than here, dealing with 4.5 men at the same time. Lin Xiaojin hadn't had Taekwondo is also a one-on-one match all. While Lin Xiaojin was thinking about what to do, someone behind her suddenly pulled Lin Xiaojin's arm. Turning back to see it was Xiao Nuo. Lin Xiaojin clenched his heart before letting go. Xiao Nuo is always quiet, but seeing Xiao Nuo to come, Lin Xiaojin to be relieved. It had to be said that Xiao Nuo was a very good teammate. Where's Hannah? Lin Xiaojin asked. Wang Han. Zhang wished to follow her outside. Something happened over there in the central district, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Although Lin Xiaojin also wanted to know what happened at the base of the central area there. But the most important thing now was to find Xi and Li. There are 5 people in front. Xi and Li should be inside, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Go! Not waiting for Lin Xiaojin to finish his word, Xiao Nuo went straight up. You? What are you doing? A few men immediately asked when they saw Xiao Nuo suddenly come up. Xiao Nuo didn't have that much nonsense. Xiao Nuo's hands instantly condensed lightning. Zzz. Several people were instantly electrocuted to the ground. Lin Xiaojin only wanted a sentence after seeing it. Simple and rough. A few people are so impervious to electricity? It's because the maximum AC current that the human body can withstand is 30 milliamperes. Beyond this value it becomes dangerous. Previously, Xiao Nuo's current was only about 30.40 mA. But the strength of the current that Xiao Nuo had coalesced had increased significantly. Current through the human body, the longer the consequences of the more serious. Because the longer the time, the human body resistance will be reduced. The current for 0.51 milliampere. People have fingers, wrists, numb or pain. When the current increased to 810 milliamperes, pinprick feeling, pain enhancement of spasm occurs and grasp the charged body. But eventually get rid of the charged body. When the contact current reaches 20-30 milliamperes, will make people quickly paralyzed, cannot get rid of the charged body. And blood pressure rises. Breathing difficulties. The current is 50 milliamperes. Will make people breathe paralysis. The heart began to flutter. A few seconds after the fatal, Lin Xiaojin looked at the several people breathing fainting paralysis, indicating that Xiao Nuo current strength has been very strong, and at least be able to freely control the current. Otherwise a stronger current can electrocute several people. Zombies are more resistant to electricity than people. Probably because of the crystal bead energy in the zombie's head. Or maybe it doesn't have a beating heart. Lin Xiaojin followed Xiao Nuo in, and saw 2 people lying on the bed. One of them was Xi and Li. Lin Xiaojin ran over and looked at Xi and Li's whole body plastered with instruments. Both arms and legs were also locked on the chain. Lin Xiaojin directly broke it. Xi and Li, Lin Xiaojin said. Xi and Li opened her eyes in a daze, and saw a tense Lin Xiaojin. She thought she was dead. She had lost hope. Xiaojin, am I dead? I actually have so many things I want to tell you. In fact, I didn't plan to invite you guys on my birthday. It was Fong Tingting who said to call on you. So I called on you. That day I saw Lu Mingming put something in your drink. But I was drinking too much. Really? I'm sorry for you, Xiaojin. I used to be used to seeing you. Always a noble look. But I will never do things that fan bottom line. The main thing is, I hate you. But I like your brother so I won't do excessive things to you. Lin Xiaojin heard such a long list of words from Xi and Li. Especially the last sentence. Hating her for liking his brother. Xi and Li likes her brother. Lin Xiaoran? The shock in Lin Xiaojin's psyche couldn't be described. How could she not think that Xi and Li actually had a crush on her brother? And the one who entered your room that day was him. Xi and Li wanted to use her finger, but found that she couldn't lift her arm at all. What came into her room? The man who had a one-night stand with her. Lin Xiaojin's face turned green when she heard this. Because the direction Xi and Li was looking at was Xiao Nuo. Xi and Li completely fainted after saying this. Lin Xiaojin turned back to look at Xiao Nuo, which gave Xiao Nuo a look at the heart of the weak. But the surface Xiao Nuo very calm. She is estimated to faint and confused, Lin Xiaojin said awkwardly. Because of Xi and Li's words. One was incredibly embarrassed, and one was slightly vain. Especially when Xi and Li said that she saw a man enter her room that night. Although she also wanted to know who it was. And then get him killed. It seems like she'll soon find out who the baby's father is. But odds are that he's turned into a zombie. Right? If it didn't turn into a zombie, then Lin Xiaojin would whack his head off. Lin Xiaojin Princess hugged excitingly and said, "Let's go! Save me," the man lying on the other bed said weakly. Lin Xiaojin ripped off all the chains that were helping the man. "The rest is up to him. Help me." The voice was hoarse. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua walked away as if they hadn't heard anything. The man's just ignited hope turned into despair. Then into hatred. And in the end, he could only struggle to get up. He was too weak. His body's blood was almost completely drained. And he could only watch Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua save another person to go. The irrelevant people Lin Xiaojin never waste more than a glance. It just so happens that Xiao Nua is also. Lin Xiaojin is the kind of person who seems to be difficult to get along with. But if you really get close to her heart, she will treat you as a friend. Of course, the main thing in Lin Xiaojin's psyche today is her brother Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaojin held excitedly and followed behind Xiao Nua. "What are you doing?" A man in a white coat pointed at Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaojin. "Zzz." The man couldn't resist much before he was stunned by the thunder and lightning supernatural energy Xiao Nua put in place. "Go!" Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. "Humph." In the base room of the central district, Zhou Feng and Zhang Xinping's two parties were in a complete state of confrontation. Behind Zhang Xinping, there were only the veterans who followed him. The remaining portion of soldiers from other military regions had been bought by Zhou Feng. There were more and more patrol soldiers joining Zhou Feng. And as long as they were joining him, they would be able to obtain supplies. "Zhou Feng, what do you want?" Zhang Xinping angrily rebuked. "District Chief Zhang, I will take over the big warehouse next. You don't want anything to happen to your soldiers, do you?" Zhou Feng said. "No way," Zhang Xinping said. Right now, there were thousands of ordinary people surrounding the outside of the large warehouse. Just how could Zhang Xinping's bib resist? Even if which were all reinforcement system exalts. What if which people riot and loot the large warehouse? Zhou Feng said. Right now, there are not enough supplies. Even if we save more supplies, we will not be able to satisfy which people's hearts. It will only intensify. The current riot is the best example. Yes, District Governor Zhang. If we can't guarantee our survival, how can we guarantee them? If we just back down, they won't know how to be grateful. Yeah, District Governor Zhang. I think District Governor Zhou is right. We must take coercive measures to make an example of him. The entire hall argued endlessly. Finally, Professor Zhu pushed his glasses and said, Wait until the weather warms up. Let them go out of the safety zone on their own to look for supplies. And when they find the supplies, they need to hand over 10% of them. And our safety zone will only provide housing security. And safety. After Professor Zhu's idea was finished, the entire hall fell into another heated argument. And then most agreed with Professor Zhu's idea. This idea is fine. Our base at least doesn't have to feed so many people. Any more supplies won't be enough to share. But those who work for the base can also receive payment from the base. Another person said. Nowadays, the safe zone is also in the process of slowly establishing and figuring out. It is impossible to eat a big fat man in one breath. To establish a complete safe zone, one still needed to feel it out step by step. The Madonna faction led by Zhang Xinping and the Radical faction led by Zhou Feng both ended up agreeing to this idea. Although this idea was endorsed and ready to be implemented once the temperature warmed up. But for the current issue of supplies, the bickering began again. Since everyone has elected Governor Zhou to manage the base, then I don't have any opinions. Zhang Xinping suddenly said. Zhou Feng looked at Zhang Xinping with a moment of delight and confusion. In the end, District Governor Zhou became the head of the security zone. Only then did this farce unravel. In the end, the crowd dispersed, leaving Zhang Xinping, Zhou Feng and Professor Zhu. What? Rainwater backed up? Zhou Feng said with a shocked face. No wonder Zhang Xinping would so painfully hand over the head of the safe zone to him. This was simply a time bomb. How many more days will it take for the temperature to warm up? Zhou Feng asked. There are about 10 days left for the temperature to start rising, Professor Zhu said in a deep voice. So there are still 10 days of preparation time. Zhou Feng instantly relaxed for the most part upon hearing this. No wonder Professor Zhu suggested that they should go out and look for supplies on their own after the temperature warmed up. Then for what comes next. I hope that District Governor Zhang will do his best to cooperate, Zhou Feng said. Zhang Xiping did not say anything, just nodded his head. This day Zhang Xiping's hair seemed to be 10 years old. Cough cough. As soon as Zhou Feng left, Zhang Xiping couldn't help but cough violently. Just now, he had endured for too long. District Governor Zhang. Professor Zhu asked with concern. Zhang Xiping covered the crimson blood that he coughed up and said, I know this body. I'm old and once covered in dark injuries. I can't live much longer. This is also why Zhang Xiping to hand over the position of District Governor. Zhang District Governor. Professor Zhu sighed. For Zhang District Governor, Professor Zhu is heartfelt admiration. Is a good leader. Good man. But this is the end of the world. Not a war. Not a simple natural disaster. Which all have hoped that the country is still there. Life can still slowly restore peace. But now the end of the world is no hope. The law is broken. Not a regional disaster. Is the disaster of the whole of mankind. Human nature is complex. And later, with the seriousness of the end of the disaster, will be more and more highlight the evil side of human nature. In the peaceful world, even if the introduction of laws to restrain human nature, there are many people sentenced to prison. Now the end of the world. Good people will only die faster. The saying that 1,000 years of evil will be left behind is not without reason. Professor Zhu sighed softly. The Zhang District Governor waved his hand to indicate Professor Zhu's departure, and then called his own guards to go in. Professor Zhu had just left the central area when he was taken away by 2 patrolmen. What are you doing? Professor Zhu said angrily. Professor Zhu. District Governor Zhou wants to see you. Come with us. Professor Zhu frowned as he said, I'm going to be too tired and need to rest. He hadn't slept for a day and a night. He was too old to stay up. Plus he hadn't eaten much. No. District Governor Zhou needs to see you now. After the men finished speaking, a man on one side held Professor Zhu's arm and left. When Lin Xiaojin ran out with Xianli on her back, the people in the central area were still a mess. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua crowded in the many people is not obvious. Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaojin shuttle in front of the crowd. Before squeezing out. Behind them. There are still patrols looking around. Anna? Where are they? Lin Xiaojin asked. Don't bother with them. Xiao Nua said. They shouldn't even go back to the dormitory and meet them directly in the underground. Bringing Xianli back to the underground tunnel is the most troublesome. Xianli completely fainted. And the underground tunnel is relatively narrow, can only be climbed by one person. It looks like you can only save Xianli wake up first before you can go down. Lin Xiaojin put Xianli on the ground. Xianli body clothes have been torn. The right arm has a lot of needle eyes. Lin Xiaojin tried Xianli's pulse. Too weak. At any time may be out of breath. Xianli's situation is serious. Can only wait for Zhu Jingjing to rescue. After all, Lin Xiaojin is not a doctor. Lin Xiaojin touched Xianli's forehead is still particularly hot. It should be a high fever. Waiting for nearly 2 hours. Wang Han. Zhu Jingjing Zhang wished 3 people to come back. Zhu Jingjing red eyes seemed to have cried. Wang Han and Zhang Wang's face still have blood stains. Lin Xiaojin also did not have time to ask what happened but said to Zhu Jingjing, Xianli's situation is not good. Zhu Jingjing immediately ran over after hearing this and said, I'll try to see if I can save her. Zhu Jingjing to Xianli a burst of output. Not long after Zhu Jingjing's face slightly paler. Alright. Lin Xiaojin interrupted Zhu Jingjing to continue transporting energy. Don't get to the point where Xianli didn't save it. Zhu Jingjing fainted again. Mainly because Zhu Jingjing's energy is too little. After Zhu Jingjing's treatment, Xianli really slowly opened her eyes. Just still feverish. Xiaojin. Anna, is it you guys? Xianli could not believe. She thought lying there would end her life. God knows she has fear. Said she suddenly hugged Lin Xiaojin and cried. Said, I thought I was dead. It's really you. Come to save me. Lin Xiaojin thought of saving Xianli when she mouthed off a bunch of words. In order to prevent Xianli from being in a daze. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly said, Yes, you're fine. After this time, Xianli's heart was even colder and harder by a few points. She almost died. Even she thought she was dead. They injected something into my body that I don't know. Xianli said as she thought of something. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xianli's arm densely packed with needle eyes. I'm afraid that it was also injected more than once. It's good that it's okay now. The next few days the people are underground. Xianli's situation is much better. A full 3 days of high fever. Even up to 40 degrees. Zhu Anna's father was trapped by Zhou Feng and is now under guard. Completely without free time. Zhu Anna is also being searched for in the base. Now the entire safe zone is in chaos. Crying and shouting all over the place. And people are dying almost every day. Which as long as they dare to resist. Zhou Feng directly killed. The first day to kill the most. Nearly dozens of people. Subsequently less and less. Which ordinary people do not dare to resist. Zhou Feng began to organize people to refurbish the base. In order to prevent the safe zone back up. 10 days later. Zhang Xinping suddenly died. Everyone in the base didn't know how he died. Even the people around Zhang Xinping didn't know. District Chief Zhou. District Chief Zhang Man is dead. The soldiers under his hands have all defected to us now. A dark man said excitedly. Rats in a sinking ship. Xiao Ping. You did a good job on this one. Gao Feng patted Wang Ping's shoulder and laughed. Uncle Gao. We are all family. To help you is to help myself Zhou Ping said with a smile. From now on you are the first captain of the patrol. Zhou Feng said boldly. Zhou Ping is exactly Zhou Feng's own nephew. But also has a special ability. Poison. Although Zhou Ping's energy is not high. The toxicity released is not strong. But if a little bit of erosion of you. Not a few days, as usual will also hiccup. No one will be able to detect it. This kind of poison is very scary. And ordinary people simply can't gap out. Zhou Ping was a trump card in his hand. Uncle. The safety is all in our hands now. Zhou Ping said excitedly. There was no law. In the future. They were the law. It was the king in this safe zone. Looking at Lin Xiaojin. Wang Han and Xiao Nuo are now carrying out the final test of the giant tank. After a few days Xiao Nuo on the giant tank's reserve stored full of electricity. As long as it can be driven. The giant tank relies on power and solar panels to generate electricity. The giant tank's gasoline reserve is also insufficient. Lin Xiaojin has contributed all the gasoline. In the past few days, Lin Xiaojin's space is almost half empty. Xiaojin, you actually awaken space. I have to hang out with you from now on. Xian Li's first words after knowing that Lin Xiaojin had space. But Lin Xiaojin still said that her space wasn't much. The few of them stayed in the underground cave for a few whole days. You guys come over and take a look. Zhang Wang suddenly called out. The underground was dark. Relying on all of Zhang Wang's fire-type supernatural ability to illuminate it. Look, there's a half-iron door up here. I can't yank it. Zhang Wang turned his gaze towards Lin Xiaojin. If people who don't know what's going on, I'm afraid they'll think that Zhang Wang is simply a waste of space. And that he can't open it himself, but actually begs for help from the girls. Lin Xiaojin climbed up. A force. Creak. A sound. The entire iron door was pulled out by Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin, she actually only wanted to pull it open. She didn't want to yank it out. Everyone seemed to have seen Lin Xiaojin's level of violence and was no longer surprised. Who will climb up first and take a look? Lin Xiaojin said. It was pitch black inside and nothing could be seen. I'll go. Zhang Wang this positive. Immediately climbed up. Lin Xiaojin also followed the curiosity and climbed up. Saying, are you two coming or not? These days every day smothered in the bottom is really too boring. Lin Xiaojin found that he actually has a throwback-like adventure. Exciting things. Don't. I'd rather wait for you down there. Zhu Jingjing looked at the dark hole and shook her head. I'll go too. Xian Li said. After the matter of life and death. Xian Li seemed to cross over from the ghost gate. And accordingly became much bolder. Whom Lin Xiaojin also did not force. Xiaojin. Xian Li. You two be careful. Shout at me if something happens. Zhu Jingjing said. Good. Zhang Wish took the lead and climbed in first. Lin Xiaojin second. Xian Li third. Zhang Wang's fingers condensed a handful of small flames, illuminating the inside. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, took out a torch. But it was almost out of power. And there were no spare batteries. So it could only illuminate the near area. Underneath this inside is lapis lazuli bricks, surrounded by smooth iron. It seems that this place has been rested. Such a passage is not the legendary robber's hole? Xian Li asked. This professional question should be asked to Wang Han. Zhang Wish said as he climbed. If it's a robber's cave, isn't it redundant to get an iron gate? Convenient for next time. Lin Xiaojin said. Well, it's a mystery. Xian Li said. After climbing for more than half an hour, they saw another piece of iron gate. Zhang Wish pushed hard for half a day, but still couldn't push it. So he twisted around and said to Lin Xiaojin, "Sister-in-law, I can't do it. I'll do it." Lin Xiaojin is very generous. So let Zhang Wish to move to the side. Fortunately, Lin Xiaojin figured good. Two people can still be side by side in this channel. When Lin Xiaojin climbed up, Zhang Wish instantly blushed a little. The distance so close. Zhang Wish's heartbeat thumped so much that it jumped out of the sound. Did you guys hear? Thump 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 thump? Xianli asked with a frown. Zhang Wish was a little embarrassed. But his heartbeat was simply uncontrollable. Lin Xiaojin did not think so much. And with a hand to make a bunch of strength. This time Lin Xiaojin, but used nearly half of the strength to push the iron door open. Open the iron door. Lin Xiaojin slowly climbed up and out. Lin Xiaojin out after. Why is there a stench? Lin Xiaojin frowned and covered her nose. Zhang Wish. What are you waiting for? Climb up. Xianli patted Zhang Wan's calf. Oh. Zhang Wish more or less some embarrassment. This climbed up. Heartbeat, although not like just that, will burst powerful. But not yet smoothed down. Finally Xianli also followed, climbed out. Lin Xiaojin, which flashlight shone round. Three people are suddenly up the stench to the smoke. Here is where Lin Xiaojin, which flashlight shone for half a day. And found that all around was dust. Thick dust. Do not walk forward, okay? A walk swings up a circle of dust. Cough cough. Lin Xiaojin and Xianli, two people where dust swings, cannot help but cough twice. All around is a box of very neatly arranged. Lin Xiaojin's torch is almost out of power. Can't find too far away. What is this box? Xianli asked. Lin Xiaojin wiped the dust off a box with a bunch of Russian writing on it. I can't read it. Neither can I. Lin Xiaojin and Xianli both shook their heads. And in the end it was Zhang Wang who came over and got excited again when he saw the font on the box. This is military canned goods. Zhang Wang exclaimed. Military canned goods? This has probably been sitting here for a few years. Is this still edible? Xianli frowned. Not happy at all. Moreover, this stench that he had just come up and smelled might be these rotten foods. The shelf life of canned food is usually about 3 years. Right, Lin Xiaojin said. That's ordinary canned food. Military canned food can have a maximum shelf life of 75 years. It might taste a little worse, but it definitely won't go bad, Zhang Wang said. Due to the special processing technology and production technology, the shelf life of canned goods is quite long. The longest preservation time of military canned goods that can be documented is 75 years. And there is no corruption and deterioration. It just might taste a lot worse in texture. Military canned food is a kind of military food because it can be stored for a long time at room temperature. The ability to withstand the external adverse conditions of the characteristics of a strong and in the field of military food occupies an important position. Is to ensure that the soldiers in the field to continue to fight or perform the task of the necessary equipment. Lin Xiaojin took out a piece of canned food and wiped. The production date is 1993. And now it is 2022, which is only after more than 20 years. The maximum shelf life written underneath was indeed 75 years. But they couldn't figure out how there could be an invisible chamber here with a bunch of military canned goods piled up inside. Lin Xiaojin opened a piece of canned goods and shone a light on it. It was canned fruit. And it didn't look the slightest bit spoiled. But Lin Xiaojin and Xianli both looked at Zhang Wan at the same time. Zhang Wan took out the canned food and took a bite. Sucking a mouthful. He said, "It's delicious. It's been too long since I've eaten fruit. I've almost forgotten the taste of fruit." Xianli looked at Zhang Wan eating so well and ate a piece as well, saying in astonishment, "It really hasn't spoiled. Maybe it was left here back then. So many cans, I'll go see how many there probably are." Zhang Wish said excitedly. "We've made a fortune. We've earned it," Xianli said excitedly. This chamber was not big and there was a gate, but it had been completely sealed by cement. Lin Xiaojin lay on the concrete door and could vaguely hear the movement outside. "Keep your voices down. The outside might be a safe zone," Lin Xiaojin said nervously. Zhang Wang. Xianli, two people also pressed against the wall and listened for a long time. "We can't hear anything," Xianli said. Lin Xiaojin frowned. She pressed against the wall. Indeed, she could hear the sound of a safe zone walking outside the door. "Xiaojin, your hearing has been strengthened along with it?" Xianli asked. "Don't know. You guys really can't hear it?" Zhang Wang and Xian Li both shook their heads. Lin Xiaojin also seemed to feel that her hearing had become much better. There are military canned goods stored in these years, as well as other items, which are not military did stink and blackened, Zhang Wang said. He just couldn't help but open one, and it was all black inside. Then let's grab an inventory, Lin Xiaojin said. Good. Lin Xiaojin, Zhang Wang, and Xian Li distinguished the military ones from the non-military ones. There are a total of 5 categories here. It's poultry, aquatic, fruits and vegetables cans, divided into all with special tinplate cans and tins. The military has a total of 58 boxes. The rest are not edible. 48 boxes. A box is 24 cans all. Xiaojin, can you put it down in your space? Xian Li asked. Lin Xiaojin shook her head and said, all of it definitely can't be put down. The rest can only be moved down. Then I'll go call someone to go, Xian Li said. Okay, Lin Xiaojin responded. Lin Xiaojin deliberately rested the space. The middle of the place Lin Xiaojin did not dare to put things. Planted a small piece of land. There is water. There is also a place where Lin Xiaojin specially hoarded baby milk powder and other supplies. There is also a third of the place is Xiaonuo's. Lin Xiaojin put the canned goods into the space. The whole squeeze will only be able to put down 40 boxes. The remaining 18 boxes can only find a way to move down. The giant tank was also able to put these down. These were enough for them to eat for a long time. We are having luck against the heavens, Zhang Wan said excitedly. Wang Han and Xiaonuo both climbed up as well. 24 tanks inside a box. All of which were solid stuff. Roa. You guys. Military canned goods ah. Wang Han was also drooling as he listened. Shelf life flavor is all bang on. This quality of things are made in limited quantities. Only long-lasting combat will prepare this. The rest really can't be put away, Lin Xiaojin said. Xiaonuo responded. The passageway could carry up to 2 boxes by one person. And it took a few people 2 trips to move the rest down. In fact, you guys can let Xiaojin vacate some of the stuff. And it won't be enough to move it in one trip up there, Zhu Jingjing silently said. The air was a bit awkward. I want to exercise, Zhang Wan said. In fact, it was everyone who was too excited, and for a while longed to forget about it. Only focusing on moving things down. Did not think of this thing. Giant tanks have a total of 3 operating platforms. The middle of this lying on 5.6 people no problem. Giant tank storage room is in the bottom. Because the cockpit of the giant tank is more than 2 meters high. But also need to step on the side railing ladder up. Over the next few days, the 5 of them started packing up the giant tank. 3 small light bulbs are broken. And we still need an exhaust fan. But they are all minor problems. The rest we should try to see if it can start or not, Wang Han said. So many days of hard work is to fix this giant tank. With this tank they will walk in the end of the world is much more convenient. Can even drive the tank to some county urban areas. Search for supplies to cut zombies. So everyone is looking forward to plus excited. Everyone don't go up recently. The safe zone is in chaos now. Wang Han just came down from above and said, How is my father? Zhu Jingjing asked. Wang Han shook his head and said, Your dad is being watched very closely right now. I can't find a chance. Zhu Jingjing heard Wang Han's words some loss. Lin Xiaojin came over and patted Zhu Jingjing's shoulder to comfort. They won't do anything to your dad. After all, they still need your dad. Well? Zhu Jingjing nodded. I am now keeping an eye on the surveillance at all times. And will let you know as soon as I have news. Zhang Wang followed suit. Several people have comforted Zhu Jingjing. Wang Han put the accessories from above. Installed in the tank on top. Now start trying to start. Wang Han said with some excitement. Xiaonuo 3 of them are on the tank. Wang Han said, Zhang wished to open the dashboard it. Alright. I'll press start. Zhang Wan said, and pressed the red button. The whole tank issued a buzzing sound. The engine power is not enough. Wang Han frowned. And rushed to step on the accelerator. Only to hear the tank humming. The entire interior lit up. It's lit up, Zhang Wan said. The 3 Lin Xiaojin who were outside were also excited when they saw the tank's headlights light up. The tank's bright light illuminated the entire large tomb. There's no problem with the power link. I'll start operating, Wang Han said. Immediately after that, Wang Han started to activate the operating lever and stepped on the accelerator. There was some vibration outside the body of the tank, but there was a shock-absorbing effect inside. It wasn't that obvious. The giant tank moved forward for some distance, then Xiao Nuo tried again to open the tank's gun barrel. Buzz. The gun barrel rose to a certain point. How could it not go up? The gun barrel has been placed for too long. It seems that it can't be activated, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. It's good that the tank can start normally. After all, this thing has been placed for too long, Wang Han said excitedly. They hadn't been busy working on this tank for the past few days. But fortunately, the result was good. Then, they would feel relieved to wait here until the temperature warmed up and just charge out in the tank. Brother Xiao. Wang Han! You guys come over and take a look. Zhang Wang suddenly shouted in a rush. Look guys. The temperature outside is warming up now. This temperature is warming up very fast. Zhang Wang pointed at the computer and said. How many degrees is the temperature outside now? Xiao Nu asked. It's showing 39 degrees below zero. It's warming up now, Zhang Wang said. After the temperature reached above zero it started. The ice melted. And now the frozen road outside was definitely not good to walk on. If they were driving a normal car, it would definitely be dangerous. But they were now driving a giant tank nowadays that could handle all kinds of road surfaces. We'll leave immediately when the temperature rises to 10 degrees. Xiao Nu said. Good. If it rises to zero before leaving, who knows what will happen in the safe zone again. And if they also find this underground tank, a fight will be inevitable at that time. That's estimated to be soon. 4 or 5 days at most, John Wish said. The weather outside was now changing from day to day. Once several people heard that they would be leaving the safe zone soon. Xian Li and Lin Xiaojin both breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the two of them were very trusting of the safe zone in the beginning. And where there are people, there will be fights. Lin Xiaojin had been here for a while, and knew that this was not a good place to stay. Xian Li's impression of this place is even worse. After all, it is the person who almost lost his life in the safe zone. Which also leads to Xian Li will not be trusting any safe zone in the future. Xu Jingjing was very hesitant when she heard that there was going to be one, saying, I want to take my dad with me. But your dad said for you to come with us. Wang Han frowned and said, although the words were said so. But that was after all Xu Jingjing's own dad. She didn't want to leave her dad alone. In the end, Wang Han took Xu Jingjing on another trip to the top to find Professor Xu. After most of the day, the two did not come back. And finally Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li, both of whom were uneasy, also followed. Brother Xiao, after the temperature warms up, where are we going next? Will we go to the city first to collect supplies? Or are we going to fight zombies first? Zhang Wang asked. After going to the safe zone, of course, the next step in the plan. Xiao Nu faintly said. To the hospital. Hospital? Zhang Wang had a head full of questions. That's right. Go to the hospital first, Xiao Nu said in a deep voice. Brother Xiao, why are we going to the hospital if we're not looking for food? Oh! Zhang Wish suddenly thought of the fact that Lin Xiaojin was still pregnant. He slapped his head and said, Brother Xiao, aren't we going to find a doctor for sister-in-law to give birth? But the hospital can be full of zombies now. And there are quite a lot of people going to the hospital. And the zombies inside are estimated to be a large group. Xiao Nu did not speak. Just gave Zhang Wish you think for yourself expression. Suddenly there was some silence in the air. Zhang Wish also did not speak. Just staring at the monitoring on the laptop. Both of them were looking at Lin Xiaojin's position. The situation outside is getting worse and worse. Now the ordinary citizens are all scared by the fight. I see that many people die every day. And now there are also people who want to run out of the safe zone. Zhang Wang said. Their clothes are all thin. At that time when the end of the world happened it was all summer. And when they escaped and came out they all wore short sleeves. Shorts. Now most though issued camouflage uniforms. Some ordinary people are not even camouflage uniforms. So directly run out of the safe zone. Undoubtedly to send death. When the temperature warms up in a few days, I'm afraid that most of the alien will choose to leave the safe zone. In the safe zone by such treatment, might as well go out to break through. Which, ordinary people, the elderly are afraid will choose to stay in the safe zone. John would like to say something when, in a turnaround found Xiao Nu has disappeared. And then this looked to the laptop when, monitoring on a flash past Xiao Nu figure. Just said assured Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li 2 people go up. The results of the 2 people went not even 10 minutes. Xiao Nu quietly from the back to follow up. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li 2 people walking on the channel. Lin Xiaojin said. They went to the central area. Is this direction? Lin Xiaojin still remembered the road. Although the safe zone was well connected, the road in the central zone was better recognized. The more you go to the central area, the wider the path of passage will be. Lin Xiaojin and Xian Li all the way jogging. The channel also tried not to try people wandering back and forth. Suddenly a woman next to her pulled Lin Xiaojin. But Lin Xiaojin's strength was too great. The result did not give Lin Xiaojin to pull. But he himself was thrown away. The woman climbed up from the ground. Her brows furrowed. But when she saw Lin Xiaojin, she was surprised again. Lin Xiaojin. It's really you. Xian Li saw that this person who stopped Lin Xiaojin was actually Lu Mingming. Xian Li's entire chest cavity then sprang out of fire. When the two people fought in the end, she was seriously injured. Who are you? Lin Xiaojin frowned. In front of the woman's face black. Hair is more chicken nest-like. Camouflage clothes tattered and torn. It seems to be robbed and torn. Lu Mingming. You still dare to appear? Xian Li saw Lu Mingming at a glance. Angry and clenched his teeth. Lu Mingming? Lin Xiaojin frowned and took a closer look at the woman in front of her before recognizing her. Xian Li had told her all about her and Lu Mingming. Lin Xiaojin. How can you be with someone like Xian Li? She was the one who drugged your wine with ecstasy on her birthday. Lu Mingming pointed at Xian Li and said, I didn't. Lu Mingming, you don't spill blood? Xian Li was so angry that she wanted to go up and rip Lu Mingming's mouth off again. Why is this woman green tea? Lin Xiaojin stopped Xian Li, who wanted to fight again. She said, Don't forget we are looking for Zhu Jingjing. Xian Li listened to this, and only slightly calmed down. Lu Mingming looked at Xian Li and Lin Xiaojin. The relationship between the two seemed unusual. Lin Xiaojin. It was Xian Li who threw Fong Tingting and I out of the car in the first place. You can't trust her? Lu Mingming cried as she spoke. Hearing this, Xian Li couldn't help but burst out. You damn fart. Seeing that the two people were getting more and more noisy, and also attracted the attention of the patrolling soldiers, Lin Xiaojin did not want to cause more trouble at this time. As long as they found Zhu Jingjing, the weather warmed up, and they would be able to leave the safe zone. Xian Li. What kind of person are you? Can your dormitory not know? Lu Mingming coldly snorted. Lu Mingming. Where is Fong Tingting? Lin Xiaojin asked with a frown. Her relationship with Fong Tingting had always been good. And now that she had news of her, she would definitely ask. For some reason, a trace of resentment flashed through Lu Mingming's eyes when she mentioned Fong Tingting. It was very fast, but it was still captured by Lin Xiaojin. I can only tell you that she has awakened special psychic abilities. If you want to know where she is, bring me something in exchange. Lu Mingming sneered. She went to the central area. She stayed outside. And now she is even selling herself every day for supplies. She even saw Fong Tingting 2 days ago. What makes her someone to protect every time? Someone to guard? Lin Xiaojin also didn't expect that Lu Mingming was actually waiting for her here? Just for supplies? But Fong Tingting's news. She also wanted to know. After all, she was a friend who had grown up together since childhood. Lin Xiaojin touched out 2 pieces of sugar from her pocket, which were actually taken from the space. These 2 pieces of sugar. You give me the news, Lin Xiaojin said. Who knows that Lu Mingming saw this and immediately opened the sugar and stuffed it into her mouth. Then shouted, Thank you for giving me sugar. Thank you. There is sugar? Everyone else's eyes brushed at Lin Xiaojin when they heard that. Oops. Lin Xiaojin frowned. How could she not have thought that in just a few days the safe zone had reached a situation where they weren't even handing out supplies? Lu Mingming was a water system, so she could get by with water too. But she just couldn't see others doing well, especially people who used to hate living better than her. Can only say one thing. Life in the world, what kind of people are there? Lin Xiaojin pinched Lu Mingming's shoulder as she said in a cold voice. Where is Fong Tingting? Lin Xiaojin forced too much. This pinched directly to Lu Mingming's arm to crush. Then, there was a scream, and the entire passageway twisted over to look. Lu Mingming covered her arm. Cold sweat instantly flowed down. She shouted loudly. She has food. She has supplies. This woman, she is also a water system psychic. Xian Li laughed coldly and shouted. Don't forget. You're also a water alien. Lin Xiaojin looked around. The people are about to surround Give Over. Their patrol soldiers are also heading this way. Lin Xiaojin pulled Xian Li pushed away from the crowd and ran out. Ran a few passages in a row. Hid behind a large box next to the two people only, then stopped. Looked at the back of the people, did not catch up. The two people only breathed a sigh of relief. Xi only thought of just Lu Mingming's words, couldn't help but ask, "You?" "That thing I didn't." "I know." Lin Xiaojin's short 3 words made Xi and Li's nose sore. She did not want to believe her no matter what she did. Probably because of the problem of her speech. Or acting style. However, she recognized what she did. She didn't recognize what she didn't do. "Thanks." Xi and Li couldn't help but say. Just now, Lu Mingming was crushed by Lin Xiaojin's arm by mistake. I'm afraid that the days in the safe zone are even more difficult. But also she deserved it. Nothing to stop them. Why? Fong Tingting is also in the safe zone. Should we go find her? Xi and Li asked. Xi and Li knew Lin Xiaojin's relationship with Fong Tingting. She should just be safe in the safe zone. She must be having a better time than Lu Mingming. Otherwise Lu Mingming wouldn't have come over to accost her. Lin Xiaojin can know Lu Mingming's people too well. But unfortunately Fong Tingting is not. Fong Tingting also didn't know what kind of ecstasy Lu Mingming had eaten. That's true. Xi and Li felt sick at the thought of Lu Mingming. Lin Xiaojin then thought about it and said, "Let's go to the central area first to find Zhu Jingjing. We'll go back to find Lu Mingming this time." Isn't that asking for death? Waiting to find Zhu Jingjing to go back. She cannot then observe the monitoring to see if she can find Fong Tingting. Lu Mingming's arm was crushed, pain, her face pale. Tears flow. Just now that group of people heard her shouting are over to tear all over her clothes. See nothing before giving up. Thinking that Lin Xiaojin would actually give her 2 pieces of sugar immediately in order to know Fong Tingting's news. 1 piece she stuffed into her mouth and ate. The other she held tightly in her hand before not being found. Lu Mingming looked at the hand, was pinched tight sugar. And pain half of the arm. Fong Tingting. Lin Xiaojin, I will not let you have a good time. Unfortunately, Fong Tingting since the evening of the central area of the big man. She can no longer see. Before Fong Tingting will also give her some things every once in a while. But the back is getting less and less. Recently is nothing. She wants to go to find Fong Tingting. Into the central district is impossible. Lu Mingming looked at the sugar in her hand, suddenly had an idea. Lin Xiaojin and Xi and Li both hid in the corner for a long time. The central area is too strictly guarded. We can't get in. Xi and Li sighed. Now that the central area had been completely sealed and controlled. Only the patrolling soldiers and those high-level aberrations could be in the central area. Almost outside the central area, they have automatically given up. Wait until the weather warms up. They can choose to leave. Can also choose to stay. Of course staying would require building a base to get supplies. Lin Xiaojin also didn't know how the 2 people, Zhu Jingjing and Wan Han, went in. And just when the 2 people were worried about how to go in, Xiao Nu appeared. Xiao Nu brought Lin Xiaojin and Xi and Li to the topmost exhaust fan. Because it was higher, Xiao Nu held up Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin removed the exhaust fan hard, and then drilled into it. The exhaust duct couldn't hold up the weight of 3 people. So Xi and Li was left behind first. Lin Xiaojin crawled along the exhaust duct all the way forward. And when she looked down from the gap, she could still see the people underground. Lin Xiaojin held her breath, and continued to crawl forward, until a 3-way intersection appeared in front of her. And Lin Xiaojin looked back at Xiao Nu. Xiao Nu pointed to the right side of the mouth of the passage. Lin Xiaojin immediately understood. And crawled to the right side of the mouth of the passage. The mouth of the passageway issued a creaking sound. Too long, some rust. There are a few screws loose. Few? Lin Xiaojin looked down to the bottom of no one. This is a sigh of relief. More or less nervous. When the 2 people continued to climb again one after the other, Lin Xiaojin smelled a disgusting putrid odor. Fortunately, Lin Xiaojin smells zombies smell more. More or less some immunity. Otherwise this time, and have to vomit. Along the channel to continue to climb, this smell is more and more obvious. Until Lin Xiaojin turned the corner. See, a body is lying in the channel mouth. There were also mosquitoes buzzing around. Lin Xiaojin immediately pulled back. She whispered, "The front can't pass." Lin Xiaojin staggered. Xiao Nu looked forward and saw a corpse. It is estimated that it should have been dead for 7 or 8 days. But surprisingly, it was not discovered. And the body had already begun to grow maggots. The 2 people switched directions and climbed. This time it was Xiao Nu in the front and Lin Xiaojin in the back. It is also presumed that the person wants to escape or go there. Then he climbed up the ventilation duct and finally died. Fortunately, the next did not encounter anybody. The two climbed to the central area. Xiao Nu and unloaded a piece of exhaust fan. Look around, no one. Jumped from the top. This point of height Lin Xiaojin jumped down is no problem. The body slowly slides down. Sliding almost when Lin Xiaojin ready to jump down. Then found himself being held from behind. Solely Xiao Nu just carried her down and didn't do anything else extra. Someone is coming, Lin Xiaojin said as she faintly heard a footstep. Go, Xiao Nu said in a deep voice. The two rushed forward and hid in the shadows. Xiao Nu looked at the passageway and there were still lights on. Xiao Nu put his hand on the wires. Zzz. Several small light bulbs on the passageway instantly went out. This is? Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nu with some surprise. Reverse power absorption? Lin Xiaojin asked. Well, grope for it myself, Xiao Nu said in a deep voice. Abnormal ability is actually a long awakening process. Like many water-based aberrants, such as Xian, Li can still only be at the stage of giving people water to drink. Now that the end times had just begun, all of the alien abilities were in the beginning stages of awakening. Something new that people had discovered. Just like the discovery of a new substance. Need to slowly grope. Xiao Nu is in the continuous release of supernormal capabilities in the middle of grope out a new skill. It is estimated that other people may also slowly grope out a suitable way of advancement for themselves. Absorption of lightning can be condensed here again, so that there is no need to waste the energy in the body. The passageway suddenly turned dim, which also facilitated their travel. What's going on? How come the power suddenly went out? Yeah. Did the power box trip again? Get someone to go over and take a look. The few people in the passageway were let out. So Lin Xiaojin followed Xiao Nu all the way through. They'll be there, Lin Xiaojin asked with a frown. The central area wasn't a big place, but there were many rooms. So if they searched for them one by one like this, they didn't know when they would have to find them. Follow me, Xiao Nu said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin nodded. It seemed that Xiao Nu was very purposeful all the way. The secure base room in the central area. Professor Zhu was leaning against a seat with a blue face. Zhu Jingjing, Wang Han both stood behind Professor Zhu. There were also several injured men lying on the ground, moaning in pain. Kid, you're good with your hands. You're the kid from the military academy who sent Anna back, right? Zhou Feng smiled and looked at Wang Han, seeing Zhou Feng's expression as wanting to take Wang Han in awe. If you follow me, I guarantee to let you eat and drink in the safe zone, Zhou Feng continued. Wang Han frowned slightly and said, I just want to take her away. Zhou Feng looked at Zhu Jingjing, and then looked at Wang Han, and laughed out loud. Zhu Jingjing he had seen once or twice. His character can only be described as timid, cowardly, and his looks are also the looks of an average little girl. Professor Zhu, it seems that someone likes on your home Anna. Young people. Youthfulness is a very normal thing. The ancient also have a rush of anger for the red face. Zhu Jingjing heard Zhou Feng's face redden. She and Wang Han, two people, did not say anything yet. Zhou District Governor. What you want I can give you. The use of this satellite, including the password I also told you. As long as you can spare my daughter, Professor Zhu said. Professor Zhu deserves to be a good father. Zhou Feng nodded and waved his hand towards behind him. A man immediately stepped forward and started operating the system. Professor Zhu also walked over and started entering the password. Operating the system. Professor Zhu. I also know that the state of China has an armory that stores anti-aircraft guns and atomic bombs. I hope that Professor Zhu will give me some guidance, Zhou Feng said. Professor Zhu was shocked. You want to bombard the city? This idea had also crossed Zhang Xinping's mind before, but it was later negated. 1. The atomic bomb had a large amount of radiation. It was not known if it could destroy all the zombies. And 2. There were still a large amount of supplies in City B. These were supplies that could be used for the survival of 10 million people. Once after the radiation, the explosion, these materials are also gone. Even if they have a small amount, it is still after the radiation. Professor Zhu, just tell me, Zhou Feng said with a cold face. Several people behind Zhou Feng were holding their guns, pointing at Wang Han, Zhu Jingjing and them in unison. Professor Zhu had to compromise. After half an hour, Professor Zhu handed over all the systems and the passwords were given. You can release my daughter now. Right? Professor Zhu said. Of course. Professor Zhu, in fact, If you cooperate with me properly, I will also guarantee your safety in the safe zone. Who made you so uncooperative? Zhou Feng sneered. Professor Zhu's relationship with Zhou Feng was not very good in the first place. Professor Zhu had always been closer to Zhang Xinping. A person who always led my daughter to threaten me. How can I cooperate? Zhou Feng coldly didn't say anything. The man who learnt the system nodded towards Zhou Feng, indicating that he had figured it all out. With that, Zhou Feng looked towards Professor Zhu, as if the man no longer had any use for him. Young man, if you come over now, I can still keep you alive, Zhou Feng said to Wang Han. Zhou Feng looked at Wang Han's hands. He is now around the lack of such clean hands. Wang Han shook his head. And when Zhou Feng saw that Wang Han had rejected him, his face was grim as he said, then bring them all to Taihei Shiro. Yes. Ohira Shiro? Professor Zhu's face changed as soon as he heard this, saying, No way. Zhou Feng, you promised me that as long as I taught you guys, you would spare my daughter. Yeah. I didn't kill her. Zhou Feng smiled roguishly. You? You? Professor Zhu's face was saucy red with anger. Those unseemly tricks that Ohira Shiro and you did. When no one knows about it, is it? I've already reported all that you've done to Kyoto's security zone. Professor Zhu couldn't help but say it through and through. Zhou Feng's face changed the more he listened. He then smiled grimly. What can you do if you reported it to the past? Send the police? Send the army to arrest me? Ha ha ha. You're ridiculous. Both you and Zhang Xinping can't realize one thing. And that is the end times. This is the end times all. There are zombies all over the place outside. How is it that you want to send zombies to catch me? Ha. Zhou Feng mocked. Professor Zhu's face turned green. How could he have never imagined that it would be like this? The education, culture, and morals he grew up with did not allow him to do this. Take them away, Zhou Feng said. No way. Professor Zhu reacted, wanting to go forward to protect Zhu Jingjing. Touch. Suddenly a gunshot rang out, and Professor Zhu's chest was reddened with a serious injury. What are you doing? Zhou Feng frowned. He hadn't planned to kill Professor Zhu right now. Governor Zhou, I'm afraid he'll hurt you. The gun went off. The man who had just learnt the system already said nervously. Zhou Feng frowned. There was no way to blame him now. Professor Zhu was dead, and he was the only one who could use the system now. Dad. Zhu Jingjing looked at Professor Zhu being shot by Rob. Her face was pale with fear, and she immediately ran towards Professor Zhu. Dad, don't die. I won't let you die. Zhu Jingjing's tears flowed down. Saying that, Zhu Jingjing mobilized the energy in her body and transmitted it towards Professor Zhu's body. But that shot just now happened to hit Professor Zhu's aorta. Zhu Jingjing had only awakened her supernatural ability not long ago, and there was no energy to supplement it. It was only after transferring energy for a while. Zhu Jingjing's face had already started to turn white. During this period of time in the safe zone, there was no iron supplement, and the food was pitifully small. Originally the body was overdrawn when saving Wang Han before, and it hadn't been nourished back yet. No! Professor Zhu perhaps absorbed Zhu Jingjing's energy and felt better, using his strength to push Zhu Jingjing away. Anna! Don't save me! Professor Zhu said. No! No! Zhu Jingjing, they're willing, and climbed up again towards Professor Zhu to transport energy. Professor Zhu's wound stopped bleeding, but Zhu Jingjing fainted. Fortunately, Wang Han caught the fainted Zhu Jingjing. I didn't think that your daughter is actually a recovery system ability. Ha ha ha. Zhou Feng was very happy to see this scene. Ohira Shiro had just reported that another recovery system alien was needed for a large batch of experiments, as that alien's blood level had already reached the lowest critical value. Great. Great. Zhou Feng laughed. Professor Zhu's face was blue. His heart was dripping blood as he thought about what inhuman abuse his daughter was about to suffer. Wang Han, right. I'm handing my daughter over to you. I can tell that Anna, she likes you, Professor Zhu said. Wang Han's face slightly reddened when he heard Professor Zhu's words. But the next words of Professor Zhu made his heart tremble again. Escape with my daughter, Professor Zhu said. Wang Han nodded his head vigorously. Professor Zhu looked deeply at the fainted Zhu Jingjing. Her lips had no blood at all, and her eyes were red with heartache. Professor Zhu took out a pocket watch from his pocket and said, Help me give it to Anna. When she wakes up, tell her that this is what her mother left for her. Zhou Feng, if my daughter can't leave today, you guys don't want to live either. Professor Zhu said, and rushed to the operating table. Stop him. Zhou Feng instantly felt some knot seconds. Unfortunately, it was too late. Professor Zhu lost a string of codes, and then was about to press the red button. Suddenly, the entire security zone began to sound an alarm. Zhou Feng angrily said, What have you done? Let them go, or I'll shut down the power station immediately. Professor Zhu said hysterically. You? You're a madman. There are tens of thousands of people in the safe zone. Shut down the power station, and they will all die. Zhou Feng pointed at Professor Zhu and angrily rebuked. I am a madman. As long as I threaten my daughter's safety, I'm a madman. Now immediately let my daughter go. Professor Zhu said frantically. Zhou Feng looked at Professor Zhu with red eyes. This would probably be capable of anything. Thinking that even if they let him to leave now. But the safe zone was such a big land in total. Where could they run to? The entire safe zone temperature is maintained by the power station. If I shut down for even a minute, the temperature in the safe zone will plummet, Professor Zhu said, suddenly plummeting from 20 degrees to minus 40 degrees. No one would be able to handle this sudden temperature difference. Even if I restart it after I shut it down, it will still take an hour. And I'm afraid you guys won't be able to stand this hour, Professor Zhu said. Then your daughter won't survive this way either. Why bother losing both? How about I promise you that I won't send your daughter to Ohara Shiro? Zhou Feng said soothingly. Heh. Then we'll all die together. And we won't be alone when my daughter dies with so many people to bury her with, Professor Zhu said with a cold smile. Good. I'll let them go now. Seeing that Professor Zhu was not easy to fool, Zhou Feng only frowned slightly and waved his hand for the people behind him to make way. Professor Zhu. Wang Han couldn't help but say. Professor Zhu, he was a good father, but also a jealous and selfish person. Go away and take care of my daughter. Otherwise I won't let you off, Professor Zhu said. Don't worry. Wang Han's incomparably heavy tone, as well as the firmness in his eyes, which allowed Professor Zhu to mentally relax a lot. He could see that Wang Han was affectionate towards Anna, and it was fine to have a man to protect her and shield him under the end times. After all, Dad can't accompany her for a lifetime. Wang Han hugged Zhu Anna to leave, turned back, and looked deeply at Professor Zhu. The two people know that this is the last time in the meet. Wang Han saw from Professor Zhu's eyes his determination to die. Professor Zhu was relieved to see that Wang Han had already evacuated with his daughter, and no one in the room had followed. Professor Zhu relaxed. Although just now Zhu Jingjing's healing powers made his wounds almost healed. But he lost too much blood. He was very weak for a while. As soon as his daughter left, he couldn't help but fall to the ground without his spiritual power to support him. Professor Zhu. I won't kill you. You are still useful. Lock him up. No food or drink for 3 days. Zhou Feng said in a cold voice. Yes. When Wang Han came out with Zhu Anna in his arms, he just ran face to face with Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaojin, who were looking for them. They found out that Zhu Jingjing has healing powers. Wang Han frowned. Several people had seen firsthand which perverted research. Especially the healing psychic ability almost every day is bloodletting. Go first. This is not the place to talk, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. A few nodded. Wang Han held Zhu Jingjing and went first. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo broke off. Fortunately, at this moment, the alarm around the loud. The passageway are a little chaotic, but there are still patrol soldiers. Passage lights dim in a moment of power outages. Only the red warning lights. Just walk 2 passages. Behind them immediately someone chased out. Stop them! Stop them! The people behind them started shouting. The patrolman manning the passageway heard the sound and surrounded them as well. Stop! Stop running. If you run, you'll be shot. The people in the front and back have surrounded. The lights are dim. There are probably only 7.8 patrol soldiers. They are not only patrol soldiers, are also all psychics. Who have absorbed the crystal beads. The district chief said. Stay alive. A man said. Let's go! The lasers on the guns in the hands of several people kept rattling around on several of them. Lin Xiaojin. You hold Zhu Jingjing. Wang Han said. Good. Lin Xiaojin nodded and took over Zhu Jingjing. Zhu Jingjing was already thin, and Lin Xiaojin's strength was big, so she didn't feel anything when she held on to her body. Going with you guys? Thinking about what? Wang Han finished. Wang Han. Xiao Nuo. 2 people at the same time condensed foreign energy. A strong wind coalesced from Wang Han's hands into a wind mass and blew directly towards the front. Strong wind blowing the crowd cannot open their eyes. Followed by Xiao Nuo's thunder and lightning. Absorbed electricity released at this moment? Zzz. Several people's bodies shook back and forth, being electrified as if they were dancing. Go! This time it was Lin Xiaojin who went ahead, directly rushing over the railing of the central passageway. Only after 20 minutes did several of the electrocuted ones slowly come back to their senses. And several of Lin Xiaojin's people had long since run away. How strong are their powers? Especially the lightning powers. The electricity is making my body numb right now. I feel like my heart stopped for a few seconds. If I were to be electrocuted one more time, I'm afraid my life would be gone. A fire system psychic condensed a fireball. And in the darkness of the light, several people saw each other's appearance. One by one, they were all electrocuted with all their hair standing on end, and a charred black odor. The clothes on several people were all burnt and torn. Lin Xiaojin hugged Zhu Jingjing and ran all the way to the place where they went up the exhaust fan channel. Seeing X Li surrounded by a group of people, Lin Xiaojin handed over Zhu Jingjing to Wang Han and directly squeezed through. X Li. Go! Lin Xiaojin said. No. Please give us a glass of water while you're at it. Yeah. I haven't had any water for 2 days. Please. You're a kind person. X Li was the exhaust fan waiting here when she encountered a patrol soldier asking questions. So she had to say that she was a water alien and replenished each patrol soldier with water. This situation was seen. So she was blocked here. A few even pulled and dragged. At first there were few people. She did not want to make too much noise. So she replenished the water to the one who saw it. And the result was that in no time she brought over people. The result is that there are more and more people. X Li does not know is that the safe zone has long been all the supernormal ability all assigned to a place. With these ordinary people isolated. Lin Xiaojin that would care so much? If you don't leave now, you'll be caught up by the people behind you in a while. Lin Xiaojin a push away pulling X Li these people. Shi Li's strength is small. Lin Xiaojin's strength so a push grabbing X Li clothes of people are pushed to. Go! Lin Xiaojin said. Behind the people that will let go of X Li. And in the back followed X Li. So follow X Li, they simply cannot go back to the underground. Wang Han. You and Zhu Jingjing go back. First. Xiao Nuo said. Good. Wang Han did not try to be brave. Now that X Li was followed by a bunch of followers, they could not expose the underground tunnel now, let alone the giant tank. Lin Xiaojin pulled X Li and ran as fast as she could. But these people behind her were actually chasing after them as well. No. Xiaojin. You guys go back first. I can't really afford to put some more water on them. I still have enough energy now. X Li frowned and said. She didn't expect these people to be so difficult to deal with. Give what? There will only be more and more people looking for you for water in a while. Lin Xiaojin said breathlessly. What then? X Li looked at the group behind her. You run first. I'll stop them with Xiao Nuo. Lin Xiaojin said, seeing that these people really couldn't be shaken off. That's not going to work. X Li said hesitantly. I'm not a water type. They can't pester me. Cut the crap. You go first. Lin Xiaojin urged. X Li heard Lin Xiaojin's words and didn't hesitate anymore. The people following behind them saw that Lin Xiaojin stopped. But that water system alien ran away. And they didn't want to care about Lin Xiaojin. And they also wanted to go after X Li. Zzz. Lin Xiaojin just wanted to rush up and stop these people. These people were electrocuted to the ground. Lin Xiaojin then rushed up to Xiao Nuo. She said. Why didn't you electrocute them earlier? Early electric them. They still need to run? It's just right to attract which pursuers. Hurry up and go. The pursuers are coming soon. Xiao Nuo said. These pursuers behind them were no longer ordinary patrol soldiers. They were all real soldiers, with strength and supernormal abilities. Hide first. Xiao Nuo listened to the movement. The pursuers behind him immediately came over. Before he finished speaking, he heard heavy footsteps. In front. Let's lie down. Lin Xiaojin said, and pulled Xiao Nuo to lie on the ground. Xiao Nuo was completely pulled by Lin Xiaojin to lie on the ground. Lin Xiaojin wrapped her arms around Xiao Nuo and lay on the ground. A few soldiers ran over. The dim light also can't even see clearly. Can only see the ground lying 7 or 8 people horizontally and vertically. These are all electrocuted. They should still be in front. Hurry up and chase after them. It says that each person who catches them will be given an extra supply. As the sound of footsteps got further and further away, Lin Xiaojin only got up from Xiao Nuo's body. Xiao Nuo. Xiao Nuo. Lin Xiaojin patted Xiao Nuo's face. It wasn't. Was it? Was she that heavy? Directly smashed Xiao Nuo dizzy? Suddenly Xiao Nuo opened his eyes. In the dark light Xiao Nuo's pupils, but very bright. Just like a bright moon in the dark night. Suddenly Xiao Nuo grabbed Lin Xiaojin's hand. The two people looked at each other. Suddenly Xiao Nuo pulled Lin Xiaojin down. Shh! Xiao Nuo's voice filled Lin Xiaojin's ears, carrying a hot air lingering around Lin Xiaojin's ears. As expected, another patrol chased them here, but without even looking at the already fainted ordinary people on the ground. They even stomped on them twice as they ran past because they were in the way. This will be the people finished walking. Lin Xiaojin got up from Xiao Nuo. Just now the two stick so close to each other. Lin Xiaojin vaguely have a familiar feeling, but cannot think of it. Go, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. A few people backed to the underground road one after another. Fortunately at first Lin Xiaojin in the pharmacy, when more collected some blood tonic. She initially prepared her own after giving birth to a baby to replenish blood to drink. And now all to Zhu Jingjing. My father. I want to go back to save my father. Zhu Jingjing couldn't help but cry. Wang Han gave the pocket watch to Zhu Jingjing and said, "This is what your father told me to give to you. He is afraid that he is now gone." Wang Han sighed. In the end, Professor Zhu's eyes that were willing to die deeply shook his heart. Yeah, Anna. They are all out to get you now. You can't let your father die in vain. Xianli advised. Zhou Feng is now controlling the entire safe zone. We can only send death by going up now. Anna, don't make unnecessary sacrifices before you have the strength. Lin Xiaojin sighed. I want to calm myself down. Zhu Jingjing wiped away her tears and choked. The crowd also nodded their heads, expressing their understanding. For the time being no one bothered Zhu Jingjing. Zhang Wang monitored the entire safe zone. He said, Zhou Fengness is turning over the entire safe zone. Looking at it, he also searched the exhaust ducts. It looks like he will also check the underground passage. The underground passage is the only one that can climb people. I've checked before, Wang Han said. The other underground tunnels were made shallow. Only this one was deeper. And it collapsed because there was an ancient tomb underneath. After holding out for 2 days, the temperature should almost rise to -10 degrees the day after tomorrow, Zhang Wan said. Then let's hope that. For 2 days, they won't be able to check here, Lin Xiaojin said. Zhu Jingjing sat alone for nearly 6 hours, not eating or drinking. She quietly looked at the pocket watch in her hand. Her eyes were red. And her eyes were red and swollen from crying. I'm not very good at comforting people. Xianli frowned. The best way for her to comfort people is to drink together. The kind that doesn't get drunk. Wang Han had to look at Lin Xiaojin as he said, It's not quite appropriate for me to comfort her. After all, I wasn't able to save her father. I'll try. Lin Xiaojin sighed. Lin Xiaojin walked over from the back and sat next to Zhu Jingjing. You have a good father. While I even have a blurred impression of my father long ago, Lin Xiaojin said. Xiaojin. You? Zhu Jingjing couldn't help but ask when she heard Lin Xiaojin say that. My parents have long since passed away when I was very young, Lin Xiaojin said with a slight sadness. You? Xiaojin. Don't be too sad. Zhu Jingjing wiped her tears and comforted Lin Xiaojin. Sure enough, the best way to comfort someone is to live a life worse than her. You too? The days have to go on. You can't fail your father, Lin Xiaojin said. Zhu Jingjing nodded and said, I know. I was just thinking that if I wasn't so timid and I possessed great psychic abilities, I would be able to fear no one and would be able to protect my father. Instead of like I am now. I have this healing psychic ability that seems to be very chickenish. Not only can't I save anyone, I'm still anemic myself. Don't always deny yourself. Zhu Jingjing, we all need to be strong in order to protect ourselves and protect the people we want to protect. The future is still long, Lin Xiaojin said in a serious tone. The strong survive in the last days, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Zhu Jingjing listened to Lin Xiaojin's words and seemed to understand something. She said heavily, I will try to become strong. People grow. Only by constantly experiencing setbacks and cutting through thorns can they become a strong person. Safe zone center base room. What? Can't find out? Can't you check the entire safe zone? Checking the surveillance must be checked. It's impossible to disappear. Unless they leave the safe zone. Zhou Feng gasped. These two people could actually play disappear again in the safe zone? The gates haven't been opened. They were all sealed in the first place because of the plummeting temperatures. So they were able to drill there? Zhou Feng frowned. Two large living people actually played disappear in the safe zone. Surveillance checked the last place they appeared around here. Zhou Ping said. Then whatever around there. Check it for me. Or did they awaken some special psychic ability that allows them to avoid probing? Zhou Feng thought of something and said. That's also possible. Several people were speculating if the two of them had awakened special psychic abilities. However, that man is obviously Win's system, and Zhu Jingjing is Recovery's system ability. It's unlikely for one person to have two kinds of abilities. Zhou Ping frowned and said, Yeah, District Governor Zhou. After comparing so much data, it was found that a person can only awaken one type of psychic ability. The energy of this supernormal ability is influenced by the physique. A person with a watery physique will awaken a watery supernormal ability, and can also only absorb watery crystal beads. If you read fairy cultivation novels, it should be talent or something like that. We haven't got a single person who can obtain two supernormal abilities from all the data we've got. Then how could these two disappear out of thin air? Zhou Feng gasped. I'm sending someone to monitor the place where they disappeared to search around. Zhou Ping said with a frown. One good news and one bad news. The good news is that the temperature has dropped to minus 15 degrees. To a temperature where it's too cold to die. The bad news is that they've traced it to the sewers and are now probing inside. John Wish said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's just leave. Lin Xiaojin said. Zhang Wan looked at Xiao Nuo, only to see Xiao Nuo nod his head. Good. All of them got on the giant tank. Zhang Wish opened the dashboard. It was all manually controlled with rows of red and green lights. Then I'll start it up. Wang Han said. It's finally time to leave. I'm getting oxygen deprived from staying down there. Xian Li sighed. There was no daylight down there. And if it wasn't for them staying here together, I'm afraid one would have to go into autism if they stayed here alone. Everyone is very excited. To the Zhu Jingjing some sadness. After all, his father just died. A moment and a half has not come out of the sadness in the middle of. Click 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 tank started. The sound rumbles a bit like the sound of the excavator. Of course. Inside the tank there is a silencer. I crashed through. Wang Han said. The front is exactly the gate of the ancient tomb in order to seal. Our used stone bricks deeded well. The tank directly crashed no problem. Rumble. The crowd only fell to black. There was a slight tremor. The whole stone wall was pushed open. Buzzing. Giant tank pressed against the stone fast out. Phew. What a blast to drive. Wang Han said as he drove the joystick. Over the rocks is the long-lost sunlight reflected on the tank. Outside is exactly the road. Behind them is a big mountain. It's the Eastern Highway. The other side of the safety zone. Lin Xiaojin said. I didn't expect this underground tomb to be so big. The other half of the safety zone was an ancient tomb underneath the mountain. Coming out. We're out. Xian Lixing said. The temperature outside was still cold. And the surrounding area hadn't reached the temperature of melting ice yet. Phew. Luckily the tank has a thermostat system. Zhang Wan said. Outside the white blanket. The excitement of having just left the safe zone was now replaced by a confusion. Where are we going next? Xian Li said with some confusion. At the beginning from the campus out. They still have an expectation. A goal. That is the safe zone. To the safe zone. They will be safe. But really after arriving at the safety, they are not encountered the danger from the zombies. But instead, it is the internal. It is the test of human nature. These days experience the selfishness of human nature. All kinds of dark side. But instead, they feel that it is not as good as going to face the zombies directly to be a little more painful. Go to B town. Find a hospital. Xiao Nuo said in a cold voice. Looking for a hospital? Several people looked at Lin Xiaojin in unison. The baby is 3 months old and hasn't had a single maternity checkup. Lin Xiaojin said with some embarrassment. Xian Li couldn't help but snicker and said. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. We found the hospital. And there's no one who will look at it. I will. Suddenly Zhu Jingjing said. You will look at this? Wang Han frowned. How did he remember that Zhu Jingjing was from the chemistry department? I'm in chemical pharmacy. Looking at images is my side subject, Zhu Jingjing said with some embarrassment. Anyway, we will be a squad from now on. Should we make a loud name? Zhang Wish said with a glint in his eye. Exionly. Zhu Jingjing and Lin Xiaojin all seemed to have a sense of belonging this time. And this time, they didn't set out with a purpose. Nor were they afraid of being left behind at any time. Rather, the few of them had truly formed a squad. A squad that supported each other to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. Then what would be a better name for us? Lin Xiaojin frowned and thought. Zombie Slashing Brigade? The three girls kept shaking their heads. It's a hell of an ugly name. How about Avengers? The name of the film squad? Wang Han said with a hefty smile. This well seems to be okay. League of Heroes? Zhang Wish came again. Forget it. Let's call it the Avengers, Lin Xiaojin said. So they happily called it the Avengers League for the time being. The captain was naturally Xiao Nuo, and Lin Xiaojin was elected to the position of vice captain. Perhaps 3 boys and 3 girls. Boys Xiao Nuo do the main. Girls of course is Lin Xiaojin. The team's current supernatural water Exionly. Fire Zhang Wish. Wind Wang Han. Thunder Xiao Nuo. Strength and Lin Xiaojin attached to the team supplies. The last is the team nurse recovery Zhu Jingjing. Of course, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo too have hidden secrets. Xiao Nuo also has a secondary ability to control time. The future of life is more confused. The future of the zombies more terrible. The future of survival do not know where to go. But there is a group of companionable people. Together in the post-apocalyptic struggle to survive. Center room in the base. What? What did you say? A giant tank? Someone drove a giant tank out of the safe zone. Zhou Feng said incredulously. Yeah. I just didn't expect that there would be a large ancient tomb underneath our safe zone. But one that was still being mined. Inside there are quite a few guns and ammunition just from what I found. But the guns are all old-fashioned. No wonder we didn't find anyone after rummaging through the entire safe zone. Zhou Feng said angrily. What now? Should we go after them? Zhou Ping asked. What's the point of chasing? Outside the temperature is still more than 10 degrees below zero. Immediately the temperature is warming up. Although let Zhu Jingjing escaped. But the underground tomb can be diverted. Rush to send people to start digging. Dig through the sewers. Zhou Feng said. Professor Zhu was locked in the small house for 3 days and 3 nights. He was already injured and weak. But now, he was even more miserable. Like he had aged 10 years. The moment he knew that his daughter had escaped. He was happy and blissful. And felt that he had no regrets in this life to die. Professor Zhu, you want to die is not so easy. Or tell us the location of the atomic bomb. I will not tell you. Well, Professor Zhu gasped. The radiation damage from the atomic bomb will be even greater. By then, the zombies may not all be extinct. But the area around B City will surely not grow an inch because of the radiation. How will you know if you don't try? Zhou Feng is really speechless, these people. Why are they so stuck in their ways? Uncle, do you want me to try? I have a way. Wang Ping walked up and said next to Zhou Feng's ear. All right. Then let you try. Zhou Feng nodded his head. Now there was nothing to do but to beat a dead horse. Zhou Ping got Zhou Feng's permission and went to find her girlfriend. If Lin Xiaojin was here, she would definitely be shocked. Because Wang Ping's girlfriend was none other than Fang Tingting, Lin Xiaojin's good friend. Inside the secure base room in the central district, Fang Tingting looked at the person in the monitor. It was the image of Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo running. Even without looking at the front face, Fang Tingting saw who those 2 people were at a glance. One was her best friend who she had played with since she was a child. And the other was her teenage brother who she had missed for many years. Lin Xiaojin. Why? Why do you always get what I want so easily? Fang Tingting didn't awaken her powers after the end of the world, but only got them when she was 15 years old and after a serious illness. At first, she could only touch others to know what they were thinking. So she became Lin Xiaojin's good friend step by step. And it took a lot of effort to make Lin Xiaojin, a person with such strong inner defenses, her friend. But Lin Xiaojin how can't imagine that she knows everything about her thoughts before so easily gain her trust. Because Lin Xiaojin has money and a handsome brother. Originally Fang Tingting was fond of Lin Xiaojin's brother. But after Fang Tingting met that man, she realized what love at first sight is. That man is Xiao Nuo, Lin Xiaojin's brother's friend. They always came together to find Lin Xiaojin. But Xiao Nuo always didn't get out of the car, and would wait in the car or follow behind. waiting for Lin Xiaoran to give Lin Xiaojin a big handful of things before leaving. Lin Xiaojin had a good brother, but her parents were patriarchal. Every time, they squeezed her in all kinds of ways, squeezing her breathless. Until that time, she purposely dropped something on Xiao Nua, and the moment she knew what she was thinking, she created an evil seed. Ting-ting, Zhou Ping said, as he came over from behind. Brother Ping. Fong Ting-ting immediately withdrew from her memories, and reverted to a harmless and droll look. Zhou Ping touched Fong Ting-ting's head and said, I want to ask you for a favor. Don't worry, no one will find out about your supernatural ability. But didn't you say not to just read other people's minds? Would it not be good for me to do so? Fong Ting-ting said in a tangled voice. It's okay. You just tell me all. Ting-ting is the best behavior. Okay? Zhou Ping touched Fong Ting-ting's face and said, Okay. But I still need to stare at his eyes when I read his mind. Fong Ting-ting said with a compromise. I'll figure this out. Zhou Ping said. Zhou Ping looked at Fong Ting-ting's well-behaved appearance, and couldn't help but give her another kiss. Fong Ting-ting flashed a disgusted expression where Zhou Ping could not see it. It turned out to be just when they just started rushing into the rooftop. Lin Xiaojin guessed something and crashed into his arms. And there happened to be sharp pieces of iron next to him. Xiao Nu, in order to protect Lin Xiaojin, hard to be rolled in. Xiao Nu at that time also only endured a soft frown. Did not say anything. Perhaps at that time because Lin Xiaojin close to him too close. The mouth is even close to her chin. Only to let his heart vaguely tense. Seems to forget this kind of pain. And replaced by apprehension. Elation. It's fine. Go first. Xiao Nu did not look at his own injuries, but said to Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu's side of the movement, but caused other movements. The sound of the gun was too loud. The street is very silent. A little wind blowing. The surrounding can be heard. Opposite the billiard hall, Zhang Wang, Wang Han, Xian Li, and Zhu Jingjing for people heard the gunshots. It's the sound of gunshots. It can't be Lin Xiaojin and the others in trouble. Right? Xian Li said. Zhang Wang looked at the foot bath shop across the street. Nothing could be seen outside in the dark. I'll go take a look. You guys stay here, Wang Han said. I'll go with you. It's not safe at night, Zhang Wang said. It's dark at night. And it's easy to be in danger if you can't see clearly. You stay here. There are still 2 girls here. Wang Han looked at Zhu Jingjing and Xian Li and said, It's okay. You guys go and take a look. We don't go there either. Just stay here, there shouldn't be any danger, Zhu Jingjing said. Wang Han listened to Zhu Jingjing's words some hesitation. Hey. Look, it's the thunder light. They're fine. Zhang Wang pointed to the shop across the street and said, It really is. Then they should be safe. Xian Li also said. Xiao Nu and Lin Xiaojin's strength was still good, so they shouldn't be in danger. Now there are still 4 little more hours before dawn. Let's meet tomorrow at dawn, Zhang Wang said. Wang Han nodded. Xiao Nu and Lin Xiaojin were both fine, so they didn't need to risk going out. I'll hurry up and rest. We still have to rush early tomorrow morning, Zhang Wang said. Not only do they have to rush, but they also have to deal with that group of mutated plum deer tomorrow. That was what was troublesome. Tomorrow's matters would be resolved tomorrow. Right now, it was time to get a good rest. Xian Li and Zhu Jingjing leaned on the sofa next to the billiard hall and slept again. But they had just woken up from hearing the sound of gunshots. And it was difficult to fall asleep for a while. 2 people confused chat for a while before falling asleep. But 2 people and no blanket can only find some sofa cover on the body to sleep. Zhang Wang and Wang Han slept in shifts in case there were any emergencies. On the other side, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu switched to a shop on the ground floor, which was only about 20 square feet, but relatively safe. There were no traces of damage to the surrounding walls or ventilation ducts. So Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nu were prepared to rest here. The commotion just now was so loud that it would definitely wake up Zhang Zhu and Wang Han. So Xiao Nu released lightning to show the other party that they were fine. Lin Xiaojin turned on the small table lamp, and only then did she realize that this small shop was selling underwear. Let me take a look at your wound, Lin Xiaojin said. It's fine. Just a small wound, Xiao Nu said in a deep voice, seemingly unconcerned. You have to wait until tomorrow to see Zhu Jingjing. You're afraid that you'll be infected by then. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said. Besides, Zhu Jingjing's energy overdraft from saving Xian Li last time. Lin Xiaojin said slowly. Xiao Nuo still wanted to refuse. When he saw Lin Xiaojin's cold eyes, he had to swallow his words of refusal into his stomach. Xiao Nuo could only take off his clothes under Lin Xiaojin's gaze, revealing the black t-shirt inside. Under the warm light of the small table lamp, Lin Xiaojin saw the blood still oozing out from Xiao Nuo's back wall arm. "I'll cut the clothes open for you," Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin searched round, and then the shop didn't find any clippers. She said, "I'll tear it open for you." Lin Xiaojin gently tear, almost not how hard. The clothes were ripped open, leaking out inside the skin, and flesh lifted the wound. The wound don't be afraid of a tendency to get infected. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said, "That iron piece is estimated to have rust on it. It is needed to get a tetanus shot." "It's fine." Xiao Nuo's voice was deep, and seemed to be holding back something. The warm light shines on the two people's faces. The side lines meet together. The narrow space. The injured man and woman. "Xiaojin." Xiao Nuo's tone was unusually soft. "Well?" Lin Xiaojin faintly responded. But the psyche was rippled. This place of silence seemed to separate the broken and depressed city outside. "It hurts," Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. His tone was soft, but his expression did not feel any change in him at all. "Ah. Is it? I'll be gentle." Lin Xiaojin thought that she hadn't controlled her strength and had hurt Xiao Nuo. Lin Xiaojin took out cotton swabs and alcohol from space. Iodine POV. A little bit of wiping Xiao Nuo's wound. But the skin and flesh turned out to look at the wound is very terrible. Lin Xiaojin gently frowned and said, "This wound flares out badly. If there is no Zhu Jingjing's treatment, I'm afraid it will need stitches." "It's not in the way," Xiao Nuo said, not caring about his wound, but seeing Lin Xiaojin's worried appearance. The corner of Xiao Nuo's mouth slightly rose upwards. Suddenly Lin Xiaojin's right hand was grabbed. Xiao Nuo said in a solemn tone, "Lin Xiaojin, I will take care of you. With my life's guarantee." The warm light could not cover Xiao Nuo's blazing vision. Xiao Nuo seldom spoke and seldom expressed his emotions. This point Lin Xiaojin was very similar to him. But more than that, Lin Xiaojin was closing her heart. But at this moment, feeling Xiao Nuo's sincere eyes, Lin Xiaojin's heart was shaken. But again, she couldn't believe it. She was such a person who didn't completely trust anyone. Lin Xiaojin just faintly answered and said, Xiao Nuo smiled. Smiled from the bottom of his heart. For so long this was the first time Lin Xiaojin had seen Xiao Nuo's smile. It was very nice. Very clean. And formed a contrast with his cold face. Instead it had a kind of silly feeling. Both people did not continue to talk. Xiao Nuo knows Lin Xiaojin is a slow to heat up the temperament. Want to go to grind Lin Xiaojin's heart is not a day or two things. And Xiao Nuo also did not intend that Lin Xiaojin could respond to him immediately. "Now this is very good. Do you want to try? Water from my space well," Lin Xiaojin said. Although Lin Xiaojin had some guesses but hadn't tried it yet. And now it was just the right time to see the injured Xiao Nuo. Lin Xiaojin watched the little wolf cub in space fall asleep without noticing that the pile of mutant gecko's meat pieces next to him were missing a piece. Lin Xiaojin took out the water from the well from space, which was clearer than normal water. "Water from space?" Xiao Nuo asked. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Anyway, the little wolf cub had drunk it, and was fine instead of being more lively. Lin Xiaojin dipped a cotton swab in the water, then wiped Xiao Nuo's wound. "Any feeling?" Lin Xiaojin asked, still a little apprehensive in her heart. "It's a bit cool and itchy," Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. "Itchy?" Lin Xiaojin frowned and just thought that this water won't really have a problem right all. But the little wolf cub drank it, but his strength was restored all. Just as Lin Xiaojin was entangled and feeling guilty. Xiao Nuo's external wound changed, and actually showed signs of healing. Lin Xiaojin took the small table lamp, and carefully closed it a bit and said, "Really? It has a healing effect." Lin Xiaojin was overjoyed. This was a very unexpected big joy. Perhaps it was because the water in the space well was all altered by the water crystal beads. "Well, it doesn't hurt anymore," Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. "I'm afraid that the wounds would be healed in a few days now. And there was no need for Zhu Jingjing's treatment." "Great." Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but be surprised. So that the water in the space was therapeutic. Then she had an additional guarantee of survival. Although Zhu Jingjing has a healing system of supernatural ability, but after all it is others. If she is injured, perhaps like today Zhu Jingjing is not beside her, it will be very difficult. said Lin Xiaojin, and took out a cup of well water from the space. Just wanted to try if this well water really has this effect. I'll do it. Xiao Nuo said, quickly took the cup from Lin Xiaojin's hands and drank it all in one go. I just want to. Lin Xiaojin's words were not even finished. Xiao Nuo just so dryly drank it all. She is a mouthful have not tasted. Also do not know exactly what effect. Just want to pour a cup in Xiao Nuo's wounds in to see the effect. She did not think that Xiao Nuo dryly give drink? The matter has come to this. Lin Xiaojin can only stare at Xiao Nuo, hope that he does not drink anything. Otherwise she will be responsible for the end of the. How is it? Lin Xiaojin carefully stared at Xiao Nuo's face and found that there was nothing wrong with the Xiao Nuo. Lin Xiaojin was pregnant. To be the guinea pig is also him first. So he did not hesitate to drink it. Xiao Nuo did not say anything. Just feel a wave of energy in the body to swim all over the body. His thunder system supernormal ability has been in the bottleneck has not yet broken through. Although all may break through. But Xiao Nuo want to break through in a safer and more certain time. But after drinking the well water from Lin Xiaojin's space, that bottleneck was easily broken. Now he seemed to be at the second level. It's sweet. For a long time Xiao Nuo said. Sweet? The well water in this space was sweet. Seeing that Xiao Nuo seemed to be fine and his face was even better. Lin Xiaojin was hesitating whether she wanted to take another sip to try. Xiaojin. And give me a cup. Xiao Nuo said. Good. Lin Xiaojin responded and took out another cup from space. Xiao Nuo drank it again this time. But this time the effect was a bit worse. It seemed to be that it was more effective when you drank it during the bottleneck period. Usually drink for refreshing, the effect is better. If the night is too sleepy or did not sleep well, drink a cup will be able to have the spirit of qi. Xiao Nuo told Lin Xiaojin all the effects of drinking too. Lin Xiaojin also couldn't wait to taste a small cup. But the energy was smaller when it went into her body. But it improved the vitality. And now in the latter part of the night. In the past, she was sleepy early. Now is not sleepy at all. It seems that the effect of space well water. External application has a healing effect. Internal service to improve the essence of the spirit. If it is in the bottleneck drink, there will also improve the chances of breaking through the bottleneck. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo, two people this will not be able to sleep. Lin Xiaojin and look at Xiao Nuo's clothes torn. They hid in this shop, underwear shop. There are also men's autumn clothes. Xiao Nuo. Do you want to change your clothes? Your clothes are torn by me. Lin Xiaojin said. Good. Lin Xiaojin rummaged through a few pieces from the shop and found a black size that was also Xiao Nuo's. The other clothes Lin Xiaojin received in the space. Lingerie shop cabinet also has a lot of socks, all kinds of underwear. Lin Xiaojin are all through the collection. Now these consumables, the future do not know, cannot be in production. Naturally how much can be collected is how much. Lin Xiaojin now space small water well effect. It seems that in the future the water system crystal beads also have to keep some more. However, the effect of her space water, in addition to Xiao Nuo knows she temporarily did not intend in telling others. Always keep the bottom card. And increase the bottom card, and update the bottom card from time to time. Xiao Nuo changed his clothes, and threw the previously torn clothes on the ground. Not wanting them anyway. The time was now a few box hours away from dawn. And both of them were now more refreshed after drinking the water from the space. In order to avoid an awkward atmosphere, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo both chatted. You remember you've known my brother for a long time. Lin Xiaojin casually found a topic to chat with Xiao Nuo. Well, it's been a long time. Xiao Nuo responded. As the days slowly got brighter, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo were also chatting with each other. And Lin Xiaojin realized that Xiao Nuo shared many of his brother's interests. Although on the surface it seemed that Xiao Nuo's character was more high and cold, while her brother Lin Xiaoran's character was softer. Chatting and chatting, Lin Xiaojin still sleepy. Perhaps because of the reason of pregnancy. Lin Xiaojin leaned on the cabinet and fell asleep. Lin Xiaojin's head was about to tilt down. Xiao Nuo's hand instantly caught it. Xiao Nuo put Lin Xiaojin's head on his shoulder. Lin Xiaojin felt more familiar, as if his brother's shoulder. So Lin Xiaojin rubbed himself to find a comfortable position and said, Brother, I'll sleep. The corner of Xiao Nuo's mouth hung a faint smile and added, Recognizing me as your brother again? No wonder Lin Xiaojin recognized the wrong person when he was confused. Xiao Nuo and Lin Xiaoran's stature, height, and weight were not much different. Lin Xiaojin then slept for more than 2 hours. sleeping and feeling some soreness in the neck. Just wanted to get up and move his neck. Wake up. This voice was a little close. Right by Lin Xiaojin's ears. Only then did Lin Xiaojin realize that she actually fell asleep against Xiao Nuo without knowing when. Lin Xiaojin was calm on the surface. But inside, she was a little flustered. How did she fall asleep in a daze? At this time Lin Xiaojin remembered that she had taken 1 or 2 sips of space water. Xiao Nuo hadn't slept all night, still more energetic. But Xiao Nuo had already broken through the bottleneck if he were to encounter that mutant gecko. His lighting system would definitely be enough to damage it. The two people peeled open the window and looked out. The road had fog and some humidity. But there was no sign of the mutant gecko. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo. The two of them slowly came out. Ready to go to the pool hall across the street to find Xianli and the others? Let's go, Lin Xiaojin said. The two of them walked across the street to the opposite side. Lin Xiaojin saw then that they were running to the billiard hall on the first floor across the street. The door of the first floor billiard hall was jacked from the inside out. And Lin Xiaojin directly pushed it open. Who? Wang Han. Immediately woke up with a start. Wang Han took a look at the one who pushed the door in was Lin Xiaojin. Followed by Xiao Nuo and said, "You guys are here. Well, although the billiard hall door is topped with cabinets and sofas, Lin Xiaojin's strength train can push. Let alone this. Several people had been hungry all day, which small snacks were not enough to eat. And there was a feeling that the more they ate, the hungrier they got." Lin Xiaojin took out the food from the space. Her space is the most canned food, bread and so on. Lin Xiaojin told everyone some of what she encountered last night. Of course, skipping what happened between her and Xiao Nuo. A mutated gecko? Amazing recovery power? Zhang Wang said with a frown. Vidra gecko, Xianli said as she thought of something. The idea was similar to what Lin Xiaojin thought. It was similar to the recovery ability of a foreign film Wolverine. But its tail is the weak point, Lin Xiaojin said. I hope we don't run into it. That group of mutant mergansers yesterday was enough for us to toss and turn, Xianli said. Now that the group of mutant plum deer had dispersed. But the closer they were to Deer Jiao Park, the more they drove there would definitely attract a group of mutant plum deer. It wasn't far from the airport now. And after eating and drinking enough, it was estimated that it would take half a day's walk to get there. Then, can't we just walk? If we see a Sika deer, we'll hurry up and crawl, Zhang Wan said. The weakness of the mutant Sika deer was that it could not see low or immovable objects. Otherwise, let's drive first and see if we can get rid of the mutant Sika deer. If we can't get rid of it, we'll come down and walk, Lin Xiaojin said. After all, there is still an hour or 2 of driving. Or car faster. Lin Xiaojin always feel that B City is too dangerous. Mutant rats, mutant deer, and mutant geckos. I do not know what other strange mutant animals will appear in B City. These mutated animals are much more difficult to deal with than zombies. The crowd nodded and did not have any comments. A few people cats? Out of the shop. Lin Xiaojin took out the car tires from the space. Zhang Wang, Wang Han, and Xiao Nuo changed the tires. Lin Xiaojin looked around and really didn't know how those mutant mergansers came out. All right, Wang Han said. The 3 people changed the car tires very quickly. Brother Xiao, you drive, Wang Han said. Xiao Nuo nodded and did not refuse. This police car was not an automatic, it was a pure manual. Wang Han's driving skills were good. But back then Xiao Nuo's one drift stunned him. Xiao Nuo drove the car. Wang Han sat next to him. The 2 rows behind were Lin Xiaojin and Zhu Jingjing. Hurry up. I see a mutant plum deer behind us. Lin Xiaojin's eyes looked at the back. From the alley next to them, a deer head had been drilled out. It seemed to be staring at them in this direction. But it wasn't running towards them yet. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nuo immediately ignited the ignition and started the car. Dabbing. Xiao Nuo came up and directly drove the police car into the feeling of a racing car. Lin Xiaojin saw the deer head behind him move and run over in their direction. But Xiao Nuo's car's speed did not decrease. Fortunately, this is a suburban highway. Although dilapidated but not many abandoned cars, Xiao Nuo are able to dodge. Lin Xiaojin and Zhu Jingjing and Xianli were all holding onto the seat handles, feeling like they weren't in a car, but in a bazooka. The car glass is only open a little gap, but from the inside out of the wind is very strong. Blowing the eyes cannot open. Zhang Wang finally closed the car glass up. Only then did he not have the feeling of being blown away. It's a mutant Sika deer. Lin Xiaojin said, as she pointed outside. There were still a few wandering zombies on the road in the suburb. And a few of the plum blossom deer pounced over and tore into the zombies. It seemed that there was a reason why there were so few zombies in this suburb. And it was these mutant plum blossom plum deer that had done it. Coming towards us, Wang Han said. Xiao Nuo frowned gently, his eyes unusually determined, and said, "Sit tight." Xian Li mentally spat silently. How else to be good when you've already grabbed the handle? Just now, if it is a straight line flying speed, then it is very bumpy, very rough. The car clangs and bangs everywhere, from time to time in a corner. Lin Xiaojin, Zhu Jingjing, and Xian Li heartbeat accelerated. Zhu Jingjing's scared eyes are closed. Lin Xiaojin, how also did not expect that Xiao Nuo's driving actually will be so fierce. There is a feeling of stomach turning. The front is not okay. There are too many mutant plum deer in front, Wang Han said. Lin Xiaojin slowed down and looked to the side. A group of mutant plum deer ran towards them. Xiao Nuo directly drifted to a stop and stopped next to a few broken down cars. All crawl low and don't move, Wang Han said. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly pressed herself down. Zhu Jingjing just felt like she had just ridden the roller coaster all over again. And now her mood hadn't calmed down yet. Xian Li was no better. Her entire head was dizzy. Lin Xiaojin saw where Xian Li was still dazed. Lin Xiaojin pressed Xian Li's body down. A group of mutant mergansers ran over and suddenly lost their target. So they circled around a few times. But there was no sign of leaving yet. What now? Zhang Wish said, picking the car glass again to look outside. It was a group of mutant plum deer. One of them had pus bubbles almost all over its body. Looking at Zhang Wish, tingling all over his body. Wait a while, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. After waiting for nearly 20 minutes, some of the mutant plum deer outside dispersed one after another. But there were still mutant plum deer blindly wandering around nearby. Let's climb out. Not crawling, they can't see? Lin Xiaojin said. It wouldn't take 2 or 3 hours to climb out from here and then walk to the airport. Okay, I'll go down and try first, Wang Han said. After saying that, Wang Han gently opened the car door and slowly drilled out from under the car door. The moment he opened the car door, he attracted 1 or 2 mutant plum deer to watch. When opening the door, need to be more cautious. The back row opened a door. The front Xiao Nuo from the passenger side climbed out. Zhu Jingjing and Xian Li, they all put on the backpack that was pulled here before, and then slowly climbed out of the car. A group of 6 people slowly climbed on the road full of cracks. The road also has a lot of dust, stones, various cracks, and a lot of zombie rubble. A rotten smell. There are crystal beads, Lin Xiaojin said with glowing eyes. It was estimated that they fell out when which mutant plum deer tore the heads of the zombies. There's one here too, Xian Li said as she touched a piece of crystal bead. Several people lined up and climbed all the way up to pick up the crystal bead. This is too good to be picked up for nothing, Zhang Wang said excitedly, feeling similar to picking up money on the road before the end of the world. They climbed for about an hour or so. I'm not okay. Take a break, Zhu Jingjing panted and said. Lin Xiaojin looked back at the mutant mergansers were all far away. So a few people stopped and rested in place. Each person drank water and ate chocolate to replenish their strength. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nuo's somewhat pale face, and then thought that Xiao Nuo's shoulder was injured yesterday, and this would take so long to climb. Xiao Nuo, did the wound on your shoulder open up? Lin Xiaojin guessed. Although Lin Xiaojin's spatial water had the effect of promoting healing, Xiao Nuo's wound yesterday was only rubbed with some spatial water. And then Xiao Nuo put on his clothes. So Lin Xiaojin didn't know how well it had recovered. Ah, Brother Xiao is injured? Zhang Wang asked. Hearing Lin Xiaojin's words, the crowd realized that Xiao Nuo was injured. Anna, help Brother Xiao treat it, Wang Han hurriedly said to Zhu Jingjing. I'm fine. It's just a superficial wound. No need. Xiao Nuo refused in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin also did not know why Xiao Nuo suddenly refused. Just frowned slightly. It's not serious. It's already almost healed well, Xiao Nuo said to Lin Xiaojin. Xiao Nuo was telling the truth. Lin Xiaojin's space water was healing, but he could not help the corners of his mouth from rising when he saw that Lin Xiaojin cared about him. Zhu Jingjing looked to Xiao Nuo and then to Lin Xiaojin. Always felt that there was something strange between the two of them. In fact, not only Zhu Jingjing had this feeling. Others also had. Several people divided the crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin directly threw the transparent crystal beads into the space. The space increased a little more. Other Earth system. With system also put into the space. Accidentally also found 2 golden crystal beads. These 2 gave the little wolf cub. After resting for almost a quarter of an hour, Lin Xiaojin looked at the surrounding mutant mergansers gradually less and less, and said, "Should we get up? I see that there is a bicycle in front of us." Zhang Wang got up, and took a few steps forward first to see if the mutant plum blossom deer around her saw her. Zhang Wang took a few more steps forward, and found that there was indeed no mutant plum blossom deer chasing towards him. Only then did Xiao Nuo, Wang Han, and Lin Xiaojin slowly get up. "Go!" Lin Xiaojin said. The few people didn't run either. They just walked slowly, so as not to move too much. Zhang Wang picked up a shared bicycle. The frame was already rusted, and the tires were crooked. Looking at this appearance is already unable to ride. 6 people walked slowly along the road, and finally saw the big sign on the green mark. 1,000 meters from the airport. The airport is crowded. There will definitely be zombies too, Lin Xiaojin said. Xiao Nuo answered. B City's airport was also considered a large airport. After all, B City was also a first-tier city. B City was also a double-stream international airport with 2 terminals, with a total area of 500,000 square meters. 2 runways for all types of planes to take off and land, and having access to other countries. It's a relatively large airport that also has duty-free shops, various food shops, and can throughput up to 10 million passengers a day. I hope there won't be so many people when it comes to a standstill. This airfield is relatively well preserved. Can only see the depression and dilapidation. No traces of being bombed. There are airliners and small planes. Let's fly that, Xian Li said excitedly. Can take a plane to leave this ghost place. I'm afraid this depends on what Xiao can fly, Zhang Wang said and looked at Xiao Nuo. Well, don't worry. Xiao Nuo gave Zhang Wang a reassuring look. Usually if you fly an airplane it's not 2 people, Lin Xiaojin said. Wang Han shook his head and said, it's not that absolute. It's usually determined by the flight time. Flight time of less than 4 hours is 1 captain, 1 co-pilot, and 1 intelligence officer is all that is needed. The number of crews is arranged according to the size of the model. Everyone else seemed to understand and nodded. Xiao Nuo had flown a plane and could be the captain. Wang Han had also trained on planes, but was only limited to a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Wang Han can be the co-pilot, I guess. And Zhang Wang can connect to the network as an intelligence officer. For the time being, this is the arrangement. Xiao Nuo is still confident in his own flight, although most of his flights are simulated machines. But it is also 100% simulation. But Lin Xiaojin felt that even though it looked like the plane was just a stone's throw away. How are we going to get into the airport? I'm afraid there will be a lot of zombies in the airport. Right? Lin Xiaojin said. Yes. Entering the airport is the main problem nowadays. There are definitely a lot of zombies in the airport. And now we can only go forward. Let's take the VIP channel of the airport. There should be less zombies, Lin Xiaojin said. Right. Zhang Wang nodded. The airport had a high flow of people, and there were definitely more zombies. They had only wanted to mess with the plane before, and only thought about the zombies at the airport when they got here. There were quite a few junked cars on the outskirts of the airport, and as they passed by, a car suddenly made a thumping sound. The sudden sound startled the crowd. Lin Xiaojin approached and saw it, only to find a half-bodied zombie sitting on the passenger side of the car. Perhaps it was because they heard Lin Xiaojin and their voices, which made a hissing sound. It's a zombie, Lin Xiaojin said. This is probably the end of the world before hiding in the car. The result mutated into a zombie. I did not expect that, after such a long time, zombies did not die. Not eating, not drinking, not sleeping, not afraid of the heat, and not afraid of the cold. This group of zombies is still so Lin Xiaojin a knife to solve the zombie. And from the inside to stir out the crystal beads is the water system. Lin Xiaojin just wanted to give to Xian Li. Xian Li looked at his backpack. Has carried a whole pack of crystal beads. And it would take her ages to finish absorbing so many crystal beads. So she said, Xiaojin, you take it. I can't pack it anymore. And the crystal beads in my backpack are enough for me to absorb for a few months. Lin Xiaojin nodded and didn't push it away. She now knew the healing power of her space water. Naturally, she wanted to store more water crystal beads. After all, right now it was only a small water well the size of a football. The more you go inside the airport, The more and more cars on the road. One blocking one. Colliding in all directions. You can vaguely see the appearance of the pre-apocalyptic period, when everyone was desperately driving and trying to escape. Some of the car glass is stained, blood has long turned dirty black. Stuck in the middle there are a lot of zombies. Lin Xiaojin and they are walking while solving the zombies. Perhaps all the abandoned cars blocking the road. These zombies also cannot surround in. Roar. Another zombie was cut off by Lin Xiaojin. These zombies maybe don't know how long they haven't wandered. Maybe turning into zombies started to be blocked in the gap of the car. There was also a bus in front that suddenly flipped over. And looking inside a whole car full of walkers. Zhang Wish directly released a few fireballs. The crowd had backed up. Not long after the entire bus burned up. Out of the thick black smoke. This is if they wait until they burn to reveal the crystal beads. I'm afraid it will take a long time. They will not waste time to continue to wait here. A few people crossed the road and looked at the 4 big characters of Shuangli Airport in front of them. They were looking for the entrance. There is the VIP channel of the airport. We walk to the bridge, then it leads straight to the first floor of the airport. Lin Xiaojin pointed to the sky bridge above. From here it looked like there were also mobile zombies on the flyover. But it didn't look that dense. Right now, they still had a good chance of winning with their strength rushing over. As long as they made sure not to be surrounded by waves of zombies. A few of them climbed onto the footbridge. And there was a lot of fallen luggage all over the ground. And the zombies on the bridge rushed down with them. Xiao Nu and Wang Han. 2 individuals in the front to solve the zombies. Tearing the exit sun. Behind Wang Han and Lin Xiaojin to solve the zombies running from behind. Left and right is Zhu Jingjing and Xian Li to solve the zombies that missed. This time, the zombies faced too many. Zhu Jingjing cut to the zombie head, also more brave than before. Zhu Jingjing used to be timid and cowardly, afraid of zombies. But now she is also nervous and scared mentally. Especially when she looks at the disgusting zombies hissing towards her. But she holds back the nausea in her heart. In her psyche, she hinted over and over again that she would just cut the vegetables. It seems to be true, as Lin Xiaojin said. This zombie is numb after chopping more. Ho ho ho. A few people fought their way into the airport. And there was no telling how many zombie corpses fell from the bridge. And all the zombie corpses piled up behind them. That's the VIP registration entrance. Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at the signage. Xiao Nu condensed a blue-purple thunderbolt in his hand, which was much stronger than the previous one. Brother Xiao, you made a breakthrough? Wang Han asked. Xiao Nu nodded without saying much. And the lightning in his hand moved towards the zombies crowding over in front of him. Zzz. A scorched black sound was emitted, instantly collapsing a large number of zombies. And the front was instantly empty. Go! Xiao Nu said in a deep voice. Several people quickly followed behind Xiao Nu, stepping on the zombie's body. Zhang Wish ran a few more large fireballs behind him. The fireballs, iterated with lightning, instantly burned up. This operation temporarily blocked the zombies that broke in behind them. And they continued to the VIP channel. Here is really less people. Zombies are also less. And soon be Lin Xiaojin and a few of them to solve. The VIP passage is the VIP passage. It is independent of the departure hall. Which means that all the boarding and security checks are done through a separate channel. Which is very fast and doesn't need to be crowded with people. Next to the Shuangli Airport VIP restaurant. Holding the principle of not wasting, and here the zombies are also much less. Lin Xiaojin rushed into the restaurant, and encountered 2 zombies were easily solved by Lin Xiaojin. Most of the things have been inedible. It seems that there is no value to collect. But Lin Xiaojin knows that there must be a lot of things in the big duty-free shop in the airport. But there must be a lot of zombies as well. So Lin Xiaojin still dismissed the idea. The VIP channel of the lift is not available. Can only choose to take the stairs. Outside the door is the tarmac. Out of the VIP channel was to take the minibus. If you take the minibus, I'm afraid it will take a few minutes. But if you walk, it will take nearly half an hour. The large tarmac also has sporadic zombies. But not as much as the hordes of zombies outside. Brother Xiao, flying that plane? Zhang Wang asked. This is not a matter of flying that plane. This is a matter of that plane being able to fly. Let's go. Go to the VIP tarmac. All the planes parked there are private planes. Xiao Nu said. The private planes were small, but there was no problem in traveling with a few of them. And the maintenance would be a bit better. And driving a large airliner, Xiao Nu, not to say there is no experience. Driving up the fuel consumption is also troublesome. Driving a small aircraft to sit on them a few people just right. Half an hour later. They finally found the VIP tarmac. A total of 3 aircraft. One of which wrote Lin's group. Lin Xiaojin's face didn't look too good when she saw this. The 2 next to her were all personal private business jets. Xiao Nuo directly walked to a CL-604 Challenger, is a twin-engine jet business jet developed by the Canadian Aircraft Company. Xiao Nuo checked the appearance of no problem. Directly opened the cabin on the aircraft. Xiao Nuo also checked the other 2 aircraft are no big problem. But the other 2 of the fuel is not much. And finally chose this aircraft. But Xiao Nuo drew out the fuel of the other 2 planes, and put it into Lin Xiaojin's space. The interior of this private jet could really be described as a luxurious palace. The cabin is made of the best soundproof material from the bulkhead. And even if the plane takes off and lands, there won't be too much noise. After the flight of the plane is smooth, you can move freely. In Lin Xiaojin's left-hand side there is a very luxurious bedroom. Super soft bed. Can sleep on 4.5 people without crowding. Next to the master bedroom was a bathroom. Equivalent to a luxury 5-star hotel. With everything. There is also an office next to the master bedroom, which is supposed to handle the paperwork on the plane. Not only an office, but also a rest and activity room. And a dining room next to it. There are also 2 guest bedrooms at the back, with just beds and cupboards. And of course a small sink bathroom. The rear of the cabin should crew the kitchen and the landline. It's really luxurious enough. Buying one would require hundreds of millions of dollars. Right? Zhang Wish said with a sigh of relief. If it wasn't the end of the world, they wouldn't necessarily be able to come in and see it, let alone spend money on it. Now it's not only free to sit, but also to drive. Xiao Nuo sat in the cockpit. Wang Han and Zhang Wan both followed, seeing the various buttons in the aircraft cabin. Brother Xiao, how is it? Zhang Wan asked apprehensively. Xiao Nuo nodded and said, well, looking at Xiao Nuo's calm and confident look, that should be really no problem. Believe it or not, they got on the plane anyway. Xiao Nuo firstly found the battery button. This is very simple, just like a 1-button start automatic car in general. After Xiao Nuo pressed it, the whole plane was electrified, and the cabin was lit up. Wang Han sat on the co-pilot, and also started to enter the preparation state. His theoretical knowledge was quite rich. Next Xiao Nuo pressed 3 buttons. What exactly Lin Xiaojin did not know. At the moment, the plane was in a state of launch. And then slowly loosened the brakes. And the plane began to slide. Lin Xiaojin and the others began to get excited. They were finally leaving B City. The speed of the plane's launch was getting faster and faster. Xiao Nuo slowly increased the fuel stick. When the plane launched to a certain speed, it started to fly. The rest of the other small steps were directly ignored. After all, they weren't professionals either. I don't think we need to check the fire test and connect the oxygen test. Wang Han thought of something and said, it's fine to fly all the way up. Zhang Wan, who was sitting at the back, said, with a feeling of weightlessness. The plane began to increase its altitude. Lin Xiaojin looked down from the glass of the plane and slowly could see the entirety of the airport. My God, the waiting room is full of zombies. Xianli said. Lin Xiaojin nodded and saw it too. Luckily they had a VIP channel, and she didn't go to the airport's duty-free shop. Otherwise she wouldn't be swallowed up by these zombies going in. The plane slowly rose in altitude. Through the fog of radiation, a burst of bright sunlight shot in. At first, a few people are not too adaptable. By the light cannot open their eyes. Slowly adapt to the original weather outside. Is this good? The sun is bright. White clouds floating. Lin Xiaojin looked down. It is like a fault. The following are gray. Especially the big city of B is covered by thick fog and radiation. Inside the cockpit, Xiao Nuo said. Zhang Wish, try connecting to the network. Okay. I'll get Lin Xiaojin to get the computer. Zhang Wan said. Zhang Wan's laptops were all stored in Lin Xiaojin's space. Xianli was filling the washroom with water so that everyone could take a shower. But in a moment, all of Xianli's supernatural powers were depleted. Zhang Wish went to get Lin Xiaojin's laptop and returned to the cockpit to try and connect to the network. The 3 girls in the plane, Lin Xiaojin, then began to pack up and take a shower and wash their hair. And in a little while, Xianli's alien energy water was all consumed. It's so comfortable. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but sigh as she lay on the large bed. Now that they had all changed into clean clothes, they were lying inside the luxury plane with the blue sky and white clouds outside. If they didn't know it was the end of the world, there was a feeling that they were out on holiday. Xi and Zhu Jingjing finished cleaning up and lay down on the soft bed, and couldn't help but get sleepy. I'm going to sleep first, Xi said with a yawn. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, divided all the crystal beads into space, and didn't miss picking up crystal beads along the way. The transparent crystal beads were all given to the space, which was now as big as 500 square feet. The middle of the land also has 10 square feet. Lin Xiaojin now planted in addition to cucumbers, tomatoes, but also planted apple trees. Looking at the apple tree has grown up. Decisive time will be able to eat the fruit. The water well of the water only a little more. Mainly water system crystal beads are in Xi there. If absorbed Xi Li's backpack of water system crystal beads estimated that the small water well can increase 2 or 3 times. Can be soaked in the bath. Gold system crystal beads have 2 Lin Xiaojin gave the little wolf cubs. The beginning of the little wolf cubs can only absorb a. Later on can absorb 2 at a time. However, the coyote cubs absorb the crystal beads by directly swallowing them. Lin Xiaojin also found a special crystal bead is not red, green, purple, transparent color, not to mention gold, but white crystal bead. At first, Lin Xiaojin thought that he had picked up the wrong crystal beads. But after crushing the white crystal beads issued a wave of energy. Although this energy Lin Xiaojin cannot absorb, but it was still absorbed by the space. And Lin Xiaojin found that he could absorb all the crystal beads in his space. This white crystal bead was the first time Lin Xiaojin had seen it. And he didn't know what effect it had. Lin Xiaojin felt the changes in the space. Any changes that occurred in the space could not escape her spiritual perception. Lin Xiaojin's space was square, and above it was the same height of 500 square feet. Strange. How come there is no change? Could it be that the white crystal beads have no effect whatsoever? Lin Xiaojin thought to herself. Just when Lin Xiaojin thought that there was no effect, Lin Xiaojin felt that the space was vaguely flowing with a piece of gas. Gas? Lin Xiaojin shocked. And then reacted to the white crystal beads were absorbed by the space into the oxygen? Space is oxygen but not much. With the planting of more and more food space, oxygen also more up. But adults want to enter the space, this oxygen stock is still not enough. However, this white crystal beads into the gas. So Lin Xiaojin vaguely feel a weak energy. Coyote pups stay in the space in addition to eating and drinking is to sleep. The amount of activity is too large to consume oxygen. That's why the coyote pups were usually in sleep. Lin Xiaojin consciousness from the space out. Also released the little wolf cubs. Has been staying in the space safety also need to contact the outside world. Although the oxygen in the space was enough for the coyote pups to survive. Uhu the little wolf cub came out from the space and lazily stretched its limbs. The little wolf cub was a little curious when it came to a new environment. So it turned around. Lin Xiaojin didn't care about it. Anyway, it was on the plane now. It couldn't run out. There is a separate kitchenette on the plane. Although it is relatively small, but it has all the cooking utensils inside. Thinking about the space vegetables aubergines, there are a few of them are already cooked. The end of the world. We have not eaten properly. Every day to eat noodles. Canned food and self-heating hot pot have eaten vomit. Especially ham and sausage. There are several bags of rice in the space. Lin Xiaojin originally took some rice. No meat. Can only eat some vegetarian fried aubergine to eat. But then saw Lin Xiaojin looking at the kitchenette spices have not expired. Can still be used. The kitchens on the plane have 2 main categories. Dry kitchens and wet kitchens. Dry kitchens are mainly used to store food and drinks, and a place to store trolleys. Dry kitchen cabinets are placed in a row of all kinds of pasta, and spaghetti, and all kinds of sauces, and even 2 bottles of good red wine. Lin Xiaojin looked at the year has been constantly. After thinking about it, Lin Xiaojin received the red wine into the space. Although now there is no drinking almost, and will not be in the state of letting themselves be in a drunken state, but still want to stay. Hope the end of the world has the end of the day. Lin Xiaojin saw this and decided that it was easier to go down there. And in her head, she knew the following recipes. She suddenly thought of once at her brother's house ate pasta tastes good. Also thought to try. Her space also happens to have tomatoes. But the other side dishes, onions, carrots and broccoli is not. Lin Xiaojin took out 3 tomatoes from her space. And each one was very full. Lin Xiaojin slowly diced the tomatoes. Opened the plane's induction cooker. And put a piece of butter in the pan. Butter and sauce kitchen cabinets have. Butter melted. No other side dishes. Lin Xiaojin directly put tomatoes diced. Until cooked. Lin Xiaojin and continue to cook the pasta. Put some salt within the water when cooking to prevent the pasta from softening. And finally the pasta fish out. Pouring sauce on top. But look a little monotonous. The kitchen cabinet, and a few pieces of canned goods. There is a can of Hawthorne canned goods. Lin Xiaojin looked at the shelf life date. Should not have expired. Now every day through the date probably forgotten. Lin Xiaojin opened the can and looked inside to see that it hadn't spoiled. And scooped a mouthful to taste it. And it hadn't gone bad. Lin Xiaojin cooked a total of 6 plates. Each plate put a few Hawthorne cans. Lin Xiaojin returned to the bedroom, and saw Zhu Jingjing and Xian Li sleeping soundly. Put 2 plates of pasta on the table. Took 2 more plates, and went to the cockpit. Banging. Lin Xiaojin knocked on the door, and went in. From the cockpit, she could see the whole outside. I just cooked spaghetti. You guys have some. Lin Xiaojin said. From the airport. They hadn't eaten anything all the way there. Great. I'm starving. Zhang Wang looked at the spaghetti, and said excitedly. Good. Xiao Nua answered. Now that the plane was on a smooth course, it could choose autopilot. But it still had to be watched when it landed. Lin Xiaojin just contacted your brother. He's stuck in H City. Zhang Wish said as he ate. It was also possible that he was too hungry, and found Lin Xiaojin's pasta very delicious. Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up when she heard the news about her brother. Great. Finally going to meet her brother? Is my brother safe? Trapped in H City there? Lin Xiaojin asked. Still in the tunnel. Has been trapped for a few days. Xiao Nu on the side frowned and said. Lin Xiaojin heard here looks like his brother is not in good condition, cannot help but be a little worried. Fly a plane over there. If it goes well for a few hours will arrive. Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin heard Xiao Nu's words. Mental only gradually smoothed down. Nodded. You guys eat first. Lin Xiaojin came out of the cockpit. Heading out of the plane window. Her psyche was vaguely excited. She was finally about to meet her brother. I hope everything goes well. An hour later. Xian Li and Zhu Jingjing both woke up. Seeing Lin Xiaojin's cooked noodles. They were very thankful. It feels so good to have food after a nap. Xian Li said with a smile. Thank you. Xiaojin. Zhu Jingjing said. Inside the cockpit. Xiao Nu ate the spaghetti cooked by Lin Xiaojin. The corners of his mouth slightly rising. Brother Xiao. This Lin Xiaojin will meet her brother soon. You will have no status by then. Zhang Wang couldn't help but crack down. Yeah. Lin Xiaoyan is a sister controller. Wang Han said. The two of them. Zhang Zhu and Wang Han. Also had contact with Lin Xiaoran. After all, they were both good friends with Xiao. So naturally, they had both met each other. Wang Han said this. Immediately let Xiao Nuo feel a little head. Lin Xiaoran looks gentle and courteous. Humble in everything. But that's all on the surface. However, Lin Xiaoran really cared about Lin Xiaojin. Brother Xiao. Does Lin Xiaoran know that Lin Xiaojin's stomach is pregnant with a baby? Zhang Wang on the side couldn't help but ask. Xiao Nua didn't say anything. But Zhang Wang and Wang Han had already guessed that Lin Xiaoran probably didn't know. It's over. It's over. It won't be brothers turning into enemies. Zhang Wang couldn't help but say. Xiao Nua's eyes sank. It seemed that he still had to find a way to get past Lin Xiaoran first before he could. Although the plane could be autopilot, they didn't dare to leave the cockpit. After all, it was the first time they drove up into the sky, and they were afraid of encountering special circumstances. The temperature in H City is around 26 degrees, and there are signs of it going up. Zhang Wang said as he looked at the laptop. I said, why does it feel like it's getting hotter and hotter? Wang Han said. The three of them had taken off their jackets long ago after they got on the plane. This exploding hot air current is being carried by the wind to H City. It's going to get hotter and hotter. Zhang Wan pointed to the weather. Which should probably be the case. Look at H City. Most of the zombies are gathered in the center. This is the tunnel where Lin Xiaoran and the others are trapped. Zhang Wan finally pulled up the surveillance. But the location of the surveillance wasn't very good. So he could only see this one image. The tunnel Lin Xiaoran and his group were trapped and collapsed above them. They were caught in the center of the area and had been trapped for 2 or 3 days. I'm using the satellite to locate the next. Zhang Wan finished. Holding a plate in one hand and operating on his laptop with the other. Alright. The entire length of the tunnel is 2 kilometers. There should have been an earthquake. The 2 sides of the tunnel disconnected, and the middle sunk in. Zhang Wan said. However, The satellite positioning was able to see the geographic line location. But if they wanted to take a closer look, they would need to connect to the surveillance. But this is already much better. They are flying a plane. Otherwise, from B City through Jianhua City into H City, that 10 days and half a month are possible. This road is the nearest estimate is Lin Xia ran in order to get to B City as soon as possible to risk choosing this road. The result of the earthquake tunnel still collapsed. There are still a few hours to see his brother Lin Xia ran. Lin Xia Jin's mood is still very excited to see his brother so that she can have a sense of security. However, Lin Xia Jin also some fear and worry. Look at their own stomach. If my brother know that he is reckless with people, XX, and that person is still his good brother. Lin Xia ran this kind of seemingly good-tempered person launched his temper that was only terrifying. Quite terrifying. Lin Xia Jin told Xian Li Zhu Jing that she was going to H City to meet her brother Lin Xia Ran. Your brother? Lin Xia Ran? Xian Li suddenly shocked. Although she knew that following Lin Xia Jin might meet Lin Xia Ran. But she didn't expect to see him in a few hours. Xian Li was shocked as hell, but at the same time especially excited. Lin Xia Jin saw Xian Li's expression also did not poke him. She heard at that time about Xian Li's crush on her brother. At first, it was a bit unbelievable. But now it just goes with the territory. Her brother cannot be a good strategy. There are many girls who like him, but they are all gently rejected by him. Occasionally Lin Xiaojin is also used as a shield. Xian Li ate dinner with Zhu Jingjing and started absorbing crystal beads to increase energy. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, was nestled in the sofa looking out the window at the scenery. Blue sky and white clouds. Cockpit. Brother Xiao. There's still half an hour to go before we're about to arrive in H City, Zhang Wish said. Good. I will slowly lower the altitude, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. There was no problem if the plane could fly. But landing was the most dangerous thing. If one landing was not good, there was a possibility that the plane would be destroyed and people would die. This time Xiao Nuo was more solemn. As the plane slowly landed, the whole of H City was reflected in front of the eyes. It seemed to have just experienced an earthquake. Houses collapsed. Roads cracked. A prosperous city almost turned into a ruin. This earthquake level is estimated to have a magnitude of 7.8 or more. But the outskirts of H City there is an ancient tower. There are 7 floors. Actually did not have the slightest collapse still standing in H City. There is no good stopping position around here, Zhang Wish said. This way, Xiao Nuo said. If you want to stop you have to choose the bridge next to it. It's fairly flat with only a few cars on it. But the bridge breaks in the middle. The difficulty factor is too big. 5 stars. Zhang Wish used the satellite positioning system and said, this distance is a bit difficult. The plane landed at a speed of 250 kilometers per hour. And at such a fast speed, there had to be a long glide. It would be a bit difficult for the plane to stop on the bridge. If it exceeds the glide distance, it might slip into the river. But this is a private plane they are flying, not like a civilian airliner is too big. To the extent that there is a chance. It's a bit of an adventure. Following Xiao Nuo experienced too many adventurous things. This one thing did not hesitate. The plane adjusted its descending speed from time to time. Xia Jin. We are arriving in H City. Actually, there was such a serious earthquake, Xian Li said. H City is an ancient city. All kinds of tourist civilization monuments. Beautiful scenery. Xian Li once traveled here. I didn't think that this place had actually become like this. But monuments are monuments standing for thousands of years. Yes, that ancient tower is especially obvious amongst this ruined house, Lin Xiaojin said. If you have the chance, go and worship it somewhere. That tower is a Buddhist pagoda, Xian Li said. When she came here to travel, she originally wanted to go to which pagoda to take a look. But there were too many people. And it was said that making a wish there was particularly spiritual. It's better to believe it than not, Lin Xiaojin said. When people are hopeless, they seek the gods and Buddha to send hope. The plane's radio came out with Zhang Wish's voice, saying, preparing to land? The plane rapidly descended, and a feeling of weightlessness hit. Is this going to land there? It's the river, Xian Li said as she looked out the glass. Trust Xiao Nuo. Lin Xiaojin was actually mentally nervous too. But she believed that what Xiao Nuo couldn't do he wouldn't try easily. The plane shook intensely, and the heart of Zhang Wang, who was sitting at the back of the cockpit, was in his throat. Wang Han was mentally nervous as well. but knew that what was more needed at this moment was full cooperation. Any little mistake would cause the plane to crash. Compared to the two of them, Xiao Nua was much more calm, but there was more seriousness in his eyes. Speed down to 30 kilometers per hour. 20 kilometers. 10 kilometers. Wang Han said. Drop the landing gear. Xiao Nua calmly said. Good. Wang Han immediately pressed a button. Prepare to land. Xiao Nua said calmly. Whether or not they could land safely depended on the next 10 minutes. Lin Xiaojin and the others gripped the handrail. With the strong shaking of the plane, and the feeling of pushing back, finally stopped a few tens of meters away from the fractured surface. The plane stopped the cockpit. 3 people could not calm down for a long time. And finally Zhang wished to exhale a deep breath and said, Brother Xiao, you're too good. Just now is simply too exciting. Cannot be exciting? It was almost a plane crash. But now that it landed safely, everyone is safe. After the plane stopped, they did not immediately get off the plane. Xiao Nua and Zhang Wish, Wang Han all changed into clean clothes. Looking out from the glass of the plane, the situation of H City is not optimistic. Everywhere is because of the earthquake collapsed houses. There are also a lot of wandering zombies. It seems that every city is a disaster. Zhu Jingjing sighed. This wasn't a city's apocalypse, but the world's apocalypse. And it wasn't known if they could find a piece of paradise. It would be good to survive right now. A few people packed up. A few of them carried their backpacks and checked their weapons again. This knife of mine is rolled. Xian Li frowned. It might have been corroded from hacking the mutant plum deer earlier. Let's use this watermelon knife first. Lin Xiaojin took out one from her space. The weapons in her space were also gone, leaving her with the baton. Looks like we need to find some weapons in H City, Lin Xiaojin said. That should be quite a lot. There are quite a lot of ancient swords and knives for sale in H City. Xian Li thought of the many such shops she had seen when she came to visit before. But which ones don't have open blades? Right? Zhu Jingjing said. The ones that usually sold ancient swords were ornamental items. I remember there was one that had an open blade, but they were all non-sale items. The knives just look very sharp, Xian Li said. There should also be just a few such open-bladed non-sale items, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin remembered that Xiao Nuo had an ancient dark golden dagger that looked like it was worth a lot of money. Opening the plane, several people brought their equipment and got off the plane. The weather in H City was different from V City. The sky was clear, with white clouds. If you just looked at the sky, it must be a good weather. Not like the end of the world at all. But the hissing of the zombies instantly brought them back to reality. H City's weather is now estimated to be 28.29 degrees. This temperature is already a bit hot. This temperature is much more comfortable than in V City, when the weather is cold. Fighting hands are cold. However, the hotter the weather is, Xian Li condensing ice arrows is a bit troublesome. Xian Li feels that as she is in the north, condensing ice arrows will be much faster. When Lin Xiaojin and the others got off the plane, there were a few scattered junk cars on the bridge. And inside there were dry-fried corpses. And zombies that weren't dead. There were a few zombies hissing and rushing over. Zhang Zhu. Wang Han solved it with a single slash. Behind them, Xian Li. Zhu Jingjing then pulled out the crystal beads. Zhu Jingjing from the beginning of the resistance. Nausea. Fear. Now has been very calm. Although the psyche will still feel nausea. Xian Li seems to have long been immune. From time to time will also comment on this zombie looks. And sometimes will also lament their own. Once see only cockroaches are afraid of not. Now Xian Li pull out a zombie head is like pulling out cabbage hearts. In the end of the world will no longer exist in the 4 words of weak women. Regardless of men and women, only the word of the strong. Lin Xiaoran and the others should be under a tunnel. Xiao Nua pointed at the tunnel not far away and said. Lin Xiaojin had better eyesight and naturally saw the tunnel not far away. It was the light rail above that collapsed onto the tunnel below. Fortunately, there was a gap left in the middle. Or else, he would have been smashed to death. The tunnel was pitch black. Only the faint bright light of the glow sticks. Elder brother, what smashed down from above is the light rail. It really can't be moved and moved. Ding Yunxian said. Our food has been cut off today. Zhou Yingying said with a sigh. Right now, their lips were dry and cracked. And they hadn't had any water for 2 days. Ding Yunxian was a special lineage ability, earth ability, and could instantly condense earth. Zhou Yingying, on the other hand, was an auxiliary faculty ability. but it could enhance the speed and strength of others for a short period of time. These two people are Lin Xiaoran's good friends, Taekwondo masters and brothers, but also together with Lin Xiaoran from the S City out to find Lin Xiaojin. This time, in order to be in a hurry, they went straight to the tunnel not expecting to be trapped here. Xiao knew they are coming. Don't worry, Lin Xiaoran said calmly. At this moment his lips were also dry and cracked. The signal is intermittent now, and I don't know how long it will take for them to come, Zhou Yingying said. Although Zhou Yingying was a girl and her name was more feminine, but Zhou Yingying was a real female man, and usually dressed in men's clothes. Lin Xiaoran did not say anything, but vaguely he felt that Lin Xiaojin came. Maybe this is the psychological sense that blood is thicker than water. There will always be a trace of connection. They had thought of various ways when they were trapped here, but there was a group of zombies blocking the back, and there were stones. And if they were clear of the stones in the back, the zombies outside would be. In front of them is the head of the light rail above directly inserted. To get out we'll need to solve this light rail. They were able to get stuck in this gap, but also thanks to Ding Yunxian, who was an earth-type ability, and instantly coalesced a mound of earth above to block the debris when it collapsed. What we have to sit on now is to maintain our stamina and reduce oxygen consumption, Lin Xiaoran said in a deep voice. Zhou Yingying nodded, and the three of them sat on the ground, trying to maintain their stamina as much as possible. Although Lin Xiaoran was sitting on the ground, he was also thinking of ways to get out. Outside, Lin Xiaojin had killed quite a few zombies along the way, and there were quite a few zombies pressed under the collapsed houses. Most of these zombies are not dead, and you can still hear hissing sounds from the zombies when you step on them. Sometimes from the rubble also stretched out the zombie arm. Some have half of the zombie head can survive. Lin Xiaojin directly a knife to the zombie a pain. The location they said should be here. Zhang Wish locates it. The light railway fell down above. Xianli pointed to a long light rail that plunged straight down from above and fell into the tunnel. Moving zombies seemed to be faintly visible in the light rail. Lin Xiaojin they walked to the tunnel that had collapsed fat. There were still quite a few walkers gathered outside. So many zombies are estimated to be several hundred zombies. At a time Xiao knew a hands to condense a lightning. First block the first zombies rushed over. Have fallen a piece. The zombies behind them were also tripped. Lin Xiaojin lifted up a few cars next to him and smashed them into the zombie group. And Zhang Wang immediately threw out a few large fireballs. Bang bang. The fireballs smashed into the cars and burned into the car's fuel tank, instantly starting a blazing fire. Zzz. Lin Xiaojin threw the two remaining cars next to him again. Roar. This move they cooperated very well, able to kill a large number of zombies in one breath. Of course there will be small loopholes. Occasionally individual zombies will rush over. The occasional individual zombie will rush over, and the few sporadic zombies that rush over are all resolved by Wang Han slash. Trapped inside the tunnel, Lin Xiaoran 3 people. Senior brother? Yingying. Do you guys smell a burning odor? Ding Yunxian frowned. Zhou Yingying struggled to open her eyes and sniffed, murmuring, It seems like there's a roasted chicken. Although Zhou Yingying said that she was a woman. But in the end, after all, she was a girl. Trapped underneath this all kinds of not putting a face to it. She had always been forced to endure it. Zhou Yingying? Ding Yunxian looked at Zhou Yingying's pale face. Her eyes were also a little puffy. Senior brother? Is Zhou Yingying lacking oxygen? Having hallucinations? Ding Yunxian said uncertainly. Lin Xiaoran looked at Zhou Yingying and just wanted to take a look. When Zhou Yingying's body collapsed on the ground, Ding Yunxian immediately wrapped his arms around Zhou Yingying and said, Yingying. Although Ding Yunxuan's thirst was quite unbearable at the moment. His throat felt like it was on fire outwards after a long period of not being saturated with water. It's a lack of oxygen. Lin Xiaoran frowned. If short-term oxygen deprivation, it could still be saved. Long-term oxygen deprivation, even if it could be saved, there was still very serious brain damage to the brain. Senior brother? It seems like we are really going to die here. Ding Yunxian instantly felt a little sad. Although he didn't want to die, he wanted to live. No. The smell of burning outside with petrol. It's possible that Xiao Nua and the others are here, Lin Xiaoran said. Lin Xiaoran took her mobile phone out of her backpack. The signal was still sporadic. Lin Xiaoran's alien ability was also a specialty alien ability. Embodiment. His psychic ability belonged to a kind of numinous power, and his main ability was to use his numinous ability to materialize. to materialize imaginary things, similar to creating objects out of thin air. But the essence of the fabricated items were all his energy. And there was a time limit. Before they had time to talk more, they immediately felt a shaking. "Someone is coming," Lin Xiaoran said. Lin Xiaoran's words made Ding Yunxian, who had just lost all hope, rekindle hope. Not a moment later the mobile phone rang again here. Lin Xiaoran's hand at the moment is a little slightly trembling. Even if he has experienced more, the mind and the mature, but in the hopelessness of the dead, the surface and calm psychology will also have a tremor. No one wants to die. No one wants to live. Lin Xiaoran is no exception. He has not seen Lin Xiaojin. He is not willing. Lin Xiaoran looked at his mobile phone and ignited hope. "Lin Xiaoran, find cover. We'll move this light rail out of the way." Xiao Nu's voice came from the other side of the phone. "Good. Time is running out on the phone, and there are no unnecessary greetings." Xiao Nu knows that being pressed underground in the tunnel, the longer the time, the more dangerous it is. Outside, Lin Xiaojin saw Xiao Nu giving her a sign. Knowing that her brother was still safe, Lin Xiaojin nodded. Lin Xiaojin stood on top of the tunnel ruins, ready to move this light rail away. Xiao Nu, Wang Han, Zhang Wan, and the three of them were also cleaning up the zombies below. Although they had just cleared a lot, there were still zombies running over from all directions from time to time. Lin Xiaojin cheers. Xi and Li cheered Lin Xiaojin on. The few of them were all far away, just in case the collapse hit them, when Lin Xiaojin moved away from the light rail. "Senior brother? Did I just hear it right? They're moving the light rail away?" "That's a light rail," Ding Yunxian said incredulously. The weight of the light rail was something that needed to be calculated. "Maybe a crane was driven," Ding Yunxian said. "It's possible." Lin Xiaoran frowned. It was too difficult to get a crane in a place with so many zombies in H City. Besides, even a crane wouldn't necessarily be able to lift the light rail off. This side just finished. The light rail head inserted down next to it made a buzzing sound. And with the light rail that was pulled out, the stones kept rolling downwards. Ding Yunxian immediately condensed his Earth system supernatural energy to resist. But his energy had long been empty after such a long time of consumption. Lin Xiaoran's special ability to materialize. The larger the materialized thing, the shorter the time will be. His current energy, he can at most materialize a length of 1 meter. Luckily, just a few stones rolled down. The tunnel bridge above hadn't completely collapsed yet. Lin Xiaojin took a deep breath and held up the light rail. Her face was face to face with the zombies inside the light rail. Fortunately, there was a layer of tempered glass. Otherwise, she would have to die of nausea. Roar. The zombie inside the glass, leaving a disgusting fishy green liquid. Eyeballs also fell out one. Lin Xiaojin moved the view. This zombie is even more disgusting, because the zombies are squeezed underneath. This zombie's eyes are completely squeezed out. Although Lin Xiaojin has long been immune to some, but a long time to see is still a little uncomfortable. People say that fetal education should listen to soothing music, listen to beautiful stories, and look at more green plants. But Lin Xiaojin is now 5 years pregnant. But Lin Xiaojin is now more than 5 months pregnant. See the disgusting zombies. Listen to the hissing sound. Smell the radiation. There was no telling if her baby would be born safely. Lin Xiaojin's current strength, although moving the light rail is still slightly difficult. But the light rail is still no problem to move away. Lin Xiaojin made a strong effort to fling the light rail to the side. The sound of a loud bang. The surrounding debris picked up and fell to the ground. The other side of the tunnel where light rail collapsed. Below are all zombies are also all crushed. The light rail was moved away, revealing a huge pit. Lin Xiaojin jumped down. "Brother!" Lin Xiaojin shouted, his voice carrying suppressed excitement. "Xiaojin!" Lin Xiaoran heard Lin Xiaojin's voice at the first moment. His voice was a little hoarse. The dryness of his throat hurt. As the sunlight shone down, the originally dark hole became bright. Inside, the familiar silhouette also became clearer and clearer. The face's carved features. Angular face, handsome exceptionally. Only the face is a little pale. Dry cracked lips, also do not know how long did not drink a mouthful of water. If you look closely, Lin Xiaojin is 5.6 points similar to Lin Xiaoran. "Brother!" Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but shout out. Her eyes were red with big drops of tears flowing down. She lost her body the next day. She didn't cry. She didn't cry when she faced the zombies in the post-apocalyptic world. She didn't cry when she knew she was pregnant. She didn't cry on this journey. She was very strong. But in this moment, facing her only family now. She couldn't help but shed tears. Lin Xiaojin flung herself in her brother's arms. Exactly the same as when she was a child. Reassuring. Lin Xiaoran raised his hand, as usual, and gently rubbed Lin Xiaojin's hair. Long hair has become short hair. But it is still very smooth. Looking at Lin Xiaojin's appearance must have been very good during this period of time. Lin Xiaoran clenched the heart to let go. Lin Xiaojin eased her emotions and said, "Brother, let's hurry out." Lin Xiaoran nodded. And behind him, Ding Yunxian walked out with Zhou Yingying on his frame. Ding Yunxian, this person, Lin Xiaojin know is his brother's junior. Are learning Taekwondo once and also won a silver medal in the international competition. The 4th place in the Olympic tournament. 1 short of the gold medal. And that year is also Lin Xiaoran won the gold medal in the Year of Honor. Can this honor is less than a year the end of the world came. Lin Xiaoran won the gold medal after a variety of endorsements constantly. And because of the handsome looks almost hanging on the top 3 of the heat list. Also this year Lin Xiaojin has a strong popularity in the school. The 3 people climbed out of the tunnel pit. Zhou Yingying was still in a drowsy state. After not seeing daylight for a long time, her eyes were a little shaky at the sudden sight of light. But she quickly adapted to. The warm sunlight chased away the cold air from Lin Xiaoran's body. "Let's go!" Lin Xiaojin said. Next to them were still thick flames. And scorching cars that would not burn out for a while. Xiao Nua. They saw the person saved slowly all gathered around. Xiao Nua looked at Lin Xiaoran's face. These days I am afraid that there is no less suffering. Ding Yunxian looked around. And there is no crane The one next to the light rail smashed directly to the other side. Could it be that there was some strength-based psychic ability? He looked around again. And several people did not have strength psychic abilities. Strength-based psychic abilities were the best to recognize. The stronger the muscles, the stronger the strength. Ding Yunxian suppressed the doubts in his heart, knowing that now was not the time to resolve his curiosity. "Well?" Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. "It's still holding up," Lin Xiaoran said. He didn't want to admit defeat in front of Xiao Nua to be ridiculed in. "Brother, let's go. Our plane is over there." Lin Xiaojin pointed at the plane not far away. "Now is also not the time to talk. There are still zombies that keep popping up around. Wait until it's safe to say whatever you want." Xian Li's line of sight cannot help but stay in Lin Xiaoran's body. Although the end of the world some tired and vicissitudes, but still cannot hide the body's bright temperament. Outside the zombies will only get more and more. This place cannot stay more. They retreated all the way back to the bridge. But behind them, there are still non-stop zombies rushing over. Lin Xiaojin looked at the car next to the knock. So the old trick. The road to the bridge all the way with scrap cars piled up. Ding Yunxian saw that Lin Xiaojin's weak appearance was actually so strong that she threw cars like cabbage. It should be a strength-based psychic ability. But isn't the strength-based psychic ability all about muscle augmentation? How come there is nothing on Lin Xiaojin's body? Ding Yunxian was a little curious. Lin Xiaoran's eyes flashed a trace of surprise, but also did not ask so much. The stronger the sister, this brother is naturally the more happy. Zhang Wish a few fireballs instantly ignited the car, temporarily sealing the path for the zombies to come up. "Go," Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. The zombies on the bridge were cleared when they came down. At this moment everyone ran towards the plane. "Quickly get on the plane," Lin Xiaojin said quickly. The boarding racks hadn't been removed yet, so they hurriedly climbed the plane again. "Why is there blood?" Xian Li said in shock. Lin Xiaojin followed the line of sight and looked down. The floor of the plane was dragging a long bloody mark. Not only Xian Li, Wang Han, Zhang Wan, Xiao Nua. They all saw it, their expressions instantly staring. "Something came in," Xiao Nua said. Lin Xiaoran also had a grave look on his face. At the very back Ding Yunxian was holding Zhou Yingying who had not yet come up, not knowing what had happened. "Shit! The little wolf cub is on the plane," Lin Xiaojin said nervously. When they came down, Lin Xiaojin forgot to put the little wolf cub in the space. Xiao Nua, Wang Han, and Zhang Wang. The 3 of them instantly started searching the plane. Xian Li, Xu Jingjing and the others were waiting at the boarding gate, not yet planning to go in immediately. "Senior brother? What happened?" Ding Yunxian asked as he stood outside frowning. He was now thirsty and hungry, and just wanted to go in and rest. "Wait," Lin Xiaoran said. Ding Yunxian listened to Lin Xiaoran's words, so he didn't ask anything more. Anyway, he had come out, so he would just wait a little longer. Lin Xiaojin was uneasy about the little wolf cub, looking at this bright red blood on the ground. I'm afraid it's the little wolf cub's blood. If it's a zombie, it's definitely not like this. Here. Not long after Wang Han said, Lin Xiaojin looked at Lin Xiaoran and said, Brother, I'll go take a look. Good. Lin Xiaoran answered. Lin Xiaojin then followed Wang Han's voice and walked over. Lin Xiaoran followed behind. Excitedly saw Lin Xiaoran go. She also followed. Zhu Jingjing stayed where she was. And after thinking about it, she also followed. In the end, Ding Yunxian was left holding Zhou Yingying waiting at the door of the plane. Blood dripped all the way down to the kitchen. And all sorts of hairs fell off the ground. White goose feathers. Geese? Lin Xiaojin was flabbergasted. How could she not think that a goose would actually come out of the plane? The little wolf cub still had blood on its fur, crawling on the ground and not moving. Little wolf, Lin Xiaojin said nervously. The little wolf cub lying on the ground heard Lin Xiaojin's voice. His eyes moved and opened, and his struggling body wanted to get up. Lin Xiaojin immediately ran over and held the little wolf cub in her arms. The little wolf cub is also 2 or 3 months little puppy big. That goose is 2 or 3 times the size. Actually gave the goose bite. Xiaojin, don't be too upset. Let me take a look. Zhu Jingjing drilled out from the back. Lin Xiaojin nodded. She had just wanted to immediately throw the little wolf cub into the space. The small well water in the space had a healing effect. But it was still much worse than Zhu Jingjing's healing effect. Good. Lin Xiaojin also did not refuse. Zhu Jingjing's palm slowly condensed to soft light and drilled into the little wolf cub's body. Little wolf just suffered some light injuries. Probably too tired from physical overdraft. Zhu Jingjing's energy went in and knew the little wolf cub's condition. Treating some light injuries, for now Zhu Jingjing could not consume much energy. Lin Xiaoran looked at the energy in Zhu Jingjing's hand and didn't think that this girl with glasses would actually be in the healing department. Thanks, Lin Xiaojin said. No need to thank. There's no need to be so polite between us, Zhu Jingjing said with a smile. Lin Xiaojin put the little wolf cub into her space. And the little wolf cub began to sleep in the space. Physical energy consumption is too big. Looking at such a big goose on the ground, Zhang Wang picked it up and said, There is no mutation. Can't we have an extra meal today? Big goose meat. Not only is the meat of geese very tasty, but it also has a high nutritional and medicinal value. Lin Xiaojin remembered an old Chinese proverb. It is better to eat 4 or 2 birds than 1 catty of beasts. Lin Xiaoran looked at the little wolf cub that disappeared out of thin air and was a bit surprised. Lin Xiaojin saw that he never intended to hide anything from his brother. Brother, I awaken space and also power supernatural ability, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaoran did not say anything. But Lin Xiaojin the stronger in the end of the world to survive in order to live a better life. He naturally hoped that his sister is getting stronger, even if he will give his life to protect his sister. But being strong in oneself is truly strong. This goose as the plane took off soon landed on the plane. All the way to follow here. They put down the landing gear there. The aircraft door cabin is not closed. So this goose broke in, just to be left in the cabin of the small wolf cubs found. So began a wolf and a goose tier. And finally to the small wolf cub victory and end. Of course, the small wolf cub after all is a small milk wolf. Or injured. As soon as the little wolf cubs arrived in the space, they nestled into their own nest lying down to sleep. False alarm. But also got a big goose meat. Today is a blessing of the mouth. Ding Yunxian said Zhou Yingying up in the guest room. The master bedroom was Lin Xiaojin, and their 3 girls were sleeping. There are 2 guest rooms. One let Zhou Yingying rest. After all, Lin Xiaojin, they Zhou Yingying is not familiar with. Xiao Nuo started the plane did not immediately fly. But the stairs were retracted and the cabin door closed. Lin, that washroom can take a bath. Excitedly for a moment did not know what to call Lin Xiaojin's brother. Some awkward and nervous said, Is there water to drink? Haven't had any water for 2 days. Ding Yunxian voice hoarse said. There is. We are not short of water, Lin Xiaojin said. Excitedly was a water-type psychic. They were not short of water. Besides, there were many bottles of water in the aircraft's kitchen cabinets. Brother, you guys rest and eat something first, Lin Xiaojin said, not knowing how many days they were trapped in the tunnel. They must be tired and hungry now. Lin Xiaojin took out some canned food, water, and bread from space. Ding Yunxian was gurgling with hunger at the moment and was a little embarrassed. Lin Xiaojin was hungry and thirsty, but still very elegant. Ding Yunxian wolfed down his food. He was really too hungry these days. Ding Yunxian and Lin Xiaoran both finished eating. Lin Xiaoran went to the washroom to clean. There wasn't much water in the washroom. And Xian Li alone couldn't provide water for so many people. So everyone had leftover water to use. Lin Xiaoran also simply cleaned it and came out. After nearly more than half an hour, more than a minute. Zhou Yingying also woke up. Fortunately, just a lack of oxygen transient coma. In time to be saved by Lin Xiaojin. This will only slow down. Where is this? Ah. Zhou Yingying woke up and saw that she had been rescued out. This is an airplane. We've been saved. Ding Yunxian said with a palpitating heart. You first don't move. A long time without food and water. Drink water first, small sips first. Ding Yunxian said. I know. Senior brother. Zhou Yingying said. Zhou Yingying got up and drank water first and moistened her throat. It was so comfortable. These canned goods are military? Zhou Yingying said in surprise. Ding Yunxian nodded. Military canned goods had a longer shelf life than other canned goods. And the taste was much better than other flavors. Ding Yunxian and Zhou Yingying also dipped into Lin Xiaoran's light. Otherwise Lin Xiaojin wouldn't have given them this kind of food. At most giving them some dry food would be fine. Xiao Nua has long been driving the plane to the outskirts of H City. There are only a few farms and orchards in the vicinity. And there are fewer people and fewer zombies. Xiao Nua temporarily parked the plane on the outskirts of H City. At this moment, it is already more than 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiao Nua. Wang Han Zhang wish 3 people have all not rested. Lin Xiaojin with Xian Li. Zhu Jingjing 3 girls on the plane also slept a little. Lin Xiaoran after cleaning walked to the aircraft living room. Brother. Lin Xiaojin saw Lin Xiaoran come out with a happy face. Xiaojin. Lin Xiaoran smiled softly when he saw Lin Xiaoran. Haven't seen you for a long time. There's nothing you want to say to brother? Lin Xiaoran said. Seeing this, Xian Li and Zhu Jingjing. Both of them said very sensibly. Xiaojin. We'll go and clean up first. Good. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Before leaving Xian Li also secretly glanced at Lin Xiaoran. Although it has been a long time since we have seen each other, and is experiencing the ravages of the end of the world, Lin Xiaoran did not imagine the decadence. Especially now after cleaning, and restored the sunshine handsome. And it seems that after the precipitation of the end of the world and more a trace of the vicissitudes of maturity. In short, Xian Li looked at Lin Xiaoran's eyes are not hidden. Before the end of the Xian Li has the intention to go after Lin Xiaoran. Can be at that time with Lin Xiaojin's relationship is not good. What Xian Li didn't know was that the few times she tried to ease her relationship with Lin Xiaojin back then was ruined by Confronting. However, Lin Xiaoran's eyes were always on his sister. Lin Xiaojin knew what Xian Li was thinking, but also looked the other way. After all, it was her own brother's business. She never made decisions for her brother, especially in relationship matters. So in the space, Lin Xiaojin and Lin Xiaoran's siblings were left. Lin Xiaojin told Lin Xiaoran all the things that had happened during this period of time. Having a loved one gave her a sense of security and backing. Lin Xiaojin now felt like she was full of strength. And? Lin Xiaoran asked. He felt that Lin Xiaojin still had key ones that he hadn't told him. And there's that I'm pregnant, Lin Xiaojin said. And then immediately put her head down. And even more so, she didn't dare to raise her head to look at Lin Xiaoran. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran's eyes were deep. The bottom of his eyes was like the sea before the storm. It seemed that a silent storm was slowly brewing. Lin Xiaojin even dared not say anything. The quieter Lin Xiaoran was, the angrier he became. Time passed minute by minute. The whole past 5 minutes. Lin Xiaojin felt like a century had passed. In the end, Lin Xiaojin finally couldn't help herself and said, It's Xiao Nua's. The two of us are together. Lin Xiaojin really didn't dare to face Lin Xiaoran's anger. Lin Xiaojin knew her brother too well. This kind of calm before the storm was the most terrifying. Anyway, the child she was carrying was really Xiao Nua's. It wasn't too much for her to divert the battle. Right? Lin Xiaoran frowned slightly when he heard Lin Xiaojin's words, seemingly not quite believing what Lin Xiaojin said. Really? Lin Xiaoran seemed to have a gentle tone, but her brows were furrowed, as if she was suppressing her anger. Lin Xiaojin immediately nodded and said, Really? You can ask him if you don't believe me. He's your good friend. Lin Xiaojin subconsciously swallowed. A little bit weak? Lin Xia ran, for Lin Xiaojin not only has the love of his brother, but also the harshness of his father. Lin Xiaoran frowned. But at this moment, listening to Lin Xiaojin's words, believed 7 or 8 points. How many months? Lin Xiaoran asked. Lin Xiaojin gritted her teeth and said stiffly, maybe 3, 4 or 5 months. Once did not have a maternity check, do not know the specific date. Lin Xiaoran's face changed slightly. Her eyes flashed with an unstoppable anger, as if she was an enraged lion. Said, simply nonsense. There were a total of only 2 guest rooms on the plane. Lin Xiaojin and the 3 of them girls slept in the master bedroom. Lin Xiaoran slept in the guest bedroom with Ding Yunxian. Zhou Yingying was also a girl, so she had to sleep in the other guest bedroom by herself. Wang Ha and Zhang wished 2 people to sleep in the guest seat. This guest seat can be oblique trip. 2 lying in this is not difficult. Xiao Nuo is sleeping in the cockpit. The aircraft have blankets. And this weather cover is still a little hot. This night is too tired. Dinner, everyone simply eats some ready to sleep. The geese were also dealt with by Wang Han and Zhang Wang. The feathers were stripped bare. The internal organs were also pulled out and temporarily thrown into the kitchen. At 9 p.m. everyone rested. Lin Xiaojin has not slept yet. She just showed all the things to Lin Xiaoran. Then Lin Xiaoran went to the cockpit to find Xiao Nuo with a black face. Lin Xiaojin. You told your brother everything? Xianli asked. Lin Xiaojin nodded. She couldn't hide this matter of her pregnancy from her brother, so she might as well hurry up and explain. Courageous. Xianli nodded. Then your brother and Xiao Nuo, 2 people will not fight, right? Zhu Jingjing asked worriedly. Suddenly Xianli, who was on the side, turned pale and said, then your brother won't know that the day you lost your virginity in the first place was to my birthday, right? Lin Xiaojin shook her head and said, no. I told my brother that Xiao Nuo and I truly love each other. Zhu Jingjing's eyes widened in surprise. Xianli even couldn't help but laugh as she said, although we think Xiao Nuo is interested in you, but he's too high and cold like that. Will your brother believe it? And isn't Xiao Nuo your brother's good friend? Would your brother not know what Xiao Nuo's situation is? Lin Xiaojin let out a long sigh and pointed to the sky. Let's listen to heaven. Anyway, I can't take all of my brother's anger alone. That's true. How can I say that the child is Xiao Nuo's? Xianli said with great approval. Xianli and Zhu Jingjing both cleaned up. Lin Xiaojin now can't sleep. Don't know what Lin Xiaoran and Xiao Nuo talk about. That have the heart to sleep. Suddenly a bang. Lying on the bed, Xianli and Zhu Jingjing woke up. It won't be a real fight, right? Xianli said. Hearing Xianli's words, Lin Xiaojin hurriedly ran in the direction of the cockpit, and the 2 people behind him, Xianli and Zhu Jingjing, were also curious and also followed, discovering that it wasn't just the 3 of them girls at the door of the cockpit. There was also Zhang Wang, Wang Han, and Ding Yunxian. Zhou Yingying hadn't had a good rest for several days, and had long fallen asleep at this moment. I just saw your brother. Gloomy face, and went into the cockpit. Zhang Wang said. Not go in. The moment Xiao Nuo opened the door, Lin Xiaoran's fist directly gave Xiao Nuo a whack in. Immediately after, the cockpit door was closed with a bang. Xiaojin. The last time I saw my senior brother so angry, it was still because of you. Ding Yunxian spoke. Ahem. This time it's still because of me. Lin Xiaojin said awkwardly. But the anger shifted to Xiao Nuo. The cockpit was soundproofed, so what was said inside could not be heard outside. Zhang Wang thought for a moment and said, You told your brother about the pregnancy? Lin Xiaojin nodded. Sooner or later her brother had to know about this. Zhang Wan and Wang Han looked at each other. It seems that they just guessed well. They just didn't stop up as the right choice. Otherwise it will help more and more. Anyone will go through this level of great uncle. After all, it is the abduction of other people's sister. Lin Xiaoran punched Xiao Nuo's body several times in a row, punching to the flesh. The corners of Xiao Nuo's mouth were bleeding straight out. But Xiao Nuo stiffly did not fight back, waiting for Lin Xiaoran to finish venting. Why aren't you fighting back? Lin Xiaoran said angrily. The 2 of them knew each other without a fight. And he punched Xiao Nuo once, and was soon punched twice by Xiao Nuo. His teeth clenched, grating as he looked at Xiao Nuo angrily. I admit that I did it. You should beat me up, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaoran looked at Xiao Nuo, this kind of not lowly, and not supercilious momentum, more angry. Said, I said at first let you go to save my sister. So quickly agreed. I just as so many years we two friendship did not pay in vain. Xiao Nuo awkwardly touched his nose. Say, when was it? Lin Xiaoran asked. Xiao Nuo confused. Thought Lin Xiaoran has long seen him to Lin Xiaojin, you mind, said. I am sincerely like your sister. Can use my life to guarantee. Xiao Nuo, what kind of temperament? Lin Xiaoran is not clear. High and cold. A look of refusal. There wasn't a mother around. So he was also relieved that Xiao Nuo went to save Lin Xiaojin after the end times came. When did you two hook up? Or before the end times? Lin Xiaoran said, as he held back the anger in his heart. I should have seen your heart for my sister before the end times. Otherwise how could you help me 2 or 3 times to kindly send things to Lin Xiaojin? Lin Xiaoran said in anger. Xiao Nuo's nature before the end of the world was too cold. And Lin Xiaoran wouldn't have thought that Xiao Nuo would have any thoughts about Lin Xiaojin. Xiao Nuo rubbed his nose. It was always his fault. And now, he could only listen to Lin Xiaoran. How long have you been talking to my sister? The point is that he didn't even graduate from college, and you got her pregnant? Lin Xiaoran tightly pursed her lips and said, How long did you talk? Upon hearing this, Xiao Nuo frowned slightly, but quickly figured it out. Immediately understood that it was probably Lin Xiaojin's words to lower her anger. After all, if you fall in love and accidentally get pregnant, or if you get pregnant from a one-night stand, it was obvious that the latter would have a higher anger value. Don't our two families live together? Lin Xiaojin went to your house when she went the wrong way into my house's door. Xiao Nuo slowly said. The movement in the cockpit became smaller and smaller, and no words could be heard outside the door. Should we knock on the door and take a look? Exionly said. Lin Xiaojin shook her head. Whoever knocks on the door at this time will die first. Lin Xiaojin, who are you pregnant with? It's not the one inside. Right? Ding Yunxian said, as he looked at Lin Xiaojin. Xiao Nuo was Lin Xiaoyan's good friend, and several people had met once or twice. Lin Xiaojin didn't say anything, even if it was a default. But Lin Xiaoran just rushed over to Xiao Nuo. Isn't it obvious? Then you're done, Ding Yunxian said. Zhang Wish and Wang Han looked at each other and decided that they were determined not to go in. Knocking on the door and going in at this time wasn't waiting to get beaten up. Just when everyone was glued, the cockpit door was suddenly opened, and the few people standing outside the door were instantly silent. That? Xiaojin. I'm suddenly a bit sleepy. I'll go to sleep first. Xian Li felt the cold air from Lin Xiaoran. It's better to flash back first. Yeah. I'm sleepy too. Zhu Jingjing hurriedly left a sentence to follow Xian Li and ran away. Senior brother? I want to go to the toilet. Ding Yunxian also slipped away. Lin Xiaojin. Come in. Lin Xiaoran said with a cold face. Lin Xiaojin had originally seen people in the periphery begging for a bit of help, and found that not a single person remained. Lin Xiaoran only called her full name when she was angry. Usually it was her sister. Xiaojin. Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin only resigned to enter the cockpit, going to see Xiao Nuo 2 panda eyes, and the corner of the mouth swollen in blood. Lin Xiaojin see here can't help but poof a laugh, but in looking at Lin Xiaoran black face immediately hold back. Xiao Nuo. I'll leave my sister to you, but if she has to be a little bit aggrieved, I won't let you off the hook, Lin Xiaoran said in a stern voice. Lin Xiaojin blinked, suddenly a little confused, looking at Lin Xiaoran's serious expression. A trace of doubt arose. Xiao Nuo answered. Lin Xiaojin. Let's go. Go back to sleep, Lin Xiaoran said. Oh! Lin Xiaojin came in with a dumbfounded face and went out with a dumbfounded face. Now that you're pregnant, go to bed early and get up early, you know? Lin Xiaoran said with a frown. Lin Xiaojin nodded and with a puzzled face wanted to look at Xiao Nuo, but was pressed by Lin Xiaoran's head and said, Hurry back to bed for me. Lin Xiaojin and his siblings had just left in front of them, when Zhang Zhu and Wang Han came in behind them. The two of them saw Xiao Nuo being beaten up miserably. Wang Han said in a deep voice, This is not a bit of a hold back, Xiao Nuo hooked his lips at the corner of his mouth and laughed softly. If I stayed, I wouldn't be Lin Xiaoran. You're so happy to be beaten. This is the first time I've seen you take a beating and not fight back, Zhang Wang said with some gloating. Xiao Nuo frowned. If he fought back his wife would be gone. Can he fight back? This night? although Xiao Nua was beaten. All kinds of bruises on the body. But Lin Xiaoran are avoiding the vitals to hit. Hit the pain but no danger. This night Xiao Nua sleeps very peacefully. But Lin Xiaojin is not. This night's sleep is not solid. Early in the morning, the kitchen came a burst of meat aroma. Lin Xiaojin entered the dining room and found that it was actually Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaoran. The two people cooked the goose meat early in the morning. And the aircraft cupboard was very complete with all kinds of seasonings. Today's breakfast is more sumptuous. Geese meat plus geese soup cooked noodles. The aroma of early morning food wafted into the air, seducing the cravings in the stomachs of the crowd. Drooling. I wonder how long it's been since I ate meat, Zhang Wish said as he swallowed his saliva. It wasn't just Zhang Wang. Everyone else was also. Xiao Nua scooped up a big bowl full and brought it to Lin Xiaojin first. Eat more, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Then I won't be polite, Lin Xiaojin said. She didn't sleep well last night. And when she smelled such fragrant meat in the morning, Lin Xiaojin's stomach had started to protest long ago. Brother Xiao, what about ours? Zhang Wang teased. Pick up your own from the kitchen. If you go late, it might be gone, Xiao Nua said. Just now, he saw that Wang Han had already gone. Zhang Wish heard this and immediately ran to the kitchen. This goose was also supposedly nibbled on by Lin Xiaojin's little wolf cub. So everyone wouldn't have a problem with her eating more. Especially in the morning cooking is Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaoran. It's too delicious, Xian Li said as she sucked in a mouthful of noodles. We are dipping into Lin Xiaojin's blessing. Xiao's cooking is first class, Zhang Wang said. Lin Xiaoran nodded without denying it. Xiao Nua's cooking was indeed good. Lin Xiaoran didn't believe at first that the seemingly high and cold Xiao Nua could actually cook so well. Our senior brother's cooking is also very good, Zhou Yingying on the side suddenly interjected. Xian Li looked to Zhou Yingying and looked to Lin Xiaoran. The woman's intuition this Zhou Yingying on Lin Xiaoran seems not quite the same. Really? Then next time you can taste Brother Xiaoran's handiwork, Xian Li said happily. Zhou Yingying frowned and said, My senior brother's craftsmanship is not something that anyone can eat. What Zhou Yingying said made everyone instantly unhappy. Having a good breakfast. Zhou Yingying even compared it. Then it seems like you eat Lin Xiaoran's cooking often, Xian Li said in a deep voice. Originally, she had just called Lin Xiaoran as Brother Xiaoran. This turned her head, and directly called Lin Xiaoran's name. She did like Lin Xiaoran, but not without any self-respect. Anyway, after a brief exchange in the morning, Xian Li didn't like Zhou Yingying too much. This is my little sister. She speaks rather straight. So don't mind, Lin Xiaoran said, as she noticed the emotions of a few people. Lin Xiaoran knew that the few girls in front of him were on good terms with his sister. And having come all the way from the end times, Lin Xiaoran didn't want the people he brought with him to clash with his sister's friends. Zhou Yingying heard her senior brother's words, and wanted to retort something before being tugged down by Ding Yunxian, and then didn't say anything else. When the meal was over, Zhou Yingying returned to the cabin guest bedroom. Senior sister, don't talk nonsense in the future, Ding Yunxian said. How did I talk nonsense? Zhou Yingying was a little unhappy. She was the youngest in the team, and a loyal fan of Lin Xiaoran. Anyway, you just won't talk less. Ding Yunxian was a little angry. Humph, Zhou Yingying said in dissatisfaction. There were only two people in the restaurant, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nua's two panda eyes, as well as the corner of Xiao Nua's mouth was still very swollen, and said, It seems that my brother's hand is quite hard. It's fine when it subsides. Xiao Nua didn't care and said, Instead, he was in a good mood. This is still Xiao Nua gave Lin Xiaoran through the air in advance. Or was beaten so badly. If he didn't give Lin Xiaoran in advance to say that he had long liked Lin Xiaojin. I'm afraid that if they met yesterday, they wouldn't be beaten up. I'm afraid they would have to be killed. Eat, Xiao Nua softly said. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nua's face. More or less a little weak. It must also be that he had given Lin Xiaoran that they were in love. And the anger shifted. You tell your brother we're in love, Xiao Nua said. Ahem. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nua with a weak heart. I said how your brother beat me to death, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. This one. Isn't it better to say that you're in love? Lin Xiaojin said with some embarrassment. Lin Xiaojin lowered her head and ate her rice. Too vain to raise her head. She could only try to dry her rice. Goose meats because of the high nutritional value. Pregnant people eat supplemental nutrition. And its meat is crispy and tender, not greasy and not manic. The taste is delicate and pure aroma. Xiao Nuo Du is not a trace of fishy. The taste is unique, and the wild taste is rich. Is it delicious? Xiao Nuo asked with a hint at the corner of his mouth. Lin Xiaojin was happy when she ate what he made. Well, delicious. Delicious. Lin Xiaojin's mouth was stuffed with food. It's really been a long time since I've eaten such fresh food. Eating canned food, bread and instant food every day. Behind Lin Xiaojin's space planted out fresh vegetables. This is to eat safe and healthy food. Xiao Nuo looked at Lin Xiaojin eat fragrant. The tenderness between his eyebrows more and more loving. Outside the window of the plane is a ruined scene of the end of the world. But the plane, this small restaurant, is a moment of warmth. The corners of your mouth are stained with noodle soup here, Xiao Nuo said. Perhaps Lin Xiaojin was eating too vigorously, and did not care about what Xiao Nuo said. The slightly cool fingertips touched the skin in front of Lin Xiaojin's mouth corner, and she only felt that the place where Xiao Nuo's fingertips crossed seemed to bring up a faint electric current. Crispy and numb. Lin Xiaojin answered in a low voice. Xiao Nuo's sudden touch made her heart a little chaotic. The crowd ate their fill and discussed where to go to H City has autonomously established a safe zone in the suburbs. But it's not formed by the government. It's rather chaotic, Lin Xiaoran said. H City's security zone was formed by a few big rich businessmen, using a factory in the suburbs. This factory is producing assembly lines, so there are more dormitories. And now it has become a temporary security zone. This factory was established by Lin Xiaoran and Lin Xiaojin's eldest uncle, Lin City Group. And now the safety zone is also under the leadership of Lin City Group. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoran's face was suddenly a bit gloomy. Both of their parents died early, so his eldest uncle became their guardian, logically inheriting their family's property. I don't want to be going to the safe zone, Lin Xiaojin said. She was now a bit psychologically disturbed by the safe zone. Me too, Xianli sighed. The safe zone is pretty good. It's just not very free. Supplies and everything need to be handed in. Zhou Yingying, who was on the side, said. The safe zone is so good. Then what are you doing out with my brother? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the safe zone? Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. You? Zhou Yingying's face was a little less than nice. If Lin Xiaojin wasn't her senior brother's sister, she would definitely dislike her directly. Xiaojin, Zhou Yingying is also worried about you. So she came along with her very senior brother. Ding Yunxian saw that he was about to choke, and immediately rounded off the situation by saying. Lin Xiaojin frowned, seeing through it. Could it be worrying about her? She had seen only a handful of faces with Zhou Yingying. Worrying about her would be better than worrying about her brother. I do have an idea. Keep fostering others. How about choosing to establish yourself? Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. In fact, this idea had been with him all along. Wanting to survive in the post-apocalyptic world relying on just one person's strength was too weak. All hands on deck. That's definitely good. I'm all for it with both hands, Zhang Wang said. I'm also in favor, Wang Han said. When Xiao Nuo made a decision, Zhang Wang Han would follow without hesitation. Xianli and Zhu Jingjing didn't have any opinions, establishing a safe zone by themselves. At least they had the final say. The safe zone will not recruit too many people. Too many people are right and wrong. Only useful people, Xiao Nuo said. That's true. Too many people and too many things. The interests involved in all aspects will be more complicated. That's why a city's security is now more chaotic. B city's security is also. Several people nodded their heads in comparative agreement. I checked the satellite maps around here, and found that the rural areas in these parts of H City are good. Zhang Wan opened his laptop and zoomed in on the map. In the end, they chose this Huangshe ancient village surrounded by mountains on all sides, a certain distance away from the suburbs. And the village was surrounded by walls built around the village, with only one entrance and exit. This village has been maintained for a long time, at least 100 years, and is also very famous next to this ancient town in H City. There was also an ancient tree of hundreds of years inside the Yellowstone ancient village. This place was only a few dozen kilometers away from the Yellowstone ancient village, and it was only a few minutes away by plane. Arrived, Zhang Wan said. Xiao Nuo chose to first park the plane outside the village, which was still a few thousand meters away, and the rest of them went directly into the village to clean up the zombies. This village also had more than 200 native residents. although most of the young adults had chosen to leave the village to develop in the big city. So most of the zombies in Huancher Ancient Village were elderly zombies. It shouldn't be a threat. But there were also people who came here to travel. This is an ancient village, so there are no cameras to view the situation inside. Although there is no way to view the specific situation inside the Yellowstone Ancient Village. The zombies inside are not dense through satellite view. The population here was only a couple of thousand at most. A few people introduced each other, a few people's special ability. Each other have an understanding. Xiao Nua's second skill not many know. Usually only used when it is critical. Your skill is to increase someone's speed and also strength? Zhang Wang said. He was more curious about this skill. Yes. My current ability can only increase it for one person for 3 minutes. Zhou Yingying said. Well, it's only 3 minutes. Zhang Wang sighed a little. Zhou Yingying was a bit speechless. Of course she could also give the option to give herself an increase in strength. Or speed. The time she gave herself to add strength and speed to herself would be longer, could reach 5 minutes. This type of auxiliary system psychic ability was equivalent to adding one's own energy to someone else's body to gain a short boost. Jerking up your strength and speed for 3 minutes is already very powerful, Ding Yunqian said. Zhou Yingying's increase hadn't helped them much along the way. Of course there was a cooldown. The same person could only be increased once a day, while her energy today could increase 2 people a day. Lin Xiaoran's special ability is manifestation. He basically manifests all kinds of weapons. The weapons are based on his energy cohesion. But his energy also has a time limit. The longest can be 10 minutes. Lin Xiaojin is not something that can be cohesive. The object construction he must be familiar with. If he has not even seen it, he naturally cannot materialize. Lin Xiaojin at first also feel very surprised. If Lin Xiaoran can manifest the car at any time, that is not very convenient. Although it was said that it couldn't be realized right now. With the growth of energy, this was really very possible. Zhu Jingjing's healing ability makes Ding Yunqian and Zhou Yingying very respectful. After all, the critical moment is able to save lives. But this life-saving depends on whether Zhu Jingjing wants to save. A few people quickly came to Huancher Ancient Village. The morning sunshine sprinkled on this ancient village. Very quiet. Such a quiet and simple countryside. As if it had not been infested by the end of the world in general. If you don't look at the various weapons they hold in their hands. It is like traveling here. Huancher Ancient Village is still relatively well preserved. The entire village has 80% are ancient residential. Such a piece of ancient buildings everywhere exudes a strong historical and cultural atmosphere. Although the village is very quiet. But they do not dare to be careless. Zhang wished through the satellite positioning or view the zombies inside. They just stepped foot off village. The unique idyllic ancient style paintings. Far away from the past visible 4-story pavilions. The foot is a 3-hole ancient stone bridge. Like a rainbow. Across the river into the village. Walked across this bridge into the village. A village into the village to see a few wandering zombies. However, the movement speed of these zombies can be described as slow. And there is a zombie with a leg mutilated. The ones left behind in the village are all old and weak. So turning into a zombie will also be quite weak. This is simply equivalent to the newbie welfare. The old and weak zombies didn't even have crystal beads in their heads. This village has a total of only this one road. 200 households. Let's split into 3 groups and clear it in 1 day. Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaoran had no objections. Clearing it up in 1 day was naturally the best. This ancient village complex was very neat. With a road in the middle and residential areas on the left and right sides. The back front was paddy fields. And arable land. And in the center of the village, there was a spring drawn down from the mountains. Which was the daily source of water for this Huancher ancient village. They were 9 people in total. A group of 3 was exactly 9 people. Brother is not assured of his sister. Xiao Nua is not assured of his wife. So the 3 of them formed the strongest group. Exilingly. Zhu Jingjing and Wang Han group. Zhang Willing is reluctant to follow Ding Yunqian and Zhou Yingying. Of course the one who wasn't satisfied with this grouping was also Zhou Yingying. I also want to follow senior brother. Zhou Yingying whispered. If this was the usual grouping, it definitely wouldn't work. Wang Han couldn't bring 2 girls by himself. But today was considered a special circumstance. There weren't many people in Huancher Ancient Village either. And most of them were elderly zombies again. And the whole supplies were the main thing to collect while cleaning up. Lin Xiaojin looked at Lin Xiaoran, and Xiao Nuo. 2 people seemed to be good? But Lin Xiaojin cannot see the place. Can feel the two people behind the scene. Inserted in the middle of the two people atmosphere is always good. So Lin Xiaojin dumped first set off and chose the residential area on the left side. Sweeping this kind of village. Lin Xiaojin had swept a few times before, or was more experienced. The paths in the Yellowstone ancient village are all paved with green stone slabs. The same color as the green stone slabs in the residents' yards. Shaking, a few more zombies appeared. They were all solved by Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaoran. Even the matter of pulling out the crystal beads didn't need to be done by Lin Xiaojin. However, Xiao Nua pulled out a few zombie heads in a row and found that none of them had crystal beads. This is also zombies, or some old zombies are not normal. The rest of the cut old zombies, they are not under the hand to pull out crystal beads. Since the decision to establish a safe zone here cannot just kill these zombies, but also these zombies are cleaned up to do. Otherwise, walking here everywhere can see the zombie's body. This is also an afterthought. First clean up all the live zombies. Then these zombie corpses. And finally a fire to burn them. We are not in a hurry to collect the supplies. There are supplies of houses are marked. After all, here is a protracted war. And so on the final cleanup by to sort out these supplies. On the other side, Zhu Jingjing, Xian Li, and Wang Han were much smoother. The scenery of this town can be really beautiful. It's these zombies who are afraid that this ancient town will turn into a creepy town. Xian Li sighed. It's not bad to live here without zombies in the future, Zhu Jingjing said. Far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Zhu Jingjing has always been a person who prefers seclusion. Well, anyway, there won't be any more milk tea, films, and bubble bars in the future, Xian Li said. I'm afraid that in the future, they will have to return to a quaint life. Just like this quaint countryside. Every day they have to worry about the future living materials. Look at this pool and the carp, Zhu Jingjing said as she pointed to the pool at the entrance, which also had a few large black carp in it. Xian Li licked her lips and said, you can have fish to eat. And the carp soup makes milk. So when Lin Xiaojin gives birth and sits on the moon, she can eat it. Zhu Jingjing nodded and said, then I'll sit at the door and mark it. As soon as Zhu Jingjing went out the door, she ran into a small zombie, which scared Zhu Jingjing. But it still raised its hand and chopped off the head of the small zombie. This small zombie, if it did not turn into a zombie, is estimated to be only 5.6 years old child's appearance. Compared to the tense atmosphere of Lin Xiaojin's group, Zhu Jingjing's side is much more relaxed. Why don't you let me group with my senior brother? Haven't we always been grouped with senior brother? Zhou Yingying said with dissatisfaction. Elder brother. It's not like he's your own brother. Zhang Wang, who was on the side, couldn't help but spit out. Any normal person would choose their own sister. Right? What are you talking about? Zhou Yingying looked at Zhang Wang and became angry. Zhou Yingying, can you stop losing your temper all the time? I won't care about you if you're like this, Ding Yunxian said with a frown. This little sister was the only girl in the team, so everyone was more spoilt. And on the basis that she had won a few awards, she was different up. But now it was the end times. And now Ding Yunxian had some regrets that he should have listened to his senior brother and not brought Zhou Yingying, but leaving her alone in the safe zone of S City. He couldn't bear to do so. I don't want to group with him anyway, Zhou Yingying said as she pointed at Zhang Quan. When I want to group with you? Zhang Wang was also a person with a temper. And at that moment, he shook off Zhou Yingying and they left. You? Ding Yunxian said with some anger. Aren't the two of us more comfortable? Zhou Yingying said. Ding Yunxian didn't say anything else. And the two of them circled the village to continue cleaning up the zombies. Roar. Suddenly a sharp roar came from the alley next to them. Ding Yunxian and Zhou Yingying both didn't care. They killed all the way over. All of them were some slow-moving elderly zombies. And occasionally there were one or two strong zombies. Bang bang. The stone pier at the entrance of the alley was hit. And Ding Yunxian realized that something was wrong. Crawling out from the alley was a robust zombie that was a head taller than the others. This zombie's body shape was very weird. Especially its two arms were very long. Almost half of its entire body. Roar. This zombie let out a sharp roar. Ding Yunxian frowned, seeing such a zombie for the first time, and said, let's go first and get them. It's just one zombie. Can't the two of us handle it? Zhou Yingying said. Two people are taekwondo black belts. At first, in the end of the world, survival is to be easier than others. But with the rise of psychics, people use their psychic abilities more often to solve zombies. Bang. This zombie is a little weird. But it feels a little silly. This zombie's eyes are sunken down. But its nose is very sensitive. At this moment, when it smelled the scent of a living person, it seemed to be a bit excited. And its mouth issued excited hissing sounds from time to time, before it rushed towards Ding Yunxian and the others. Ding Yunxian looked at Zhou Yingying, did not have the slightest intention of leaving. And then looked at this zombie. It was just tall, with abnormally long arms. And remembered that Lin Xiaoran had once said that the more special the zombie was, the more different the crystal beads that popped out might be. So Ding Yunxian also felt that the two of him and Zhou Yingying could solve the zombie in front of him. The speed of this mutated zombie was not fast. Much faster than the other elderly zombies here. Equivalent to the speed of an ordinary adult. Ding Yunxuan's knife slashed upwards and did not hit the mutant zombie's head, and was blocked by the mutant zombie's long arm. The knife actually did not do anything on the zombie's long arm, but was instead pinched by the other long arm. Seeing this, Zhou Yingying slashed the zombie from the back, and the zombie's back was slashed with a deep groove. Only then did the zombie send to grab Ding Yunxuan's arm. Ding Yunxian ate the pain and could not care to see if his arm had any wounds, hoping that it had not been scratched by the zombie. Otherwise it would turn into a zombie. And an alien turning into a zombie would be even more terrifying. Perhaps this long-handed monster was a zombie turned by a shifter. But of course, this was only speculation. The mutated zombie hissed and started chasing Zhou Yingying again. The long-handed monster zombie was more agile than the others. Zhou Yingying added speed and strength to herself, which could be boosted for 5 minutes. 5 minutes could do a lot of things. But Zhou Yingying's boosted speed and strength was double that of her main body. For example, Zhou Yingying could move up to 50 kilograms of rice. And with her supernatural ability increase, she could move 100 kilograms of rice. But if she was a power alien, she could move 100 kilograms of rice by herself. And after the increase, she could move 200 kilograms of rice. Of course, the more this doubling, the greater the consumption of the alien energy. Like Lin Xiaojin's strength today, Zhou Yingying's energy was simply not enough to add to Lin Xiaojin's strength. The mutated zombie was violently pushed away, and Zhou Yingying jumped violently and slashed at the zombie's head. But again, the zombie's long arms quickly blocked it again. Roar. The mutated zombie let out a weird roar. On the other side, Ding Yunxian reacted quickly to coalesce an earth wall around the mutant zombie in a circle to try and trap it. But this zombie's strength was clearly much stronger than the average zombie. Zhou Yingying slashed several times without cutting the zombie's head, but instead enraged the zombie. Just when the two people did not know what to do. Bang bang. 2 shots in the air hit the zombie's head one after another. The gun was manifested by Lin Xiaoran, and the bullets inside were also its energy. If there was always energy, then it would always have bullets. The energy bullet hitting the mutated zombie's head only caused its figure to pause a bit, which in turn allowed Zhou Yingying to have an opening. Senior! Zhou Yingying shouted excitedly when she saw Lin Xiaoran coming. Xiao Nua's hand condensed a lightning strike on the body of the mutant zombie, only to make its body paralyzed. Xiao Nua's thunder system has long broken through a layer of bottleneck. Should be the beginning of level 2. But the condensed thunder and lightning can only make this mutant zombie paralysis. It seems that this zombie is also equally level 2. Or even late level 2. Now there was no clear level division, and one could only rely on the feeling of strength. Get out of the way, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Don't, Ding Yunxian shouted, wanting to remind Lin Xiaojin that this zombie was not an ordinary zombie. Nay, Lin Xiaojin had already rushed up with her knife. Lin Xiaojin raised her knife and took advantage of the zombie being paralyzed by Xiao Nua to slice open the 2 long arms of the mutated zombie, followed by a slash to the zombie's head. Violent and bloody, the mutant zombie was directly split, and the fishy green liquid was splashed all over the place. Lin Xiaoran was also the first time to see his sister so strong, after a slight surprise. But instead, he was relieved. The stronger the sister, the greater the ability to protect herself. Xiao Nua walked over and took the initiative to pull up the crystal bead, which was a transparent crystal bead that seemed to be a circle larger than ordinary crystal beads. Xiaojin, take it, Xiao Nua said, and threw it to Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin nodded and didn't refuse. This crystal bead looked good, and it was estimated that it made the space another round bigger. Zhou Yingying saw that the crystal bead was taken away. Her heart was a little unhappy. But this zombie was indeed killed by Lin Xiaojin, and there was nothing wrong with giving the crystal bead to Lin Xiaojin. Whoever kills the crystal beads will give them to whoever kills them. Ding Yunqian, on the other hand, is indifferent. He is an Earth system ability can only absorb Earth system crystal beads. What's going on? Wasn't it said that there would be a group of 3? Lin Xiaoran asked with a frown. If they didn't happen to be nearby and Lin Xiaojin's hearing was very good, I'm afraid that the 2 of them would definitely have to be injured just now. Both Ding Yunqian and Zhou Yingying knew that they were in the wrong, and neither of them said anything. Lin Xiaoran turned his gaze towards Zhou Yingying. Zhou Yingying sheepishly lowered her head and immediately shifted her attention. Just now, Ding Yunqian was scratched by a zombie. I don't know if he was injured. Hearing that someone had been injured, Lin Xiaoran, Xiao Nu all stared at Ding Yunqian, and immediately became a little nervous. If an alien is bitten by a zombie, the chance of infection is almost 100%. If it is only scratched by a zombie without breaking the skin, the chance of infection is still very small. Ding Yunqian was also panicking mentally at the moment, but his surface was still calm, saying, I'm not injured. Saying this, Ding Yunqian was ready to undo the sleeve of his arm and look at the wound. If he was scratched in time, cutting off his arm was also possible. Ding Yunqian, open it up and take a look. Isn't there a girl called Jing Jing who is in the healing department? Zhou Yingying said. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly when she heard this. Zhu Jingjing is a healing department, but the choice of healing or not is hers. Next to this, there were a few more zombies smelling the living air slowly running towards them. Xiao Nu and Lin Xiaoran, 2 people, solved it with 1 knife each. After the 2 people quickly finished solving the zombies, Ding Yunqian also lifted up his clothes. They have a healing system alien. He is now not afraid. Fortunately, his arm was only bruised and blackened, with no signs of infection. Only after seeing this did Ding Yunqian put his heart down. Lin Xiaoran said, be careful not to get hurt by the zombies again. Well, I know, senior brother, Ding Yunqian said with a sigh of relief. Although his arm was still hurting. You follow us. Don't make any moves for now. Otherwise the injury will worsen, Lin Xiaoran instructed. Ding Yunqian nodded. The most feared thing in the end times was getting injured and getting sick. Medicine was scarce in the end times. Even medicine belonged to non-renewable materials. And once you were injured, your fighting power would become weaker, and you would be eliminated. And sick in the last days is also a very scary thing. Not to mention whether there is a doctor around. Modern medical treatment relies more on advanced equipment. The end of the world, these equipment are in the hospital. The hospital is the most zombie place. Then there is the healing faculty of alien energy is also very rare. And the healing faculty of alien energy to treat others not only need energy, but also need their own red blood cells. So the healing faculty of alien energy generally will not easily treat others. So Zhou Yingying and Ding Yunqian were temporarily grouped with them. On the other hand, Zhang Zhuzhu met Wang Han, Xian Li, and Zhu Jingjing while they were hacking zombies. What's going on? Why are you alone? Xian Li asked. Don't mention it. That Zhou Yingying is really bad-tempered. She doesn't want to be in a group with me. And I don't even want to be with her. Zhang Wang couldn't help but spit out. That Zhou Yingying's temper is really big, Xian Li said, with her mouth on senior brother and senior brother. Afraid that others won't know that she likes Lin Xiaojin's brother. Zhang Wang said. I feel it too, Zhu Jingjing said on the side. Xian Li deflated her mouth. Her psyche was a bit unappetizing. But Lin Xiaoran is a sister controller. And at a glance, he is not interested in Zhou Yingying, Zhang Wang added. Xian Li heard Zhang Wang's words, and another wave of hope rose. Alright. Hurry up and clean up the zombies before it gets dark, Wang Han said with a frown. So 3 groups became 2. But the efficiency didn't get any lower. Cutting to noon, they almost cleared most of the zombies. The rest is the zombies in the residential houses need to be softened one by one. Strange. Generally in this kind of village, shouldn't they all raise some chickens, ducks, dogs and the like? Lin Xiaojin said. They've seen walkers all the way here. Maybe which living things have been gnawed by the zombies, Lin Xiaojin said. It would be great if they could come across chickens and ducks and raise them for a meaty meal. Lin Xiaojin they entered another private house to search. These homes were very simple furnishings. Ancient furniture. Not even a washing machine. Some of the better homes had freezers. Most people didn't even have a freezer in their homes. But the TVs were there. There is just an electric light attached to the house. The yard of this home is rather large. Next to what should be a chicken coop, there are still a few feathers in the ground that have fallen, dust and blood that has long since dried and turned black. It seems to be similar to what my brother said. It is very likely that these animals have been eaten by the zombies. This time the yard grass pile issued a hissing sound. Is a shaking zombie. Not yet, I shot directly by Xiao Nua cleaned up. The head is also lazy to pull out. This kind of shaky-looking elderly zombie brain is estimated to have no crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin's sharp eyes saw that there were still a few eggs in the chicken coop. There are eggs! Lin Xiaojin said in surprise. Although it was likely that the eggs had long since gone bad. They had come across eggs before. But they all had a layer of black fluff growing on them. Lin Xiaojin picked a few eggs out. None of them had any problems with their appearance. But she still broke an egg. The egg white of this egg had turned green. So it had been infected with Pseudomonas aeruginosa and couldn't be eaten anymore. Lin Xiaojin opened another egg. This egg hadn't turned green. But there were black or green dots in the egg. This kind of egg couldn't be consumed either. It seems that these eggs are inedible. But there are still 2 eggs hidden in the back. Lin Xiaojin broke another one and saw that it was normal with a happy heart. Lin Xiaojin put the remaining few eggs with the chicken coop into the space. These few eggs among the good. Maybe there will still be good inside. All received in the space. See if you can hatch chicks. Hatching chicks seems to be heat. Although Lin Xiaojin's idea is a little whimsical. But anything is possible. First left is always a chance. This Wancher ancient village looks not big. But there are more than 200 villagers. Zombies also have 2 or 3,000. Mainly in the house need to be cleaned up one by one will be more time consuming. We have not eaten at noon. Directly to the top of the afternoon. Wancher ancient village, this is about half cleaned up. Looking at the sky is almost dark. We are also hungry and tired. So we stop to return to the plain first. There is water on the plain. The temperature is suitable. After all, the Yellowstone village has not been completely cleaned up. In case the night sleep suddenly appeared zombies, that would be dangerous. And Lin Xiaojin, they have not only seen zombies. But also, this morning's mutated zombies will not have a second one is not certain. Previously in B City Lin Xiaojin, they had also seen a lot of mutated animals. A few dragged their tired bodies to the plain. Especially Zhu Jingjing's physique is relatively poor. Has long been tired to walk. It was still Wang Han who carried it on his back. In the future, not only should you strengthen your physique, but also eat more. Wang Han instructed to Zhu Jingjing. Zhu Jingjing's weight is a little too light. It is estimated that it is not even 90 kilograms. In addition to the usual, or consume red blood cells to save others. Well, Zhu Jingjing nodded in a daze. Wang Han found that Zhu Jingjing has fallen asleep. Wang Han can only helplessly shake his head. Before the end of the world, Zhu Jingjing was a geeky schoolgirl. Seldom communicated with people. And after the end of the world and stayed alone for so long. And then, there was their protection to the safe zone. In the safe zone has a father's shelter life is much better than others. Zhu Jingjing can grow up to now is not easy. Experienced the tragic death of loved ones. And saw a lot of blood. Wang Han and Zhu Jingjing is almost considered to have been officially open. Right? Although the two of them haven't said it to each other personally. Everyone already thinks that the two of them are a pair. Zhou Yingying looked at Zhu Jingjing who was tired and had someone to carry her. The treatment of the healing faculty's ability was really good. The same as the auxiliary faculty ability. Oneself is still almost. Xian Li's physique is already too much better than before the end of the world. Although now hacking a day of zombies, and did not eat much. But can still insist on walking back. If in the past, I am afraid that I would have been tired to be pampered. The key is that she now want to be pampered also no one. When she thought of this, Xian Li couldn't help but sneak a look at Lin Xiaoran. Worthy of being an Olympic champion. She didn't look tired at all. There were 2 gazes both looking towards Lin Xiaoran. Xian Li and Zhou Yingying's gazes then met in one place. Both of them coldly grunted. Sometimes, the most accurate thing a woman's intuition could do was to sense her love rival. Lin Xiaojin cut on a day of zombies to is not feel tired. Is to feel a little hungry. Noon really cannot top win. But also eat while cutting zombies to come. She is a pregnant woman. As a pregnant woman occasionally traveling a little special rights or have. Several people walked to the aircraft. Opened the hatch. Xiao No went to the cockpit to start the plane. And at once, the interior of the plane was measured. No. So hungry. Zhang Wish couldn't help but cry out. And Ding Yunxian endured the pain in his arm for a day. Thinking of Zhu Jingjing as a healing ability. He couldn't help but want to go to Zhu Jingjing to help with the healing. She's too tired right now. Wang Han said in a deep voice. Ding Yunxian was gambled to death by Wang Han's sentence. Not only thinking of Zhu Jingjing coming back was too tired. Were carried back by Wang Han. Zhu Jingjing's size is thin and small, and is a healing faculty ability. He knows that the healing faculty ability to heal others not only consumes energy, but also consumes the red blood cells in his own body. So he did not say anything else. Wang Han knew that Ding Yunxian was Lin Xiaoran's senior brother, and Lin Xiaoran was Xiao Nua's great uncle. Wait a while for Anna to wake up, and you ask her, Wang Han said after considering. Well, okay, thanks. Ding Yunxian hurriedly thanked. There was also a healing psychic in S City. Begging her for treatment was too difficult, and it was basically equipped for the top brass of S City. At this time everyone was tired and not in the mood to cook food. So Lin Xiaojin took out instant noodles from space. 2 packets per person. There was hot water on the plane. Just soak it directly. Xiaojin, I'll go cook you a bowl of noodles, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice, directly taking away Lin Xiaojin's instant noodles. This seemed to immediately substitute himself into the role of a boyfriend. Before, there were no conditions, but now there are conditions to try to eat better. Xiao Nua gave Lin Xiaojin space to ask for a tomato, and directly cooked a bowl of tomato noodles for Lin Xiaojin. I also want to eat tomatoes. Zhang Wish looked at Lin Xiaojin's bowl of red instantly craving. Are you pregnant? Xiao Nua shot a glare. Over. Space nodded 7 or 8 tomatoes. Lin Xiaojin today generously took out. Said, today to celebrate we have a peaceful place in the future. I'll take it to share it. Xi and Li's eyes all lit up. Said, Xiaojin is powerful. I'm going to leave my mouth watering. A few of them had eaten the vegetables from Lin Xiaojin's space. They were different from ordinary vegetables, with energy, and the amount produced was not high. Today all of a sudden took out 6 presumably in stock. Brother, here you go, Lin Xiaojin said. Really tomatoes? Is your space plantable? Is there another vegetable then? Zhou Yingying said excitedly. My space is very small. I can't grow that many. Lin Xiaojin brought it up in one sentence. I won't eat. You eat? You're pregnant now. You should eat more of these fresh things. Lin Xiaoran shook her head and said. Lin Xiaoran could see that everyone else was so excited. This tomato must be very precious. And there must not be much left after taking out so many at once today. Lin Xiaoran naturally ate it close to his sister. Lin Xiaojin secretly came to his brother's ear and said, There's still a lot in my space. Zhou Yingying, who was eating fresh vegetables for the first time since the end of the world, had red eyes and held the tomatoes without giving up eating them. Things that could be bought anywhere before the end of the world were so precious in this end of the world. Lin Xiaoran see Lin Xiaojin so say. He also do not excuse. In excuse, I am afraid sister will be unhappy. A few people divided and ate the tomatoes. This how do I feel that after eating this tomato? I feel like there is a hint more energy in my body. It feels so comfortable. Ding Yunxian said in surprise. This shouldn't what is an ordinary tomato. Lin Xiaoran also felt the changes in his body, and couldn't help but say. Lin Xiaojin nodded and said. Indeed it's not ordinary, this is something I planted using a combination of Earth system crystal beads, and with system crystal beads. It's incredible. Zhou Yingying said. This half tomato was even more precious. That's why the output is very small. If you guys have green crystal beads in the future, you can find me to exchange them. Lin Xiaojin said. This sentence was for Zhou Yingying and Ding Yunxian. Exionly. Xiao Nua. They were all given directly to Lin Xiaojin. Relationship is good directly to give. The relationship is almost the same mutual exchange. The relationship is average, that depends on the mood. The relationship is not good, well is not even think about it. Earth system. Other system crystal beads can also. Lin Xiaojin thought about it and said. She knew that Ding Yunxian is the Earth system crystal beads is not going to take the Earth system crystal beads to her exchange. Ding Yunxian nodded. But if it was a crystal bead that he couldn't use himself, it could be used to exchange. A few people eat and drink enough. Simply wash up on the bed to sleep. Xiaojin. Do you have the feeling that Zhou Yingying likes your brother? Exionly said. Well, I knew it the first time I met her. But my brother doesn't like her. Lin Xiaojin said. That's good. Exionly breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like someone wants to be my sister-in-law. Lin Xiaojin snickered. Ahem. I would like to. But your brother doesn't want it either. I was close to your brother, and even gave you a gift as a result you directly threw it in the rubbish bin for me. It made me angry. Exionly suddenly thought of the past and said. Gift? What gift? Lin Xiaojin was puzzled. She didn't remember receiving a gift from Xian Li. Chanel's perfume. Xian Li said. Lin Xiaojin frowned. Suddenly thinking of something bad. She said, I found out the reason why everyone else hated me before me. Xian Li also seemed to understand. Both of them were more or less ugly. If it wasn't the end of the world, Fang Tingting's mind-reading psychic ability was simply the heroine of a novel that had opened up. The past is unbearable. Anyway, that woman is dead, and will not discuss them in the future. Zhou Yingying tidied up in her room and didn't fall asleep. She saw the way Xian Li looked at Lin Xiaoran, and often she could see Xian Li stealing glances at her senior brother. Zhou Yingying lay on the guest room tossing and turning a little unable to sleep. So she went to Lin Xiaoran's guest room. Elder brother, are you asleep? Zhou Yingying asked. Ding Yunxian heard the voice and got up to open the door. And once he saw that it was Zhou Yingying at the door, he knew that Zhou Yingying was looking for Lin Xiaoran. Senior brother? Inside? Ding Yunxian finished and sidestepped to make way. I have something I want to talk to senior brother about. Zhou Yingying gave Ding Yunxian a color as she finished speaking. That senior brother. I'm going to ask Zhu Jingjing if she can heal my arm. Ding Yunxian said. Good. Lin Xiaoran answered. Ding Yunxian went out the door. He originally wanted to go back to find Zhu Jingjing tomorrow. This would have to go hard. Ding Yunxian is not too familiar with Zhu Jingjing. This will be late, and do not know if it is appropriate. Lin Xiaojin heard the cabin door ringing to open the door. Found that it is Ding Yunxian. After all, is the brother's younger brother Lin Xiaojin, this face is still given. Looking for Anna? Lin Xiaojin said. Well. Arm pain cannot sleep. Ding Yunxian said with some embarrassment. I'll help you ask. Lin Xiaojin said. Treatment or not, that's Zhu Jingjing's business. Wait. This is the crystal beads I played today. 2 transparent crystal beads. Ding Yunxian said, taking out the transparent crystal beads and handing them to Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin's eyes adjusted. This senior brother of his brother was still relatively insightful. Ding Yunxian was also not familiar with Zhu Jingjing. Wanting to let Zhu Jingjing treat once or twice for nothing. With Zhu Jingjing's character might agree. After all, there was Lin Xiaojin's relationship in. But the back cannot be said. Lin Xiaojin took the crystal beads and turned around and went to find Zhu Jingjing. Zhu Jingjing also did not refuse. The crystal beads also stayed. The treatment of good Ding Yunxian very thankful to Zhu Jingjing. As the treatment of psychic ability is also so good, temperament is rare. Mental thought in the future is not to offend Zhu Jingjing. Ding Yunxian also want to think about the senior brother. They are really strong. Wind Wang Han. Fire Zhang Wish. Water Xian Li. Treatment Zhu Jingjing. Thunder Xiao Nuo. There is this Lin Xiaojin space system. Everyone uses different abilities. But in the future, if you want to establish a safe zone together, you must also be stronger and play your own role. The end of the world is that the weak will be slowly eliminated. In the passenger cabin, Lin Xiaoran saw Zhou Yingying come in and said, What is it? Senior brother, I like you. I've always liked you. And it's because of you that I fought hard to be selected for the national team. Zhou Yingying wasn't holding back anymore and directly expressed her heart at Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran's brows gently furrowed as he said, Yingying, I only take you as my senior sister. Zhou Yingying, although she already knew the result but her eyes were red, said, Then do you have someone you like? Lin Xiaoran sighed and said, What kind of world is it now? You are also clear. Besides, my sister is pregnant now. I just want to take good care of her now. Lin Xiaoran on the love of men and women have no idea. Perhaps because of the pressure from childhood is too great. And received the big ants bullying when he was a child. Led him from the psychological fear of women. Of course. His sister outside. Zhou Yingying heard Lin Xiaoran's words and hung her head. She clenched her hands and said in a deep voice, Senior brother, I am not going to give up. Although Zhou Yingying did not confess successfully this evening. But this is within his mental expectations. She did not intend to confess successfully, at once. But her purpose was achieved. Lin Xiaoran didn't like her and wouldn't like Xian Li. Originally thought that a day or two would be able to clean out the Yellowstone ancient village. But I didn't expect to clean it out for 3 whole days. The first 2 days Lin Xiaojin all of their zombies are cleaned up. Every household are not spared. After all, the future to live here zombies is necessary to clean up. Waiting for the 3rd day, the bodies of these zombies must also be incinerated. Can be destroyed in situ on the ground fire. Most of the zombie bodies were dragged to the field outside and poured with petrol. John wished a few big fireballs focused on burning. Returning to the cabin at night. Everyone was already hungry. Wait until tomorrow, there's no need to go back to the cabin. I'll fly the plane to the square behind the ancient village of Yellowstone. Xiaonuo said. This plane still belonged to important supplies. But unfortunately Lin Xiaojin's space couldn't fit such a big plane. Especially since Lin Xiaojin's space was also loaded with a lot of supplies. From tomorrow onwards, we will officially live in the Yellowstone ancient village, Lin Xiaojin said. Everyone was a little excited. After all, floating around in the post-apocalyptic world, everyone wanted to have a home. And Lin Xiaojin even wanted to settle down. As her months got bigger and bigger, she needed a stable environment to live in and be at peace with her labor. Let's eat some canned food and dry food today. And then tomorrow we'll celebrate at the Yellowstone ancient village, Lin Xiaojin said. Well, in the Yellowstone ancient village can be found a lot of supplies. Or farmers' people are more realistic, love to hoard supplies. Exionly said. Yeah. We also found fish. We also found a few cellars. Pickled a few jars of Chinese cabbage. Yes, yes. There is also bacon, Zhu Jingjing said excitedly. Xiaonuo. Although there is a fence around Huangshe ancient village, the gate is not there. Lin Xiaoran raised a very important question. The Yellowstone ancient village was an open village, so there was only the stone pagoda without a gate. Xiaonuo nodded. There were still a bunch of things that needed to be built when they entered the Yellowstone ancient village. I can construct the gate. I am an earth-type ability. I can slowly condense an earth wall, Ding Yunqian, who was on the side, immediately said when he realized that he had a use for it. The fence also has broken places I can repair away, Ding Yunqian added. I had Lin Xiaojin collect mini cameras for me before. I'll bump into them and be getting an alarm device, Zhang Wan also said. Although they would have a home tomorrow, the preliminary security construction should not be underestimated. They were now severely understaffed, facing a village of over 200 households. It would be very good if they could clear it in 3 days. A total of 9 people. I do not know if people will come in the future, but now we'll only be able to slowly build. But the preliminary security, this cannot be sloppy. On the second day, Xiaonuo brought the plane to the large square of the ancient village of Huangshe, and the huge airflow destroyed the wooden pavilions on both sides. But the impact wasn't too big. Yellowstone ancient village has a total of more than 200 households. They chose the middle one of the largest residential building to live. They have a total of 9 people. Live together, everyone has a care. This residential building is a quadrilateral patio building. A total of 2 floors. Basically, this Huangshe ancient village buildings are 2 floors. In addition to a corner building is 3-story, other are 2-story. And then flat floor. Corner building are piled with stone. The 3rd floor is put a big clock. Lin Xiaojin looked to be some years. Their 4 girls lived on the 1st floor, and their 5 boys lived on the ground floor. There were 5 rooms on the ground floor. A storage room in the yard. A kitchen. And a backyard with a fence. Presumably for pigs. But the fence had long been broken. Toilet Jian in the backyard. But it is a dry toilet connected to the septic tank. The backyard, there is a cellar underneath. This cellar is really big, estimated to have more than 100 square feet. In the cellar, there are a lot of food stored. It is estimated that the food collected before the end of the world did not have time to sell. Xiaonuo went down to look. The cellar put our sweet potato processing, pickles. Put fruits and vegetables, these have long rotted. The 1st floor is also 5 rooms. But the middle of the bedroom is a suite. This room is automatically given to Lin Xiaojin. After the birth of the child, also have a place to move. A few other rooms have rooms without beds. These things can only buy their own. So the village has 200 families. Just go to any family can move a bed, depends on their own like it or not. Everyone is quite motivated. After all, after this room is expected to live for a period of time. Although not as comfortable and convenient as before the end of the world to live in. But it is better than in the quiet. They stayed here for a week, or almost forgetting that the city outside has long been full of zombies. They are like to come to the ancient village township holiday tourism. A week time, Ding Yunqian has already built the gate. Although every day consumes him a lot of energy. But Ding Yunqian found that this every day a lot of energy consumption let him cohesion soil faster. And can cohesion of various shapes. Ding Yunqian believed that as his energy continued to grow, it was possible for him to build a house within a few days. Zhang Wish at the front door. And all around are covered with cameras. Although it is a rural power grid are available. Wang Han repair can also be used, but can only guarantee the basic power supply. At night to turn on an electric light. The ground floor has a kitchen. Also moved a lot of supplies. We eat what they do. Each responsible for the food and supplies. But generally Xiao Nu and Lin Xiaoran would have made a good meal for Lin Xiaojin. How come the temperature is getting hotter and hotter lately? Xian Li said with a frown. Girls were generally more heat resistant. And at the moment, they couldn't stand such hot temperatures. I checked the satellite positioning, and the temperature will continue to rise for a period of time in the future. Exactly how much it will rise to is still unknown. Zhang Wan said. This is not good news. Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. Rising temperatures would be very hot. Not just hot, the air that was breathed was hot, which would seriously lead to a lack of oxygen. But the continued rise will only last for a while. There will be a burst of cold air drifting in later. Neutralizing the temperature should make it normal. Zhang Wan continued to analyze and said. Hearing this, everyone's mood more or less better. Well, not allowed to find a resting place. In the high temperature destroyed. Huangshe ancient village is not bad. 3 sides surrounded by mountains. There are still mountains, and water above to a certain extent is cooling. Is considered a good place to avoid the summer heat. But the winter here is also to be colder than the rest of the place. If it's really too hot, let's go to the cellar to sleep. Then we can't let's go to H City to get a wave of generators and air conditioners, Lin Xiaojin said. Although there was electricity now, they needed generators with more power. Thinking of the cellar is all sauerkraut flavor. And it is still dark. Everyone for going to H City air conditioning after all dissimulation, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Then go to H City and stock up on a wave of supplies. Yes, to hoard a wave of supplies. The weather is hot, want to hoard supplies will be difficult. No one knows how much this temperature will rise to. 37.38 before the end of the world. Everyone hid in the air-conditioned house, and didn't want to come out. Xiao Nuo's decision everyone did not refute. Ready to go to H City first to hoard supplies. Anyway, they now had a plane. Even if they got to H City, it would only take a few minutes. This village is all good there. It's just that it doesn't even have an air conditioner. Xian Li sighed. Ancient villages are all like this. Otherwise those who stay here would be older people, Lin Xiaojin said. The radio to have a lot of. Zhu Jingjing laughed. This time to go to H City need to pack large generators. And air conditioners. And so on some supplies. Instantly in the fight zombies, to collect crystal beads. H City just experienced an earthquake not long ago. The house collapsed a lot, Lin Xiaoran said. They had also just passed through H City before. And were traveling through the tunnel when they ran into the big earthquake. Isn't there a mega shopping center in the center of H City? Xian Li said. This shopping center, she has been there. Very large. Is an antique building. It's very famous in H City. It's considered a landmark building mall. Then I'll go there. Before the heat comes, Lin Xiaojin said. Everyone didn't have any opinions. Stocking up on supplies was still more exciting. And Lin Xiaojin was ready to free up some of the space. There's also going to be a trip to the hospital before, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. That's right. Lin Xiaojin ran looked toward Xiao Nuo. The two this thought of going together. Lin Xiaojin's maternity test off and on have not done a few times. And later to survive here for a long time. The hospital's instruments can be retained on the retained. After all, these things cannot be produced in the future. Although Zhu Jingjing is a healing system. But some things still need instruments. There is also Zhu Jingjing still need a large number of iron supplements. If the blood supplements are not enough, perhaps in a few years the medicines are expired. This is still a relatively troublesome thing. Lin Xiaojin's space to is static. To want plants to grow you need green crystal bead energy. Take one step and count one step. The boat to the bridge naturally straight. The future was vague. All they could do was to try to stock up on supplies to deal with various dangers. Everyone discussed. Tomorrow they will be ready to leave for H City. This night will be a good rest. Tomorrow is destined to be a crazy day. Because the Yellowstone ancient village has mountain spring water. There is no water pollution yet. So everyone is not short of it for the time being. Almost every household has a connection for mountain spring water. And the water that flows out will continue to flow on. When the weather is hot, the spring water is cold. And when the weather is cold, the spring water is warm. Lin Xiaojin washed her face. And several people set up a table in the courtyard. Tonight there is fish to eat. Xian Li laughed. This fish was still one they had found earlier. There were several in it. And the rest they put in the pool to raise. Great. It's been a long time since I've eaten fish, Lin Xiaojin said. Today is still thanks to your good fortune. The two male gods personally cooked for you. Xianli laughed. Lin Xiaojin revealed a happy smile. Looking towards the kitchen, Lin Xiaoran and Xiao Nuo, two people busy back. Cannot say happiness. Yes. Lin Xiaojin, your brother can be really good to you. Zhou Yingying said enviously. Whoever can be your sister-in-law will also be very happy. Zhou Yingying added. Zhou Yingying's words made Xianli frown slightly. Lin Xiaojin smiled and said, the ones my brother likes are the cutie pie type. The obedient and non-problematic, especially feminine kind. Lin Xiaoran like what type? Lin Xiaojin really do not know. Because she has not seen her brother had a girlfriend. That even close friends are not. Let alone what ambiguous object. The mobile phone screensavers are all flowers and plants. And the pets they like are all male. Lin Xiaojin looked at Zhou Yingying's face getting darker and darker. Xianli mentally wanted to give Lin Xiaojin a big nod of approval. Because what Lin Xiaojin said didn't match Zhou Yingying at all. Lin Xiaojin didn't care about Zhou Yingying's unsightly face. Just he'd cool on himself. There were only 2 pots of big fish soup. And steamed rice. A big bowl per person. Zhu Jingjing's appetite has always been small. She ate half a bowl and was full. Suddenly in front of her another half bowl of rice with fish soup. Zhu Jingjing frowned and just wanted to refuse not to eat. Only to look up and realize that it was actually Wang Han. And eat this half bowl. Wang Han said lightly. His tone was somewhat unrefusable. I'm a bit full. Zhu Jingjing frowned and said. Your meal size is too small to replenish the red blood cells in your body at all. The amount of red blood cells you need is 3 or 4 times that of a normal person. Wang Han said with a frown. Zhu Jingjing. Regardless of eating iron supplements every day. Her face was still pale and white. And her lips were even less bloody. Zhu Anna also knows that she needs a lot of supplemental energy. But she has developed the habit of eating less since she was a child and doesn't like to eat. Look at Lin Xiaojin. In a moment's time. She has already eaten 3 big bowls. And Xianli has also eaten a big bowl. Wang Han said with a frown. Lin Xiaojin, who was lying on the side, was more or less innocent. She silently said that she was a pregnant woman. Or a strength system psychic ability. It is not normal to eat more. Xianli had wanted to eat half a bowl. This will also silently stop. Okay. Zhu Jingjing nodded and continued to eat half a bowl of rice again. Wang Han then nodded with satisfaction and put away Zhu Jingjing's bowls and chopsticks. I didn't expect Wang Han to be quite domineering after he got enlightened. Xianli whispered. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but laugh out loud. And Zhu Jingjing's turned red from ear to neck. Don't you guys talk nonsense. We haven't yet. Zhu Jingjing nervously tried to explain. Okay. We know it. Xianli smiled. Lin Xiaojin smiled and did not say anything. Wang Han and Zhu Jingjing, 2 people, are just short of a window paper has not been pierced. Everyone is clear. Just the 2 of them are not yet clear. After dinner, the courtyard lit an electric light. Xianli went back to the room to absorb the crystal beads. The end of the world to seize the time to enhance the strength. Zhu Jingjing was pulled by Wang Han to train in the backyard. Zhou Yingying pulled Ding Yunxian to find Lin Xiaojin to instruct his hands. Lin Xiaojin's hands are just like that. With the belly getting bigger and bigger, it is estimated that the hands will become more and more inflexible. Exercise physical quality, she also cannot use awe. I'm afraid that she stomped her foot, and the stone tiles will not only crack, but also cave in. Lin Xiaojin stood on the first floor, watching everyone have something to do. She was ready to go back to bed. Looked down and saw Xiao Nuo's eyes in the dark night especially shiny. His eyes were undisguisedly hot and loving. Like extremely hot lava rolling hot and fiery. Lin Xiaojin thought of the word Xiao Nuo once said to her. At this moment, the heart cannot help but thumping hard. In the end, Lin Xiaojin could not stand this hot line of sight. Turned her back and fled back to the room in a panic. Downstairs, Xiao Nuo's mouth slightly up. Lin Xiaojin slowed down the just heartbeat. Xiao Nuo, this person, although looks high cold, not good at talking, but very secure. Such a sense of security is very precious in the last days. Lin Xiaojin's room is a suite. Inside is a double bed, large bedroom. Next to a simple cot. Lin Xiaojin looked at this cot, eyes atender. This cot is Xiao Nuo from the Yellowstone ancient village. Other residents of the household to find out. The appearance is not new, but very strong and clean. It can be seen that Xiao Nua moved over the time and cleaned it again in advance. Lin Xiaojin lying on the bed. Cushions and sheets quilt are new. But now the weather is also hot. Quilts have long stopped covering. It seems to need to find some cooler. Lin Xiaojin and thought to see what needs to be supplemented in what baby supplies. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. But no matter if it's a boy or a girl, she likes them all the same. Rambling Lin Xiaojin slowly fell asleep. Early in the morning, everyone woke up very early. The end of the world sleep had become regular up. Early to bed and early to rise. Before the end of the world can be able to sleep until the sunrise to repel people. Of course, in addition to Xiao Nua, a few of them defense soldiers are more self-disciplined people. After eating, the crowd cleaned up with a good weapon. In addition to Lin Xiaojin, everyone has a backpack on their backs. A few people together on the plain. Outside, the weather has begun to slowly warm up. But today to go to the Yellowstone ancient village. Wearing are still long-sleeved in addition to Lin Xiaojin. The other wrists and arms are wrapped in cloth. Hands also with leather gloves. There are clothes blocking to avoid being scratched by zombies is also effective. Is that this weather is really the color of the sky. They just came out. The body is sweating. This on the plane with air conditioning is better. Today's important task is to purchase supplies and try not to tangle with the zombies. Lin Xiaoran said. Several people nodded. The generator, air conditioning, and if petrol was needed to replenish it. The plane also needed petrol. Lin Xiaojin also vacated most of the space. Supplies were piled in the storage room in the courtyard. But the children, and some food Lin Xiaojin, did not vacate. Inside the cockpit, Zhang Wang opened his laptop for satellite positioning. H City has mostly collapsed because of the earthquake cameras. But this largest shopping center is fine. Zhang Wang said. Anyone who can withstand a major earthquake is not a tofu dreg project. Wang Han said. H City soon arrived. They could see almost the whole of H City from above. Almost half of the buildings collapsed and tilted. Soon they arrived at H City shopping center, occupying an area of 150,000 square meters, with more than 1,000 shops and boutiques, 230 lifts, and nearly 10,000 employees. This shopping center was all ancient buildings, and was H City's characteristic shopping center. Only some of the shops in this area have collapsed. Zhang Wang said. This shopping center had taken the H City government 10 years to gradually build up, driving the development of H City. In particular, H City's Chinese dress festival was famous throughout the country, and even the world. But unfortunately, it all seemed like yesterday's bubble. And now, apart from the hissing and howling zombies, it's just a depressed and defeated scenery. There is a tarmac on the top floor of this shopping center. We can park here, Zhang Wan said, as he pointed to the map displayed on the laptop. Xiao Nua nodded and prepared to land the plane on the top floor tarmac. The plane landed slowly, and only when it landed safely did the crowd let out a sigh of relief. The plane smoothed out and lowered its landing gear. The hatch opened, and it was empty with no one outside. A few people slowly walked off the plane. The scorching weather outside, so that the crowd could not help but frown. It seems like the hot weather really isn't far away, Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. Grab the supplies and stock up, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. The crowd nodded. But this time, the main force of hoarding supplies was Lin Xiaojin. They were in charge of clearing the zombies around them, while Lin Xiaojin was in charge of hoarding supplies. This place they landed at was the top floor of the shopping center. And now they could only walk down from the top floor. There's still a surveillance in this building that's intact. The ground floor has the most zombies. And there aren't a lot of zombies upstairs, Zhang Wan said. Before coming down, he had already looked over the entire place of the shopping center. Such a large shopping center. If you rashly break in, is likely to be surrounded by zombies. Zombies more than not afraid of injury, and not afraid of tired. As the saying goes, the ants can also shake the elephant. They are just a few people, surrounded by zombies. Even if they are able to fight, they will be consumed by the zombies. Zhu Jingjing holding a knife. This time is still very nervous, although not as scared as before. But the bones of the timid this is not can easily change. Anna, you are the healing department should stay in Huanshe ancient village, Zhou Yingying said. She could see that Zhu Jingjing didn't have any hands at all, and her body was even more with an air of dullness of a school bully. Zhu Jingjing shook her head and said, It's fine. We are all together. Right. Xian Li was also very agreeable. The stance was honed a little bit. Zhou Yingying still wanted to get close to Zhu Jingjing, but she didn't think that Zhu Jingjing actually didn't want to stay. Anna, you will follow me closely in a while, Wang Han whispered beside Zhu Jingjing's ear, which made Zhu Jingjing's face faintly total. Good. Zhu Jingjing nodded and didn't force herself. Xianli sighed in resignation. Without a man, she could rely on herself. Thinking this way, Xianli grabbed her knife. This building has a backup generator installed in the basement, Zhangwan said. The generator was their main purpose this time. Right. Floor 0 is home appliances. Air conditioners and refrigerators are available, Zhangwan added. Let's go straight to the basement first, Xiaonua said. Since this was a shopping center, there would definitely be a lot of zombies. So for safety reasons, the group moved together. If they were accidentally separated, they would wait at the tarmac on the top floor. After everything was discussed, the 9 people began to prepare at the tarmac. The lift had long been unusable. Only the stairs could be opened. Zhang Wei Xiaonuo 2 people to play the lead, followed by Lin Xiaojin, Xianli, Zhu Jingjing. At the end is Lin Xiaoran, Ding Yunxian and Zhou Yingying. The stairs here are locked from the inside. Zhang Quan tried. It didn't open. Immediately after that, Zhang Wang pressed against the doorway and looked inside. There are 3 zombies, presumably staff. Zhang Wish guessed as he looked at the vaguely tattered clothing on the zombies. No matter what it was, fighting was the way to go. I'll open the door, Lin Xiaojin said. Zhang Wan immediately sidestepped and dodged out of position. And Lin Xiaojin gently tugged on the door lock, and it was yanked out. Lin Xiaojin gestured towards them. And after the door opened, the zombies seemed to hear the commotion or smell the scent of the living, and began to rush towards their side. Roar. These zombies were about as fast as adult speed. Poof. 3 zombies were quickly resolved by Xiaonua and Zhang Wang. Lin Xiaojin and Xianli and Zhu Jingjing very tacit understanding pull out the crystal beads in the zombie's head, all loaded into their backpacks. Lin Xiaoran looked at Lin Xiaojin's skillful movements. Thought of his sister has been the end of the world to grow up to this. The psychological cannot help but sigh. Zhou Yingying's face was a little dissatisfied. But they had said before that the crystal beads would be taken by whoever killed them. This floor is an office area, so there aren't many people. And naturally there aren't many zombies. They directly take the stairs to the basement of the 0 floor. Be careful. The hallway is a bit dark, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Xiaonua responded very naturally. Zhang Wish had a bitter look on his face. Wasn't this meant to be said to the 2 of them who were playing the lead? It was indeed a bit dark in the hallway. This floor of the shopping center had a total of 5 floors. Although it was said to have 5 floors, but the ceiling was very high. Almost every floor was equivalent to 2 floors of a normal floor. The dust on the stairs of the building was as thick as the palm of one's hand. And the crowd stepped down leaving thick footprints. When they descended to the 4th floor, they saw 2 dry corpses. That's right. Dry corpses. I think it is the end of the world to hide in the hallway. No idea to go out. The result was starve to death here? But Lin Xiaojin just skimmed over. The bodies of the 2 people were wrapped around each other, obviously beating each other to death. Looking at the hands of the 2 people seemed to be grabbing a plastic bag. Other people might not be able to see it, but Lin Xiaojin's eyesight was good. It was a bag of dry noodles. If it was at the beginning, perhaps they would have all sighed. Now the crowd had long since grown accustomed to it. They made it all the way to the basement, during which they could also see the zombie bodies in the stairs. Xianli stepped on a mobile phone, which didn't help, and directly kicked it away. If you saw a mobile phone or a gold necklace before the end of the world, you might still be happy and lucky. In the end times, this thing really isn't much use anymore. It's not as useful as a packet of surfaces. They walked all the way down to the basement, and the further down they went, the clearer the hissing of the zombies became. This should be floor 0. How come we can't get to the basement? Lin Xiaojin said. There's a map of the shopping center structure. Xiaonua pointed out that there was a display board on the building, an emergency escape route map, but with a layer of gray soil on it. It was vaguely visible. This goes to floor 0. The basement is here, Xiaonua said as he pointed at the diagram. Everyone's voices lowered consciously. So the basement needs to be entered from the back door of the building. We have to go out from here, Lin Xiaojin said. Xiaonua responded. Then be careful. There are definitely a lot of zombies on the ground floor, Lin Xiaoran said. Everyone was ready. The door on the ground floor was locked, without Lin Xiaojin violently disarming it. Xiao Nuo directly unlocked and opened the door. The exit of the ground floor was a cosmetic shop. And when they came out, they saw the zombies rushing over. Go here, Zhang Wen said. He watched the surveillance in advance and knew the approximate path. Roar. There were dozens of zombies on the ground floor alone, all rushing towards Lin Xiaojin and the others. They wanted a quick battle, but the zombies wouldn't give this chance. The zombies all desperately pounced over. These zombies are going to be faster than the zombies in B City, Lin Xiaojin said. Not only are they faster, the skin of this zombie is going to be hard. Xionli frowned and said. She endeavored to slash at the zombie's head. In B City, the zombie's head could be cut down with almost a single slash in the right position. But in this H City, this zombie in the shopping center, a cut to the neck did not cut off. Obviously feel hard. These zombies are obviously fast and have hard bodies, Xiao Nuo said. Wang Han pulled Zhu Jingjing to protect behind him and said, be careful. Don't rush ahead. Lin Xiaojin didn't feel anything. She still chopped the zombies almost like chopping cabbages. Almost one knife at a time, making a slightly bigger effort to cut the zombies off at the waist. They rushed to the back door of the ground floor, the outside of the magnificent zombies, to see the scalp numb. Xionli, you put a few big water balloons. Quickly, Lin Xiaojin said anxiously. Xionli, although do not know Lin Xiaojin let her put water balloons do what? Her water balloons are not dangerous to zombies. Especially so many zombies? Could it be to give the zombies a bath? Xionli didn't ask too many questions and didn't suspect anything, directly releasing several large water balls in succession. Xiao Nuo, Lin Xiaojin said. Immediately after, Xiao Nuo condensed a ball of lightning in his hand and released it towards the water balls. The water flow conducted electricity, and the range of Xiao Nuo's thunderbolt's power even doubled. Zzz. There was a burst of flaming zip 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 sound. A large swath of zombies were hit and collapsed. Beautiful, Lin Xiaoran said. I didn't think that my water ball would be this powerful with the lightning system. Xionli was a little excited mentally. Hurry up, Lin Xiaojin said. Now time is not money. Time is life. Xionli responded. Taking advantage of a large swath of zombies, in the end everyone rushed out. Zhou Yingying looked at Xionli, and then looked at Xiao Nuo. The psyche is a little upset. She has always felt that Xionli is quite useless. Usually as a tap? In the Yellowstone ancient village, there is mountain spring water. Her water system's supernatural ability is even less useful. Did not think that with a lightning system will have such a strong increase effect. At that moment, Zhou Yingying suddenly felt that she was the most useless person in the team. The basement was written do not enter. Lin Xiaojin directly kicked the door open. A few rushed in and closed the door again. You guys go look for it. I'll stay here, Lin Xiaojin said. Senior brother, I'll join you, Zhou Yingying said. Lin Xiaoran nodded and didn't say anything. Ding Yunxian also followed Lin Xiaoran to stay behind, guarding the door. In case any zombies rushed over, they would be able to find and solve them first. The basement was a bit dark. Only a small rectangular window shone down a faint light. This is a generator, right? How do I take it away? Lin Xiaojin said. Danger written on the generator. Idle people, please do not approach. Wait. I'll remove all these ones that are connected to the electricity. Otherwise it will destroy the generator if it's put in so directly, Wang Han said. Good, Lin Xiaojin responded. Both Wang Han and Xiao Nuo were dismantling this generator. 10 minutes passed before the entire generator was dismantled. Lin Xiaojin received it directly into the space. Fortunately, Lin Xiaojin had vacated quite a lot of space, and Lin Xiaojin's space now had a size of 500 square feet. The last time to absorb, which a strange crystal bead, so that Lin Xiaojin's space above the hidden silk fog. After collecting the generator, he was ready to collect the air conditioner on the 3rd floor. Hot weather without air conditioning cannot be. Floor 0 is the home appliance area, and the supermarket area, Zhang Wen said. Then the whole good together stock up, Lin Xiaojin said. Also did not stay here for much longer. Came out of the basement, and went to the 0th floor again. There were barely a few zombies in the home appliance area on floor 0. So Lin Xiaojin collected a few air conditioners, and went straight to the supermarket. Sure enough, the zombies are all over here, Xionli said with a frown. Everyone runs for food in the end times. Of course, there are more zombies here, Zhou Yingying said with a grunt. Xiaojin, you just go collect the supplies, and we'll deal with the zombies. Lin Xiaoran said. Supermarket area, this side of the zombies, but a lot of food shelves have fallen down a lot. Like the fresh food area Lin Xiaojin, do not go to see. The end of the world for so long vegetables, and fruits, and so on have long rotted. Food shelves are estimated to be the beginning of the end of the mad rush, when everyone knocked down. Lin Xiaojin saw the useful ones, and received them into space. Baby zombies. I actually find it somewhat inexplicably cute. Xianli looked at a baby walker lying in a pram. This baby zombie's head was relatively large and full. Unlike all the other zombies that were particularly dry and had carrion dripping from the corners of their mouths. The eye sockets are particularly large. A circle or black. If not the end of the world is estimated to be thought to put on the end of the world cute makeup. It is quite cute. Zhu Jingjing also couldn't help but say. Roar. Suddenly the small zombie violently opened his eyes. Inside are blood red meat. Drilling out 2 big maggots. Still wriggling. Vomit. This sudden horrible storm. The 2 worms crawled towards Zhu Jingjing. Wang Han cut the worm in half with a knife. And the other worm crawled to the ground and quickly crawled away. The ground left a trail like a blood line. What is this thing? It's disgusting. Xianli recoiled. Be careful. Wang Han grabbed Zhu Jingjing's palpitating hand, which was still cold and sweaty at the moment. Zhu Jingjing hurriedly nodded and said, I know. Stay close to me. Wang Han frowned and said. He was just chopping the zombie. Zhu Jingjing moved this way when she heard Xianli's words. And the result was that the eyes of that small zombie crawled out of a big worm flying towards Zhu Jingjing's body. Fortunately, Wang Han has been paying attention to Zhu Jingjing. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Wang Han's face sank again and whispered. Idiot. The zombies on the ground floor are estimated to be hundreds. After nearly half an hour of fighting finally cleaned up. The supermarket is full of zombie corpses. A few people hand on the zombie's head of the crystal beads are dug up. Lin Xiaojin also pulled out a few transparent system crystal beads. Hand on the space to throw. The space absorbs the crystal beads will become bigger. Lin Xiaojin went to the mother and baby milk powder area. Found that most of the milk powder has long been empty. Did not think that there will actually be people take so much milk powder. Most people ran to get more instant noodles. Lin Xiaojin remembered that in the past, when it snowed heavily, supermarkets, convenience stores would sell out of instant noodles. Now after the end of the world, she often also grabbed instant noodles first, followed by canned iron boxed 8 treasure kanji, and these items that could be put away. Lin Xiaojin's ear power was extremely good. Without the disturbing sound of zombies hissing, Lin Xiaojin actually vaguely heard some weird movements. However, Lin Xiaojin didn't think much about it. It was considered normal to hear any weird sounds in the post-apocalyptic world. Right. I'm going to collect some solar water heaters. Lin Xiaojin suddenly thought of something and said. Collecting some solar water heaters in the hot weather and solar lights were all more practical. There's still most of the crystal beads over here that haven't been pulled out. Zhou Yingying frowned. In that case, I'll go collect the solar water heaters and the solar lamps. I'll be back in a while. Lin Xiaojin said. No. I'll go with you. Lin Xiaoran and Xiao Nua said at the same time. Finally Lin Xiaoran thought about it, and then looked at Xiao Nua and said. You go. Take care of my sister. Xiao Nua rarely showed a grateful expression towards Lin Xiaoran solemnly said. Don't worry. Finally, he could cultivate his feelings with Lin Xiaojin alone. The zombies on the 0th floor are so many in total as long as they don't startle the zombies upstairs. They will be fine. These zombies probably haven't learned how to go up and down the stairs yet. Lin Xiaojin rushed 0th floor of the home appliance area. This time specifically looking for solar water heaters and solar power panels. Home appliance area, they just came when a total of 2 days of zombies has long been cleaned up by them. This will appear again as zombie. Lin Xiaojin cut the head of the zombie. Xiao Nua took out the crystal beads to see the transparent crystal beads and threw it to Lin Xiaojin. This kind of fighting zombies, while expanding their own space, feels very good. What's wrong? Xiao Nua looked at Lin Xiaojin. She suddenly stood motionless. Nothing. Let's go, Lin Xiaojin said. Just now, she seemed to have heard the sound of knocking on a water pipe. The two were about to go out of the appliance area when the above suddenly dropped something down that almost hit Lin Xiaojin's head. Lin Xiaojin looked up as the top of the chandelier. Estimated that time is too long, rusted, broken, and fell down. The silhouette of a person who passed above. Lin Xiaojin frowned. I just seemed to see a silhouette, Lin Xiaojin said. A silhouette? Xiao Nuo frowned. Lin Xiaojin nodded. It was either a zombie or a silhouette. She could still tell the silhouette from the zombie's activity. Could there be other survivors here? But can live here all the time? Lin Xiaojin asked with a frown. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin shook her head and said, No. Her eyesight she trusted very much. Xiao Nuo asked, Where did you see it? There. In the northeast corner. Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin was a little hesitant to go and take a look. Suddenly the silhouette came out again. This time Xiao Nuo also saw it. The man stood in the corner with a beard as long as a wild man. Suddenly the man's hand condensed a thunder light. Thunder system. The same as Xiao Nuo is the thunder system. The savage condensed a thunder light towards Lin Xiaojin's floor and shot towards him. Lin Xiaojin dodged back a bit. The savage was just testing them, didn't seem to have any intention of attacking them. What's he doing? Lin Xiaojin frowned in confusion. Why did he keep shooting at the floor in front of her? He's asking us to go over. Xiao Nuo seemed to understand what the savage meant. Go over? Lin Xiaojin inquired. The two of them didn't know if this savage was a friend or foe. Was it not a good idea to rush over? This guy's lighting system has broken through at least 2 layers of bottlenecks. Xiao Nuo said. The lighting system's attack was so far away. Xiao Nuo could feel that this man's thunder system was stronger than his. He had only broken through 1 layer of bottleneck. But this man in front of him had broken through 2 layers. So just now, he was just shooting towards for fun. Lin Xiaojin said in disbelief. The savage was ready to shoot thunderbolts towards Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo again. Lin Xiaojin said. Don't shoot. Let's go over. This savage's lighting system is even stronger than Xiao Nuo. If it really shoots at them, it won't be the end of the game. Even if Xiao Nuo uses time pause, the range of use is not enough. If it was up close, Lin Xiaojin would probably be able to whack him to death. This savage seems to be taking them somewhere. The two followed the savage to the southwest corner, where there was an iron gate that said warehouse. There was a warehouse in the home appliance area. It's probably where appliances are stored. Xiao Nuo was the first to follow them in, followed by Lin Xiaojin. And the two of them just went in, and the iron door closed. That savage is now in front of him. He seems to have not spoken for a long time. And his voice is a bit hoarse when he opens his mouth to speak. You guys came from outside of H City? The man hissed. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo looked at each other. Lin Xiaojin said, That's right. We came to H City to collect supplies. What do you want to do by luring us here? Both Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo were on the defensive. The distance was enough for Xiao Nuo to use his second skill time pause. I want to ask you guys for a favor. The man's tone was somewhat heavy. A favor? Could it be to take him out of H City? This guy's lighting system was stronger than Xiao Nuo's. Taking him away wasn't impossible. After all, they were still short of people in the safe zone. Take you away? Lin Xiaojin said. The savage nodded and shook his head again, which gave Lin Xiaojin a confused look, not understanding what the savage meant. What do you mean? Lin Xiaojin said in confusion. I want to ask you to take a child with you. After the savage finished speaking, he carried out a child, estimated to be only 2 or 3 years old, from a nearby paper box. Lin Xiaojin didn't dare to imagine that there was actually a child alive in the middle of the ruins of the end of the world. It was estimated that this man had paid a lot. Lin Xiaojin thought of before in the supermarket to go to the milk powder are fast to be taken a lot. It is estimated that this man's take, looking for the child, woke up. Dirty. Lin Xiaojin also cannot see as a boy and girl, only to see the child dead hold the man. How long have you stayed here? Lin Xiaojin asked. The savages thought about it or answered. I don't know. They had stayed here almost since the end of the world. And in the beginning, he had brought his wife and child with him. But his wife had corpsed, and it was just him and his son who had passed. Soon he stimulated his lightning powers, and he cut down all the zombies on this 0th floor. But he occasionally attracted some other zombies to this floor to use as cover. Just please take him away, and these are yours. The man pulled a bag of purple crystal beads out of his pocket. Thunder-type crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin said in shock, and couldn't help but look at Xiao Nuo. This was a whole bag of thunder system crystal beads. Most of the zombies they killed got the most transparent system crystal beads. The thunder system and gold system were very rare, especially the gold system. But this much of the thunder system was also very rare. I know you're of the thunder system. Savage looked toward Xiao Nuo. Although he didn't know where this guy got so many lightning system crystal beads from. This guy's breakthrough of the 2-layer bottleneck definitely had nothing to do with this. I can take him away. But aren't you afraid that we'll leave him behind once we get the crystal beads? After all, he's still young and is a drag for us. Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. There is no trust without a reason. A father before the end of the world would not give his child to a stranger, let alone the end of the world. Bringing a child was simply a drag. And besides, it wasn't his own child. The savage froze. His hands tightly clenched fists. His face is full of beard. Lin Xiaojin cannot see his expression. After a long time the man said in a pained tone, I won't live long. The child is also dead if he stays. There is still a sliver of a way to live after you guys. The savage leaked out his arm. On it was a wound bitten by a zombie. He had been infected. Now there was no necrosis solely because of his high energy and his will to resist tenaciously. Half of his body had already shown signs of necrosis. Lin Xiaojin was horrified. An alien necrosis would be very terrifying. There are stronger zombies in this shopping center? Xiao Nua asked with a frown. Both people seemed to realize that it was not good. That's right. But it will only appear at night. So you guys need to hurry up before it gets dark. The slightest smell of a living person can be detected. This zombie is also an alien necromorphic speed. Strength are twice as much as ordinary zombies. The most critical thing. It is hard all over. Even if his lightning system alien energy is very strong can't hurt him. Hearing this, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were both a little nervous. Originally, if he hadn't run into Lin Xiaojin and the others, he probably would have killed the child himself before committing suicide. But when he ran into Lin Xiaojin and the others, everyone wants their children to have a chance to live. And he is no exception. So what is he struggling here for? He was bitten by a mutated zombie, and carried on hard for what? It was all for the sake of the child. Hoping that the child would have a chance of survival. Lin Xiaojin sank. Then if you win the bet, the crystal beads will be given to us. And I will take the child away. Thank you. The savage's voice was choked and his eyes were red. Little boy, you go with uncle and auntie, the wild man said. Eyes red, choking voice. Although there are 1,000, 10,000 reluctants, but the son can live. The child just shook his head and did not say anything. The hand is also hard to grasp the wild man's tattered clothes. The savage threw a bag of purple crystal beads to Xiao Nua. Can I ask you a question? How did you manage to get so many purple crystal beads? Lin Xiaojin asked curiously. Savage hesitated for a moment and seemed to think of something else and said, It's Xiao Xiao. He can see the zombie crystal bead properties. The savage chose to tell Lin Xiaojin that he could also consider Little Good to be valuable and could leave Little Good behind. Little Good's psychic ability is perspective. Can see through everything as well as the good and bad of the human heart. Which is why he lured Lin Xiaojin and the others over. If these two people just wanted to get his crystal beads and would leave Little Boy behind at any time, then he would just die with these two people. Lin Xiaojin looked at Little Boy, slowly walked over and squatted down. The child's face is dark, but the eyes are large. The eyes are black, but if you look closely, you can see that the little boy's eyes have some circles of golden lines. Come with me. Since I promised your father I won't cheat you, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. The Little Good turned back and pulled his father, wanting his father to go with them. Seeing here the savages knew that the Little Good recognized Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin's heart is not bad. See here the wild man's tears could not help but fall. He is happy and sad. Happy that the child can finally survive. Sad thing he will finally not see the child. Sweetie, remember Daddy loves you. Love you forever. The savage's voice choked. And he kissed deeply on the little boy's forehead. I don't know why. Lin Xiaojin's psyche was sour. If her dad was still around, wasn't he also so in love with her? Xiao Nua's mood is no better. He now has a child although in Lin Xiaojin's stomach. But that kind of fatherly love is spread out. Xiao Xiao shook his head. Is pulling the wild man's clothes do not spread mouth. The wild man directly underhand is Xiao Xiao knocked out. Lin Xiaojin aside are looking dumbfounded. But at the same time also understand the mood of the wild man. Her name is Mu Xiaozhuang. Can let her live on it. Savage choked. Lin Xiaojin and the others agreed that bringing up a child in the post-apocalyptic world was already very difficult. She knew that her daughter would suffer much. Much more. But as long as she lived, it would be fine. I will take good care of her, Lin Xiaojin said after a half a minute of silence. The savage looked carefully at the little girl and took out another necklace from his body, and put it on the little girl. The savage's face suddenly turned a little hideous. Lin Xiaojin knew that this was the savage controlling himself. Lin Xiaojin suddenly thought of something. Letting Xiao Nua hold the little boy, and taking out a large cup of water from the well from space himself. You can try this. If you can resist it, come to the Yellowstone ancient village outside of H City, Lin Xiaojin said. The zombie that bit the savage was very strong. The savage didn't know how hard it was to hold out for a few days before he didn't let himself turn completely necrotic. Perhaps it was the willpower from his father's love that allowed him to endure the pain of this necrotic transformation all the time. Lin Xiaojin remembered that she had once been scratched by a zombie. But she did not turn into a zombie at that time. But instead, she let herself have a peculiar strength-based psychic ability. Once the zombie mutated, it would be zombie consciousness. Lin Xiaojin's space water had a healing effect. But she didn't know if it could cure the zombie's poison. Zhu Jingjing Healing Department can treat wounds. Like such a big mutation infection. Zhu Jingjing afraid the treatment cannot come. Lin Xiaojin will not let Zhu Jingjing consume half a life for a stranger. In fact, Lin Xiaojin, this decision is right. If you really let Zhu Jingjing's treatment. With Zhu Jingjing now a level of bottleneck have not broken through the energy to treat an infected person who breaks through 2 levels of bottleneck. Consume the whole body of red blood cells are useless instead of saving people because of the light to become a vegetable. Heavy crisis life. Savage half of his body is in pain. His face is twitching. Necrosis has begun to spread in. Go! Move! Savage retained his consciousness and forcefully shouted. But his pain could still be heard in his voice. I put the well water here. You can try it, Lin Xiaojin said. Then nodded with Xiao Nua. The two slowly retreated out. The 2 people went out of the iron door. Lin Xiaojin said, I'll carry her. I'll carry it, Xiao Nua said. Lin Xiaojin didn't refuse. And the 2 of them walked towards the supermarket area with a child in their arms. I don't know what kind of zombies are still hidden in this shopping center. That savage is a strong person who has broken through 2 levels of psychic ability, actually managed to have a zombie injure him, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Like the matter of breaking through the bottleneck. Lin Xiaojin also heard Xiao Nua said. This person has already broken through the 2-level bottleneck. The strength is very strong. Xiao Nua had only broken through the 1st-level bottleneck. But Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaojin were almost considered dual-system adepts. Xiao Nua's thunder system. Time. Lin Xiaojin's power. Space. Savage said that zombie was also an alien necromorph. Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. This meant that the exalted would become very powerful once they necrotic. The time is only noon now. Let's hurry and stock up on supplies to leave the shopping center, Lin Xiaojin said. Mainly she was afraid of encountering that mutated zombie. None of them had broken through the 2nd-level bottleneck. Nowadays, the ones who have broken through the 1st-level bottleneck are Lin Xiaojin, Xiao Nua, Zhang Wish and Lin Xiaoran and Wang Han are stuck in the 1st-level bottleneck. Zhu Jingjing and Xian Li is still a big difference. Ding Yunxian and Zhou Yingying are also approaching their bottlenecks. They don't know if they can deal with a mutated zombie with this amount of strength. Not to mention the fact that there are so many zombies here that once they are surrounded, they will be in danger. The 2 rushed all the way to the supermarket area. The zombies on this side had almost all been cleared out, and the crystal beads had all been pulled out. Xiaojin. I dug out the crystal beads of the Earth system and the Wood system, Xian Li said. Zhang Wang, Wang Han, and Zhu Jingjing also gave the rest to Lin Xiaojin. It was only at this time that the crowd saw Xiao Nua still holding a dirty child. Lin Xiaojin briefly explained the child's situation. This child also doesn't know how he survived to come here, and actually managed to hold on here for so long. Zhu Jingjing couldn't help but say with heartache. Zhu Jingjing has always been kind-hearted, if not followed them. This mother of God's heart, I'm afraid I don't know how many times to die. Perhaps it was because of kindness that Zhu Jingjing's talent awakened the healing faculty's supernatural ability. Yeah. It's really not easy. Xian Li also sighed. Everyone seemed to be lamenting the fact that it wasn't easy for a child to survive. But suddenly a discordant voice popped up. We still have to be carrying a child, Zhou Yingying said with a frown. Or what? Leave him here to feed the zombies? Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Zhou Yingying did not speak anymore. She just gently bit her lower lip and said, I didn't say anything. Why do you guys keep disliking me? No one dislikes you if you speak overly dim sum. And also this child was brought back by me. I will be responsible for it. And I don't need you. Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice, and his tone was not too good. Zhou Yingying lowered her head and didn't speak. Just her face didn't look too good. Next to Ding Yunxian pulled Zhou Yingying to one side and said, Yingying, it's the end of the world now. Don't live in the past. You don't change your character in the future. It will be very difficult. Ding Yunxian didn't say anything harsh. After all, Zhou Yingying was their little sister. This way Zhou Yingying was with him and his senior brother. So everyone was more tolerant. But now it's different. There's Lin Xiaojin, there's Xiao Nua, and they have a team that's clearly stronger than them. It's hard to want to melt into the team. Keep your role at all times and not be excluded. But nowadays, Zhou Yingying's character in not changing, I'm afraid that he will be rejected. Senior brother is obviously towards Lin Xiaojin. Zhou Yingying and not see clearly if he can't help her. But, I just said a sentence to bring a child, but it's a burden. Zhou Yingying frowned and said, You know. But they don't know? Or Lin Xiaojin didn't know. But she still brought the child here. Besides, it doesn't eat your family's rice. What are you worried about? In the last days, mind your own business, and you'll be fine. Ding Yunxian persuaded bitterly. The more Zhou Yingying listened, the worse her face became, saying, Elder brother, she won't care about me. Senior sister is one kiss away from her own sister. A difference of 100,000 miles. Ding Yunxian said. This time, Zhou Yingying did not retort. She seemed to have figured something out and said, I know. Ding Yunxian looked at Zhou Yingying's face was not very good. Her eyes seemed to be vaguely unconvinced. And gently sighed. The rest would be left to heaven's mercy. He had said what he needed to say anyway. Xiaojin, are you saying that I'm afraid that there will be a more powerful mutated zombie in this place? Lin Xiaoran frowned. It's not that there will be. There is. And I'm afraid it won't be just one soon. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said, This is not the place to talk. Let's just go up to the top floor and leave this shopping center, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Good. Lin Xiaojin answered. If the savage mutated, then there would soon be a more powerful mutated zombie. The crowd rushed out of the supermarket entrance and prepared to take the stairs straight to the top floor. Zzz. Suddenly the entire electric lights on the 0th floor emitted a wobble, followed by a bang as they all shattered and collapsed. Oops. It can't be that level 2 savage mutating. Right? Lin Xiaojin said in shock. That savage was a strong person who had broken through the level 2 thunder system ability. And the consequences would be unimaginable if he necromorphized. Walk, Lin Xiaojin said. In the warehouse, almost half of the savage's body was completely necrotic. His body was stiff and dry. And his face was also half necrotic. His consciousness was eroded little by little. Sweetie, the man's mouth muttered. He crawled on the ground, struggling against it. He knew that he was afraid that he could not resist. That mutant zombie's toxicity is too strong. He initially thought he could resist after all. He broke through 2 layers of bottlenecks, but found that he could not resist at all. Is it really going to be necrotic? Turned into a do-not-know-anything wandering zombie, gnawing on raw meat? He is now also considered to die without regrets. The little boy was saved. If those people's purpose is not pure, the little boy will not agree to go with that woman. Suddenly the savage saw the cup of clear water. This water? The savage seems to recall what Lin Xiaojin said before he left. What could a cup of water do? But now, he was still stubbornly resisting. He still wanted to go and see little boy. The savage was torn for a moment. Anyway, he has now become like this. There is no fear, said the savage, took the cup of water and drank it into his mouth in one gulp. Ah! With a roar, the wild man completely fainted. The powerful current rippled through everything around them. On the other hand, they were taking the stairs when the child woke up to see it was Xiao Nua holding her. She struggled all over to come down. Xiao Nua couldn't argue, so he put the child down, then she immediately curled up in the corner. What's wrong? Zhang Wan asked. Xiao Nua shook his head. How could he understand a child's mind? Zhu Jingjing slowly walked over, squatted down and said, You're called Little Goody, right? Don't you be afraid, okay? Little Good didn't say a word, just looked up at Zhu Jingjing, then curled up and lowered his head. Anna, get up. Look at me, Exionly said, coaxing a child. Give sugar to eat. Little friend, you get up and walk with me. Sister give you candy. Okay, Exionly said. Little Good is still motionless and curled up his head. This child had lived in the post-apocalyptic world for a long time. And apart from contact with wild people, the rest were zombies. Lin Xiaojin slowly walked over and squatted down, saying, "Your father, he's already zombified. And I promised your father I would take you away. You don't want him to be sad, right?" Lin Xiaojin finished this. The little boy still didn't move. Just when Lin Xiaojin wanted to not knock her out again and forcefully carry her away, the little boy raised his head up. Big black eyes, long eyelashes, with a faint circle of golden pupil lines inside. Little Good's face was dirty. Especially dirty. But her eyes were especially bright. "Come with me," Lin Xiaojin said sincerely. This little girl inexplicably reminded her of herself as a child. Lin Xiaoran seemed to be able to see what was going on. He also walked over and squatted down, softly saying, "We won't hurt you." Xiao 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 looked at Lin Xiaoran and blinked her eyes, nodding softly. Only then did Lin Xiaojin let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xiaojin was just about to pick little boy up. Lin Xiaoran said, "I'll do it," said Lin Xiaoran. Also looked down at Lin Xiaojin's stomach. It seemed to be slightly bulging. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Little Good gave Lin Xiaoran a hug. Actually didn't refuse. "Brother Xiao, this breath of yours is a bit too cold. Children don't like you. Be gentle in the future." Or what a sister-in-law gives birth to a daughter in the future? Zhang Wish couldn't help canceling and said. Lin Xiaojin's face reared slightly red. Xiao Nu, on the contrary, seriously thought about it. This will be the Little Good, and Lin Xiaoran's embrace seems unusually quiet. But just now when he hugged her, struggling with a pitiful look, Lin Xiaoran holding the arms of the Little Good, thin, pitiful. Also do not know the child specifically how big. Just look at the body type, is also like a 3-year-old child. In the middle of a small interlude is also considered smooth walk to the top floor. Fortunately, the top floor balcony did not zombie intrusion. Lin Xiaojin looked at the top floor below the great zombies, vaguely see which there are a few different. It seems that not only their human psychic ability is constantly breaking through the bottleneck in evolution, these zombies are also on the plane. A few people really feel the pressure is not so big. Prepare for takeoff. Everyone pay attention. Wang Han radioed. The taxiway on the top floor tarmac is relatively short, so Xiao Nua, he needs to speed up. This time may be a bit bumpy. Buzz. The plane took off. Next they had wanted to go to the hospital to find medical equipment. But now there was a temporary addition of a child. So I'm afraid that bringing it would increase the danger. The most critical thing is that Lin Xiaojin collected too much in the supermarket, almost staining the space. And the empty space in the middle of the space can't be put things. The fruits and vegetables she planted are in the middle. H City by plane to the outskirts of Huangshe Ancient Village is only a minute or two away. If you take the high-speed train is also more than 10 minutes just. The plane bathroom. Lin Xiaojin decided to first give the little boy a bath. Change of clean clothes. Lin Xiaojin collected not a lot of children's clothes. Her space has. Before the horde are placed in the Yellowstone Ancient Village. Little boy was probably more nervous about going to an unfamiliar environment. Just not taking a bath. Then curled up in a corner and didn't come out. It's probably because he stayed in the warehouse for a long time. There were zombies everywhere. And he often hid in a cardboard box to become like this. Lin Xiaojin sighed. Zhou Yingying opened her mouth to say something. But when she thought of what Ding Yunxian had said to her, she held her tongue and just turned her head over to look outside. Adults can't stand being alone in one place, let alone a small child. Xian Li sighed. I'm going to try, Lin Xiaojin said. After all, she was the one who brought the person back. Little boy didn't know how long he hadn't taken a bath. He was covered in odor. His hair was all knotted up just like his dad. If he put a bird up there, it could probably be used as a bird's nest. Lin Xiaojin carried the little boy into the master bedroom and let everyone else out. Too many people will also make the little boy have nervous emotions. Zhu Jingjing wanted to come in to help, was stopped by Xian Li. Said, listen to Xiaojin. That child is nervous with too many people. Just now did not see her hands curled up together. Zhu Jingjing nodded. She just saw it too. Just couldn't help but sigh. It's really not easy to survive. They had seen too many necrotic little zombies of all sizes. In the bedroom of the plane, Lin Xiaojin put little boy on a chair. She squatted down to be at eye level with little boy. Lin Xiaojin said, and took out a doll from the space. This is what she collected together in the supermarket. Originally was prepared that count to leave to the child. This send you okay? Lin Xiaojin saw some fluctuations in the eyes of the little good. It seems to like the doll. But your hands are too dirty. It will dirty it. I'll wash you clean. Before giving this to you, okay? Lin Xiaojin seduced. The little girl nodded her head in an unprecedented way. She also liked dolls and toys, but her dad didn't want her to take these for her safety, because she had a doll with a sound that her dad had given her before. As a result, it attracted zombies over. And if her dad hadn't come back in time, she might have been eaten. Lin Xiaojin saw that the little girl agreed, immediately stayed the little girl in the washroom. The water in the airplane washroom is not much, but it is still no problem to wash a little girl. Lin Xiaojin slowly dragged the child's clothes. Asked, "Little boy, how old are you?" Little Good didn't say anything, and thought about stretching out 5 fingers. 5 years old? Lin Xiaojin was shocked. Lin Xiaojin looked at this child, and thought she was only 3 years old. But she didn't think she was actually 5 years old. Lin Xiaojin stripped off the little girl's clothes. Unexpectedly, although the outside clothes were rather dirty, but the inside clothes were still clean. It seems that savage often took clothes from the supermarket for the child to change. Lin Xiaojin looked at the little girl's body, can be described as bone-thin. Long-term malnutrition. And not much activity. His father also wanted to take the little boy to escape. But outside the zombie is too much. Hiding in the shopping center, at least food is still guaranteed. The little girl's hands embraced up, a bit unsteady. Lin Xiaojin saw her nervousness and said, "Don't be nervous. I'll gently wash it for you." The little girl's hair was washed several times, cannot wash open. Can only give the little girl to cut off all the hair. Of course, this is Lin Xiaojin asked the little girl whether to agree. The little girl nodded her head before she cut her hair. Lin Xiaojin cleaned the little girl's face, revealing a stunted and somewhat pale little face, which is the reason for the long time without sunshine. This little good long-term lack of calcium. Fortunately, when she swept in the pharmacy before, calcium tablets also collected a lot. It should have been the most pink age. "Ah, you're so cute looking," Lin Xiaojin said seriously. After Lin Xiaojin finished this sentence, the little girl's eyes were red and suddenly cried. For a moment Lin Xiaojin was a bit at a loss. She washed quite gently. "Ah." Lin Xiaojin frowned. Could it be that she misses her mother? Little boy's eyes were red from crying. Lin Xiaojin took little boy in her arms and gently patted little boy's back, slowly soothing her. She remembered that when she fell and hurt herself as a child, her brother coaxed her the same way. After crying for a long time, Little Good finally stopped crying. Lin Xiaojin saw that Little Good's emotions had stabilized, and only then did she dress Little Good. The clothes were all collected from before. Now the weather is hot. Lin Xiaojin gave the child to wear a big vest and a small underwear. Fortunately, Lin Xiaojin collected a lot of children's clothes before. At this moment, the plane has long arrived at the Yellowstone ancient village. Lin Xiaojin held the little girl off the plane. Xiao Xiao looked at the surrounding quiet environment and the hot sunshine, for a moment some discomfort, and quickly lowered his head and buried his head in Lin Xiaojin's neck. Xiao knew they have long been off the plane. Back to the yard. Xian Li and Zhu Jingjing this will be in the kitchen cooking. Ding Yunxian pulled Zhou Yingying together to help. By the way, to help ease the relationship between Zhou Yingying and them. From the morning until the afternoon they did not eat. And now they are hungry. Lin Xiaojin put the collected generators, air conditioners, solar water heaters, and solar lights in the yard. Xiao Nua, Wang Han, a few of their men went to drum up this, trying to install this at night. This time, the weather is getting hotter and hotter. Zhang Wish, is this hot air coming early? Xian Li said. It's rising a bit fast. I'll check again later. Zhang Wan said. They were installing it today, and they would have to continue replenishing the supplies in tomorrow. So who knew how long this hot air would last? The last time B City's temperature plummeted it was over 3 months. After 20 minutes the rice was also steamed. There was bacon in the cellar, and pickles were set up. A large table was set up in the center of the backyard, and everyone couldn't wait to eat. People are iron and rice is steel. A meal is not eaten hungry. Lin Xiaojin put the little girl down, knowing that she is more nervous now that she has arrived in an unfamiliar environment. So everyone should not pay too much attention to her. Lin Xiaojin took out a bunch of bagged steak chicken from the space. She collected quite a lot today, and looked at the shelf life of 2 or 3 months before it expired. But expired 2 or 3 months they can also eat. Xian Li and Zhu Jingjing demolished 3 bags and put them on a plate. This is rice. Eat more. And steak chicken, Lin Xiaojin said, and scooped a big bowl for Xiaozhou. So hungry. And steak chicken, Zhang Quan said. Yes. I collected quite a few in the deli section of the supermarket today. But they all expired in 2 or 3 months. Lin Xiaojin said. It's good to have something to eat now. What if it all expires in 2 days? Xian Li sighed. So we have to find a way. We can't just point to the supplies in the city. Lin Xiaojin said. When I checked the satellite today, there's a food processing plant near our village. Just a few kilometers away from us. Zhang Wan said. Hearing this, Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up. A food processing plant? That should have quite a few supplies. Should we go and take a look tomorrow? Before the weather is so hot. Lin Xiaojin said. Xiao Nua nodded. Xiao didn't dare to eat at first. Or Lin Xiaojin slowly comforted her before she slowly ate. And in no time, she ate a big bowl. The hot rice. It smells so good. Not only Little Good thinks so. Everyone is eating a few more bowls of rice. This hot rice is simply wonderful. It would be even more delicious if there were spicy dishes, like shredded pork with fish. Diced chicken with chili and hairy blood on rice. Xian Li said. Although the imagination is very good. But the reality is very bone dry. Now can eat fragrant rice is already very delicious. Everyone is not so demanding now. Eat a hot mouth is good. The food before the end of the world is no longer in the luxury. At night, Lin Xiaojin and Little Good were in the same room. Lin Xiaojin specially found a plush doll for Little Good. And a small pink quilt. Little boy. You can sleep here at night. Lin Xiaojin softly said. Perhaps she was about to become a mother soon. And this would be a somewhat early outbreak of motherly love. Lin Xiaojin put Little Boy on the bed. While she came out to discuss with him about going to the food processing plant tomorrow. We can't all go tomorrow. We need to leave some people behind. Lin Xiaojin said. She had to go. Mainly she was the main collector of supplies. Little Boy also stayed behind and needed someone to look after him. Xiao Nua nodded, and the others agreed. Brother, why don't you stay tomorrow and help me take care of Little Boy? Lin Xiaojin looked at his brother Lin Xiaoran and said. Lin Xiaoran hesitated and said. Let Xiao Nua follow you. Lin Xiaojin nodded. He knew that if Xiao Nua didn't follow her, Lin Xiaoran would be uneasy. Jing. Wang Han, you two stay as well. Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. All right. Zhu Jingjing nodded. She would do whatever she was arranged to do. Wang Han saw Zhu Jingjing agreed, he also nodded. Just tomorrow, he wants the generator are going to be reloaded. This is a big job. There are no days is not finished. Lin Xiaojin, Xiao Nua, Zhang Wang, Ding Yunxian and Zhou Ying. And Xian Li 6 people tomorrow, to go to the food processing plant. Zhou Ying also wanted to stay. She just wanted to speak was interrupted by Zhang Wang's voice. But she thought about it, or hold back. Zhang Wang pulled up the location of the food processing plant. He said, although we don't have a car. But I see that there are quite a few bicycles in the village. We can go by bike. It's a pity that the electric bikes have long since run out of power due to long periods of parking. And the tires are all torn. Otherwise we could have gone by electric bike. Xian Li sighed. Doesn't the bike need to be pumped up as well? Ding Yunxian said. That's right. Zhang Wang nodded. A pump to the point where almost every household had one. Not just this one, but also electric tricycles. But they all needed repair. I'm afraid that the repairs would be too late. So I'll go by bicycle. It would only take a minute or two to pump it up. And it's only a few kilometers from Huangshe Ancient Village to the food processing factory. At night the sky has begun to heat up. The little boy is probably insecure. Lying on the bed. A small body curled up. The bright moonlight in the early hours of the morning diffused in from the window, reflecting the little face of the little boy. Frowning tightly. Hands tightly wrapped around the legs. Lin Xiaojin gently sighed. This is not something that can be changed in a day or two. Adults can't handle it, let alone such a small child. The next morning, Lin Xiaojin woke up early. Today they were going to the food processing plant to stock up on supplies. In the morning Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaoran both got up early and boiled congee. Drinking some white congee to cash in on the pickles. Xiao. You be good and stay here. Auntie will go out and come back in the afternoon. Lin Xiaojin touched Xiao Zhao's head. Little boy did not say anything. Just looked at Lin Xiaojin. And then his small hands grasped Lin Xiaojin's clothes. Lin Xiaojin's mind is a little bit not a good taste. The side of Zhu Jingjing came over and said, Little boy, you go with sister to play. Okay? Sister will take you to see the fish. Little boy looked at Zhu Jingjing. And then looked at Lin Xiaojin. still did not let go of the hand that gripped Lin Xiaojin's clothes. Lin Xiaojin touched Little Good's head and said, "I will definitely come back, and won't leave you behind." Little Boy heard Lin Xiaojin's words, that slowly loosened his small hand. In the morning, a few of them started to ride their bikes to the food processing plant, a few kilometers away. Zhou Yingying does not know how to ride a bicycle, and can only let Ding Yunxian take her. Lin Xiaojin can ride, but Xiao Nua will not let her ride. After all, the month has slowly begun to show the pregnancy. Lin Xiaojin had to sit on the back seat of Xiao Nua. They went out of the Yellowstone village to the side of the cement road. This small road could only pass a car at most. No wonder there weren't many cars in this Yellowstone ancient village. Most of them were agricultural tricycles. There were also ones that could be filled with petrol. But the tires were all scrapped. "This cycling is hot and sweaty," Xianli said. "Yeah. It's only early in the morning, and it's so hot," Zhang said. Both sides of the concrete road should have been planted with crops, which had long since withered by now. "There are fruit trees over there." Lin Xiaojin had good eyesight, and glanced at the rows of fruit trees on the opposite side. Xiao Nua saw the direction of Lin Xiaojin's finger, so he accelerated the speed of the bike. The sudden acceleration made Lin Xiaojin subconsciously wrap her arms around Xiao Nua's waist. Xiao Nua's body was slightly shaken, the corner of his mouth with a trace of imperceptible smile. The two took the lead to the fruit trees, which were apple trees. "It's an apple tree, but it hasn't been watered for a long time. The tree is a bit dry," Lin Xiaojin said. "You want to plant these trees in space?" Xiao Nua said. Lin Xiaojin didn't expect Xiao Nua to actually understand her thoughts. She nodded and said, "Yes. Planting them in space should almost grow them out quickly. Otherwise, if she planted her fruit tree seeds, she would need quite a lot of wood system crystal beads to grow up. She planted this kind of mature fruit tree in the space. Then it would be fine to directly use the wood system crystal beads to catalyze the results. Now Lin Xiaojin's space land has about 20 square feet. Planted tomatoes, cucumbers, and mango trees. Mango tree only planted A. Now only grew 8 centimeters. Only grow to about 20 centimeters when the fruit." Lin Xiaojin melted all of the remaining 20 or so Earth system crystal beads into the space. Instantly the space had another 10 square meters of land. The remaining wood system crystal beads Lin Xiaojin did not count. There were about 30.40 left. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua got out of the car. Lin Xiaojin picked a thicker looking apple tree, directly grabbed the trunk of the apple tree with her hand, and directly lifted it upwards. The apple tree was uprooted. The rest of the apple trees Lin Xiaojin didn't even want. One apple tree was enough. Lin Xiaojin planted the apple tree on the land, and then threw 2 or 3 more wood system crystal beads into the land. The apple tree's leaves turned green to the naked eye. The mango tree grew, and the other tomatoes and cucumbers bore fruits that got a little bigger again. A few people continued to walk along the concrete path, and occasionally see the body of the zombie lying on the roadside dry fried. A few people continued to walk forward, and soon saw a factory in front of them, which was not very big and could be seen at a glance. "It's a small processing plant," Lin Xiaojin said. A few got off the bike, and all threw themselves on the side of the road. Small processing factories are all tin doors. The door is locked. Lin Xiaojin directly kicked open the tin door. From the inside instantly emerged a few zombies, are also some middle-aged and old zombies. A few times was Lin Xiaojin they resolved the 7 or 8 zombies inside the 1 or 2 crystal beads. Because the zombies are Ding Yunxian and Zhou Yingying, crystal beads will naturally give them. This food processing plant is processing noodles. There are still unprocessed noodles on the machine, but now it has long been broken and corroded blackened. These are well packed. "Not bad," Xianli said. "In the warehouse, there is half a warehouse of boxed noodles. Instant noodle pastries." Xianli and Zhang 2 people have checked. "None of them are broken," Zhang said excitedly. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Then all these things were received in the space. She had put out the generator and air conditioner before, and the space vacated quite a lot of space. A few people again factory around. There is nothing else. Only a few zombies. Clean up the zombies before they leave. However, there is a tractor in the factory. Zhang Quan went up and tried it out and actually managed to drive it. "It can drive! It can drive!" Zhang said excitedly. The quality of the Dongfenghong tractor was really good. However, only one person can sit in the front of the tractor, while several people can sit in the bucket at the back. If you can ride a car, Of course you choose not to ride a car. Especially since it was almost noon, and the sun was getting hotter and hotter. Zhang Wang drove the tractor. And the few of them sat on the tractor at the back. There's still most of the petrol left. Enough for us to drive for a few days, Zhang Wang said. Lin Xiaojin nodded. There wasn't much petrol left in her space. And the aircraft's aviation paraffin was only stored a little. When the time came, she would go and store more when she came across a petrol station. Wait! Lin Xiaojin looked at a surprise not far away. A small white thing had just flashed through the grass. If Lin Xiaojin was right, it should be a rabbit. If you can catch a rabbit, isn't it possible to make a rabbit stew at night? Thinking of this, Lin Xiaojin subconsciously swallowed her saliva. I think I saw a rabbit, Lin Xiaojin said with slight excitement. A rabbit? A real rabbit? Zhang Quan said with glowing eyes. Not only Zhang Zhu, Ding Yunxian and Zhou Yingying's eyes all lit up. They hadn't eaten meat for an unknown period of time. This time when they heard Lin Xiaojin's words, they all looked towards Lin Xiaojin's direction. And Zhang Wang also immediately stopped the car. Really? I'm sure I won't be wrong. Lin Xiaojin still believed in her eyesight. When the crowd heard Lin Xiaojin swear so much, they all jumped down from the trailer. It should be quite normal to have rabbits in the countryside. It's possible that they're domesticated or free range, Ding Yunxian said uncertainly. He had grown up living in the city, and didn't know much about any of this. Domesticated rabbits are kept in captivity. It's probably wild rabbits, Zhang Wang said. I'll go catch it. Don't go too many people. The rabbits will run if they get scared, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nuo seems to know quite well not. What Lin Xiaojin did not know is that Xiao Nuo lived in the countryside for a few years as a child, and lived a few years of hard life. Then I'll go. I have good eyesight. You guys wait here, Lin Xiaojin said. Grab 2 rabbits and put them in the space to try. Now with the crops in the space becoming more abundant, the oxygen has long since become sufficient. The 2 of them walked towards the fields beside the concrete road one after the other. These previously planted wheat had long since withered. Only half a dead pole remained. Xiao Nuo. Where is it? Lin Xiaojin said, as she pointed in the direction of 3 o'clock. A big white rabbit sub etc. squatted in the grass nest. Not moving. Xiao Nuo also did not move. Rashly stepping over would only cause it to instantly escape. Xiao Nuo's fingers condensed a trace of lightning. Accurately hit the rabbit. Only to see the rabbit's body stiffen and fall straight to the ground. Xiao Nuo. You won't electrocute it. Right? Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly ran up and picked up the rabbit. The fur was still good. It wasn't electrocuted. It was just stunned by Xiao Nuo. Xiao Nuo's skill of controlling lightning was really precise. Should we look for another rabbit to go? Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at Xiao Nuo. Okay. Then I'll give them a word and tell them to go back first, okay? Lin Xiaojin said. Xiao Nuo nodded. Lin Xiaojin ran over and threw the rabbit to Exionly, saying, You guys go back first. Let's see if there are any more rabbits. Anyway, this isn't far away. We'll just walk back in a while. Then you guys pay attention to safety, Exionly said. Ah. Then do you want us to go catch rabbits with you? Zhou Yingying got up and said. And as soon as she did, she was held down by Exionly next to her. It's better for you guys to go. Catch more rabbits and come back. Exionly laughed. Lin Xiaojin nodded, and went back to continue walking towards the fields with Xiao Nuo. Zhou Yingying watched Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo walk away. She frowned and said, Why did you just pull me back? Let's go catch more rabbits, and we'll have rabbit meat at night. Exionly looked at Zhou Yingying as if she had no emotional intelligence at all and said, They are a couple. Men and women working together are not tired. What are you doing there as a light bulb? Besides, if they can't finish catching rabbits today, we can't come over tomorrow. You? Zhou Yingying gasped. Ding Yunxian immediately mediated, Well, let's hurry back. This is the sun is shining. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo were walking in the fields. Lin Xiaojin said, Usually rabbits have a rabbit nest. Right? The 2 walked along the field for nearly 20 minutes, but did not see a rabbit. Surrounded by all kinds of weeds in the dry field crazy growth. Suddenly Xiao Nuo saw a hole and squatted down. The rider touched his hand on the hole and said, This should be a rabbit hole. Usually rabbit holes will have 2 holes. Sure enough, not far away, Xiao Nuo found another rabbit hole. But the rabbits are all out by day and night. And I don't know how I bumped into a rabbit that came out during the day today. This rabbit looks quite deep. How are we going to get the rabbit out? Lin Xiaojin frowned. She was not good at all at catching wild rabbits. You guard that hole, Xiao Nuo said. Lin Xiaojin nodded and hid at the rabbit hole entrance. On the other hand, Xiao Nuo picked up a bunch of dry leaves from the side and placed them at the hole entrance. Then condensed lightning sparks to ignite the dry leaves. A white smoke came out. Xiao Nuo directly stuffed it into the rabbit hole. After a minute or two, Lin Xiaojin's eyes stared at the rabbit hole. Not long after seeing a fluffy rabbit drilled out, Lin Xiaojin one hand to hold down. One after another, 3 or 4 more bunnies ran out from inside. I'll keep these bunnies in my space, Lin Xiaojin said. The large rabbit was thrown to Xiao Nuo, and several small rabbits were thrown into the space by Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin immediately found the chicken cage she had collected earlier and put the rabbits in it. The other chicken cage had a few eggs in it, and Lin Xiaojin used quite a few things to cover it, not knowing if it could hatch. Suddenly Lin Xiaojin had a brainwave. She put a thick layer of cotton cloth on top of the eggs, and put the rabbit on top of it. And I don't know if it can hatch? Maybe it can. Everything is possible in this world now. The little wolf cub's crawling asleep. At this moment, see Lin Xiaojin put in a few bunnies. Immediately excited to death, Lin Xiaojin saw this and hurriedly released the little wolf cub out of the space. Lin Xiaojin said, "This little wolf cub's mouth is drooling when he sees the rabbits." The little wolf cub that came out was also not honest, looking at the big rabbit in Xiao Nuo's hand, and wanted to go up and bite it twice. "You're this tall. When you grow twice as big as this big fat rabbit, you'll be able to eat it," Lin Xiaojin teased. Right now, the little wolf cub was the size of this big rabbit. The two of them walked down the field side towards Wangshigu village, while looking to see if there were any more rabbit holes in the field. The sun is getting hot. No, okay. Let's go back. Catching rabbits still needs to come in the evening. The weather should be cooler than midday. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said. Xiao Nuo nodded. At the moment, he was also sweating all over his back. However, even if it was evening, the temperature didn't seem to diminish there. It was just that there might not be a sun that wouldn't be so sunny. The little wolf cub instead is fine. The body's fur is vaguely glowing with a faint golden light, presumably because of the absorption of the gold system crystal beads. It's also strange. We haven't encountered many golden crystal beads since then, Lin Xiaojin said. Golden crystal beads were much rarer than other crystal beads. The little wolf cub didn't feel the heat at all as it walked through the fields. Instead, it was sniffing as it walked, like a hyena. The coyote cub crawled on the ground with its forelimbs, its two paws pawing at the ground. The little wolf cub is finding something? Lin Xiaojin said excitedly, and then watched as the little wolf cub had already raked out a small earthen pit. Lin Xiaojin was excited about whether this mound would also be a rabbit's nest. But in the end, after pulling it a few times, she found that inside was a gold necklace. Lin Xiaojin took it in her hand and looked at it. It was really a gold necklace. If before the end of the world, she might still be happy to see a gold necklace. But after the end of the world, this really has no use. Lin Xiaojin sighed, just ready to throw away. The little wolf cub immediately took over to the mouth to gnaw. A few times to the gold necklace gnawed into the stomach. Reacting, Lin Xiaojin immediately grabbed the little wolf cub to snap its mouth and said, Quickly, quickly spit it out. Swallowing gold is a death sentence. However, the little wolf cub did not matter at all, but instead was very happy. The key, this is gold, it just chewed it up? Lin Xiaojin broke open the wolf's mouth, can still see the gold foam in its mouth. The key little wolf cub did not have any painful expression, but very enjoyable. It eats gold? A kryptonite toy dog? Lin Xiaojin was a bit unresponsive. Could it be that the coyote pup had absorbed the gold crystal beads, causing a mutation? Maybe it's mutated, Xiao Nuo said, as he also squatted down to look at the little wolf cub. Could it be the effect of the gold system crystal bead? We haven't seen a gold system shifter yet, and we don't know what skills gold system shifters have, Lin Xiaojin said. Isn't it? Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nuo exchanged a glance and seemed to understand something. The coyote cub was a gold system shifter. Oh. The coyote cub was a mutated animal, and this strange behavior of eating gold seemed to make more sense. Now that the coyote pup had already chewed and swallowed the gold, there was no way to make it spit it out now. So now it could only observe and see. There are bunnies in the space. Lin Xiaojin is not going to put the coyote cub into the space to and ah. Fortunately, the coyote cub is not digging a hole in the back. Along the way, Lin Xiaojin saw another dried-up peach tree. Lin Xiaojin also peeled it out and planted it in space. Unfortunately, the space doesn't have enough land. Or else I could plant a lot of things. Lin Xiaojin sighed. When the hot weather is over, fight zombies in this city, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin nodded and suddenly thought, if we don't have crystal beads, is there any way for us to raise our ability level? Xiao Nuo had actually thought of this as well. Using crystal beads to raise energy was the fastest and most concise way nowadays. If you want to raise your powers by yourself, it's not impossible. But if you need to condense your own energy, the speed will be very slow. I have tried to condense my own energy, but the progress is very slow, Xiao Nuo said. Then it's better to fight zombies. There are at least millions of zombies in a city anyway, Lin Xiaojin said. Our country, China, was the most populous country, and there were many zombies. But China's population was gathered in the cities, and the infection was also very rapid. Most of the people who survived were from the surrounding villages and counties. Some of the villagers in the ancient Yellowstone village who survived also ran away to other places. Xiao Nuo got a bag of Thunder System crystal beads given by that savage. And there are hundreds of these crystal beads. These crystal beads Xiao Nuo will reach the breakthrough of the second level bottleneck after absorbing all of them. Two people walked back to the village. The gate has long been constructed as an iron gate. Zhang Wish also got a switch. Although Lin Xiaojin can make this door fly up with one punch, she can't destroy public property. Right? Lin Xiaojin shouted at the monitor. The iron gate opened and opened. Lin Xiaojin held the little wolf cub. Xiao Nuo held the rabbit and went in. Lin Xiaojin returned to their courtyard. Zhu Jingjing had already steamed a pot of rice. Xian Li and Zhou Yingying were both busy multiplying the rice. The courtyard is too hot. There is no longer a way to eat in the courtyard, so they have to eat in the kitchen. Fortunately, rural kitchens are also large. The kitchen also needs to install an air conditioner. Otherwise it will be too hot to cook later, Zhang Wang said. Install them all. Lin Xiaojin's brought back enough air conditioners, Wang Han said. Xian Li and Zhou Yingying, two people, took some mixed rice sauce purple. These are Lin Xiaojin from the supermarket to retrieve. She previously vacated a part of the cellar to move to the cellar. With what to go directly to the cellar to get? The cellar at least can still keep warm. Is not breathable. Too stuffy. Where's my brother and little boy? Lin Xiaojin asked as she looked round and didn't see these two. Little boy alone in your house just won't come down. I coaxed half a day. And finally your brother went up, Zhu Jingjing said. Zhu Jingjing sighed. She, an introvert, encountered a child more introverted than himself. Lin Xiaojin nodded, put down the wolf cub, and went up to look for Xiao Xiao. Xiao Nuo put the rabbits in the rabbit cage in the kitchen. Two wild rabbits. One was electrocuted, and one seemed to be shivering a little in fear. We can go out to catch some more rabbits in the evening, and see if there are any other wild game around here, Zhang Wang said. I agree, Xian Li said. They were in the countryside now, and with a small number of people over here, the chances of a zombie appearing were quite low. But it could not be ruled out that they would encounter some kind of mutated action. I can't go, Wang Han said. He still had a bunch of air conditioners waiting to be installed, and had just installed the generator this morning. Then who's going with me at night? Zhang Wang said. I'll go, Xian Li said. Catching more rabbits. These two rabbits aren't enough for a few of them. I'll stay and install the air conditioner with Wang Han, Ding Yunqian said. Zhang Wang looked at Xiao Nuo expectantly and said, Brother Xiao, let's go together at night, Xiao Nuo said. No time. Being rejected by Xiao Nuo, Zhang Wang did not matter, just curious about what Xiao Nuo was doing at night. How could he be unavailable? Xiao Nuo thought about it and said, You can call Lin Xia Ran. Zhang Wish nodded his head with a look of not having thought of it and said, Right. I'll call on him later. When Zhou Ying heard that Lin Xiaoran might go, she said, I'll go with you guys. Zhang Wang looked at Zhou Ying and said, I can do it. One more person is more power. Xian Li deflated her mouth. Although she was a little tired of Zhou Ying's pretentious temper, she did not say anything in return. People are all mutually compatible. Just like she and Lin Xiaojin at the beginning, is also mutual suspicion of each other, do not see each other, and then experience life and death all the way to grind over. There is also Zhu Jingjing, at first all kinds of timid, need to protect, and later also became a good sister. However, Zhou Yingying's temperament coupled with pretentiousness. The future cannot where good is another matter. Can be in a place. Cannot be in a place on the loose. Lin Xiaojin went upstairs and heard Lin Xiaoran was telling a story to the little boy. A story that she had heard many times when she was a child. Lin Xiaojin walked in. Saw the little boy sitting on his brother's lap. A big small get along very friendly. Little Good saw Lin Xiaojin and got down from Lin Xiaojin's body. Is Little Good not eating? Lin Xiaojin said. Yeah. Probably saw that you didn't come back. Lin Xiaoran said. Perhaps it was because Lin Xiaojin was the first woman he had seen after the end of the world besides his savage father. Or perhaps Lin Xiaojin had a slight resemblance to his mother. Little boy seemed to have some natural affinity for her. Every time I didn't eat when I was little you would tell the story. Lin Xiaojin said breathlessly. Lin Xiaoran was instantly a little weak when he heard Lin Xiaojin's words. But at that time he was young and didn't know how to tell stories. This story was still told to him by his mother when he was a child. Little boy. Let's go down to eat, okay? I also brought back a live fluffy rabbit. Oh. Lin Xiaojin coaxed softly. Little boy's physical quality was too weak, and long-term malnutrition had to be slowly made up before he could do so. Little Good's eyes lit up slightly and slowly nodded. Lin Xiaoran saw that Little Good actually agreed to Lin Xiaojin to go eat so easily. He was a bit deflated and said, But I coaxed for half a day. She should mean to ask us to go together. Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaoran leaned over and stroked Little Good's head, saying, Let's go. Go together. Little Good saw the rabbit in the corner of the kitchen and looked straight at it. Lin Xiaojin said, You'll play with her after dinner. Okay. Little Good nodded. Lin Xiaojin now kind of understood why the savage named her daughter Little Good. Because it was really good. I see that there are still radishes in the cellar although they are already a bit dry fried. But they are still edible. I fried them. Zhu Jingjing said with embarrassment. Her handicraft this door is not very good. It's fine. At least it's fried. Xianli comforted. Zhu Jingjing always felt more embarrassed when she listened. Fortunately, there are various rice mixing sauces. Zhang Wish silently poured some beef rice mixing sauce. Ding Yunxian took a bite of fried radish, also silently took the rest of the rice mixing sauce. Wang Han is very powerful to a plate of fried radish are pulled to their own bowl. Zhu Jingjing see their own fried dishes there are people to eat. The psychological still a little sense of achievement. Lin Xiaojin down to try Zhu Jingjing's fried radish are no longer. After a while Xiao Nuo served up a large plate of dishes. Radish bacon vermicelli. Vermicelli is also put in the cellar. Almost every family's cellar are stored vegetables. But most of them cannot eat. Some like radishes. Sweet potatoes. Although some dry but still can eat. There are also pickles and bacon that can be eaten. And of course some of their homemade vermicelli can also be eaten. Lin Xiaojin's space has also received a lot of bags of food. Now the cellar and the yard are full. Lin Xiaojin before hoarding things are generally put in the warehouse. And then in H City hoarding things also put some in. Now Lin Xiaojin's space was still full. With so many supplies, they would have no problem topping the high temperature period. The flavor on the plate in front of Lin Xiaojin was too fragrant. It was obviously very simple ingredients. But Xiao Nua made it very tasty. Brother Xiao. Can I have some? Zhang Wish said pitifully. There's more in the pot. Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Just as Xiao Nua finished speaking, Zhang Wan. Ding Yunxian immediately went to the pot to scoop the vegetables. Fortunately, Xiao Nua did more. Xianli and Zhou Yingying also immediately followed closely. And Lin Xiaoran finally followed. Zhu Jingjing picks at her rice. A little slightly lost. Some self-doubt. Wang Han. Is what I fried really good? Difficult to eat. Wang Han said faintly. Then you still ate it all? Zhu Jingjing is a bit embarrassed. She didn't expect it to be so unpalatable? If I don't eat it, should I let you eat it? It's salty. Wang Han frowned. Cough. Zhu Jingjing couldn't help but cough twice. Anna quickly come and grab the vegetables. It'll be gone in a while. Xianli shouted. Lin Xiaojin first scooped rice for Xiaozi. And then served the dishes. Eat. Lin Xiaojin said softly. Only then did Little Good pick up the spoon and slowly put it in her mouth. Little Good ate very gently, not making any noise. This was a habit that Xiao Xiao had developed as they had been surviving in a large shopping center, and she had been staying in a warehouse. Especially at night, she couldn't make any noise or she would attract zombies. Xiao Nua's cooking is really delicious. Lin Xiaojin ate 3 big bowls of rice. In the evening, The weather was still so hot, the temperature had reached 30 degrees. Just not as sunny as during the day. Zhang wished to pull Lin Xiaoran, Zhou Yingying, silently together to go outside the field to see if there are other rabbits. Ding Yunxian and Wang Han were busy installing the air conditioner, so that everyone could sleep comfortably with the air conditioner on at night. Fortunately, it seems that the hotter the weather is, the cooler the mountain spring water outside. Lin Xiaojin gave the little boy a shower, then carried the little boy to the bed. Lin Xiaojin from the space to find out a few toys for the little boy to play. Xiao Nua is not available at night because he wants to absorb the crystal beads. He just got so lighting system crystal beads. Surely he is grasping to absorb the crystal beads to enhance the strength of. Lin Xiaojin's transparent crystal beads were all used to expand the space, and the remaining ones were some with system and earth system crystal beads. Moreover, Lin Xiaojin found that the tomatoes and cucumbers planted in the space before almost didn't need to be put into the wood system crystal beads again, and would soon bear fruit. Perhaps the plants will be upgraded after the wood crystal beads are put to a certain level. Lin Xiaojin also guessed. And in the meantime, she set a level for them in her mind. Lin Xiaojin calculated. Now tomatoes, cucumbers once a month results. Lin Xiaojin probably put 300 wood crystal beads. The latest planted mango put more than 100 crystal beads. But now also grow. Not yet fruit, but has been very fast. If you rely solely on planting grafted mango generally need 3 years to result. If the seed sowing planting will need 8-10 years. Or even more than 10 years to result. So Lin Xiaojin used 100 wood crystal beads to shorten the mango growth period. Want a mango with tomatoes, like once a month fruit? I'm afraid, I still need to put a lot of wood crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin counted his own wood system crystal beads still left 78. Even if all the wood system essence cast to the mango tree, I'm afraid to give the mango tree cannot be upgraded. Lin Xiaojin regretted planting the mango. She should have planted something with a short fruiting time. But she can't help but love to eat it. Who knew that the mango tree was a kryptonite? In the end, Lin Xiaojin locked the apple tree and peach tree. These two trees are directly planted over, saving a lot of crystal beads. Generally, apple trees and peach trees are saplings that take 2 or 3 years to bear fruit and are small in quantity. But if they are grafted, they can bear fruit in the second year. Lin Xiaojin sowed 5 crystal beads first put in the apple tree. Really apple tree visible growth. Lin Xiaojin put in another 5 apple tree blossom. Lin Xiaojin gritted her teeth and directly put half of the crystal beads to the apple tree. A green energy around the apple tree slowly results. Lin Xiaojin a happy look at the hands of the remaining 30 crystal beads directly thrown to the peach tree. However, the peach tree only to the flowering period. If there is no wood system crystal beads, if you want to fruit, I'm afraid it will take a while. Lin Xiaojin put these are written down. By the way, divided under the level, tomatoes, cucumbers picked off a month will be able to result as 1 level. Mango and peach tree this is 0 level are not results. The apple forest Xiaojin also according to a level of calculation. The only need to experiment is to pick how long can grow out. The apple tree probably has more than 100 apples. Lin Xiaojin remembers that an ordinary apple tree can also bear more than 200 ah. Lin Xiaojin does not know is that she planted the apple tree is not ordinary apple tree. Are contained energy. The fruit naturally less than ordinary. Although less but also than ordinary apples are much larger. Lin Xiaojin picked more than 20 apples, and noted down the date again, to see what the apple tree fruiting cycle was. In fact, Lin Xiaojin preferred to throw the rest to the tomatoes and cucumbers. But tried to throw down. Tomatoes and cucumbers will also be a month fruit. But the taste and fruit will become bigger. So Lin Xiaojin did not put crystal beads into the tomatoes. Lin Xiaojin has been thinking. It seems that in the future need to slowly explore. Lin Xiaojin recorded all these data in the future to slowly mining. After the consciousness from the space out to see the little girl is quiet, and quiet is snuggling the doll asleep. Lin Xiaojin adjusted the temperature of the air conditioning to maintain at about 20 degrees. Wang Han, Ding Yunxian installed the air conditioner. The only thing left is the solar panels. This can also save the power of the generator. At night, Zhang Wang and the others came back. And they really did catch another nest of wild rabbits at night. The next day, Lin Xiaojin gave everyone an apple. Space apples had energy and were full. Lin Xiaojin planned to eat one every day to replenish her body's energy. As the months got older, the body would need more and more energy. The kitchen, where everyone usually gathered. The weather was getting hotter and hotter over the next few days. and the hottest time at noon had already reached 40 degrees. This weather is also too hot. It's impossible to get out of the air-conditioned house, Exionly said. But it's also hard to stay in an air-conditioned house for a long time, Zhu Jingjing said. We are still a village, surrounded by mountains and a mountain spring to cool down. Otherwise it would be even hotter, Zhang Wan said. At night, several of their men would run to the mountain spring to cool down. Even several of their girls. For a few days in a row everyone had become darker to the naked eye, and their skin had also become dry. But Lin Xiaojin didn't seem to be bothered by this. Still very white and her skin wasn't dry. Lin Xiaojin didn't even use skin care products. Probably because her cellular metabolism was too powerful. I checked. There are a total of 3 waves of hot air flow. We are now the first wave will last about more than 1 month. The second wave of the month is purplish-red high temperature will be more than 40 degrees. The third wave of the temperature will fall back a little. Zhang wished to take out the laptop said. How long will the second and third wave last? Lin Xiaojin asked. Zhang Wang shook his head and said. I can't measure it now. Only when the second wave arrives. Late pregnancy is the most afraid of heat. Lin Xiaojin, you're almost 6 months old now. Right? Zhu Jingjing said with some worry. Lin Xiaojin nodded and said. It's fine. We still have air conditioning. If it's not possible I'll go to the cellar. Lin Xiaoran's face was a bit gloomy, saying. Zhang Wan just said that the second wave of high temperatures will most likely exceed 40 degrees. So will the generators outside not be able to stand running for a long time? I also thought of this problem. If the temperature really exceeds 40 degrees the generator definitely won't be able to withstand it. Wang Han said in a deep voice. Just in case. Let's hurry up and pack up the cellar, Lin Xiaojin said, thinking that the second wave of high temperatures would most likely exceed 40 degrees. And the generator overloading would not be able to withstand it. Several decided to pack out the cellar at night. Although the cellar was large, it couldn't house so many people at the same time. Mainly because it was stuffy. Fortunately, almost every family here has a cellar. And in a few days, we packed up 3 cellars and installed solar lights. Although the cellar is cool. But there is no window. Airtight and stuffy. But prepared in advance is also a way back. Who does not know the second wave of high temperatures in the end, how many degrees? Which is only 30 more than already feel very hot. Slowly time passes very quickly has been almost a month soon. During the day, they almost all stay in the house. Because the weather is too hot and too sunny. At night when it's not too sunny, they will occasionally come out to move around and go to the mountain spring water to take a dip. Lin Xiaojin's stomach has begun to show pregnant. She also recently are wearing loose t-shirts. Little boy is still quiet. From Lin Xiaojin brought her back already a month. Little boy still did not open his mouth to say a word. Everyone seems to have taken it for granted, thinking that the little girl may be mute. But only Lin Xiaojin does not think so. The little girl is a long time to stay in that kind of environment after the birth of the child. If she wanted to talk, she would have to overcome the mental hurdle herself. It was supposed to be another quiet day when the alarm set by Zhang Wish went off. What's going on? Lin Xiaojin asked. Hearing the alarm everyone ran to Zhang Wan's room. The monitor showed that someone outside was destroying the iron gate they had built. It's someone, Wang Han said with a frown. Hearing someone the crowd was flabbergasted for a moment. Xiao Nu and the others then quickly reacted. Immediately after Xiao Nu led the men to the village entrance. The rest of the girls followed Lin Xiaojin and sat in front of the laptop. Monitoring the outside were all walking on foot. The clothes on their bodies could be described with the word ragged. These people came out from there? Exionly asked with a frown. Looking at the monitor there were about 10 or so people. Followed by a few children. Presumably also escaping from somewhere else. Lin Xiaojin looked at the monitor. A few of the men arrived and didn't know what they said. Xiao Nuo let them in. Let them in, Zhou Yingying said with a frown. It wasn't sure if letting these people in was a blessing or a curse. But Yellowstone Ancient Village had 200 ancient villages. So it didn't matter if they were let in. Besides, weren't they also originally planning to establish a safe zone? After nearly an hour or so Zhang Wish and Wang Han came back. What's going on? Just let them in, Exionly asked. They are from Zhang Wang's northern village has been cut off from water. And the weather is too hot, they thought of the mountain spring water in Wanchigu village and are ready to migrate here, Zhang Wish said. They look like there are quite a few of them. Are there any Alterans? Lin Xiaojin asked. It was the Alterans that would be most useful to them. There are a total of 13 people. There are 3 small children. Among them there are 3 Xenos. 2 of the strength system. One of them is a Xeno is a with system Xeno. John Wish said. What? Isn't that something that can be catalyzed? Exionly asked. Wasn't it possible to catalyze Wood-type psychic abilities in novels? They so hadn't seen a Wood-type ability yet. John Wish shook his head and said. Her Wood-type psychic ability can't catalyze life-only control plants. It seems that the skills possessed by even one attribute of psychic ability are not the same. Xiao Nua stayed with Wang Han and also Ding Yuan to give them the rules. They could come to live in the Yellowstone ancient village, but they would not provide any supplies. Of course they could barter for goods. Xiao Nua arranged them in the west end of the village. They could look for supplies in the village, except for a few yards on their side. But most of the supplies in the village they had already scavenged. Peach, what do you think of those people? De Zhu Zi, who was on the side, asked. Peach was their only Wood-type alien. And Big Pillar and Second Pillar were both Power-type aliens. So in their team the 3 of them were the leaders. And Peachy was the only one from their village who went to university outside. So everyone would consult Peachy on anything. I don't think those people are any good. The Yellowstone ancient village isn't their family's land. So they just say they're taking this place over? What's that? My aunt's family is still from Yellowstone ancient village. Suzy was dissatisfied. De Zhu Zi knew why Zhu Zi was so angry. It wasn't because he saw that those 2 men were both handsome and Zhu Zi had a crush on Peach. Second brother. It's useless to talk about this now that it's the end of the world. Peach said with a frown. It was good that people let them in. Big brother. Let Auntie and the others all stay in first. This village is a mountain spring, we are at least not short of water. That's true. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. This mountain spring water is cooler. De Zhu Zi said. Second brother. You are taking a few people to the village to look for supplies. Maybe there are still leftovers. Don't go to those compounds in the east. Wang Taozi still remembered what those 2 men said. Wang Taozi was not worried about brother Suzy and said. Don't mess with those 2 people. That man is very strong. She was also a psychic, and could vaguely sense that the psychic abilities of those men were stronger than her. Zhu Zi was a little unhappy mentally, and a little unconvinced on his face. Got it. The opposite side of the alien energy was more than them. And the 3 of them brought a group of old and weak people. Big Pillar and Second Pillar were both strength system psychics. And after awakening their strength system psychics, their height jumped from 175 to 185. And the muscles on their arms had to be very obvious. Peach sighed softly. I hope that the 2 columns do not cause trouble. She is the village out of the village. Admitted to the University of H Medical Science, has not graduated. It was something at home to go home to ask for leave to go home to stay for 2 days, as a result of the end of the world came. Fortunately, the village is self-sufficient. Their village also stored a lot of food. But the water is tap water. Then it didn't take long for the tap water to stop. Luckily one of the residents still had a well in their house. In the past few days, that well became less and finally dried up. There was no way out. They thought of coming to Yellowstone ancient village. This village has natural mountain spring water. Iron will not dry up. Rice cannot eat for a few days. But water 3 days without drinking will die. They rode a tricycle and traveled several dozens of miles to get to Wangshigu village. Their village had 20 to 30 people at the beginning. But they were all old people. Most of them couldn't make it through and died. Some were chewed by the zombies. And they were left with 3 youths with these old and young. In fact, Wang Taozi also Xiao Nua, they did not tell the truth. She is the with system supernormal ability of course can also catalyze plants. But catalyzed plants need to consume a lot of energy. She can only produce 1 tomato per day, even if she uses all her energy to produce it. So who would eat it if they were so many people? Instead, it would lead to conflicts among the people. That's why Wang Peach didn't expose the fact that she was able to spawn plants. Sister Peach. A 7 or 8-year-old boy ran in. What's wrong? Wang Taozi said as she looked at the little boy. The children who were able to stay in the village were all left behind children. And these children were also the ones who survived by hiding in the cellar and playing. The little boy's name is Zhang Shifei. Their village Zhang's Wankyo village, so the surname Zhang almost accounted for most of the village. There are also a small number of foreign surnames. Sister Peach. Drink water. My Lu asked to bring it over for you. Zhang Shifei was holding a water cup in his hand with a slow cup of water inside. Shifei thanks. Wang Taozi touched Xiao Fei's hair. which was already frizzy. I'll go then. They're taking a dip in the pool. I'll go too, Zhang Shifei said and ran out with a gust of wind. Outside the pool, all the people and their village children went in to take a bath. This day was too hot, soaking in it to cool down. Wang Taozi also found that this Yellowstone village, even a zombie body or not, it seems that they have cleaned up. The air is fresh, as if it is not to the end of the world as well. At night, the village is still hidden lights. Solar lights. Not far from the courtyard is brightly lit. Wang Taozi knows that the courtyard is the location where several of them live. The food they brought from Zhongshuang Beibu village should be enough to eat for a few days. But after a few days, the food should come from there. After all, they still had to feed more than 10 people. And De Zhuzi and Air Zhuzi both ate a lot. Wang Taoko was very worried. She was just an ordinary medical student in the last days. After the last days, she had to take care of these old and sick people's food and drink. It was also fortunate that most of the villagers in their Zhangzhuangqiu village had gone to the market that day, and not many people stayed behind. Wang Taozi her grandmother was seriously ill, and her mother informed her to come back. If it was in the city, she didn't know if she could survive. Shortly after the end of the world, she stimulated the Wood system's supernatural ability, and then found the zombie head crystal bead-like things. She could only absorb the green ones. Brother Daju and Brother Erju could only absorb the transparent ones, leaving her with a few golden ones left in her hand, but none of them could absorb them. Wang Taozi was thinking that if she really ran out of food, she would go to them to exchange food. Peachy ah. You quickly come over to see your brother. An old woman ran over in a hurry. What's wrong? Wang Taozi frowned slightly. I don't know what's going on. But your brother has a fever. Don't be alright, the old woman said nervously. Wang Taozi's brother was 32 years old and 10 years older than Wang Taozi, with a low intelligence, only the IQ of a 5.6-year-old child. Mom, don't be in a hurry. I'll go take a look, Wang Taozi said. How can you not be anxious? That's your brother. The old woman anxiously pulled Wang Taozi to see his brother. His brother was lying on the bed at the moment. His face was a little red. Wang Taozi went over and touched his brother's forehead. It was a little hot. Wang Taozi looked at Wang Tai's symptoms. The side of the Wang mother has been constantly urging. How is it? Is your brother alright? I won't live if your brother is not okay. Brother, he is just suffering from heat stroke. Put him in the pool to cool off, and he will be fine, Wang Tao said. Wang Tai was 175 in height and size, yet he was 200 kilograms and all fat. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get your brother into the pool, Wang mother said anxiously. Mom, I can't get my brother so heavy. I still have to call Big Pillar or Second Pillar brother to do it. Peach frowned. He was especially anxious whenever he encountered his brother. In the end, Brother De Zhuzi came and put Wang Tai in the pool, which made it better. Peach, your brother is too heavy for his size. This weather is getting hotter and hotter. Your brother will be more and more unbearable, De Zhuzi reminded. These past few days, although there were a few more outsiders, it was still kind of calm, just a little more popular. And occasionally, you could hear the sound of a few children playing outside. A few of them had been searching the village for the past few days. This village also had more than 200 households. Some of the villages Lin Xiaojin they had never searched. It really let them pick up the slack. But there wasn't much left over. Now the weather is too hot. Hiding in the light of the house want to heat stroke all, Big Pillar said. Yes. These alien young people cannot stand, not to mention these old people. These children almost every day in the water soaked in the body are soaked pan. I see which yard they have air conditioning. Do we want to go borrow one? Air Zhuzi said. Borrow it? How? Peach was speechless. Which air conditioner at a glance is not in this village. Wang Peach also came to Huangshe ancient village once before. There is no one to install air conditioning here. In the past, the temperature was more than 30 degrees at most. This Yellowstone village has a mountain spring water automatic cooling is very cool. And although hot during the day, the night will blow a cool breeze. But not lately. The daytime is hot, and the night is also hot. Go to the cellar. The cellar is still cool, Big Pillar said. The cellar is cool, but it's too stuffy at night. It doesn't breathe, Second Pillar said with a frown. Isn't there an electric fan? Wang Tao said. Fortunately, their circuitry was fine, it should have been repaired. The electric fan blows hot air, Erju said with a frown. Not long after Wang mother heard Wang Taozi's words at the door, and actually went to Lin Xiaojin's yard by herself. Lin Xiaojin and the few of them usually didn't have much to do. They were all inside the house absorbing the crystal beads. Unless it was cooking time, when the few of them would go to the kitchen to cook. Lin Xiaojin was telling a story to the little boy heard the sound of shouting outside. Now outside is evening. Although not so sunny, but also hot and disturbing. Please give me an air conditioner. My son is dying of heat. The cries startled several people downstairs. Old woman, hurry back. Be careful of heat stroke in such a hot day. Zhu Jingjing couldn't help but say when she saw it was an old woman. The old woman was knocking at the door. She just had no intention of leaving. Please. Isn't it a waste for you to get so many air conditioners in such a house? Just give us one. Even give us a room. The old woman was crying and shouting to make trouble. Zhu Jingjing really can't stand to see it is going to go down to open the door for the old lady. Xionli immediately pulled her said, "What are you doing to go? I go down to open the door for her. She is so in the door in the sun. I'm afraid that a moment will be heat stroke." Zhu Jingjing said, "Open the door and maybe this old woman will rely on you." Xionli frowned and said, This. Zhu Jingjing was a little indecisive for a moment. "I'll go. Can't let her keep causing pain here," Lin Xiaojin said, and straightened her big belly. "Can." Pregnant woman to old lady. Xionli gave a thumbs up. Lin Xiaojin down. "This will be the heat is still very full. Evening this temperature is estimated to have 40 degrees. This out of the body feels sticky. Old lady you go back. We don't have any extra air conditioning here." Zhang Wang also came out and said, You? The old lady fainted with a breath before she could say anything. "Is this considered touching the porcelain?" Zhang Wang said in shock. "What does Brother Xiao do now?" Zhang Wang said. "Open the door first and notify their gang to come and collect the people," Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin carried the old lady to the kitchen. The air conditioner in the kitchen was on all the time. After a while the old lady woke up. The old woman looked at the kitchen with rice and noodles and all kinds of food. Such a big kitchen even installed an air conditioner. "Can you let my son come to this house? He's too fat. He'll die if he's out in the heat for so long. He's already had 2 heat strokes. You guys have mercy on him. He's only 5.6 years old." The old woman cried unheard as soon as she woke up. What the old man said was heard by Wang Taozi to Zhu Zi, who followed behind. And Zhu Zi. Zhu Zi has always disliked Wang Tao's mother, preferring sons over daughters. Before the end of the world is all kinds of oppression Wang Tao. After the end of the world is even more. Every time he said that he wanted Wang Tao to take care of his brother. His brother said that disabled a bunch of baba words. But also because of this village people are afraid to marry Wang Tao. Generally their village adult 18.19 married. Because who married Wang Tao who have to take care of his brother for life. That's a 5.6-year-old IQ 200 kilograms physique. Zhu Zi added from the sidelines. "We don't have any extra air conditioners here. You guys better take this ante back," Lin Xiaojin said indifferently. Hearing Lin Xiaojin's voice, the 3 people dropped their gaze onto Lin Xiaojin's body. Although from the outside on, but was able to see at a glance Lin Xiaojin's status as a pregnant woman. But seemed to be ignoring her stomach. But instead looked straight at Lin Xiaojin's face. The big pillar's face was shy. And the second pillar was even more unapologetic as he looked straight at her. Xiao Nuo's face was grim. Lin Xiaoran's face was not good either. "I told you guys in the beginning. Don't enter these courtyards to disturb us. Or else I'll ask you to leave this village," Xiao Nuo said in a cold voice. His eyes even more fiercely scraped over the 2 unavoidant men. The 2 men had an afterthought which was when they felt the 2 cold lines of sight. "Yes. Sorry. This is my mum. I'll take her back now," Wang Taozi said. She intuited that this good-looking Xiao Nuo in front of her was not something to be messed with. Especially with this circle of men staring at their scalps. "No. Can't go. Peachy, your brother will die if it stays this hot. You can't watch your brother die." The old woman pulled Wang Tao and cried. "Mom, don't make a scene here." Wang Tao especially wanted to say, "Do these people look like they can be messed with? Why am I making a scene? Do you just want your brother to die? So you don't have a burden if your brother dies? I'll tell you. If your brother dies, I'll die right in front of you too," the old woman cried, just forcing Wang Tao to compromise. "Auntie, you're morally kidnapping your daughter. None of our business. The air conditioner is we went to the zombie horde to get back. You want to go to H City by yourselves. Xionly couldn't stand this kind of old people. Patriarchal and moral abduction. It made Xionly think of herself. The two men saw Xionly and Zhu Jingjing again. These two people girl, although not as stunning as Lin Xiaojin came, but also had their own characteristics. For a time also followed a few more eyes. The two men unknowingly offended three men as soon as they came in. Why are you guys so heartless? Have pity on us. The old woman turned her head again and said. Zhu Jingjing was a bit unable to look at it and said. Otherwise. Zhu Jingjing didn't speak, immediately interrupted by Lin Xiaojin. Coldly said. Jingjing. Don't be a saintly mother. Don't forget what you encountered in the safe zone. Right. Anna. Every single material here is something we fought tooth and nail to get in H City. Xionly also said. Well. I was going to say let them go to the cellar. Zhu Anna said with some embarrassment. The temperature of the cellar is low. Put more mountain spring water inside. And although there is no air conditioning in this village, but there are electric fans unfortunately to cool down the temperature. Lin Xiaojin, even if he gave him an air conditioner, not only need to install, but also need to change the circuit. And they can only drive an air conditioner at most, because the rest of the power generation has been changed to their compound. Mom, let's hurry back. Don't make a scene here. You've heard that people won't give us the air conditioner. Wang Tao persuaded. Yes. Auntie, go back. De Juzi also hurriedly persuaded. No. I won't go back until you give me the whole air conditioner today. Tao. You can't watch your brother die of heat. The old woman suddenly knelt down towards Wang Tao. An operation that stunned Lin Xiaojin and the others. Mom, you get up. I'll figure it out. After all, Wang Tao couldn't twist her own mum. The second pillar on the side wanted to say something, but was stopped by the big pillar. Wang Taozi helped her mother up, she said. I remember you guys said you can barter for things, right? Lin Xiaoran nodded and said. That's right. In that case, do I have a few crystal beads in my hand that I can exchange for your air conditioners? Wang Tao finished speaking, and took out a few golden bright crystal beads from the small cloth bag. Looking at the crystal beads that were golden, Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up. But the surface didn't show it. It's crystal beads. But it's a great pity that we don't have any metal system adepts here. I think then you also know what attributes can absorb the corresponding crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin said indifferently. But inside, he was about to explode with excitement. Metal attribute crystal bead. God knows that the gold attribute crystal beads they had obtained for so long were tender to count on one hand. Wang Taozi heard this, and immediately lost a little. If it was with type crystal beads, she also had them. But there were only a few. But with type crystal beads she also needed to absorb. Peach, don't you have other colors? Can you change it? Wang Mu immediately said. Andy Wang. The rest of the crystal beads that Peach also needs to absorb. That can't be exchanged. Ertsuzi frowned and said. Ertsuzi, my family's affairs don't need you to be in charge. You didn't marry my girl? Wang Mother frowned and said. Ertsuzi was spoken to by Wang Mother. Seemingly being spoken to, his heart blushing, and a little ugly. Peachy, you can't watch your brother die from the heat. How can I stand up to your dead father like this? Wang Mu began to cry and soak up tears again. This with the crowd looked dumbfounded. Lin Xiaojin before seems to have only seen on the TV series so patriarchal. I did not expect to see today with their own eyes. In fact, this kind of thing is still a lot. Lin Xiaojin some understanding. Xionly is even more clear. But Zhu Jingjing has always been the pearl in the palm of her parents, simply cannot understand. Auntie. Daughter is also your daughter. She did not, you cannot force her. Zhu Jingjing frowned and said. Wang Mother seemed to see someone on the opposite side speaking for Wang Tao, immediately turned to Zhu Jingjing and said. Girl. It looks like you are a good girl with a good heart. Please just give me one. You must have an extra one. Zhu Jingjing could finally understand what is called drawing fire. Zhu Jingjing opened her mouth, really did not know what to say. Fortunately, Lin Xiaojin spoke. Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. The air conditioner really does have an extra one. Good. Mother Wang was thrilled to hear Lin Xiaojin agree. Wang Tazi, however, appeared to be more calm. She gritted her teeth and said, I only have gold system crystal beads in my hand. I won't change the wood system. Mother Wang's face instantly changed when she heard Wang Taozi's words, and said angrily, Taozi, do you want your brother to die? Mom, that green crystal bead is really useful to me. Wang Taozi said in a deep voice. The green crystal bead can enhance her strength. As long as there is enough energy. It enhances her strength. Wang Taozi can later spawn plants. Wang Taozi had a premonition that food would become harder and harder to find in the future. But her mother didn't understand her at all. Why? Since she was a child, she had to compromise? But clearly she was the younger sister. Wang Taozi's eyes were red. Obviously she had suffered from this kind of different treatment for many years. But she still felt bad every time. AI. Forget it. Let's do it this way. You give me all the gold system crystal beads you have in your hand. I'll give you the air conditioner, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Wang Taozi's eyes lit up when she heard this. Although she had initially wanted the crystal beads to be exchanged for food, but her mother had to make a scene, she could only exchange them for air conditioners. Wang Taozi gratefully looked at Lin Xiaojin and said, "Good." She knew that if it wasn't for her metallic psychic ability, she wouldn't be able to absorb the gold system crystal beads at all. "Good," Wang Mu said excitedly. On the side, De Juzi and Air Juzi were speechless. How did Wang Taozi get such a mother? The air conditioner is in the cellar. You guys send someone to get it, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice, giving Wang Han a wink in the process. Wang Han nodded and said, "Which one of you will go with me to get it?" "Me." De Juzi and Air Juzi spoke at the same time. And in the end, it was De Juzi who went. Wang Taozi took out 4 gold system crystal beads from the small cloth bag and said, "That's all I have in total." Lin Xiaojin suppressed the excitement in her heart and said, "Good." With that, Lin Xiaojin collected 4 gold system crystal beads. But holding so many crystal beads in her hand, she was more or less a little weak. An extra air conditioner charged in exchange for 4 gold system crystal beads. This gold system crystal bead she knew. "Let's do it this way. I'll give you 1 more electric fan," Lin Xiaojin said. "Okay. Thanks then," Wang Tao said. Wang Tao and the others carried the air conditioning fan and left. This mother is also really patriarchal. It's really excessive. Zhou Yingying couldn't help but spit out. If her mother stays like this, that Wang Tao will be drained of blood sooner or later. "Xian," Li said coldly. I didn't think that there would still be a patriarchal mindset in this kind of era. Zhu Jingjing sighed. Much more. There are poor and rich ones. There is also sexism in the workplace. Anna, you can't experience it, Xian Li said in a deep voice. Zhu Jingjing didn't say anything. She really didn't feel it. Because she is an only child, father never patriarchal thought. Thinking of this Zhu Jingjing some psychological difficulties. Is the thought of their own father. Wang Tao and his party of 4 people go back to cannot wait to install air conditioning. Discuss the installation of air conditioning place and quarrel. Since we got an air conditioner on everyone to use together, but Wang mother does not want so many people crowded together. In the end, she couldn't get rid of De Juzi, who had a lot of people. And only after half a day of arguing did she realize that no one knew how to install an air conditioner. "I'm a woodworker. I can make some stools and chairs. But I don't know how to install an air conditioner," Big Pillar said awkwardly. "I haven't installed it either," said the second pillar. 2 people study half a day also did not understand. And afraid to adjust the air bad. Other people will not even more. A group of old and sickly that will install air conditioning. "I'll ask them again," Wang Tao said with a pulled face. Not long after going back, Wang Tao came back. The only ones they could install an air conditioner were Wang Han and Zhang Zhuan. Xiao Nua and Ding Yunxian could just play the hand. "It's better if I go with you. Those 2 are the ones who have a master." Zhang Wan hemmed and hawed and laughed. Wang Tao's face, however, was a little less normal. Was this telling her that he was single? Zhang Wish followed Wang Tao to the courtyard where they lived and chose a larger room to install an air conditioner. "It's a small air conditioner might not be able to carry such a big room," Zhang Wish reminded. "It can only be this way." Wang Tao sighed. Zhang Wish looked at the others besides Wang Tao, Da Zhuzi, Zhuzi, 3 people. The others were all old and weak. And the rest had a few children. "You are leading so many people by yourself?" Zhang Wish couldn't help but ask. "This little girl is quite powerful. In the end of the world, she can still bring so many old and weak people without giving up. There's also brother De Juzi and brother Air Juzi. These are all relatives from a village," Wang Tao said. Zhang Wish nodded and continued to help Wang Tao install the air conditioner. At the moment, although it was afternoon, but it was still very hot, in no time Zhang Wish was already sweating profusely, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. "It's installed. But when you turn on the air conditioner, other electrical appliances including the lights can't be used." Otherwise the power won't carry. Zhang Wang reminded. Thank you. Wang Tao was very grateful. Hey. It's fine. Who knows how long this air conditioner can be used? In a few days a wave of high-temperature wires may get burned off. Zhang Wish said. You mean the temperature will still be growing? Wang Tao seemed to have caught some news shocked. Looking at this, it definitely will. You'd better make some preparations early. Zhang Wish looked at Wang Tao. A nice girl. And voiced a reminder. I know. Thank you. Wang Tao thanked. Wang Tao was also just an average-looking girl who looked to be more simple and had a resilient temperament. By the way, I saw that you have a pregnant woman there. I'm a medical student from University H. So if you need help you can look for me. Wang Tao thought about it and said. Didn't see that you're still a doctor. Okay. I'll call you if something happens. Zhang Wish said with a smile. The air conditioner was finally turned on. And while 10 or so people piled into this air-conditioned house, Wang Tao went to the cellar by herself. Zhi, I know you have your heart set on Peach. But look at her mother. It's really not something we can marry. Zhi said. Brother. I know. I have my own mental plans. Second pillar said. Zhi sighed lightly. Before the end of the world. 2 columns like Wang Tao. But Wang Tao studied well. Got into the H Medical University. 2 columns had no hope. But now the end of the world everything is possible. Although the cellar is a little stuffy, it is better than clean. She specially told Zhang Wang today that she is a medical student, but also hoped to be able to climb the relationship with them. She followed these old, weak and sickly people, dealing with these trivial matters every day. Besides, I'm afraid that the days to come will get harder and harder. And by then, it will be difficult to protect herself. How could she, a person with low energy, take care of this large family? Although it was said that Big Pillar Brother and Second Pillar Brother, the 2 of them were strength-based psychics, currently more practical than herself. Wang Tao inexplicably felt a strong sense of crisis. But there was no way to get rid of her family. That was her mother, although all the bad memories were mostly bad memories as a child. There were also warm memories. She tried to live. Why? Isn't it for the family to live better? Sure enough, on the second day, Zhang Wish did come to her, saying that the pregnant woman wanted to ask her to go over and take a look. Wang Tao nodded and immediately agreed. Now the temperature outside had reached 40 degrees. Just walking outside twice felt very hot skin. When Zhang Zhuan came back, she told Lin Xiaojin that Wang Tao was still a medical student, which made Lin Xiaojin a bit interested. She came back that day and threw one of the gold system crystal beads to the little wolf cub, and it fell into a deep sleep after absorbing it. Lin Xiaojin noticed that every time the coyote cub absorbed a gold system crystal bead it would fall asleep once. Wang Tao was invited to Lin Xiaojin's room. Lin Xiaojin's room was very cleanly organized. The baby items were also very well prepared. And there was also a cute little girl. Wang Tao felt very comfortable as soon as she entered the room. The scorching heat outside, and here seemed to be 2 worlds. Wang Tao found the little girl on the sofa. The 2 eyes met. The little girl's pupils flashed golden light that made Wang Tao think that he had blurred his eyes. But then, the little girl flashed her eyes away and concentrated on playing with her doll. Wang Tao just came in and found that Lin Xia ran, and Xiao Nua followed back and forth. Hearing Lin Xiaojin looking for Wang Tao to come over, they also do not feel at ease, so they followed up to take a look. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, many tests simply couldn't be done. I heard that you're a medical student. Can you help me check? Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Although Zhu Jingjing was a healing alien, she still didn't understand some medical knowledge. Wang Tao saw Xiao Nua and Lin Xia ran. These 2 people she had just met when she entered the Yellowstone ancient village. The 2 people were really good looking. Wang Tao couldn't help but look at them a few more times. However, the 2 people's eyes were on Lin Xiaojin. Wang Tao knew the reason for coming here, and after admiring a few glances, she withdrew her eyes. It's okay. About how many weeks are you pregnant? Wang Taozi asked. A few weeks. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua both seemed to fall into a strange atmosphere. Then what was your last period? Wang Taozi asked again. Lin Xiaojin answered a few questions in a row, and Wang Tao clearly seemed much more professional. Generally around 4 or 5 months, 16-20 weeks of pregnancy. Pregnant women can feel the fetal movement. Can you feel it now? Wang Taozi asked. Lin Xiaojin seemed to feel it just once. And that time she even fainted plus power upgraded. Wang Tao gave Lin Xiaojin some more basic checks and said, "You talk to the baby more. It's dangerous if there's no fetal movement." It was normal to have more than 10 fetal movements in 2 hours in the 6th month of pregnancy. However, the developmental characteristics of each child are different. So the frequency of fetal movements will also be different. 10 fetal movements? Lin Xiaojin frowned. She hadn't felt a single fetal movement until now. Hearing Wang Tao say this, she was a little worried. "Don't worry too much. You're also a shifter, right? Maybe the physique of a shifter is different," Wang Tao said speculatively. "I'm afraid that there are very few Esperantists who are pregnant in the end times." Lin Xiaojin nodded and gave another packet of instant noodles to Wang Tao. Wang Tao didn't refuse. She really lacked food now. "In the future, if you have any help, you can still look for me," Wang Tao said before leaving. Lin Xiaojin was a little worried after Wang Tao left. She touched her stomach and said, "It won't really be anything, right? How come there's no fetal movement at all?" Lin Xiaoran went out to see Wang Tao off and asked some more about her sister's baby. "Don't worry too much. Maybe it's really a problem with the shifter's physique," Xiao Nua comforted. In fact, he was also worried. But he was more than able to show it. Xiao slowly walked over. She seemed to sense Lin Xiaojin's worry. Her eyes stared straight at Lin Xiaojin's stomach. Eyes flickered with golden pupils. Suddenly a soft childish voice said, "Brother is sleeping." "Ah?" Lin Xiaojin was a bit unbelievable, thinking she was hallucinating. After all, she had never heard little boy speak before after being with him for so long. Lin Xiaojin stared at Little Good for half a day. Was that child's voice just now spoken by Little Good? "Little Good? You mean the younger brother?" Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Little Good wasn't speaking this time but nodded, pointing a finger at Lin Xiaojin's stomach. "You can see him?" Lin Xiaojin pointed at her stomach. Little Good nodded. Lin Xiaojin thought of what that savage had said at this time. Little Good is a penetrating eye? It could see through anything. I didn't realize that Little Goody was actually a body scanner. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua exchanged glances. And Xiao Nua said in a half-whisper, "Son? Phew. It should be," Lin Xiaojin said with some embarrassment. Zhang Wish was right, the weather was getting hotter and hotter. The sun was even hotter during the day, and everyone didn't want to go out of the air-conditioned house. Standing outside for 10 minutes on this day, "I'm afraid my skin will be burned," Lin Xiaojin said with a frown. "I'm afraid we need to go to the cellar. There's a wave of super high weather in the next few days. It might even reach 45 degrees. Zhang Wan said. "Such high temperatures?" Xian Li said in disbelief. Humans were thermostats, and their body temperature was always maintained at around 37 degrees. However, 37°C was not the most comfortable temperature for humans, and once the ambient temperature around them exceeded 30°C, they would find it unbearable. In meteorology, temperatures above 35°C can be called hot weather. Temperatures over 40 degrees and 45 degrees Lin Xiaojin really do not dare to imagine what will happen. With the temperature gradually rising, first damages the circuit. The midday temperature is the hottest time. With a ZZ sound, line directly sparks. The people directly move to the cellar prepared before. The supplies are also transferred to the cellar. Lin Xiaojin and the few girls live together, and the boys live together. "I'm afraid we'll be nestled in the cellar for a while," Lin Xiaojin sighed. The cellar was really too dry. Xian Li, Zhu Jingjing, and Zhou Yingying's skin had all dried out come the street. "Xiaojin, why isn't anything happening to your skin at all?" Xian Li exclaimed. "I also feel my skin drying out now," Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin's lips were also starting to flush with dry skin. "I'm even molting." Zhu Jingjing sighed as she looked at her hands. Lin Xiaojin took out 4 buckets. Xian Li purposely condensed water out and condensed the water into ice, which could keep the cellar moist and also cool down the temperature. So Xian Li sent 2 buckets to the men's living cellar. Originally, the 2 cellars were not connected, but for safety reasons, Xiao Nuo and Wang Han opened the 2 cellars. This way they several men, and they can also come and go with each other. After all, Lin Xiaojin's space is loaded with all the supplies. And Xian Li is a water system psychic. It's not like there can be a shortage of water in this day right now. The cellar has a cooling effect, to the point where it doesn't feel hot anymore. And with the addition of putting ice, it's even cooler. Lin Xiaojin took out the table lamps from space. These table lamps were all charged. They have Xiao Nuo this humanoid generator in. This electric light electricity Xiao Nua still can supply over. In the cellar they could barely get out. As long as they got out to the cave entrance, they could feel the scorching temperature. Their hands would be scorched red and hot if they stretched out for a while. What's the temperature now? Lin Xiaojin asked. Zhongwan said that this wave of temperature is likely to rise to 50 degrees. Xianli said. Right now outside the cave entrance Xiao Nu and Wang Han and a few of their men had made a simple heat insulator out of foam boards. This day was too hot to go out. Zhang Wish found that all the surveillance outside was no longer working as the temperature was too high, causing the circuits to be burnt out. Zhang Wish could only check the information outside through the satellite. But suddenly one day the satellite signal suddenly disappeared. They guessed that maybe the temperature was too high and the satellite was too close to the sun. Now the temperature of the ground surface reached a horrible temperature of more than 50 degrees. Then the temperature of the satellite contact was even more horrible. The satellite system was damaged. And the laptop in Zhang Wang's hand became useless. And now the situation outside could not be viewed at all. Now, they could only hope that this wave of temperature would come down. It was too boring for them to stay in the cellar. Fortunately, their food was not lacking for the time being. If they just stayed in the cellar by themselves, they were afraid that they would go crazy. The girls just chatted every day, played games and poker, or took turns telling stories to the boys. The men's side is revealed to be very involutional. Every day is push-ups, one-handed push-ups, or fighting. This period of time their six-pack abs are more obvious. Wang Taozi originally more than 10 people. Since the air conditioning, a few people to a few days of comfortable days, but did not expect the temperature is getting higher and higher. Air conditioning line in one day directly nuisance fire. So they all hurriedly moved into the cellar. Wang Taozi lived in a cellar with her brother, who was still mentally retarded, and everyone else found a cellar to live in. Wang Peach didn't know that many old people had died because they couldn't stand the heat. Because there was no food in the heat. And there was even a child who ran out of the cellar to look for food and died of heat stroke and pyrexia. This high temperature is nearly more than a month. They almost every day in the mouth of the hole in the ground to try the temperature. But the temperature has always been very high. Is in the mouth of the hole in the ground through the board can feel the scorching hot temperature. Lin Xiaojin's is also almost more than 7 months. As the belly is getting bigger and bigger also began to become inconvenient. But Lin Xiaojin could occasionally feel the fetal movement. But it was all very slight. Lin Xiaojin sometimes can't help but ask the little boy, is the little brother good, to get the reply is the little brother is sleeping. Lin Xiaojin was speechless and used her hand to flick her belly. This little guy is really lazy. Basically, he is always sleeping. Or else he is in a daze. This day in the cellar, he heard a light rain start to fall outside. Everyone's eyes lit up. Rain means cooling down. Wang Han opened the cellar. Outside the wet drizzle splashed on his face. The temperature has been lowered, although it is still very hot. But at least the sun is not shining, and you can come out and move around. Everyone came out from the cellar and looked at the surrounding environment. The mood could not be calm for a long time. The surroundings are not at all green. The trees in the village are dry. Especially the ground has been dried and cracked by the sun. Although it is raining outside, but the temperature is still very hot. The wind blows a heat wave with the rain is slightly hot. This month in the cellar stuffy is really too unbearable. This will be able to come out of the activity instead of some not too adaptable. Several people have returned to their own, at least the courtyard. Found that the courtyard has been entered traces of people. As soon as Lin Xiaojin entered his room, he saw that his room had been rummaged through. All the food that hadn't been taken under the kitchen had also disappeared. It rained for a day and a night. And the next day the sky was back to sunny. And the temperature was still around 40 degrees. But it was much better compared to the 50s. There wasn't even a cloud in the sky above. It was also white. And the green plants around the village had long since disappeared. In addition to the lone courtyard around, the surroundings seems to be turned into the Gobi beach. All my rooms have been rummaged through. Xianli said with a frown. I have to room as well. Zhu Jingjing said. Not only the rooms but also the kitchen. And the warehouse had been rummaged through. Luckily Lin Xiaojin had at least received all the food in the space long ago. The temperature had dropped. Wang Han and Zhang Zhuan Xiaonu, and the three of them were refurbishing the electrical circuits. Now that the temperature has dropped but it's still hot. The circuits are fixed and the air conditioner can still be turned on. Wang Tao's face turned yellow and white. Fortunately she still had the skill of catalyzing, which had to cause her to keep consuming energy. Peach, you're hyperventilating a tomato. Your brother can't even get enough from one, the Queen Mother said with a waxy face. On the side, the 200 kilograms big fat man was lying on the bed, his face white and motionless. Mom, brother, he's dead. Wang Tao frowned and said. She didn't know how many times she had said this sentence. Her brother had been dead for 3 days now, and had gradually acquired a corpse odor. The weather was hot, and the cellar was airless. The smell was getting stronger and stronger. Her brother had weighed too much. And even when the outside temperature of the cellar reached over 50 degrees, the temperature in the cellar rose to over 30 degrees. Her brother had died of pyrexia, which, once it develops, progresses rapidly and is often combined with multiple organ damage. And although she was a doctor, she didn't have the medical equipment. Not to mention the lack of cooling conditions here. Her brother died. The Queen Mother kept looking for her to make trouble. She is now also a pale face, is even more overdrawn alien energy. No. No! Your brother, he didn't die. You quickly give me hypnotized tomatoes. Wang Mother tugged on Wang Tao's arm in death. Her untrimmed nails were deeply inserted into Wang Tao's arm. Wang Tao was physically and mentally exhausted. She didn't have much food left, so she could only spawn plants. But every day she could only spawn 1 tomato, even if she used up all her energy. Besides, she had no seeds left. So what could she use to produce them? All of her crystal beads had also been consumed in a month. Mom, my brother, he's really dead. And I really can't spawn anymore. Wang Tao tore her heart out and shouted. Her throat was dry and sore from not taking in water for a long time to say anything. Why wasn't it you who died? Why not you? Wang Mother suddenly looked at Wang Tao with red eyes. Wang Tao looked at Wang Mother in horror. How could she not believe that these words were said by her own mother? She stared blankly at Mother Wang. She struggled to open her mouth and said incredulously, Am I your daughter? How can you say such words? These words were like an incomparably sharp knife plunged directly into her chest, hurting her so much that she couldn't breathe. What was she desperately studying for? In order for her family to have a good life. The end of the world came, and she desperately improved her strength. She was a 20-something-year-old girl who saw the zombies. Wasn't she scared? Wasn't she scared? But she still rushed to the front. Because behind her mother and brother. She still remembered when she killed the first zombie. Her hands were cold. Her whole body blood seemed to be frozen. The zombie's dirty blood splashed her face. The disgusting acidic stench was forever imprinted on her body. You wouldn't be my daughter. Just isn't. You're my adopted daughter. I'm just asking you to take care of your brother when we're 100 years old. Wang Mother shouted with her heart torn out. Wang Tao stepped back a few steps. She looked at Wang Mother incredulously. She wanted to cry and shed tears, but she simply couldn't shed them. It was as if her heart had already died. Wang Tao used her last strength to climb out of the cellar. The hot sunlight outside instantly burned her hair, her skin. She thought that immediately she would die. But suddenly the sky began to rain. The heavy rain fell on her body, and she stuck out her tongue and licked her lips that had long been dry and cracked. The rain drenched her clothes and soaked her burning skin. And she didn't know how long she lay in the rain until it gradually stopped. Peach. Peach. Wang Taozi slowly came to her senses, realizing that she was already inside the room. Brother, it's Susie. Wang Taozi opened her eyes to find that it was actually Daju Zi and Erju Zi. The two of them had dark skin, a bearded look, and their hair was even greasy and long. You finally woke up. We saw that it was raining and cooling down outside. We came out to get water to drink, then we found you, Erju said. If it wasn't for this rain, you would have been sunburnt into a dry corpse outside, I'm afraid, Daju Zi said. Wang Tao looked at the house and saw that there were still a few people alive. Only their mental state was not very good. Sister Peach, drink water. A little boy came over and brought a bowl of water and said. Wang Tao thought of what her mother had said was still very hard on her psyche. But she couldn't watch her mother starve to death alive in the cellar. Where is my mother? Did she come out of the cellar? Wang Tao slowly stood up, wanting to go to the cellar to check on Wang Mother. The two men, Big Pillar and Second Pillar, looked at each other. And finally Second Pillar said, Your mother ran out of the cellar, yelling that your brother didn't die. Wang Tao frowned. Her brother was clearly dead. If her brother was thinner, he might have survived. But the heat was not kind to the fat man. All the greenery around this village has withered. There's no bark to dig up and eat if you want to, Daju Zi said. As soon as the day cooled down, they went out to look for food. The land outside had all dried up and cracked. There were even signs of sanding. There was nothing to eat. After the temperature dropped, they could only go from house to house searching for things. To some missed food, but it had long expired. And some were even moldy. After Wang Han repaired the air conditioner. The air conditioner is not so hot. She is now in the late stages of pregnancy, is most afraid of heat. In the evening, Xiao Nua went to look around the outside of the village with Zhang Wang, Ding Yunxian and Lin Xiaoran. The door of their plane had been taken apart, which only a strength-based psychic could have the strength to pry open the plane. And the plane's contents had long been looted. The supplies in the plane were also not much. Most of them were leftover some spices. There were still some bags of food left. Lin Xiaojin at that time were also lazy to collect into the space. Huangshe ancient village of mountain spring water is also almost dry. Originally white pool is now shallow, only finger depth. There are even traces of broken streams. This mountain spring water, but there are hundreds of years of history. Did not expect after more than a month of up to more than 50 degrees of heat actually are almost dry. Originally thought the rainfall is a good start. But the rain fell for a week and began to rain. The rain was accompanied by wind and thunder. The house in front of the house had a big chunk of it knocked off by lightning. And a dry old tree in the village was uprooted by the wind and rolled up into the air. The water on the ground floor had begun to fill the house. And the men had to move into the first floor. There were 4 rooms on the first floor. Originally 1 for each of their 4 girls. But now they would have to squeeze in together. We live in the village. This is surrounded by mountains, can never have any landslides. Zhang Wish, can you stop crowing? Xian Li said with a frown. Lin Xiaojin looked at the storm outside. There is no trend of stopping. Instead it is getting bigger and bigger. They are now transferring, and can be transferred to where? A few people sat together to discuss strategies. If the storm kept falling like this, not only the landslides, I'm afraid the rain would drown them. Should we fly the plane away before the rainwater rises up? Zhang Wish said whimsically. Flying a plane in a storm. Are you thinking of a plane crash? Xian Li said breathlessly. Aircraft can't take off during thunderstorms. Low clouds. Low visibility. Low-level wind shear. Atmospheric turbulence. Airborne rapids. And icing. Boom, boom, boom. With a loud noise and a clatter outside. Several people rushed to push open the door and look out. A portion of the mountain was visible to the naked eye as a landslide. And the residential building to the west was buried. Zhang Wish. You really are a crow's mouth. Lin Xiaojin also couldn't help but spit out. Do we need to move as well? Zhu Jingjing couldn't help but ask. Xiao Nua. What percentage of certainty do you have about storm flying a plane? Lin Xiaoran turned her head to look at Xiao Nua and said. Xiao Nua frowned and leaned on the door frame without saying a word. And looked at the storm outside the window again. And after a moment of silence gruffly said, 50%. With half the odds. The crowd was a little hesitant. Let's go! If we stay here the flash flood erupts, I'm afraid we'll all be wiped out. Lin Xiaojin said heavily. Natural disasters were even more terrifying than zombies. And in front of natural disasters, humans realized how small they were in the nature. Without mercy, they would be devoured by the natural disaster. Xia Jin is right. I don't even know how long it will take for this torrential rain to stop. And just now, the mountain across the street has already collapsed in half. Xian Li said. Xian Li had just finished speaking. With a loud rumbling sound. Several residential households that were covered with earth squares had collapsed. Go! Lin Xiaojin got up and decided. Decided to leave. Time cannot be delayed for a moment. The girls pack up their belongings. Lin Xiaojin's stomach was too big to hold little boy. So Lin Xiaoran walked behind her, with little boy in her arms. Outside the rain is too big. Soaked in the face, eyes can hardly open. The plane stopped at the square. The plane door was broken open. Fortunately there is Lin Xiaojin and hard to break back. The crowd rushed onto the plane. Xiao Nua. Wang Han. Zhang Wang. 3 people rushed to check the aircraft instruments. The landing gear is a bit problematic. Wang Han said. Rumble. The mountain rocks in front of them were rolling down as far as the naked eye could see. Now is the time to grab time and fight against the natural disaster. Xiao Nua hurriedly started the plane. And it let out a shudder. Xiao Nua frowned tightly. Wang Han and Zhang Wang's psychology is even more nervous. Especially Zhang Wang, now satellite positioning system is damaged. They are now like a blind drive, cannot see anything. This is a very test of Xiao Nua's technology. This is a life and death technology. Or be buried by the flood. Or machine destroyed? Buzzing. The plane started. But still need to taxi for a distance. The wings drive a strong airflow in addition to the storm. The buildings next to the square are instantly collapsed. Buzz. The plane finally took off, and the mountain rumbled down to the rolling stones. There are still people down there, Zhu Jingjing said, as she looked out the window of the plane at the people hiding on the roof. The plane can't stop now. Once it stops, it can't take off, Lin Xiaojin said in a deep voice. Those people, they couldn't help. If the plane was instantly submerged once it stopped, they would be buried with him. Rumble, rumble. A loud noise is getting closer and closer. The mountain spring water, followed by the rain, erupted out. Lin Xiaojin saw not far away from the mountain outward spewing huge columns of water-driven rolling stone rush down. This is a mudslide. Once buried, I'm afraid that only the part of death simply cannot struggle out. The more struggling, the deeper the trap. The plane shakily finally took off. Lin Xiaojin think they are safe, but I am afraid that those who stayed there will not be so lucky. The rainstorm is getting bigger and bigger. Wang Tao, they can only climb up to the top floor of the building, but they are in the north side of this live terrain. Soon the water is almost to the top of the first floor. They know that if they want to get to the first floor, horror is also a matter of minutes. So they all climb directly to the roof of the building. The rain crazy drenching on them. What to do? This rain has no intention of stopping. Big Pillar was a bit panicked. There were not only them on the roof of the building, but also 2 middle-aged people, 3 old people, and 2 children. Daju, Erju, you two don't need to care about me. You two think of a way to escape quickly. We can't escape even if the mudslide rolls down from the mountain, an old man said. Mom, we two will definitely be able to take you away. Don't talk nonsense, Big Pillar said. The second column of some hesitation. See, the water is about to flood into the ground floor. This time the water is deep to the shoulder. I am afraid this time to hurry to go may also be able to escape. Big column with 2 columns of 2 long high. For those children, horror is not line up. Other people, elderly even more, cannot long soak in the water, body cannot stand. Brother, let's hurry up and go. We do not go will drown in this. Let's go to the corner building there. 2 columns pointed to the corner of the building not far away. Where to go? To the highest building in Huangshe ancient village. Where to hide may be able to escape. Okay. We two are tall. Let's carry the people there first, Dejuzi said. The 2 people began to be people one trip at a time, carrying the children first, and Wang Tao, the rest of the elderly last. However, as the current got bigger and bigger, when Dejuzi was carrying second Aunt Zhang, she was directly swept away by the water. Auntie Zhang! Dejuzi tried to save her, but the current was too strong, and she was instantly drowned. Dejuzi could only watch second Aunt Zhang die in front of his eyes. At this moment, Dejuzi can only try to come to the corner of the building. The water over there has been flooded to almost submerge the ground floor. This time he would like to go over to the current is too turbulent. Even if he is not paying attention, will be washed away. Help! Dejuzi! Come and save me! The 3 people left over there were all howling at the moment. Should I try in? Big Pillar hesitated. Brother, it's better for me to go. You've already made 2 trips. Second Pillar said with a frown. Several children were carried by Big Pillar. No. Neither of you two can go, the old man on the side said. Mom, then we can't just stand by and watch Danyang and the others die, Dejuzi said. No way. The current is so swift. What if they get washed away? Now that the water hasn't flooded the first floor, there's still some distance to the roof. Brother Dejuzi, save my grandmother. I only have my grandmother left. The children's voices on the side were crying. The rainwater and tears had long been mixed together. Wang Tao this will be leaning against the fence. At the moment she has little strength in her body. Just the rainwater keeps rebrushing on her body. Her body is cold. I'm afraid to die here. Xiao Pai, you also see this water is so turbulent. Your Big Pillar brother to go, I am afraid, will be washed away. You are not wanting your Big Pillar brother life? The old man said. Whose family's relatives who heartache? Boom boom boom. The plane was piloted on the thunder and lightning covered rain, while outside the Yellowstone ancient village was instantly filled with flood water. And it was only a matter of time before the mudslides around it collapsed. The cockpit was also extraordinarily tense. There was no destination, no direction. This driving was supposed to be a big gamble. Xiao Nuo did not dare to be distracted for a moment, and did not even dare to raise the plane to keep it at the cruising altitude of 3,000 meters. 3 people's heart lifted a higher than a high. Cabin Lin Xiaojin, they are also lifted hard. Wet clothes are not in the mood to change. It's not safe now without climbing out of the flooded area. Drip drip drip. The plane emitted a burst of alarm sounds. And not long after the dashboard various instruments began to flash up red lights. There is a loss of pressure in the passenger cabin, Zhang Wang said nervously. It must be because of the hatch. Because the hatch was violently moved open before. So then this move back will be deformed. So that flying will lead to a slow loss of pressure. In the passenger cabin, Lin Xiaojin and the others felt that they would be a little short of oxygen. Drip. With more and more red lights flashing on the dashboard. He was now at a loss to fix that one. Emergency landing required, Xiao Nuo said gruffly. The landing gear is broken, Zhang Wan exclaimed. Now this was the closest to death. Buzz. Xiao Nuo hurriedly dropped the height urgently and slowed down. Now he could only make an emergency landing. Below was the river. If he was lucky, he could still float up. Are we going to die here? John Wish shouted. A loud bang. The windscreen also followed the shattered, a huge wind blowing into the cabin. Glass into Xiao Nuo and Zhang Wang, three people's arms, face, neck. In the cabin, Lin Xiaojin tightly hugged the little boy. The plane extremely fast bumps. If the plane crashed, Lin Xiaojin thought, well, can hide in the space, may be able to escape. But the oxygen in the space also support her to stay for a few hours at most. But brother. Little boy, they have no way to enter Lin Xiaojin's space. There was still one person who could enter Lin Xiaojin's space, and that was Xiao Nuo. The plane trembled in the cockpit. Xiao Nuo's forehead was covered in a dense layer of fine sweat. Don't worry. Won't die, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. His tone was incomparably calm. Xiao Nuo never fight unsure of the battle. Driving the plane, he said, but is the truth only 5% grasp? What? A loud bang. Outside, the wing actually began to catch fire. With the wing on fire, the aircraft began to fire down. Xiao Nuo tight control of the steering wheel. The extreme weightlessness made the crowd instantly uncomfortable. Almost all of them tightly grasping everything around them. Lin Xiaojin wrapped one hand around Xiao Xiao and grabbed the seat with the other. Her entire body hanging in the air. I don't want to die yet, Zhou Yingying cried out. Zhu Jingjing had a horrified expression on her face. And at this moment, she could only grip the seat powerlessly. Xianli didn't want to die even more. The plane was about to fall into the river. Just when everyone thought they were going to die for sure, suddenly time stood still. It was Xiao Nuo. This is also the reason why Xiao Nuo had to fly the plane to force his way out, even though he was 50% sure. Even if the plane fell at extreme speed, he only needed to control the time pause of the plane in the last second of the fall. He could possibly save everyone out. This is a very test of psychological quality. Because once the control is not good, or the time is a little bit late, then it is a plane crash. Lin Xiaojin's special relationship with Xiao Nuo allowed her to not be suspended. It is the aircraft was suspended to cushion the huge impact. Xiao Nuo controlled the aircraft such a wide range of time to pause. So that Xiao Nuo's energy consumption is very fast. Just pause for 5 seconds. Xiao Nuo's face has been a little pale. The time pause was lifted, and the plane was washed over the river. Xiao Nuo arrived at H City, which they had been to before by virtue of the basic route. H City is a bit Hangqing River. And at this moment, the plane crashed on Hangqing River. However, it is simply too late to be happy. Not only the cabin door has a gap, there is also the cockpit windscreen unlocked. The river water kept pouring into the aircraft. Xiao Shuzi tightly wrapped around Lin Xiaojin's arm. Broken in a few seconds, the river has already diffused into Lin Xiaojin's calf belly. Lin Xiaojin hugged Little Good, who had already been stilled, and broke the plane's window with a punch. Hard enough to tear a hole in the plane. Run, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin held Little Boy and stepped into the cabin and swam into the river. It was still storming outside. People in the cabin kept running out as the plane slowly sank. Zhu Jingjing ran out of the cabin. Outside, the wind is still blowing and raining heavily. At the moment, the weather is also gloomy. A foot standing unsteadily. Zhu Jingjing directly fell into the river. Anna! Xianli Sa shouted. Want to jump down to save Zhu Jingjing. But the wind is too strong. The rain is also too big. In a moment to open the eyes of Zhu Jingjing, people have long disappeared. Xianli can only tightly grasp the shaking wings. Zhu Jingjing fell into the river, constantly choking water into her mouth. She cannot swim. She may really die here. Her mind quickly flashed through a lot of people, and finally stopped at her father. And a man. Suddenly her hand seemed to be pulled by someone, and she could only vaguely see a silhouette in the murky water. It was Wang Han. It's him. The storm was raging, and it was evening around. Nothing could be seen clearly. Eyes were drenched by the rain, and could not open their eyes. Xiaojin. Lin Xia ran frantically looking for his sister. Looked at Lin Xiaojin with little boy fell into the water. Did not think, immediately jumped down. Lin Xiaojin had no way to swim up with little good. She could only watch her body sinking more and more. She is now giving up. The little boy can still swim out. But Lin Xiaojin did not do so. Is at this moment difficult moment. Lin Xiaojin saw the brother. Lin Xiaojin pushed little good to her brother as soon as she could. Lin Xia ran immediately understand the result. Little good. The two people desperately swim upstream. It seems to have experienced another shock. Lin Xiaojin suddenly felt some pain in her stomach again. A thought popped up in Lin Xiaojin's psyche. Oops. It can't be that it's going into premature labor. Two holding onto a floating iron plate. Xiaojin. How are you? Lin Xiaoran could see that Lin Xiaojin was a little off. Lin Xiaojin could only grit her teeth and said, It's fine. Let's climb up quickly. Lin Xiaojin just finished speaking. Her legs cramped up again, and she directly disappeared into the water. Lin Xiaoran was just about to put down little boy to save Lin Xiaojin. A huge splash of water. A man towards Lin Xiaojin quickly swim over. Lin Xiaoran see as Xiao Nua psychological instantly relaxed a lot. Sure enough, Xiao Nua quickly Lin Xiaojin fished up. The river suddenly became turbulent. The crowd was washed away. Lin Xiaoran grabbed the pontoon board. On the pontoon board was still sitting Xiao Xiao. Xiao Nua. Xiaojin. Lin Xiaoran shouted. But there was only rumbling thunder and lightning around them, as well as the sound of crashing rain. Lin Xiaoran's voice seemed pale and powerless here. Xiaojin. Lin Xiaoran's face was pale. He couldn't let anything happen to his sister. Sister was rescued. Little boy couldn't help but say. Lin Xiaoran also heard Little Good's words. He knew that Little Good was see-through. He said excitedly, You saw it? Little Good nodded and pointed in a direction. Lin Xiaoran was then relieved. It seemed that Xiao Nua had just saved Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaoran took Xiao Xiao and swam towards the direction Xiao Xiao pointed. Lin Xiaojin just had a burst of tightening pain in her stomach. It's only more than 7 months now. She can't give birth prematurely. Just as Lin Xiaojin was about to sink, her arm was tightly tugged by someone. And Lin Xiaojin could vaguely see that it was Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui was pulling Lin Xiaojin upstream. The two of them managed to swim out of the water. When suddenly a wave of water rushed over again. The two people drowned again. With the stomach more and more tight. Lin Xiaojin cannot care about the other. She now just wants to find a place to rest. Lin Xiaojin directly with Xiao Nua into the space. The two appeared in space out of thin air. Wet to the little wolf cub startled. Lin Xiaojin was lying on the ground with one hand covering her stomach and the other hand supporting the ground. Her face was slightly pale, and her hair was wet on the ground. Xiao Royal rushed over to support Lin Xiaojin. Also ignoring the snow water on his body nervously said, Lin Xiaojin. How are you? Lin Xiaojin exhaled a few deep breaths. She still felt a burst of tightness in her stomach. She was so nervous that she couldn't even speak. Xiao Nua hurriedly found pillows and blankets in space. Pillows for Lin Xiaojin to lean on. Xiao Nua took the blankets to dry Lin Xiaojin's body as much as possible. As comfortable as possible for Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin calculated before. If she is in the space by herself, the oxygen can let her stay for 5.6 hours. But with Xiao Nua 2 people at the same time here, I am afraid that the oxygen will need to be divided in half. Besides, Lin Xiaojin was now panting heavily. She couldn't just give birth to a child in 2 or 3 hours. Could she? Help me up. Let me see if my water is broken. Or if I've seen red yet. Lin Xiaojin said somewhat weakly. The baby must have been shocked now, or the baby was lacking oxygen in the stomach. Xiao Nua pressed Lin Xiaojin with one hand and said, Don't move. I'll help you look. Lin Xiaojin was immediately a little nervous. After all, it was a private part. She and Xiao Nua's relationship between the two hadn't been made clear. Lin Xiaojin still wanted to refuse, but was pressed down by Xiao Nua. The amniotic fluid is not broken. And I don't see red, Xiao Nua said calmly. Lin Xiaojin's face flushed, but knew that the amniotic fluid hadn't broken, and she hadn't seen red yet. And that she should be having false contractions. Although Lin Xiaojin has not given birth to a child but also understand a little knowledge. Moreover, in the Yellowstone ancient village, Wang Tao also told Lin Xiaojin some basic knowledge. Sure enough, after resting in the space for nearly half an hour, Lin Xiaojin stopped having false contractions. And Xiao Nu on the side had been accompanying her. Lin Xiaojin felt her stomach return to normal. Only then did she slowly get up and said, I'm going to go find some clothes to change into. You change into some clothes as well. We'll stay in space for up to 2 hours. Otherwise we'll lack oxygen. Xiao Nu nodded. It did feel like there was insufficient oxygen circulation in space. Lin Xiaojin found a change of clothes. And also changed her underwear. The upper half of her body wore a t-shirt. Fortunately, Lin Xiaojin had collected some maternity clothes by the way when she collected baby clothes. Otherwise she could only wear men's and fat clothes now. But none of them were as comfortable and flattering as maternity clothes. At this time Lin Xiaojin realized that Xiao Nu's face, and forehead, arms, and hands were densely packed with small wounds. What's wrong with you? Lin Xiaojin frowned and asked. Nothing. Cuts from the broken glass of the plane windscreen. Xiao Nu said in a deep voice. Seeing the concern in Lin Xiaojin's eyes, his psyche warmed up. Where is the wellspring water? You go to put on a compress to rest a little bit, we will go out of the space. My brother, and they are all still outside. Lin Xiaojin said. Well? Zhu Jingjing was fished up by Wang Han. Zhu Jingjing is small and lightweight, but in the water also becomes very heavy. Wang Han fished Zhu Jingjing to the shore. Zhu Jingjing whole person fainted. Storm crazy beat on the two. Wang Han nervous with Zhu Jingjing chest pressure. And pinched Zhu Jingjing lips, without the slightest hesitation for artificial respiration. Zhu Jingjing. You wake up! Wang Han shouted at Zhu Jingjing while pressing. And the rainwater flowed into Wang Han's mouth along the face. Wang Han continued to give artificial respiration to Zhu Jingjing. Wang Han never felt afraid. This is the first time he will be so afraid of losing a person. This timid and cowardly person, who would only hide behind him when she saw a zombie, would only cling to his clothes. He still remembered when he rode a motorbike to bring her whizzing past the zombie horde. Zhu Jingjing grabbed his waist and strangled him hard. He was thinking about when to throw this liability to the safe zone. But outside the safe zone she awakened her ability and desperately saved herself. Zhu Jingjing was a stupid girl. Too stupid. Wang Han didn't know if he was shedding tears. He couldn't feel anything when the rain mixed with the tears. Cough. Suddenly Zhu Jingjing's cough. Wang Han's heart rejoiced. Immediately picked up Zhu Jingjing. And violently patted Zhu Jingjing's back to spit out the rest of the choking water. Wang Han. Am I dreaming? Zhu Jingjing's voice was soft. She thought she had died. Zhu Jingjing's words had not finished. Wang Han pressed Zhu Jingjing's head. Zhu Jingjing only felt that her brain was blank. In just a moment, Zhu Jingjing's breath was taken away. The burning breath came to her face. The storm showered on the two people's bodies and faces. But Zhu Jingjing only felt her mind dizzy. She was kissed. I do not know after a long time. Wang Han only released Zhu Jingjing. Zhu Jingjing's face suffocated red. She almost breathed again, suffocated past. Once was just fell into the water, was choked to death. Once was. Zhu Jingjing looked at Wang Han, did not know what to say. Only then did Wang Han react to the fact that he had actually done this just now. And he was a bit weak. Let's get out of here first, Wang Han said, and didn't dare to look at Zhu Jingjing's eyes. Both of them tacitly avoided each other's sight. Wang Han said, let's find a place to hide from the rain first. They must be in H City as well. Zhu Jingjing nodded. They just fell into the water and swam for half a day. A few people must have scattered. Now the rain is so heavy, can only find a place to hide first. Opposite there is a door market. Wang Han intends to take Zhu Jingjing to hide there first. Fortunately, H City has Hangqing River. The heavy rain down the water flowed to the Hangqing River. But the Hangqing River rose almost flat with the bank. Hangqing River. There are still many zombies rushed down the river. These zombies in the water can still survive. This is the street side of the door market. The storm has made these zombies move more slowly. But there are still a lot of wet zombies at the door. These zombies have been out in the rain for a long time. Plus the flesh on their bodies is flabby. The rain has made the zombies' skin whitish and wrinkled. The zombies' eyeballs are soaked in rainwater, soaking pan bulge is even bigger. Looks very weird. The zombie's hair has long been brushed by the rain. The bare head wrinkled. Limbs become more long. Especially the fingers and long nails and rank. The zombie's lips, skin, muscles have long since rotted, leaving only sharp pointed teeth exposed. The zombie seems to be hearing the movement towards Zhu Jingjing, and Wang Han hissed over. But the two people just came out of the water wet. Where there are any weapons. Wang Han lowered his head and picked up the underground thicker wooden stick directly into the neck of the zombie, and killed several zombies in a row. At once on the ground more than a few zombie corpses. The rain is too big to affect the line of sight. Wang Han with Zhu Jingjing rushed into the side of the alley. Some of the doors are locked now, and there is no Lin Xiaojin in. The two people can't kick open the door. Go there, Wang Han said, pointing to the opposite street. There was a shop door there that was open. Zhu Jingjing nodded, and the two ran towards the opposite side. From time to time, there are zombies rushed over were solved by Wang Han. Zhu Jingjing leaned behind Wang Han hand also picked up a big stone. There are zombies rushed over. Zhu Jingjing took the stone rushed to the zombie face smash. Two people ran into the shop smoothly. Wang Han hastily closed the door. This is a small convenience store seems to be after the end of the world has long been pried, so the door is open. There are still two zombies in the shop. Wang Han solved them one by one. The small convenience store is very small. You can see the whole shop at a glance. The two zombies in the shop Zhu Jingjing still use the stone to smash open the zombie head. Inside is a green and transparent crystal beads. Zhu Jingjing excitedly revealed two small tiger teeth said, "It is the crystal bead of your property." Wang Han looked at the happy Zhu Jingjing. Before Zhu Jingjing saw the zombie, but the expression of panic. Now pulling out the zombie head is still so happy. Zhu Jingjing's black glasses had long been lost when the plane was violently bumping. At the moment without the black eyes cover, Zhu Jingjing's two watery eyes are somewhat good looking. You lost your eyes. Wang Han held back half a day and pointed at Zhu Jingjing and said. Zhu Jingjing hastily touched her nose and said, "Right-o. I don't know where I lost my glasses." Zhu Jingjing glasses have more than 200. Although the removal of glasses can also see clearly, but the distance to see is more fuzzy. How many degrees of your glasses can see clearly? Wang Han asked. If the degree is too high, or find a glasses shop. 200 degrees? Not too much impact. Zhu Jingjing frowned. Although it is not too influential but still myopic. Wang Han nodded. Thinking to wait until there is also a glasses shop in H City might be able to find it. Find some contact lenses can also be used. Two people's clothes are wet and dripping water. Especially Zhu Jingjing was wearing short-sleeved body curve is hidden. This convenience store is too small, only towels. Bags are a layer of gray. Wang Han opened the package to reveal the inside of a clean towel. Threw to the Zhu Jingjing said, "First wipe it. There are no clothes here. Wet clothes on the body is also very difficult." Zhu Jingjing nodded and walked over to catch the towel given by Wang Han. Closer Zhu Jingjing realized that the flesh and skin on Wang Han's hand was still turning outwards. "You're hurt," Zhu Jingjing said nervously. Wang Han's hand, face and arms are cut by the glass wounds, said Zhu Jingjing held Wang Han's hand. A warm energy from Zhu Jingjing's hand cohesion out. Not long after the fine wounds on Wang Han's body recovered. "There," Zhu Jingjing said happily seeing Wang Han's wounds recovered. Saying this, Zhu Jingjing was about to pull away her hand, but was pulled back by Wang Han. You. Wang Han's action directly made Zhu Jingjing's neck all surge with light pink color, spreading all the way to her ears. Xiao Nua's injury was cured by Lin Xiaojin's well-spring water. Wang Han's injury was cured by Zhu Jingjing. Poor him Zhang Wish at this moment full of injuries alone from the river desperately swam out. Not far away from the sound of help. Zhang Wish quickly climbed up and ran over to see the zombies in the river is grabbing a person's feet. That person is Zhou Yingying. Zhang wished to quickly pick up the ground tree stick towards the zombie inserted over. A tree stick inserted in the zombie's head. Zhang Wang hurriedly pulled Zhou Yingying up again. What for? Zhou Yingying said in shock. Let me see if your feet are scratched by the zombie. If they are, I can turn my head and leave. Zhang Wang said without mercy. You? Zhou Yingying gasped. She had never been wronged like this. Certainly before the end of the world. Zhang Wang is not compared to Zhou Yingying's condition. Zhang Wang is from the welfare institution out. Also he learns well and the computer has a national talent before he breaks the rule to go to the National Defense Military Academy. You still think you little princess? Zhang Wish coldly disliked. Humph. Zhou Yingying gasped with a cold snort. She knew that it was now the end of the world. And she would never go to her parents' loving and protective little taekwondo princess again. Zhang Wang took off Zhou Yingying's shoes and checked. No injuries. It can't turn into a zombie. Just that your foot is swollen and is probably twisted. After Zhang Wang finished speaking, he put Zhou Yingying's shoes back on. Humph. I can't turn into a zombie looks like you're disappointed. Yeah. I can blow your head off if I turn into a zombie? Zhang Wan said, and made a gesture of blowing the zombie's head off. Then if I want to turn into a zombie, I'll chew off all the heads. Childish. Zhang Wang said in a cold voice. You? Zhou Yingying was too angry to speak. This Zhang Wan was just here to piss her off. Right? Why wasn't it senior brother who came to save her? Even Ding Yunxian would have been fine. Let's go. Let's see if we can find anyone else. Zhang Wang put on Zhou Yingying's shoes and got up, saying, the storm hadn't stopped yet. The rain was still clattering down, and the zombies not far away seemed to have heard the commotion and were coming this way. Hey! Zhou Yingying looked at Zhang Wan, who had already walked in front, and shouted. Hey! Zhang Wan! Zhou Yingying shouted. What's wrong again? Zhang Quan frowned and said. You just said my feet are swollen. How can I walk? Zhou Yingying exasperated. At this time, if her senior brother was there, he would definitely take the initiative to carry her on his back. Was this Zhang Wan a wooden head? Walk with a limp, Zhang Wang said in a deep voice. You? Zhou Yingying gritted her teeth. If it was in the past, she would definitely let the person in front of her carry her. But she clenched her teeth and tried to hold back her tears, although it was raining heavily right now. Even if the tears she shed mixed with the rainwater, she couldn't see them at all. Zhou Yingying dragged her painful right foot like this, and slowly followed behind Zhang Wang. Now this way Zhang Wish only want to find other people. Also do not know Xiao Nua. Wang Han he too how to do. Both of them are doing better than you. Exilently clinging to the wing did not know rushed there. Until she was held scattered wings rushed to the bridge. Exilently just climbed up. Then violently saw a zombie hanging upside down on the bridge. The zombie saw her seems to be close to smell the smell of the living is about to tear over. Unfortunately, the zombie is stuck at the railing. Cannot pass. See here exilently only slightly at ease. Hand condensed ice arrow directly through the zombie's head. Exilently found himself condensing water speed actually become very fast. And consume a lot less energy. Could it be that it has something to do with the rainstorm? Ding Yunchuan's luck was still relatively good. And he was directly rushed up. Lin Xiaoran did not find Lin Xiaojin by following the direction of little boy. But Lin Xiaojin was definitely saved by Xiao Nuo. At this moment, the little boy long drenched in the rain. Itself is malnourished plus the age, and small actually fainted. Lin Xiaoran had to first take the little boy swim ashore. Sister side with Xiao Nuo should be fine. Lin Xiaoran swam ashore holding the little boy. The rainstorm unceasingly down. The little boy's face is a little pale. Lin Xiaoran directly materialized an umbrella and hit the body of Xiao Xiao, Lin Xiaojin, and Xiao Nuo out of the space. Outside is still raining heavily, so the space also has a Macintosh. Xiao Nuo and with Lin Xiaojin, two people are wearing a Macintosh. The little wolf cubs cannot stay in the space because the oxygen in the space is insufficient. Lin Xiaojin had to carry the little wolf cubs out as well. Waiting until the oxygen in the space automatically recovered was not allowed. Outside on the bridge, nothing could be seen. Only the mutilation of the aircraft. The river water rising had roamed out. The rain is too heavy, and it will be dark soon. Find a safe place first, Xiao Nuo said. Now it was estimated to be more than 6 o'clock. The sky was gloomy. In half an hour I'm afraid it would be all dark. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Now that it was dark plus the rain, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to find anything even if she went to look for them again. They might be looking for a safe place to recuperate now. The water on the street had already reached her ankles. It was still H City that had a river dedicated to it. Otherwise I'm afraid it would have reached her thighs already. There were also zombies on the streets, but they seemed to be moving very slowly because of the heavy rain. Rumble rumble. There was also thunder in the sky from time to time. The vision is not clear in the dark night. Only when the electricity flashes and thunder can vaguely see the orientation. And those reflective blistering white zombies. Poof poof poof. In the rainy night Xiao Nuo's power of thunder and lightning seems to have been strengthened. Plop plop plop. The crystal beads in the zombie's head. Lin Xiaojin did not intend to let go. Only nowadays the stomach is big. Want to squat down to pull out the zombie's head is much more effort. Xiao Nuo took the initiative to pull out the zombies. And occasionally, there were zombies that rushed over. All of them were cut off by Lin Xiaojin's head. As more and more zombies were hacked, Lin Xiaojin slightly frowned and said, there are more and more zombies. It was true that even if she was in good physical condition, she would feel a bit uncomfortable when the month got bigger. Xiao Nuo responded, condensing a ball of lightning in his hand and throwing it towards the zombie group behind him. Rainwater can conduct electricity. The surroundings issued a nuisance blue light. Although electricity cannot kill these zombies, but can make the zombies' body paralysis convulsions have fallen to the ground. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua turned into the side of the residential building. This is an old-fashioned residential building, a total of only 6 floors. There is no lift, only stairs. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua climbed up to the 6th floor in one breath. Lin Xiaojin again felt a slight tightness in the stomach. Lin Xiaojin put the little wolf cub on the ground. The door of the room was opened by Lin Xiaojin. The house blocked up a burst of dust. Careful! Lin Xiaojin pulled Xiao Nua, and a zombie lunged at him head-on. Roar! Lin Xiaojin threw out the hand of the knife directly to the zombie head nailed to the wall. The zombie actually did not die through, but also hissed on the wall. Lin Xiaojin let go of Xiao Nua's arm. The room is too dark. Lin Xiaojin's eyesight is not much affected. The two people entered the room did not first completely solve the zombie nailed to the wall, but first observe the room. There are no other zombies. The two people searched the entire room and did not find any other zombies before Xiao Nua finished off the zombie nailed to the wall. The crystal beads were thrown to Lin Xiaojin, and the zombie body was directly thrown down from the 6th floor. Let's make do here tonight, Xiao Nua said. Lin Xiaojin nodded. This 1 or 2 months are used to living in the Yellowstone ancient village. And now back to this anytime zombie panic. The key is that one is going to be born soon. Lin Xiaojin sighed. Luckily Lin Xiaojin's space supplies were enough for them to live here. At least for the time being, they didn't have to risk their lives to find supplies. On the other side, little boy was in a somewhat bad situation. A bit feverish. Lin Xiaoran brought little boy to a door market. This door market was a cake shop. One big and one small was temporarily hiding in here. Little boy's clothes are soaked. Lin Xiaoran is not good. He can only first put the little boy on the table. He went to the back kitchen to see if he could find some clean clothes. But unfortunately no. Only the apron. Lin Xiaoran had no choice but to tear the apron off, and found a few pieces of cloth to dry the little boy's hair. Although Shibu is only 5 years old now, but also a girl, looking at Shibuya wet clothes to wear on the body will only be more difficult. Lin Xiaoran had to close her eyes to undress her, and tie the apron to simply make a skirt for her. Lin Xiaoran touched the little boy's forehead. Bad, really some fever. Seeing the little good Lin Xiaoran thought of Lin Xiaojin when he was a child. Also so much. The psychological cannot help but some touch. Immediately after Lin Xiaoran looked at this shop, there is no supplies that can be used. There is a lighter, toilet paper. There is still some food in the freezer, but as soon as you open it is a rotten smell. The things inside have long been blackened and stinky. Lin Xiaoran looked at the little boy asleep. Figuratively, an ice pack on the little boy's forehead for physical cooling. Lin Xiaoran, on the other hand, turned his back and took off his own shirt, wringing the clothes dry. Fortunately, it is now a hot day. Even if soaked through, so do not feel cold. On the contrary, feel a little cool. Exilently in the rain felt as if his power has been strengthened. But she did not dare to consume too much of her energy, but also first looked for a shop to hide in. The heavy rain outside was still falling, with no sign of stopping at all, and the water that had originally reached her ankles on the street had now spread to her calves. The sky was overcast. Lin Xiaojin had been hiding here for 3 days. 3 whole days. Lin Xiaojin was always worried about his brother. And Xiao Nua was also worried about his brothers. So on the 4th day, Xiao Nua decided to go out and look for them in a small area first. Lin Xiaojin agreed, because Lin Xiaojin belly big inconvenience can only wait in the house. Lin Xiaojin took out her backpack from space and put food in it and said, "You take these with you just in case." Xiao Nua took the things and didn't refuse. He suddenly leaned in close to her. The warm breath exhaled between his lips sprayed on Lin Xiaojin's porcelain white cheeks. Then seriously said, "Wait for me to come back safely." This seems like the instructions of a husband going out. Lin Xiaojin pushed down the throbbing in her heart and nodded her head. "Will do," Lin Xiaojin said. But she didn't know that Xiao Nua's departure this time was almost an eternal goodbye for 2 people. Zhu Jingjing and Wang Han, 2 people trapped in the residential building. The following water rises. Torrential rain is still constantly falling. So they in the previous small convenience store searched for some instant noodles and biscuits. "You eat this one. I'm not hungry." Zhu Jingjing handed the rest of the instant noodles to Wang Han. Now they only had this bag of instant noodles left in their hands. "I'm not hungry." Wang Han said in a deep voice. But a grumbling sound came from his stomach. Wang Han's face was more or less embarrassed. I'm really not hungry. I eat less in the first place, Zhu Jingjing said, and shoved the instant noodles hard into Wang Han's hand. We'll go upstairs again in a while. We can't keep stopping at one place, Wang Han said. Zhu Jingjing nodded. Staying here all the time was safe for the time being, but there were no supplies. No food. Water is not lacking. They also catch rainwater to drink. But eat without it is not okay. I do not know how Xia Jin and Xian Li, Zhu Jingjing sighed. Lin Xiaojing pregnant soon to give birth. Will certainly be very dangerous. Don't worry. There is Brother Xiao. I also left a mark for Brother Xiao. They will find it when they see it, Wang Han said. Now that it was raining heavily outside, they must have all found a place to hide. The rain outside is now down to the root of the thigh. But the trend of the rain weakening in the past 2 days. Ding Yunxian was saved. Not by Xiao Nua and the others, but by a survivor in H City. Ding Yunxian woke up in a disgusting putrid smell. You're awake, a girl said excitedly. Ding Yunxian slowly opened his eyes, and couldn't help but dry heave. The woman next to him watched as Ding Yunxian dry heaved and waited for Ding Yunxian to finish dry heaving. This process lasted a full 10 minutes. As the smell was just too unpleasant. You? Who are you? Ding Yunxian asked. He and his senior brother, Zhou Yingying, had been to H City before, but they hadn't seen any survivors. I'm a survivor. I'm the only one here. I saw that you fainted and almost got chewed by the zombies. So I saved you, the girl said, looking a little excited. You saved me? Ding Yunxian asked. He seemed to have some trouble remembering. Yes. You're the first living person I've seen after half a year. There were originally more than 10 of us survivors. But unfortunately, they all died one by one. The woman spoke with some loss, but then some excitement after seeing Ding Yunxian. The woman's hair was messy. It was unknown how long it had been since she had washed her hair. And the woman's face was dirty, as if all sorts of dirt had been huffed on her face. The key was that this putrid stench was from this woman. The putrid stench mixed with the blood of the zombies. So have you seen anyone else? Ding Yunxian asked. He was now eager to see his senior brother and the others. This woman's appearance made him feel a little weird. No. I've only seen you alone. Why don't you stay and accompany me? I'm really bored. I'm too lonely alone, the woman said excitedly. No. I still need my friends. Ding Yunxian was about to refuse without even thinking about it. But the woman actually got angry. However, her face actually began to slowly turn red. Her body also slowly became bigger. Her hands and arms looked like countless red veins came out like a spider's web and began to swell up. Ding Yunxian was stunned for a moment. This is the monster Shrek? Or is it a big change monster? You stay with me, okay? The woman's voice also turned coarse. Stay. Stay. I'll stay with you. Ding Yunxian immediately spoke. Only when the woman heard Ding Yunxian's words did her body slowly change back. You have to be good and obedient. Otherwise I'll be deformed when I get angry. And I won't be able to control myself if I'm completely deformed, the woman said pitifully. Ding Yunxian swallowed his saliva in fear, looking at the strange woman in front of him. Ding Yunxian thought of being transformed when he got angry. He remembered that there was a sci-fi film called The Hulk. The woman in front of him will turn into a red monster when she gets angry. Ding Yunxian temporarily stabilized the woman in front of him. But the IQ of the woman who didn't turn into a monster seemed to be somewhat low. But the woman in front of her is temperamental. Perhaps because she stayed alone in the post-apocalyptic world for too long. Living alone surrounded by nothing but zombies. The character has slowly become so? Xiao Nua left. Lin Xiaojin out the window of the torrential rain. Heavy rain connected to the line hazy, cannot see clearly the situation outside. An hour after Xiao Nua left. Suddenly the corners of the roof began to leak. Lin Xiaojin frowned slightly. This rain had been falling for too long. And this building was another old residential building. Lin Xiaojin looked at the corners of the four corners seeping more and more seriously. Spraying out the water has reached the ankles. Take a closer look at the wall and a crack. Lin Xiaojin's hand touched the crack above the wall. Skin suddenly fell down a piece of. Lin Xiaojin was startled for a moment and quickly took a step back. Followed by the wall, skin all around started to fall down with a crash. Oops. Lin Xiaojin secretly screamed. This resident old building itself was established for a long time. Some time ago experienced an earthquake, did not collapse. But the torrential rains fell almost half a month one after another. This building is afraid that it cannot support. Lin Xiaojin did not hesitate. Immediately picked up the little wolf cub and ran downstairs. Now standing at the entrance of the building. The rain has not exceeded Lin Xiaojin's calves. Lin Xiaojin from the space to take out the Macintosh to wear. Put the little wolf cubs into the space. Only one little wolf cub. Now the oxygen demand is still enough. Lin Xiaojin had just run out of the building when the top floor collapsed with a bang. And the entire 6-story building tilted to lean against the next floor. Just out of the building outside there are a few staggering zombies. Lin Xiaojin took out the watermelon knife from the space. Her space only prepared a few weapons. Now there is this watermelon knife and a fire axe left. Lin Xiaojin dragged her stomach with one hand and chopped the zombies with the other. Lin Xiaojin's hands were not as flexible as before, but more clumsy. In addition to the heavy rain, Lin Xiaojin's movements were even more cumbersome. Fortunately, the zombies were also moving very slowly. Outside of the zombies will only fight more and more. Although the action is now slow, but more and more zombies will only wear her to death. Lin Xiaojin looked around. She can't run too far or Xiao Nuo will come back and can't find her. Lin Xiaojin used a knife to carve an arrow on the wall. And underneath it she carved the letter L. Lin Xiaojin then headed for the opposite building. Lin Xiaojin ran to the opposite side of the building. The ground floor is certainly not staying now the water has been diffused to the calf. Once into the ground floor are gushing out of the zombies. Lin Xiaojin simply cannot cut over. Can only slowly backward. Looking at so many zombies. Lin Xiaojin again feel tight stomach. I'm afraid it is false contractions again. Lin Xiaojin looked at the side of the shop. It seems to be a tall building temporarily cannot enter. Can only go to the surrounding shops. Lin Xiaojin broke into a shop. Inside pounced head on a zombie was Lin Xiaojin cut off the head. The body was kicked out by Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin closed the shop door after carving an arrow on the strong. The stomach is still a burst of tightness. And now it seems that as long as the amplitude of movement is too large the stomach will be tight. The water on the ground floor had already roamed in. So Lin Xiaojin could only run towards the first floor. Lin Xiaojin broke into the first floor briefly around a circle, and did not find the zombies. And then tried to sit next to the wooden stool. Lin Xiaojin adjusted her breathing. And her stomach still felt a sense of tightness. Lin Xiaojin put her hand on her stomach only to feel that her stomach was a little hard. Lin Xiaojin took a deep breath hoping to rely on deep breathing to adjust her breathing so that her stomach wouldn't be in false contractions. Lin Xiaojin still holding the watermelon knife in one hand did not dare to let go. Lin Xiaojin sat on a wooden stool. Her body completely leaning back. Only to feel too hard. Late pregnancy was too hard. She is still good like this. No stretch marks. No swollen feet not too fat. But still gets chesty and uncomfortable tummy tightness. The stomach is still a good behavior at least and the stomach will not move around. Responsible for kicking her even more difficult. Knock knock. Outside the window, there was suddenly a flash of black shadow. Lin Xiaojin immediately alert. And did not dare to lazily lean on the stool. Lin Xiaojin one hand clutching the watermelon knife one hand holding the stomach slowly stood up alertly observing the surrounding. After 2 minutes around only the sound of the rain outside the clattering. Just the black shadow is not Lin Xiaojin see wrong? Lin Xiaojin on their own eyesight is still very confident. But also do not dare to relax vigilance. This will feel the stomach better so in this upstairs look. The first floor are round table wooden stools. Before the end of the world is a charcoal hot pot. There is a carbon pot on the table. See this pot? Lin Xiaojin licked his lips, actually a little want to eat hot pot. Rainy day shabu shabu lamb in addition to butter spicy. Drink a can of ice cola think about it very cool. Unfortunately, I can't eat anything right now. Now you can't eat anything. The table was covered with a thick layer of soil, which was estimated to be palm thick. Lin Xiaojin slowly walked to the window. She wanted to open the window to see if Xiao Nuo will come back. Although she made a mark. But Xiao Nuo does not know if he can see. The windows are all connected by the rain. Blurred by the rain. Lin Xiaojin directly opened the window. Suddenly from the side drilled out a human head. Scarlet pupils face white. Mouth still spitting green tongue. This sudden appearance gave Lin Xiaojin a shock. And instantly fell back a few steps. Only then did Lin Xiaojin see this bizarre figure. With limbs like frogs climbing on the window. This thing is a bit like a mutated gecko. But this one is obviously not an animal mutation. And zombie mutation. This guy is not an ordinary zombie standing and walking. But both hands and feet are crawling on the ground. That's why Lin Xiaojin temporarily called monsters, like it crawlers. Zip zip zip. The rain outside splashed in through the window, and the creeper's tongue spat out a few times, not knowing that the creeper's scarlet eyes stared straight at Lin Xiaojin. That weird long tongue rolls very fast, just so a moment back and forth a few times. The crawler slowly climbed in through the open window glass, staring at Lin Xiaojin as it climbed, seemingly positioning Lin Xiaojin as food. Lin Xiaojin holding a watermelon knife in his hand, ready to take care of this crawler first. Suddenly there was another black shadow on the glass outside. The black shadow crawled in along the open glass window as well. Then, 1, 2, 3, 4. ZZZ. Lin Xiaojin did not even think about it, and directly hit in the space. 1, 2 maybe she can still deal with. But 3, 4. Lin Xiaojin pregnant do not want to risk. Lin Xiaojin somewhat regretted that her hand was yawning. There's nothing wrong with opening a window. This is good. Inviting so many creepers to herself. The oxygen in the space is only enough for Lin Xiaojin to stay for 5 hours at most. And with the addition of the little wolf cubs, I'm afraid it's going to shrink again. Lin Xiaojin would come out of the space every half an hour. And as soon as she came out, she would see the creepers. Lin Xiaojin had been in space for over 4 hours, and couldn't stay in space any longer. The oxygen in the space had begun to become thin. Lin Xiaojin thought to herself that the group of reptilians had been there for 4 hours shouldn't still be there. Right? If they are still there, Lin Xiaojin can only be willing to fight for his life with the reptiles. Lin Xiaojin thought in her heart. Hopefully her luck will be better. From the space out, Lin Xiaojin immediately vigilant observation of the surrounding. Glass windows have been broken traces. The table on the ground has stepped on the marks. The house is wet traces. It seems that these reptiles are outside the rain soaked too much, so they want to come in to hide? Lin Xiaojin just wanted to go downstairs. ZZZ suddenly from the side of the private room scurried out a reptile. ZZZ spat out a fishy green tongue. And the tongue is still long and pointed on top of the drip drip with green liquid, which is a bit like a snake letter. Reptiles directly and violently towards Lin Xiaojin rushed over. Lin Xiaojin big belly reaction slow. Directly pick up the watermelon knife towards the reptile's rolled up tongue cut over. Plop. The reptile's tongue was cut down. And there was a weird twist on his face. Taking advantage of the reptile's stopping gap, Lin Xiaojin hurriedly ran towards the ground floor. At this moment, the water on the ground floor has spread to above the calf belly. Lin Xiaojin dripped water and opened the door, wanting to run out. But Lin Xiaojin looked up and saw that the wall of the ground floor was also crawling with a creeper. These creepers do not walk, but can climb on the wall. ZZ. The creeper issued a strange sound. Towards Lin Xiaojin pounced bite over. The speed of the creeper is fast. In Lin Xiaojin highly nervous brain, glasses also followed the speed of the creeper slowed down. In the reptile rushed over the moment. Lin Xiaojin held up a watermelon knife, a knife to the reptiles from the head split open. The crawler was Lin Xiaojin split into 2 halves. Lin Xiaojin's strength is not to say. But the watermelon knife is because Lin Xiaojin force is too strong. Watermelon knife directly to the edge of the roll. Behind Lin Xiaojin cut the tongue of the creeper and chased down. It climbed on the stairs, looking at Lin Xiaojin strangely. Lin Xiaojin took out the fire axe from the space. Lin Xiaojin slowly backed up until she exited the gate. The creeper actually didn't chase out. Lin Xiaojin also cannot care about other than rush to continue to run forward. Here also cannot stay. Outside is still raining. Lin Xiaojin did not wear a Macintosh. The Macintosh clattered on her body. Fortunately, the weather is hot at the moment. If the winter in the rain, so I'm afraid to really die here. Lin Xiaojin lying in the water. But also to deal with the swaying zombies. The rain somewhat blocked Lin Xiaojin's line of sight. Vaguely Lin Xiaojin saw the wall, and non-stop back, and 4 scurrying black shadows. Which are creepers. It seems that zombies also have different evolutions. Lin Xiaojin had seen several different mutations of zombies alone. Plop plop plop. The zombies' tainted blood splashed onto Lin Xiaojin's body, but was quickly re-washed clean by the rain. The rainwater behind Lin Xiaojin was laced with zombie blood. Suddenly Lin Xiaojin felt a pain in her calf. Lin Xiaojin lifted her calf and looked at it. It was scratched. The rain is drowned over the calf belly to the knee here. The rain cannot see anything underneath, the scratches cannot be avoided. Fell in the water, crystal bead simply too late to pick up. Lin Xiaojin all the way to hack and kill. See, the sky is almost dark. Must hurry to find a place to recuperate. Lin Xiaojin broke into a shop. The zombies inside were cleaned up by Lin Xiaojin, and then rushed to close the door. But the door lock was broken again. Lin Xiaojin had to block the shelves next to the door, and then close all the windows around her. This time she will not be blindly in the open window. This shop is only the ground floor. There is no first floor. She couldn't stay here much longer either. But Lin Xiaojin really didn't want to leave now. Her stomach was starting to tighten up again, now that the environment is a little safer. Lin Xiaojin just surveyed the shop. Around the set are porcelain vases and so on. Looks like it is actually a curio shop. Lin Xiaojin to these two is not interested. Suddenly have to reflect. Lin Xiaojin looked at the center of the shop hanging a landscape painting. The following also said 2 knives. Lin Xiaojin slowly walked over with water dripping, and pulled one of them down from the wall. These 2 swords looked a bit like samurai swords. But Lin Xiaojin took a closer look at them to see that they were tang swords. Tang sword is the general name of the Chinese military sword system. Generally refers to the tang horizontal sword. Tang sword its narrow straight blade. Small tsuba. Long handle can be held with both hands. Our country's samurai sword is the defense of the tang sword. Lin Xiaojin open did not expect actually still open. Lin Xiaojin looked at these 2 weapons are good on all into the space. Lin Xiaojin and looked around at some unopened stuff. Lin Xiaojin remembered Xiao Nu also has a sharp dagger never leave the body. Also is the antique system. What Lin Xiaojin didn't know was that Xiao Nu's black antique gold dagger was really from the tomb. On the other side, Lin Xia ran with Xiao Xiao was also having a tougher time. But he actually materialized fireworks in order to find the others. Occasionally set off 2 in the sky. But the rain is too big, seems to be no one will pay attention to the rainy day. There will still be fireworks, this kind of thing. But just ran into out to find people Xiao Nu. So Xiao Nu all the way to the fireworks of the zone. Xiao Xiao is a perspective, so Lin Xia ran to avoid a lot of trouble. Such as there are zombies more. Or other monsters are avoided in advance. But little goods penetrating also has specific limitations, otherwise it would have found Lin Xiaojin long ago. How could you leave Xiaojin alone there? Don't you know he's pregnant now? Lin Xia ran looked at Xiao Nu coming out alone very angry. Xiao Nu said, "Hurry up and come with me." Xiao Nu also didn't explain that it was Lin Xiaojin who was uneasy and kept urging Xiao Nu. So he was thinking of coming out to find someone. Lin Xiaojin had space. Really dangerous can also hide in the space. And the zombies in that building were all cleaned up by Xiao Nu. So he dared to come out. Xiao Nu returned to the heart of the arrow. But when he went back, he suddenly encountered a large wave of zombies. And among them, there are also creepers with strange speed. And big men with strong strength. For a while, the 2 people were trapped upstairs. Or in the small good lead the way this only ran out. But this delayed a lot of time. In addition to the heavy rain. Xiao Nu originally wanted to go out 2 or 3 hours, did not find people to come back. But a back and forth actually tossed more than 10 hours. Xiao Nu at this moment has long been anxious. Even chopping zombies have used 10% force. On the other hand, Lin Xiaojin in the shop to recuperate. Maybe a little sleepy. In the space, and she did not dare to sleep. Afraid to sleep for a long time in the space air oxygen is not their own hypoxia and death. That would be embarrassing. Not by the zombies hacked to death. But to be their own space to sulk. Lin Xiaojin pushed the table to the root of the wall. Climbed on the table himself. There are still some small injuries on the legs. Lin Xiaojin used space well water to heal. Lin Xiaojin's feet soaked in the water for too long. Take off the shoes, feet are already white and creased. Lin Xiaojin changed clothes again. The clothes on the body is also directly thrown away. Outside the set on the Macintosh, and leaned against the wall to fall asleep. Lin Xiaojin although is asleep anyway. Dare not sleep too dead. But may be too sleepy. This almost a day, and night Lin Xiaojin have not slept. Suddenly Lin Xiaojin felt his stomach was kicked. Lin Xiaojin this is snapped open his eyes. This woke up Lin Xiaojin only shocked a big jump. The door of the shelves were top open. The door also leaked a gap. At the moment, the water has almost spread to the edge of the table. Lin Xiaojin rubbed her eyes. How long did she sleep? The rain outside actually rushed here. The rainwater was originally up to her knees. Now I'm afraid it's up to the base of her thighs. If it wasn't for the child kicking her, I'm afraid she woke up the water would have drowned her. At this time, the water surface floats up all kinds of things. There is also the mutilated body of the zombie on it. And there are all kinds of plastic items. The water surface also floated up a few crystal beads. It is estimated that Lin Xiaojin outside to cut the zombie head. The head soaked for too long decayed. But the crystal beads will not. So the crystal beads up. Lin Xiaojin picked up a few crystal beads are transparent. Lin Xiaojin's space is bigger again. Lin Xiaojin looked at the surrounding area is full of water. Now her strength as space also has no role. Lin Xiaojin sighed deeply. Suddenly felt a little powerless with her great strength. Lin Xiaojin from the space to take out something to eat first to enhance the physical strength. Outside the rain finally have down a small trend. Although it is no longer a torrential downpour, but the rain is also very clinical and compact. Lin Xiaojin understand now cannot stay here more. Rush to the high building. Otherwise the water continues to rise up, she will be in danger. Lin Xiaojin can only choose to continue to drip water. Water did not reach the thighs now every step on the very heavy resistance. But this resistance for Lin Xiaojin is not difficult. Xi only stayed alone in this ghost place for a few days. Finally there is really no food, she can only choose to go out to look for supplies. Just to see the sky release fireworks. This ghost place will still have fireworks. Then there must be someone, maybe Lin Xiaojin them. So Xi only ran out to find someone. The result did not expect to run into Ding Yunxian. Xi only just wanted to go up to Ding Yunxian to say hello. But Ding Yunxian to her all kinds of frown. For a moment, she thought that Ding Yunxian had been stimulated by something. And it was not easy for her to run into a living person or an acquaintance. So how could she let it go? So after resolving the zombies around her, she ran to the opposite building to find Ding Yunxian. Xi only. Ding Yunxian actually felt tears in his eyes when he saw Xi only. God knows how he's been living these past few days. What happened to your leg? Xi only looked at Ding Yunxian's calf. Let's not talk about it first. Take me away, Ding Yunxian said. Xi only framed Ding Yunxian and hurriedly ran out of the building. The rain outside was too deep, and Ding Yunxian's left calf was broken again. Xi only looked at how nervous Ding Yunxian was and asked, "What happened?" Ding Yunxian simply said that he had met a very strong but nervous woman with schizophrenia. Every time she didn't know where she grabbed a rat from, she would swallow it in his face, and had to ask Ding Yunxian to eat it as well. Ding Yunxian had escaped in the middle. And as a result, the woman became angry and turned into a red monster, instantly growing in size, and then having no way to control herself. The surrounding zombies let her kill all over the place. Her legs were also broken for her, and he almost had his head ripped off for her. Luckily, the woman finally came to her senses and wanted him to eat raw mice. Xi only listened to Ding Yunxian talking about it and thought it was a pervert, and hurriedly escaped with Ding Yunxian. Ding Yunxian is the Earth system supernormal ability in this stormy weather does not have much effect. In addition to the calf and injured at the moment out of the heart of the pain, the torrential rain outside almost didn't go past his thighs. Ding Yunxian frowned and said, "You put me here? You go and find elder brother and the others first." Ding Yunxian knew that nowadays he would only drag Xi only down like this. Xi only was also hesitant at the moment, mainly because Ding Yunxian's leg was injured. Xi only struggled mentally for a long time before she finally said, "Let's go! If it really comes to that, you can't blame me." Hearing Xi only's words, Ding Yunxian said, "I won't." What Ding Yunxian said was the truth. He was not familiar with Xi only, but he did not expect that at this moment. Xi only did not say that he would abandon him. If it really came down to a matter of life and death, there was nothing he could say about Xi only abandoning him. The common sense of man, he can survive is good. The two of them walked towards the building next to each other. Xi only's ice arrows coalesced in the stormy weather was simply a natural aid. It was almost as if she didn't need to use up her energy to condense water. She only needed to condense rainwater molecules to become ice arrows. Zhou Yinging and Zhang Wang stayed here for a week, and there wasn't a single day that they didn't fight. The last two words spoken might be disliked. Zhang Zhu's fire ability was restrained to death in this rainstorm. And when he tried to burn the zombies to death, the rain instantly doused him. Zhou Yinging's feet were still swollen, but not as obvious. Zhou Yinging's hands are also not bad. After all, was once a professional taekwondo player. If really on the hands of the words Lin Xiaojin afraid are not Zhou Yinging's opponent. After all, Zhou Yinging had participated in international competitions, and had even won many trophies in various competitions. Zhang Wish. Can you not snore when you sleep? Zhou Yinging frowned. Snoring would cause zombies, don't you know? In fact, Zhang Wish seldom snores, only recently he was too tired and had a bad rest. That's why he snores occasionally. Zhou Yinging. Do you know that you grind your teeth in your sleep? The sound is also very loud. Cackling. Zhang Wan said. Grinding your teeth? Zhou Yingying's face was a little embarrassed. The two of them hid in a residential building, looking at the water downstairs that had already gone over the street. I don't know how senior brother and the others are doing. Zhou Yingying worried. The two of them, Zhang Wish and Zhou Yingying, didn't stay inside all the time. They usually had to gather supplies, and then had to go look for traces of other people. Zhang Wang. Come here. Come here. Zhou Yingying had been staring out of the window. And at the moment, the rain had lessened a bit, so she could see outside. What is it? Zhang Wang showed some impatience and said. He could shout at him 800 times a night. Look at the opposite window. Is there two people silhouettes? Zhou Yingying pointed to the residential building across the street. Zhang Wish immediately jumped down from the table and ran to Zhou Yingying when he heard that there were silhouettes. It's Wang Han. Zhang Wan recognized it at a glance. Wang Han. Then the other person is Zhu Jingjing? Zhou Yingying guessed. But with such a distance, and only a silhouette to be seen, how could Zhang Wang be so sure? I've been a brother to Wang Han for many years. Not to mention the silhouette. I can recognize the ghost silhouette too. Zhang Wan said excitedly. Go, go, go. Go find them. Zhang Wan said impatiently. Zhou Yingying did not say anything. Now she can only follow Zhang Wang. She is too lonely if she is alone here. There are zombies everywhere, or the rainstorm is really a bit scary. Lin Xiaojin looked at the tall building in front of her. A commercial building. There are still a lot of wandering zombies at the entrance. Some of the zombie clothes have not yet broken. Vaguely can be seen from the upper half of the broken fabric is a suit. Now not only people walking in deep water have resistance, these zombies are also. This will cut zombies are more laborious. The water is floating all kinds of things. Although it is still raining. But it is not as fierce as the torrential rain came. But the rain is still very tight. Lin Xiaojin wants to rush into the high building. But there are too many zombies pouring out of the high building. Lin Xiaojin hacking zombies while retreating. Lin Xiaojin, although pregnant, weight is heavy, but the hands are still quite flexible. Puff. 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 The zombies fell into the water one by one. Lin Xiaojin felt that she couldn't hack on like this. Her aim was to find a safe place to stabilize. Lin Xiaojin rushed into the building. The water in the building wasn't as deep as the outside, only reaching Lin Xiaojin's knees. The further inside the building, the less water there was inside. Lin Xiaojin held the fire axe with both hands. Poof, poof, poof. One chopped the heads of the zombies. Just like chopping a radish. One head rolled into the water. The lift had long since become unavailable. Lin Xiaojin could only run to the safe passage. Lin Xiaojin ran to the safe passage. The zombies are much less. Lin Xiaojin hastily closed the door of the safe passage. Safe passage in the ground floor. There are a few wandering zombies. Where Lin Xiaojin resolved. A few zombies are not much. Behind the door was closed. Lin Xiaojin a few zombie brains pulled out. A look at all the transparent crystal beads, and threw it into the space to expand the space. Lin Xiaojin climbed 5 floors in one breath, and only stopped on the 5th floor. Although Lin Xiaojin's physical strength is very good because of the mutation. But at this moment the late stage of pregnancy is really some gasping. And the stomach is starting to tighten again. Lin Xiaojin's shoes have long been wet. She took a pair of shoes from space for a new pair of shoes. The old shoes she did not want to throw first into the space. She took off the Macintosh although wearing a Macintosh. But the inside of the clothes still cannot avoid wet. Mainly because it was raining. The rainwater flowed into her clothes along the seams. Lin Xiaojin also changed into clean clothes. But her hair was still wet. So she could only take out a towel and simply wipe it off. Her body was comfortable. She sat in the stairs for a while. Took out food from space. And ate 2 boxes of canned food. And an apple. Now that there was no one else around. And she could only rely on herself if she wanted to survive. Lin Xiaojin touched her stomach. There was still the baby. Lin Xiaojin before so desperately ran to the safe zone is also in order to want to have a good production environment. And then ran out from the safe zone, and then to the Yellowstone Ancient Village. Lin Xiaojin truly felt that it was not bad to stay in the Yellowstone Ancient Village to give birth. She also found her brother. And the baby also found its father. At least there is someone to protect her when she gives birth. However, I did not expect to go round and round. In the end Lin Xiaojin landed in a miserable environment. The key now, she is more than 7 months. In a few days, it will be 8 months. 9 months will be born. This outside the rain has not stopped signs. And in this city is full of zombies. There are mutant zombies. Having a baby here Lin Xiaojin didn't even dare to imagine if she and her child could safely survive. Lin Xiaojin shook her head to stop thinking about these things. The more you think about it, the more you will only lose your energy. Now you can only take one step at a time. Lin Xiaojin put the little wolf cub from the space released. Now the environment is still safe. And the little wolf cub absorbed 2 gold system crystal beads. Body size has become a lot bigger. The oxygen degree of space Lin Xiaojin comparison let it recover as soon as possible. If there is danger, hiding in space is the safest. The little wolf cub has grown a bit. And has become bold. Especially after absorbing the golden crystal beads. The little wolf cub's claws have become vaguely sharper. Now the little wolf cub had almost grown to Lin Xiaojin's knees. Be good, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin didn't know if the little wolf cub could understand. But it had always been well behaved. The little wolf cub walked in front of Lin Xiaojin. And Lin Xiaojin slowly followed behind with the fire axe in one hand. Lin Xiaojin looked at the floor. Has reached the 7th floor. She did not intend to go up. She is really afraid of this high rise, as also Tofu Dreg's project in case the building collapsed. She was buried in. Looking at the 7th floor to open the door of the safe passage. Ready to go out. The little wolf cub seems to feel something. Body some hair. Lin Xiaojin raised the fire axe with a face of vigilance. Opened the security door and really saw the zombies. Roar. It seems to hear Lin Xiaojin's movement have run towards her. Poof poof poof. The zombies have been cut to the ground by Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin also did not rush to pull out the zombie head. She first solved the zombies on this floor. This floor is a live broadcasting company. And there is a signboard at the entrance. There is also a layer of dust on the ground. And the corners of the strong tops are cleaned with cobwebs. Lin Xiaojin stepped on the ground, can step out thick footprints. Poof. Lin Xiaojin solved another zombie. These zombie clothing are not completely rotten, seems to be in the building mutated. And there is no way to go out, so the preservation is still relatively good. It is not like the zombies outside after a long time of heavy rain in addition to soaking in the water. The skin on the body folds white. Regardless of the kind of zombie, is the same disgusting. Lin Xiaojin checked this floor of the building and did not find any zombies. Which is why he dug up the crystal beads of the zombie's head that he had just chopped off. The little wolf cub looked at Lin Xiaojin for a few moments and also stretched out its claws. The little wolf cub's claws looked short when they were shrunk into the flesh. But when they were stretched out, they were very long. Visual estimation estimated that there must be more than 10 centimeters. And the key was that it was very sharp. The little wolf cub pulled out the crystal bead with a clawed grip on the zombie's head, and then carried it to Lin Xiaojin's face. Good treasure, Lin Xiaojin said in praise. Lin Xiaojin watched the little wolf cub grow more and more powerful. The name Xiao Chong that she had casually picked up in the beginning was more or less unworthy of it. Little cub. You will be called Blast Wind from now on, Lin Xiaojin said. This name sounded more domineering. Although the little wolf cub being a gold system didn't seem to be related to Blast Wind. Ao, who the little wolf cub seemed quite happy to hear Lin Xiaojin change her name. Lin Xiaojin stroked the head of the blizzard wolf and put all the space into the space. One of the crystal beads was actually milky white. Milky white. Lin Xiaojin was the first time to see this kind of crystal bead. And I don't know what kind of lineage this milky white crystal bead can be absorbed. Lin Xiaojin received the milky white crystal bead into the space. Maybe it was another kind of crystal bead that could only be absorbed by the supernormal ability. Lin Xiaojin is now very sure. What attribute of the foreign energy to absorb what kind of crystal bead? The milky white crystal bead will certainly also have the foreign energy to let it absorb. This crystal bead will always have a use in the future. This live broadcast company has a large warehouse is a variety of live broadcast items. Although the above are stained with a lot of dust. But things can still be used. Lin Xiaojin are all collected into the space. Just now the space absorbed a few transparent crystal beads. The space has become bigger again. Lin Xiaojin's space should now have more than 800 square feet. Only that there are not many crystal beads of the Earth system. The larger the space, the more the amount of oxygen reserves would be. But more plants were needed to release the oxygen. Xiao Nua with Lin Xiaoran and Xiao hurriedly rushed back to the residential road. Did not expect the residential building has collapsed. See here, Xiao Nua's face pale. Mental thump. Lin Xiaoran looked at the collapsed residential building. There is a kind of ominous foreboding. His voice, some trembling, said, Xiao Nua. Xiao Nua just wanted to rush in. The little boy on the side said, Not in. Sister is not in. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoran's heart rejoiced and said, Is little goody sure? Xiao nodded. Lin Xiaoran and Xiao Nua at the same time breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Nua, in fact, psychological more understand Lin Xiaojin should not accident. Even if the house collapses, Lin Xiaojin can hide back into space. Besides, Lin Xiaojin is a strength system alien, who wants to come out is also easy. But Xiao Nua, just now still nervous, almost rushed over to dig the soil. If anything happens to Lin Xiaojin, Xiao Nua will really go crazy. At this time, as Lin Xiaojin's brother calmed down a little, said, Xiaojin, she is pregnant with a big tummy, surely can't go far. Surely still around here. Xiao Nua nodded. Lin Xiaoran looked at Xiao Xiao hoping Xiao Xiao could help look for her. Xiao Xiao nodded. Looked round and did not find Lin Xiaojin's shadow. Could only shake his head. The water Lin Xiaoran looked at was deeper. It was already up to her thighs, and even almost flooded the ground floor. Lin Xiaojin was definitely going to go above the first floor as well. Let's go. Maybe in which direction? Xiao Nua pointed ahead. Lin Xiaojin frowned. Watch for a zombie head floating over in front. Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. It should be that Lin Xiaojin had encountered a zombie slash as she walked forward. Xiao Xiao is not only a perspective eye, but also boasts two bottlenecks. So Xiao Xiao's perspective eye has two effects. One is pure perspective, and the second is to see through people's hearts. Lin Xiaoran fought a lot of zombies along the way, and he realized that little boy can also absorb transparent crystal beads. Her father was so powerful, not to mention little boy. Otherwise, who could survive in the city again? Little Good looked round, and didn't find Lin Xiaojin's shadow. Not enough energy. Little Good slowly spat out 4 words. Lin Xiaoran and Xiao Nua's 2 hearts were very anxious. But for Little Good, they could not force it even more. Lin Xiaoran let Little Good absorb the transparent crystal bead to recover his energy. Let me memorize it, Xiao Nua said. It was Lin Xiaoran who was carrying it all this way. Lin Xiaoran nodded and just wanted to give Xiao Nua Little Good to carry for a while, so that he could lighten his burden. Don't, Little Boy said with a face full of refusal. Xiao Nua was very embarrassed. Lin Xiaoran could only resign herself to the fact that it was better to continue carrying it herself. Xiao Nua was very speechless to Little Boy. The first time he saw Little Boy, she wouldn't let her carry her. Why don't you let Brother Xiao carry? Lin Xiaoran asked this question for Xiao Nua. Little Goody stared at Xiao Nua's for half a day before finally turning her head away and not speaking. The reason Xiao Xiao didn't let Xiao Nua carry it was very simple. Because Xiao Nua's heart was something she couldn't see through. But this reason she did not want to say. She has her small pride. Xiao Nua can only signify that he can't help Lin Xiaoran. Although Xiao Xiao's is only 20 to 30 pounds. But so keep carrying is still very consuming. And can't put Xiao Xiao's down. Responsible for directly submerging the top of the head. First find Xiaojin is important, Lin Xiaoran said. Xiao Nua nodded. Luckily, when Xiao Nua left before Lin Xiaojin gave her a backpack with a lot of food inside. Xiao Nua took out the chocolate from the backpack and said, Eat first. Replenish your strength first. Lin Xiaojin didn't refuse, and Xiao Nua gave Xiao Xiao a piece as well. In order to get the attention of the opposite side, Zhang Wang picked up an iron cup, opened the window, and threw it towards the opposite side. But the distance was too far, and the cup just flopped into the water. You can throw it over so far? Are you stupid? Zhou Yingying said breathlessly. Zhang Wang also felt that his method seemed to be too childish. So he said, Let's hurry over. Zhou Yingying's leg was still a bit swollen, but she still endured to follow Zhang Wang's back. Looking at the silhouettes on the opposite side, they should be on the 5th.6th floor. Zhang Wang did not walk too fast this time. Instead, he kept a certain distance from Zhou Yingying. They had basically cleaned up all the zombies on this floor. They searched a few packets of snacks here and there, and the two found another backpack with crystal beads inside. The two walked down the stairs. The water spread directly to the calves. Although Zhou Yingying's was no longer very swollen. Her knee was cut 2 days ago when she mounted the railing. This if immersed in dirty water, I'm afraid it will be infected. Come up, all. Wait for what? Zhang Wang frowned. Zhou Yingying looked at Zhang Wang bending over, as if he was going to carry her. She gritted her teeth and said, No need for you to carry me. Come on you. Zhang Wang finished speaking, and directly carried Zhou Yingying on his back. Zhou Yingying still wanted to struggle down. Zhang Wang said, If you want to come down, and then want me to carry you, don't even think about it. You? Zhou Yingying's cheeks puffed out in anger. But she didn't come down. The corner of Zhang Wang's mouth revealed a smile of victory. Carrying Zhou Yingying on his back, as he dribbled through the water. The water was very turbid, with various mixtures together, and various things floating up. Zhang Wang stepped in the water, and from time to time, he was able to step on various zombie corpses. This kind of water is definitely full of bacteria. After the rainstorm is definitely all kinds of plague. If there is a wound soaked in this kind of water, it is certainly less infected. But the physical quality of the alien have become a little stronger. Zhou Yingying, lying on the back of the Zhang Wish, can also see Zhang Wish's ears and arms also have small wounds. In fact, apart from this guy's unforgiving mouth, at least he was quite nice. If Zhang Wang really left her here, no one would know if she died here. Thanks. Zhou Yingying's voice was so small that she doubted whether she said it or not. But Zhang Wang heard it. Zhang Wang thought to himself, although this Zhou Yingying was capricious and pretentious, but her character was not a bad one. Be careful. There are zombies, Zhou Yingying said. I see it, Zhang Wang answered. He couldn't cut the zombies with Zhou Yingying on his back, so Zhou Yingying was the one holding the knife. As long as there was a zombie close by, she would be cut to death by Zhou Yingying. Xu Jingjing and Wang Han cleaned up the zombies in the building while searching for supplies, and then left a mark to look for Xiao Nua and the others. Wang Han, look what I found, Xu Jingjing said excitedly. What? Xu Jingjing searched a lot of snacks from the office drawer. Although some of them had already expired, they could still be eaten after a month or two of expiration. Then the expired food without appetite is the most terrible. It's good to have something to eat. There are sausages and eggs. Chocolate biscuits, Xu Jingjing said. Wang Han nodded. The two of them, one healing system and one wind system, were still relatively obvious in a team. But once they were alone, the drawbacks were huge. It wasn't like Xian Li, who could at least be self-sufficient with water. And it would be even better if Lin Xiaojin had a space lineage. The two were slowly clearing up from the ground floor. This building was an office building, so there were quite a few zombies on each floor. Luckily, each floor of the office building has a freezer, and the water and drinks inside are still drinkable. PFFFF. Wang Han saw two more zombies. The two continued searching again to see if there were any useful supplies. It's raining a lot less outside. Xu Jingjing looked towards the glass window. It's only good when the rain stops, Wang Han said with a frown. If the heavy rain continued for a month or two, the water level would rise when the zombies would all float up. Wang Han, how do I see something moving there? Oh, I can't see too well with my nearsightedness. Xu Jingjing squinted her eyes and couldn't see clearly either. She could only see where the surrounding zombies were gathering. Wang Han looked towards the direction that Xu Jingjing was pointing and said in shock, "It's Zhang Wang still carrying a woman on his back." They were looking down from above, is where all the surrounding zombies were gathering towards the person in the middle. Let's go. Let's go down and look for them. All the surrounding zombies are gathering towards them. Wang Han frowned and said, "Good," Xu Jingjing answered. Both of their weapons were taken from the fire window. One fire axe each. Xu Jingjing was still a bit uncomfortable with chopping zombies with the fire axe at first, but she slowly adapted to it over the past few days. Wang Han has been training her on the side, teaching her how to fight against the zombies. The main thing is the reaction ability. Chopping zombies must be fast and accurate. Against the head of the zombie neck, a knife cut down. The best knife cut off. Xu Jingjing's strength is small. Sometimes cut constantly. What often will cut crooked. Wang Han will add a knife. This breaks off a few days. Xu Jingjing's hands are calloused. Two people rushed down the safe passage to pick up Zhang Wang and Zhou Yingying. It was still raining outside, and when the two came out of the building, they attracted another zombie. It's them, Zhou Yingying shouted excitedly as she saw the two people, Wang Han and Xu Jingjing, coming out on Zhang Wang's back. "We're here," Zhou Yingying said. "Don't shout. The zombies are all shouting over to you." "It's really stupid," Zhang Wang said angrily. Zhou Yingying saw that the surrounding zombies heard her shouting and started to flock towards their side. Her face suddenly turned a little ugly. Zhou Yingying could only grip the knife in her hand and keep slashing at the zombies. "I'll add skills for you." After Zhou Yingying finished speaking, her other hand began to condense energy, and a blue energy entered Zhang Wang's body. The blue energy represented speed, and the red energy represented strength. These were the two types of energy that Zhou Yingying could enhance nowadays. Zhang Wish immediately felt an energy in his body, and this energy made his body speed much lighter, and the speed of him carrying Zhou Yingying became very fast. Although there was still resistance from the water, it was much faster. Zhou Yingying's increase was twice that of a human. So Zhang Wish's speed also increased twice as much. If it was to increase Lin Xiaojin's strength twice as much, then this amount of Zhou Yingying's energy was simply not enough to consume. In a short while, Zhang Wish carried Zhou Yingying on his back and arrived in front of Wang Han and Zhu Jingjing. Zhu Jingjing was a little curious when she saw that Zhang Zhu's speed had suddenly become so much faster. "Enter the building first," Wang Han said. Wang Han cleared a lot of zombies in the building, and the four rushed into the safe passage. Phew! Zhang Wang suddenly felt the speed was kinda rare. Only after arriving in the safe passage did Zhang Wang put Zhou Yingying down. Zhang Wish hadn't even felt it for a few minutes before his body's energy was rapidly disappearing. "It's gone." Zhang Wang frowned. 5 minutes. I can now increase twice the time limit for 5 minutes. Up to twice a day, Zhou Yingying said with some embarrassment. Not only is there a time limit as well as an increase limit, but it can also only be used twice a day. Zhang Wang sighed. Right. And a person can only be increased once a day. Zhou Yingying continued again. Zhang Wang felt that Zhou Yingying's skills were really restrictive. But the feeling of being increased was really cool. And his body was inexplicably given more power. In the future, when I absorb more energy, my level will naturally increase as well, Zhou Yingying said with some defiance. Zhou Yingying and Zhu Jingjing were both considered to be auxiliary system psychic abilities. One milkmaid and one acceleration plus strength. Zhang Wish. Have you found Brother Xiao and the others? Wang Han asked. Zhang Wish shook his head and said, No. It's a torrential rain outside. Everyone is hiding in the building. We are hiding in the building opposite to you guys. We just happened to see you guys from the window. That's why we ran over. Outside this rain is not too big anymore. But it's still coming down tight. Wang Han said with a frown. I believe that Brother Xiao and the others must be hiding in the building as well. So when the rain stops, they will definitely be able to find them, Zhang Wan said. Zhang Wish had already thought that when the rain stopped, he would set a fire, and believed that Xiao Nuo would definitely be able to find them. Zhu Jingjing saw Zhou Yingying walking with a limp, so she kindly helped Zhou Yingying's injuries. Zhu Jingjing now had a lot of crystal beads in her hand, and Zhu Jingjing feels that she absorbs crystal beads to reach a certain saturation state. Absorbing crystal beads does not feel so obvious to enhance. Zhu Jingjing asked Wang Han. Wang Han told her that she is stuck in the bottleneck period. Need to break through the bottleneck period to work. Wang Han is also stuck here. He only recently felt loose. Zhu Jingjing now general small injury healing does not need to consume red blood cells in the body. Otherwise Wang Han iron will be heartbroken. These days of bad food. Zhu Jingjing's face turned pale again. She would have needed a large number of red blood cells. The daily iron supplement is also 2 or 3 times that of others. The food that was found in these days, even if Wang Han would have tried to give Zhu Jingjing as much as possible, did not work. After all, the snacks are all junk food. There were more people. In addition to the fact that Zhang Zhu, Wang Han, Zhou Yingying's hands were all still good, they decided to sweep a floor. Otherwise, Wang Han with Zhu Anna are a layer of slowly sweeping. The main thing is safety first. Zhu Jingjing. You become awesome, Zhou Yingying said. Zhu Jingjing smiled with some embarrassment. The zombies on this level were a bit more numerous, and their speed and strength were stronger. But there were 4 of them, and it took 2 hours for them to clear all of these zombies. I'm going to leave these with type crystal beads for Xiaojin, Zhu Jingjing said. The crowd nodded. Lin Xiaojin's green crystal beads could ripen plants. Let's hurry up and find Lin Xiaojin, so we can improve our meals. Zhang Wan couldn't help but say. Both he and Zhou Yingying hadn't eaten anything in the past few days either. He had eaten expired food for 2 days in a row, and he almost couldn't help but have diarrhea. Let's look around and see if there's anything to eat on this floor, Zhu Jingjing said. Zhou Yingying nodded. The 4 of them were covered in gray. Their clothes were torn with a few holes. And the 2 of them, Zhang Zhu and Wang Han, were even bearded. Zhu Jingjing's thin and small looked malnourished, and Zhou Yingying's lips were also dry and cracked and sore. Although Lin Xiaojin had food and drink, her stomach tightened from time to time, and it was a little difficult. Lin Xiaojin turned over half a day on this floor, and found a searchlight. Suddenly an idea flashed through Lin Xiaojin's mind. Wait until night to make the searchlight bright. Then Xiao Nua and his brother, they should be able to see it. Right? Lin Xiaojin kicked away the corpse of the zombie next to him, and picked up the searchlight, with a wire, but no electricity. There is a wire, but there is no electricity. A pregnancy is stupid? But this is an idea. Lin Xiaojin's space, and the lamp, although not as obvious as the searchlight, but placed in the window, should be able to see it if it is nearby. Right? Lin Xiaojin put all the collection into the space. And water crystal beads. Space storage water is not much because there is Xian Li, so Lin Xiaojin did not put too much mineral water into the space. Lin Xiaojin ate 2 big apples in one breath. Fortunately, the apple tree bears a lot of apples, as well as cucumbers. Tomatoes have long been ripe. When the evening came, Lin Xiaojin chose a room by the window and closed the door. Lin Xiaojin took out the lamp from the space and put it on the glass windowsill. After the previous experience of opening the window, Lin Xiaojin didn't dare to open the window. There are still raindrops on the glass window, but they are no longer tight. It looks like the rain is getting smaller and smaller, which is good news. Outside, the zombies are immersed in water. Outside, the sound of water, with the rain deepening above the floating, and a variety of soaked up the body. Lin Xiaojin looked at a few eyes, did not continue to look down. Lin Xiaojin looking for this room is a manager's office. In addition to the desk and a sofa, there is a photo frame on the desk. Lin Xiaojin wiped the dust. Is a professional woman standing next to a 7.8-year-old girl. Looks like a single mother. This time is only 7 o'clock. And cannot sleep. Lin Xiaojin turned over this office to see what is useful. In the desk drawer there is some coffee, and eye masks, and a few packets of Auntie's wipes. Lin Xiaojin received the Auntie towels in the space. The bottom drawer there is a pair of flat shoes. The label has not been removed. It seems to be just bought. Lin Xiaojin looked at the shoe size. Just the size of the shoes she wore also received in the space. Lin Xiaojin opened the cabinet at the back. Actually, a whole cabinet is cups. Is this manager a cup controller? Various kinds of cups. Lin Xiaojin picked a few more favorite also received into the space. The following cabinet is not loaded with cups, is actually a variety of toilet paper, cotton towels, soft paper. A variety of brands have. This manager is a live company manager. These things are estimated to be samples. Outside there are still a few offices have not had time to search. Today is again fighting zombies and search the warehouse. Lin Xiaojin decided to tomorrow will also be outside. All search cannot be wasted. Lin Xiaojin looked at the time is almost 8 o'clock. So lying on the sofa. Lying her a person no problem. Is the feet exposed outside? And can only lie on the side. She now had a big belly, and there was no way she could sleep flat on her back. While Blast Wind was curled up next to her, his little tail still falling on Lin Xiaojin's belly. It seemed that the baby in her tummy had sensed something, and her tummy slightly bulged. So Blast Wind had to curl his tail up. In a daze, Lin Xiaojin fell asleep. The night was relatively peaceful. When Lin Xiaojin woke up, Gale had already woken up. Gale stood on the windowsill and looked out. And when he saw Lin Xiaojin waking up, his tail wagged twice cheerfully. It turned out to be just when they just started rushing into the rooftop. Lin Xiaojin guessed something and crashed into his arms. And there happened to be sharp pieces of iron next to him. Xiao knew in order to protect Lin Xiaojin. Hard to be rolled in. Xiao knew at that time also only endured a soft frown. Did not say anything. Perhaps at that time because Lin Xiaojin close to him too close. The mouth is even close to her chin. Only to let his heart vaguely tense. Seems to forget this kind of pain. And replaced by apprehension. Elation. It's fine. Go first. Xiao Nua did not look at his own injuries, but said to Lin Xiaojin. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua's side of the movement, but caused other movements. The sound of the gun was too loud. The street is very silent. A little wind blowing. The surrounding can be heard. Opposite the billiard hall, Zhang Wang, Wang Han, Xian Li, and Zhu Jingjing for people heard the gunshots. It's the sound of gunshots. It can't be Lin Xiaojin and the others in trouble. Right? Xian Li said. Zhang Wang looked at the foot bath shop across the street. Nothing could be seen outside in the dark. I'll go take a look. You guys stay here, Wang Han said. I'll go with you. It's not safe at night, Zhang Wang said. It's dark at night. And it's easy to be in danger if you can't see clearly. You stay here. There are still 2 girls here. Wang Han looked at Zhu Jingjing and Xian Li and said. It's okay. You guys go and take a look. We don't go there either. Just stay here, there shouldn't be any danger, Zhu Jingjing said. Wang Han listened to Zhu Jingjing's words some hesitation. Hey. Look, it's the thunder light. They're fine. Zhang Wang pointed to the shop across the street and said. It really is. Then they should be safe. Xi and Li also said. Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaojin's strength was still good, so they shouldn't be in danger. Now there are still 4 little more hours before dawn. Let's meet tomorrow at dawn, Zhan Wan said. Wang Han nodded. Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaojin were both fine, so they didn't need to risk going out. I'll hurry up and rest. We still have to rush early tomorrow morning, Zhan Wan said. Not only do they have to rush, but they also have to deal with that group of mutated plum deer tomorrow. That was what was troublesome. Tomorrow's matters would be resolved tomorrow. Right now, it was time to get a good rest. Xi and Li and Zhu Jingjing leaned on the sofa next to the billiard hall and slept again. But they had just woken up from hearing the sound of gunshots, and it was difficult to fall asleep for a while. 2 people confused chat for a while before falling asleep. But 2 people and no blanket can only find some sofa cover on the body to sleep. Zhang Wang and Wang Han slept in shifts in case there were any emergencies. On the other side, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua switched to a shop on the ground floor, which was only about 20 square feet, but relatively safe. There were no traces of damage to the surrounding walls or ventilation ducts, so Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were prepared to rest here. The commotion just now was so loud that it would definitely wake up Zhang Zhu and Wang Han, so Xiao Nua released lightning to show the other party that they were fine. Lin Xiaojin turned on the small table lamp, and only then did she realize that this small shop was selling underwear. Let me take a look at your wound, Lin Xiaojin said. It's fine. Just a small wound, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice, seemingly unconcerned. You have to wait until tomorrow to see Zhu Jingjing. You're afraid that you'll be infected by then. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said. Besides, Zhu Jingjing's energy overdraft from saving Xi and Li last time, Lin Xiaojin said slowly. Xiao Nua still wanted to refuse. When he saw Lin Xiaojin's cold eyes, he had to swallow his words of refusal into his stomach. Xiao Nua could only take off his clothes under Lin Xiaojin's gaze, revealing the black t-shirt inside. Under the warm light of the small table lamp, Lin Xiaojin saw the blood still oozing out from Xiao Nua's back wall arm. I'll cut the clothes open for you, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin searched round, and then the shop didn't find any clippers. She said, I'll tear it open for you. Lin Xiaojin gently tear almost not how hard. The clothes were ripped open, leaking out inside the skin and flesh lifted the wound. The wound don't be afraid of a tendency to get infected. Lin Xiaojin frowned and said, that iron piece is estimated to have rust on it. It is needed to get a tetanus shot. It's fine. Xiao Nua's voice was deep and seemed to be holding back something. The warm light shines on the 2 people's faces. The side lines meet together. The narrow space. The injured man and woman. Xiaojin. Xiao Nua's tone was unusually soft. Well? Lin Xiaojin faintly responded. But the psyche was rippled. This place of silence seemed to separate the broken and depressed city outside. It hurts, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. His tone was soft, but his expression did not feel any change in him at all. Ah. Is it? I'll be gentle. Lin Xiaojin thought that she hadn't controlled her strength and had hurt Xiao Nua. Lin Xiaojin took out cotton swabs and alcohol from space. Iodine POV. A little bit of wiping Xiao Nua's wound. But the skin and flesh turned out to look at the wound is very terrible. Lin Xiaojin gently frowned and said, this wound flares out badly. If there is no Zhu Jingjing's treatment, I'm afraid it will need stitches. It's not in the way, Xiao Nua said, not caring about his wound, but seeing Lin Xiaojin's worried appearance. The corner of Xiao Nua's mouth slightly rose upwards. Suddenly Lin Xiaojin's right hand was grabbed. Xiao Nua said in a solemn tone, Lin Xiaojin, I will take care of you. With my life's guarantee. The warm light could not cover Xiao Nua's blazing vision. Xiao Nua seldom spoke and seldom expressed his emotions. This point Lin Xiaojin was very similar to him. But more than that, Lin Xiaojin was closing her heart. But at this moment, feeling Xiao Nua's sincere eyes, Lin Xiaojin's heart was shaken. But again, she couldn't believe it. She was such a person who didn't completely trust anyone. Lin Xiaojin just faintly answered and said, Xiao Nua smiled. Smiled from the bottom of his heart. For so long this was the first time Lin Xiaojin had seen Xiao Nua's smile. It was very nice. Very clean. And formed a contrast with his cold face. Instead it had a kind of silly feeling. Both people did not continue to talk. Xiao Nua knows Lin Xiaojin is a slow to heat up the temperament. Want to go to grind Lin Xiaojin's heart is not a day or 2 things. And Xiao Nua also did not intend that Lin Xiaojin could respond to him immediately. Now this is very good. Do you want to try? Water from my space well, Lin Xiaojin said. Although Lin Xiaojin had some guesses but hadn't tried it yet. And now it was just the right time to see the injured Xiao Nua. Lin Xiaojin watched the little wolf cub in space fall asleep without noticing that the pile of mutant gecko's meat pieces next to him were missing a piece. Lin Xiaojin took out the water from the well from space, which was clearer than normal water. Water from space? Xiao Nua asked. Lin Xiaojin nodded. Anyway, the little wolf cub had drunk it, and was fine instead of being more lively. Lin Xiaojin dipped a cotton swab in the water, then wiped Xiao Nua's wound. Any feeling? Lin Xiaojin asked, still a little apprehensive in her heart. It's a bit cool and itchy, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. Itchy? Lin Xiaojin frowned and just thought that this water won't really have a problem right all. But the little wolf cub drank it, but his strength was restored all. Just as Lin Xiaojin was entangled and feeling guilty. Xiao Nua's external wound changed, and actually showed signs of healing. Lin Xiaojin took the small table lamp, and carefully closed it a bit and said, Really? It has a healing effect. Lin Xiaojin was overjoyed. This was a very unexpected big joy. Perhaps it was because the water in the space well was all altered by the water crystal beads. Well, it doesn't hurt anymore, Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. I'm afraid that the wounds would be healed in a few days now. And there was no need for Zhu Jingjing's treatment. Great. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but be surprised. So that the water in the space was therapeutic. Then she had an additional guarantee of survival. Although Zhu Jingjing has a healing system of supernatural ability, but after all it is others. If she is injured, perhaps like today Zhu Jingjing is not beside her, it will be very difficult, said Lin Xiaojin and took out a cup of well water from the space. Just wanted to try if this well water really has this effect. I'll do it, Xiao Nua said, quickly took the cup from Lin Xiaojin's hands and drank it all in one go. I just want to. Lin Xiaojin's words were not even finished. Xiao Nua just so dryly drank it all. She is a mouthful have not tasted. Also do not know exactly what effect. Just want to pour a cup in Xiao Nua's wounds in to see the effect. She did not think that Xiao Nua dryly give drink? The matter has come to this. Lin Xiaojin can only stare at Xiao Nua, hope that he does not drink anything. Otherwise she will be responsible for the end of the. How is it? Lin Xiaojin carefully stared at Xiao Nua's face, and found that there was nothing wrong with the Xiao Nua. Lin Xiaojin was pregnant. To be the guinea pig is also him first. So he did not hesitate to drink it. Xiao Nua did not say anything. Just feel a wave of energy in the body to swim all over the body. His thunder system supernormal ability has been in the bottleneck has not yet broken through. Although all may break through. But Xiao Nua want to break through in a safer and more certain time. But after drinking the well water from Lin Xiaojin's space, that bottleneck was easily broken. Now he seemed to be at the second level. It's sweet. For a long time Xiao Nua said. Sweet? The well water in this space was sweet. Seeing that Xiao Nua seemed to be fine and his face was even better, Lin Xiaojin was hesitating whether she wanted to take another sip to try. Xiaojin. And give me a cup, Xiao Nua said. Good. Lin Xiaojin responded and took out another cup from space. Xiao Nua drank it again this time. But this time the effect was a bit worse. It seemed to be that it was more effective when you drank it during the bottleneck period. Usually drink for refreshing, the effect is better. If the night is too sleepy or did not sleep well, drink a cup will be able to have the spirit of qi. Xiao Nua told Lin Xiaojin all the effects of drinking too. Lin Xiaojin also couldn't wait to taste a small cup. But the energy was smaller when it went into her body. But it improved the vitality. And now in the latter part of the night. In the past, she was sleepy early. Now is not sleepy at all. It seems that the effect of space well water. External application has a healing effect. Internal service to improve the essence of the spirit. If it is in the bottleneck drink, there will also improve the chances of breaking through the bottleneck. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua, two people this will not be able to sleep. Lin Xiaojin and look at Xiao Nua's clothes torn. They hid in this shop, underwear shop. There are also men's autumn clothes. Xiao Nua. Do you want to change your clothes? Your clothes are torn by me, Lin Xiaojin said. Good. Lin Xiaojin rummaged through a few pieces from the shop and found a black size that was also Xiao Nua's. The other clothes Lin Xiaojin received in the space. Lingerie shop cabinet also has a lot of socks, all kinds of underwear Lin Xiaojin are all through the collection. Now these consumables, The future do not know cannot be in production. Naturally, how much can be collected is how much. Lin Xiaojin now space small water well effect. It seems that in the future the water system crystal beads also have to keep some more. However, the effect of her space water, in addition to Xiao Nua knows she temporarily did not intend in telling others. Always keep the bottom card. And increase the bottom card, and update the bottom card from time to time. Xiao Nua changed his clothes, and threw the previously torn clothes on the ground. Not wanting them anyway. The time was now a few box hours away from dawn. And both of them were now more refreshed after drinking the water from the space. In order to avoid an awkward atmosphere, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua both chatted. You remember you've known my brother for a long time. Lin Xiaojin casually found a topic to chat with Xiao Nua. Well, it's been a long time, Xiao Nua responded. As the day slowly got brighter, Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua were also chatting with each other. And Lin Xiaojin realized that Xiao Nua shared many of his brother's interests. Although on the surface it seemed that Xiao Nua's character was more high and cold, while her brother Lin Xiaoran's character was softer. Chatting and chatting, Lin Xiaojin still sleepy. Perhaps because of the reason of pregnancy. Lin Xiaojin leaned on the cabinet and fell asleep. Lin Xiaojin's head was about to tilt down. Xiao Nua's hand instantly caught it. Xiao Nua put Lin Xiaojin's head on his shoulder. Lin Xiaojin felt more familiar, as if his brother's shoulder. So Lin Xiaojin rubbed himself to find a comfortable position and said, Brother, I'll sleep. The corner of Xiao Nua's mouth hung a faint smile and added, Recognizing me as your brother again? No wonder Lin Xiaojin recognized the wrong person when he was confused. Xiao Nua and Lin Xiaoran's stature, height, and weight were not much different. Lin Xiaojin then slept for more than 2 hours. Sleeping and feeling some soreness in the neck. Just wanted to get up and move his neck. Wake up. This voice was a little close. Right by Lin Xiaojin's ears. Only then did Lin Xiaojin realize that she actually fell asleep against Xiao Nua without knowing when. Lin Xiaojin was calm on the surface. But inside, she was a little flustered. How did she fall asleep in a daze? At this time Lin Xiaojin remembered that she had taken 1 or 2 sips of space water. Xiao Nua hadn't slept all night, still more energetic. But Xiao Nua had already broken through the bottleneck if he were to encounter that mutant gecko. His lighting system would definitely be enough to damage it. The two people peeled open the window and looked out. The road had fog and some humidity. But there was no sign of the mutant gecko. Lin Xiaojin and Xiao Nua. The two of them slowly came out. Ready to go to the pool hall across the street to find Xianli and the others? Let's go, Lin Xiaojin said. The two of them walked across the street to the opposite side. Lin Xiaojin saw then that they were running to the billiard hall on the first floor across the street. The door of the first floor billiard hall was jacked from the inside out. And Lin Xiaojin directly pushed it open. Who? Wang Han. Immediately woke up with a start. Wang Han took a look at the one who pushed the door in was Lin Xiaojin. Followed by Xiao Nua and said, You guys are here. Well, although the billiard hall door is topped with cabinets and sofas, Lin Xiaojin's strength train can push. Let alone this. Several people had been hungry all day, which small snacks were not enough to eat. And there was a feeling that the more they ate, the hungrier they got. Lin Xiaojin took out the food from the space. Her space is the most canned food, bread and so on. Lin Xiaojin told everyone some of what she encountered last night. Of course, skipping what happened between her and Xiao Nua. A mutated gecko? Amazing recovery power? Zhang Wang said with a frown. Vajra gecko, Xianli said as she thought of something. The idea was similar to what Lin Xiaojin thought. It was similar to the recovery ability of a foreign film Wolverine. But its tail is the weak point, Lin Xiaojin said. I hope we don't run into it. That group of mutant mergansers yesterday was enough for us to toss and turn, Xianli said. Now that the group of mutant plum deer had dispersed. But the closer they were to Deer Jiao Park, the more they drove there would definitely attract the group of mutant plum deer. It wasn't far from the airport now. And after eating and drinking enough, it was estimated that it would take half a day's walk to get there. Then, can't we just walk? If we see a Sika deer, we'll hurry up and crawl, Zhang Wang said. The weakness of the mutant Sika deer was that it could not see low or immovable objects. Otherwise, let's drive first and see if we can get rid of the mutant Sika deer. If we can't get rid of it, we'll come down and walk, Lin Xiaojin said. After all, there is still an hour or 2 of driving. Or car faster. Lin Xiaojin always feel that B City is too dangerous. Mutant rats. Mutant deer. And mutant geckos. I do not know what other strange mutant animals will appear in B City. These mutated animals are much more difficult to deal with than zombies. The crowd nodded and did not have any comments. A few people cats? Out of the shop. Lin Xiaojin took out the car tires from the space. Zhang Wang, Wang Han, and Xiao Nuo changed the tires. Lin Xiaojin looked around and really didn't know how those mutant mergansers came out. Alright, Wang Han said. The three people changed the car tires very quickly. Brother Xiao, you drive, Wang Han said. Xiao Nuo nodded and did not refuse. This police car was not an automatic, it was a pure manual. Wang Han's driving skills were good. But back then Xiao Nuo's one drift stunned him. Xiao Nuo drove the car. Wang Han sat next to him. The two rows behind were Lin Xiaojin and Zhu Jingjing. Hurry up. I see a mutant plum deer behind us. Lin Xiaojin's eyes looked at the back. From the alley next to them, a deer head had been drilled out. It seemed to be staring at them in this direction. But it wasn't running towards them yet. Upon hearing this, Xiao Nuo immediately ignited the ignition and started the car. Dabbing. Xiao Nuo came up and directly drove the police car into the feeling of a racing car. Lin Xiaojin saw the deer head behind him move and run over in their direction. But Xiao Nuo's car's speed did not decrease. Fortunately, this is a suburban highway. Although dilapidated but not many abandoned cars, Xiao Nuo are able to dodge. Lin Xiaojin and Zhu Jingjing and Xian Li were all holding onto the seat handles, feeling like they weren't in a car, but in a bazooka. The car glass is only open a little gap, but from the inside out of the wind is very strong. Blowing the eyes cannot open. Zhang Wang finally closed the car glass up. Only then did he not have the feeling of being blown away. It's a mutant Sika deer, Lin Xiaojin said, as she pointed outside. There were still a few wandering zombies on the road in the suburb, and a few of the plum blossom deer pounced over and tore into the zombies. It seemed that there was a reason why there were so few zombies in this suburb, and it was these mutant plum blossom plum deer that had done it. Coming towards us, Wang Han said. Xiao Nuo frowned gently, his eyes unusually determined, and said, Sit tight. Xian Li mentally spat silently. How else to be good when you've already grabbed the handle? Just now, if it is a straight line flying speed, then it is very bumpy, very rough. The car clangs and bangs everywhere, from time to time in a corner. Lin Xiaojin, Zhu Jingjing, and Xian Li heartbeat accelerated. Zhu Jingjing's scared eyes are closed. Lin Xiaojin, how also did not expect that Xiao Nuo's driving actually will be so fierce. There is a feeling of stomach turning. The front is not okay. There are too many mutant plum deer in front, Wang Han said. Lin Xiaojin slowed down and looked to the side. A group of mutant plum deer ran towards them. Xiao Nuo directly drifted to a stop and stopped next to a few broken down cars. All crawl low and don't move, Wang Han said. Lin Xiaojin hurriedly pressed herself down. Zhu Jingjing just felt like she had just ridden the roller coaster all over again, and now her mood hadn't calmed down yet. Xian Li was no better. Her entire head was dizzy. Lin Xiaojin saw where Xian Li was still dazed. Lin Xiaojin pressed Xian Li's body down. A group of mutant mergansers ran over and suddenly lost their target, so they circled around a few times. But there was no sign of leaving yet. What now? Zhang Wish said, picking the car glass again to look outside. It was a group of mutant plum deer. One of them had pus bubbles almost all over its body. Looking at Zhang Wish, tingling all over his body. Wait a while, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. After waiting for nearly 20 minutes, some of the mutant plum deer outside dispersed one after another. But there were still mutant plum deer blindly wandering around nearby. Let's climb out. Not crawling, they can't see? Lin Xiaojin said. It wouldn't take 2 or 3 hours to climb out from here and then walk to the airport. Okay, I'll go down and try first, Wang Han said. After saying that, Wang Han gently opened the car door and slowly drilled out from under the car door. The moment he opened the car door, he attracted 1 or 2 mutant plum deer to watch. When opening the door, need to be more cautious. The back row opened a door. The front Xiao Nuo from the passenger side climbed out. Zhu Jingjing and Xian Li, they all put on the backpack that was pulled here before, and then slowly climbed out of the car. A group of 6 people slowly climbed on the road full of cracks. The road also has a lot of dust, stones, various cracks, and a lot of zombie rubble. A rotten smell. There are crystal beads, Lin Xiaojin said with glowing eyes. It was estimated that they fell out when which mutant plum deer tore the heads of the zombies. There's one here too, Exionly said as she touched a piece of crystal bead. Several people lined up and climbed all the way up to pick up the crystal bead. This is too good to be picked up for nothing, Zhang Wang said excitedly, feeling similar to picking up money on the road before the end of the world. They climbed for about an hour or so. I'm not okay. Take a break, Zhu Jingjing panted and said. Lin Xiaojin looked back at the mutant mergansers were all far away. So a few people stopped and rested in place. Each person drank water and ate chocolate to replenish their strength. Lin Xiaojin looked at Xiao Nua's somewhat pale face, and then thought that Xiao Nua's shoulder was injured yesterday, and this would take so long to climb. Xiao Nua, did the wound on your shoulder open up? Lin Xiaojin guessed. Although Lin Xiaojin's spatial water had the effect of promoting healing, Xiao Nua's wound yesterday was only rubbed with some spatial water. And then Xiao Nua put on his clothes. So Lin Xiaojin didn't know how well it had recovered. Ah, Brother Xiao is injured? Zhang Wang asked. Hearing Lin Xiaojin's words, the crowd realized that Xiao Nua was injured. Anna, help Brother Xiao treat it, Wang Han hurriedly said to Zhu Jingjing. I'm fine. It's just a superficial wound. No need. Xiao Nua refused in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin also did not know why Xiao Nua suddenly refused. Just frowned slightly. It's not serious. It's already almost healed well, Xiao Nua said to Lin Xiaojin. Xiao Nua was telling the truth. Lin Xiaojin's space water was healing, but he could not help the corners of his mouth from rising when he saw that Lin Xiaojin cared about him. Zhu Jingjing looked to Xiao Nua, and then to Lin Xiaojin. Always felt that there was something strange between the two of them. In fact, not only Zhu Jingjing had this feeling. Others also had. Several people divided the crystal beads. Lin Xiaojin directly threw the transparent crystal beads into the space. The space increased a little more. Other Earth system. With system also put into the space. Accidentally also found 2 golden crystal beads. These 2 gave the little wolf cub. After resting for almost a quarter of an hour, Lin Xiaojin looked at the surrounding mutant mergansers gradually less and less, and said, should we get up? I see that there is a bicycle in front of us. Zhang Wang got up, and took a few steps forward first to see if the mutant plum blossom deer around her saw her. Zhang Wang took a few more steps forward, and found that there was indeed no mutant plum blossom deer chasing towards him. Only then did Xiao Nua, Wang Han, and Lin Xiaojin slowly get up. Go, Lin Xiaojin said. The few people didn't run either. They just walked slowly, so as not to move too much. Zhang Wang picked up a shared bicycle. The frame was already rusted, and the tires were crooked. Looking at this appearance is already unable to ride. 6 people walked slowly along the road, and finally saw the big sign on the green mark. 1,000 meters from the airport. The airport is crowded. There will definitely be zombies too, Lin Xiaojin said. Xiao Nua answered. B City's airport was also considered a large airport. After all, B City was also a first-tier city. B City was also a double-stream international airport with 2 terminals, with a total area of 500,000 square meters. 2 runways for all types of planes to take off and land, and having access to other countries. It's a relatively large airport that also has duty-free shops, various food shops, and can throughput up to 10 million passengers a day. I hope there won't be so many people when it comes to a standstill. This airfield is relatively well preserved. Can only see the depression and dilapidation. No traces of being bombed. There are airliners and small planes. Let's fly that, Exionly said excitedly. Can take a plane to leave this ghost place. I'm afraid this depends on what Xiao can fly, Zhang Wang said and looked at Xiao Nua. Well, don't worry. Xiao Nua gave Zhang Wang a reassuring look. Usually if you fly an airplane it's not 2 people, Lin Xiaojin said. Wang Han shook his head and said, it's not that absolute. It's usually determined by the flight time. Flight time of less than 4 hours is 1 captain, 1 co-pilot, and 1 intelligence officer is all that is needed. The number of crews is arranged according to the size of the model. Everyone else seemed to understand and nodded. Xiao Nua had flown a plane and could be the captain. Wang Han had also trained on planes, but was only limited to a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Wang Han can be the co-pilot, I guess. And Zhang Wang can connect to the network as an intelligence officer. For the time being, this is the arrangement. Xiao Nua is still confident in his own flight, although most of his flights are simulated machines. But it is also 100% simulation. But Lin Xiaojin felt that even though it looked like the plane was just a stone's throw away. How are we going to get into the airport? I'm afraid there will be a lot of zombies in the airport. Right? Lin Xiaojin said. Yes. Entering the airport is the main problem nowadays. There are definitely a lot of zombies in the airport. And now we can only go forward. Let's take the VIP channel of the airport. There should be less zombies. Lin Xiaojin said. Right. Zhang Wang nodded. The airport had a high flow of people, and there were definitely more zombies. They had only wanted to mess with the plane before, and only thought about the zombies at the airport when they got here. There were quite a few junked cars on the outskirts of the airport, and as they passed by, a car suddenly made a thumping sound. The sudden sound startled the crowd. Lin Xiaojin approached and saw it, only to find a half-bodied zombie sitting on the passenger side of the car. Perhaps it was because they heard Lin Xiaojin and their voices, which made a hissing sound. It's a zombie, Lin Xiaojin said. This is probably the end of the world before hiding in the car. The result mutated into a zombie. I did not expect that, after such a long time, zombies did not die. Not eating, not drinking, not sleeping, not afraid of the heat, and not afraid of the cold. This group of zombies is still so or. Lin Xiaojin a knife to solve the zombie. And from the inside to stir out the crystal beads. Is the water system. Lin Xiaojin just wanted to give to Xianli. Xianli looked at his backpack. Has carried a whole pack of crystal beads. And it would take her ages to finish absorbing so many crystal beads. So she said, Xiaojin, you take it. I can't pack it anymore. And the crystal beads in my backpack are enough for me to absorb for a few months. Lin Xiaojin nodded and didn't push it away. She now knew the healing power of her space water. Naturally, she wanted to store more water crystal beads. After all, right now it was only a small water well the size of a football. The more you go inside the airport, the more and more cars on the road. One blocking one, colliding in all directions. You can vaguely see the appearance of the pre-apocalyptic period, when everyone was desperately driving and trying to escape. Some of the car glass is stained, blood has long turned dirty black. Stuck in the middle there are a lot of zombies. Lin Xiaojin they are walking while solving the zombies. Perhaps all the abandoned cars blocking the road. These zombies also cannot surround in. Roar. Another zombie was cut off by Lin Xiaojin. These zombies maybe don't know how long they haven't wandered. Maybe turning into zombies started to be blocked in the gap of the car. There was also a bus in front that suddenly flipped over, and looking inside a whole car full of walkers. Zhang Wish directly released a few fireballs. The crowd had backed up. Not long after the entire bus burned up, out of the thick black smoke. This is if they wait until they burn to reveal the crystal beads. I'm afraid it will take a long time. They will not waste time to continue to wait here. A few people crossed the road and looked at the four big characters of Shuangli Airport in front of them. They were looking for the entrance. There is the VIP channel of the airport. We walk to the bridge, then it leads straight to the first floor of the airport. Lin Xiaojin pointed to the sky bridge above. From here it looked like there were also mobile zombies on the flyover. But it didn't look that dense. Right now, they still had a good chance of winning with their strength rushing over. As long as they made sure not to be surrounded by waves of zombies. A few of them climbed onto the footbridge. And there was a lot of fallen luggage all over the ground. And the zombies on the bridge rushed down with them. Xiao Nu and Wang Han. Two individuals in the front to solve the zombies. Tearing the exit sun. Behind Wang Han and Lin Xiaojin to solve the zombies running from behind. Left and right is Zhu Jingjing and Xianli to solve the zombies that missed. This time, the zombies faced too many. Zhu Jingjing cut to the zombie head, also more brave than before. Zhu Jingjing used to be timid and cowardly, afraid of zombies. But now she is also nervous and scared middling. Especially when she looks at the disgusting zombies hissing towards her. But she holds back the nausea in her heart. In her psyche, she hinted over and over again that she would just cut the vegetables. It seems to be true, as Lin Xiaojin said. This zombie is numb after chopping more. Ho ho ho. A few people fought their way into the airport. And there was no telling how many zombie corpses fell from the bridge. And all the zombie corpses piled up behind them. That's the VIP registration entrance, Lin Xiaojin said as she looked at the signage. Xiao Nuo condensed a blue-purple thunderbolt in his hand, which was much stronger than the previous one. Brother Xiao, you made a breakthrough? Wang Han asked. Xiao Nuo nodded without saying much. And the lightning in his hand moved towards the zombies crowding over in front of him. Zzz. A scorched black sound was emitted, instantly collapsing a large number of zombies. And the front was instantly empty. Go! Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Several people quickly followed behind Xiao Nuo, stepping on the zombie's body. John Wish ran a few more large fireballs behind him. The fireballs iterated with lightning instantly burned up. This operation temporarily blocked the zombies that broke in behind them. And they continued to the VIP channel. Here is really less people. Zombies are also less. And soon be Lin Xiaojin and a few of them to solve. The VIP passage is the VIP passage. It is independent of the departure hall, which means that all the boarding and security checks are done through a separate channel, which is very fast and doesn't need to be crowded with people. Next to the Shuanglia Airport VIP restaurant, holding the principle of not wasting, and here the zombies are also much less. Lin Xiaojin rushed into the restaurant and encountered 2 zombies were easily solved by Lin Xiaojin. Most of the things have been inedible. It seems that there is no value to collect. But Lin Xiaojin knows that there must be a lot of things in the big duty-free shop in the airport. But there must be a lot of zombies as well. So Lin Xiaojin still dismissed the idea. The VIP channel of the lift is not available. Can only choose to take the stairs. Outside the door is the tarmac. Out of the VIP channel was to take the minibus. If you take the minibus, I'm afraid it will take a few minutes. But if you walk, it will take nearly half an hour. The large tarmac also has sporadic zombies, but not as much as the hordes of zombies outside. Brother Xiao, flying that plane? Zhang Wang asked. This is not a matter of flying that plane. This is a matter of that plane being able to fly. Let's go. Go to the VIP tarmac. All the planes parked there are private planes. Xiao Nua said. The private planes were small, but there was no problem in traveling with a few of them. And the maintenance would be a bit better. And driving a large airliner, Xiao Nua, not to say there is no experience. Driving up the fuel consumption is also troublesome. Driving a small aircraft to sit on them a few people just right. Half an hour later, they finally found the VIP tarmac. A total of 3 aircraft. One of which rode Lin's group. Lin Xiaojin's face didn't look too good when she saw this. The 2 next to her were all personal private business jets. Xiao Nua directly walked to a CL-604 Challenger, is a twin-engine jet business jet developed by the Canadian Aircraft Company. Xiao Nua checked the appearance of no problem. Directly opened the cabin on the aircraft. Xiao Nua also checked the other 2 aircraft are no big problem. But the other 2 of the fuel is not much. And finally chose this aircraft. But Xiao Nua drew out the fuel of the other 2 planes, and put it into Lin Xiaojin's space. The interior of this private jet could really be described as a luxurious palace. The cabin is made of the best soundproof material from the bulkhead. And even if the plane takes off and lands, there won't be too much noise. After the flight of the plane is smooth, you can move freely. In Lin Xiaojin's left-hand side there is a very luxurious bedroom. Super soft bed. Can sleep on 4.5 people without crowding. Next to the master bedroom was a bathroom. Equivalent to a luxury 5-star hotel. With everything. There is also an office next to the master bedroom, which is supposed to handle the paperwork on the plane. Not only an office, but also a rest and activity room. And a dining room next to it. There are also 2 guest bedrooms at the back, with just beds and cupboards. And of course a small sink bathroom. The rear of the cabin should crew the kitchen and the landline. It's really luxurious enough. Buying one would require hundreds of millions of dollars. Right? Zhang Wish said with a sigh of relief. If it wasn't the end of the world, they wouldn't necessarily be able to come in and see it, let alone spend money on it. Now it's not only free to sit, but also to drive. Xiao Nua sat in the cockpit. Wang Han and Zhang Wan both followed, seeing the various buttons in the aircraft cabin. Brother Xiao, how is it? Zhang Wan asked apprehensively. Xiao Nua nodded and said, well, looking at Xiao Nua's calm and confident look, that should be really no problem. Believe it or not, they got on the plane anyway. Xiao Nua firstly found the battery button. This is very simple, just like a 1-button start automatic car in general. After Xiao Nua pressed it, the whole plane was electrified, and the cabin was lit up. Wang Han sat on the co-pilot, and also started to enter the preparation state. His theoretical knowledge was quite rich. Next Xiao Nua pressed 3 buttons. What exactly Lin Xiaojin did not know. At the moment, the plane was in a state of launch. And then slowly loosened the brakes. And the plane began to slide. Lin Xiaojin and the others began to get excited. They were finally leaving B City. The speed of the plane's launch was getting faster and faster. Xiao Nua slowly increased the fuel stick. When the plane launched to a certain speed, it started to fly. The rest of the other small steps were directly ignored. After all, they weren't professionals either. I don't think we need to check the fire test and connect the oxygen test. Wang Han thought of something and said, It's fine to fly all the way up, Zhang Wan, who was sitting at the back, said. With a feeling of weightlessness, the plane began to increase its altitude. Lin Xiaojin looked down from the glass of the plane and slowly could see the entirety of the airport. My god, the waiting room is full of zombies, Li said. Lin Xiaojin nodded and saw it too. Luckily they had a VIP channel, and she didn't go to the airport's duty-free shop. Otherwise she wouldn't be swallowed up by these zombies going in. The plane slowly rose in altitude. Through the fog of radiation, a burst of bright sunlight shot in. At first, a few people are not too adaptable. By the light cannot open their eyes. Slowly adapt to the original weather outside. Is this good? The sun is bright. White clouds floating. Lin Xiaojin looked down. It is like a fault. The following are gray. Especially the big city of B is covered by thick fog and radiation. Inside the cockpit, Shandua said. Zhang Wish. Try connecting to the network. Okay. I'll get Lin Xiaojin to get the computer, Zhang Wan said. Zhang Wan's laptops were all stored in Lin Xiaojin's space. Li was filling the washroom with water so that everyone could take a shower. But in a moment, all of Li's supernatural powers were depleted. Zhang Wish went to get Lin Xiaojin's laptop and returned to the cockpit to try and connect to the network. The three girls in the plane, Lin Xiaojin, then began to pack up and take a shower and wash their hair. And in a little while, Li's alien energy water was all consumed. It's so comfortable. Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but sigh as she lay on the large bed. Now that they had all changed into clean clothes, they were lying inside the luxury plane with the blue sky and white clouds outside. If they didn't know it was the end of the world, there was a feeling that they were out on holiday. Li and Zhu Jingjing finished cleaning up and lay down on the soft bed, and couldn't help but get sleepy. I'm going to sleep first, Li said with a yawn. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, divided all the crystal beads in the space, and didn't miss picking up crystal beads along the way. The transparent crystal beads were all given to the space, which was now as big as 500 square feet. The middle of the land also has 10 square feet. Lin Xiaojin now planted in addition to cucumbers, tomatoes, but also planted apple trees. Looking at the apple tree has grown up. Decisive time will be able to eat the fruit. The water well of the water only a little more. Mainly water system crystal beads are in Li there. If absorbed Li's backpack of water system crystal beads estimated that the small water well can increase 2 or 3 times. Can be soaked in the bath. Gold system crystal beads have 2. Lin Xiaojin gave the little wolf cubs. The beginning of the little wolf cubs can only absorb a. Later on can absorb 2 at a time. However, the coyote cubs absorb the crystal beads by directly swallowing them. Lin Xiaojin also found a special crystal bead is not red, green, purple, transparent color, not to mention gold, but white crystal bead. At first, Lin Xiaojin thought that he had picked up the wrong crystal beads. But after crushing the white crystal beads issued a wave of energy. Although this energy Lin Xiaojin cannot absorb, but it was still absorbed by the space. And Lin Xiaojin found that he could absorb all the crystal beads in his space. This white crystal bead was the first time Lin Xiaojin had seen it. And he didn't know what effect it had. Lin Xiaojin felt the changes in the space. Any changes that occurred in the space could not escape her spiritual perception. Lin Xiaojin's space was square, and above it was the same height of 500 square feet. Strange. How come there is no change? Could it be that the white crystal beads have no effect whatsoever? Lin Xiaojin thought to herself. Just when Lin Xiaojin thought that there was no effect, Lin Xiaojin felt that the space was vaguely flowing with a piece of gas. Gas? Lin Xiaojin shocked. And then reacted to the white crystal beads were absorbed by the space into the oxygen? Space is oxygen but not much. With the planting of more and more food space, oxygen also more up. But adults want to enter the space, this oxygen stock is still not enough. However, this white crystal beads into the gas. So Lin Xiaojin vaguely feel a weak energy. Coyote pups stay in the space in addition to eating and drinking is to sleep. The amount of activity is too large to consume oxygen. That's why the coyote pups were usually in sleep. Lin Xiaojin consciousness from the space out. Also released the little wolf cubs. Has been staying in the space safety also need to contact the outside world. Although the oxygen in the space was enough for the coyote pups to survive. Uhu, the little wolf cub came out from the space and lazily stretched its limbs. The little wolf cub was a little curious when it came to a new environment. So it turned around. Lin Xiaojin didn't care about it. Anyway, It was on the plane now. It couldn't run out. There is a separate kitchenette on the plane. Although it is relatively small, but it has all the cooking utensils inside. Thinking about the space vegetables aubergines, there are a few of them are already cooked. The end of the world. We have not eaten properly. Every day to eat noodles. Canned food and self-heating hot pot have eaten vomit. Especially ham and sausage. There are several bags of rice in the space. Lin Xiaojin originally took some rice. No meat. Can only eat some vegetarian fried aubergine to eat. But then saw Lin Xiaojin looking at the kitchenette spices have not expired. Can still be used. The kitchens on the plane have two main categories. Dry kitchens and wet kitchens. Dry kitchens are mainly used to store food and drinks, and a place to store trolleys. Dry kitchen cabinets are placed in a row of all kinds of pasta. And spaghetti. And all kinds of sauces. And even 2 bottles of good red wine. Lin Xiaojin looked at the year has been constantly. After thinking about it, Lin Xiaojin received the red wine into the space. Although now there is no drinking almost. And will not be in the state of letting themselves be in a drunken state. But still want to stay. Hope the end of the world has the end of the day. Lin Xiaojin saw this and decided that it was easier to go down there. And in her head, she knew the following recipes. She suddenly thought of once at her brother's house ate pasta tastes good. Also thought to try. Her space also happens to have tomatoes. But the other side dishes. Onions, carrots and broccoli is not. Lin Xiaojin took out 3 tomatoes from her space. And each one was very full. Lin Xiaojin slowly diced the tomatoes. Opened the plane's induction cooker. And put a piece of butter in the pan. Butter and sauce kitchen cabinets have. Butter melted. No other side dishes. Lin Xiaojin directly put tomatoes diced. Until cooked. Lin Xiaojin and continue to cook the pasta. Put some salt within the water when cooking to prevent the pasta from softening. And finally the pasta fish out. Pouring sauce on top. But look a little monotonous. The kitchen cabinet, and a few pieces of canned goods. There is a can of Hawthorne canned goods. Lin Xiaojin looked at the shelf life date. Should not have expired. Now every day through the date probably forgotten. Lin Xiaojin opened the can and looked inside to see that it hadn't spoiled. And scooped a mouthful to taste it. And it hadn't gone bad. Lin Xiaojin cooked a total of 6 plates. Each plate put a few Hawthorne cans. Lin Xiaojin returned to the bedroom, and saw Zhu Jingjing and Xian Li sleeping soundly. Put 2 plates of pasta on the table. Took 2 more plates and went to the cockpit. Banging. Lin Xiaojin knocked on the door and went in. From the cockpit, she could see the whole outside. I just cooked spaghetti. You guys have some. Lin Xiaojin said. From the airport. They hadn't eaten anything all the way there. Great. I'm starving. Zhang Wan looked at the spaghetti and said excitedly. Good. Xiao Nua answered. Now that the plane was on a smooth course. It could choose autopilot. But it still had to be watched when it landed. Lin Xiaojin just contacted your brother. He's stuck in H City. Zhang Wish said as he ate. It was also possible that he was too hungry and found Lin Xiaojin's pasta very delicious. Lin Xiaojin's eyes lit up when she heard the news about her brother. Great. Finally going to meet her brother? Is my brother safe? Trapped in H City there? Lin Xiaojin asked. Still in the tunnel. Has been trapped for a few days. Xiao Nu on the side frowned and said. Lin Xiaojin heard here looks like his brother is not in good condition, cannot help but be a little worried. Fly a plane over there. If it goes well for a few hours will arrive. Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. Lin Xiaojin heard Xiao Nu's words. Mental only gradually smoothed down. Nodded. You guys eat first. Lin Xiaojin came out of the cockpit. Heading out of the plane window. Her psyche was vaguely excited. She was finally about to meet her brother. I hope everything goes well. An hour later. Xian Li and Zhu Jingjing both woke up. Seeing Lin Xiaojin's cooked noodles. They were very thankful. It feels so good to have food after a nap. Xian Li said with a smile. Thank you. Xiaojin. Zhu Jingjing said. Inside the cockpit. Xiao Nu ate the spaghetti cooked by Lin Xiaojin. The corners of his mouth slightly rising. Brother Xiao. This Lin Xiaojin will meet her brother soon. You will have no status by then. Zhang Wan couldn't help but crack down. Yeah. Lin Xiaoyan is a sister controller. Wang Han said. The two of them. Zhang Zhu and Wang Han. Also at contact with Lin Xiaoran. After all, they were both good friends with Xiao. So naturally, they had both met each other. Wang Han said this. Immediately let Xiao Nuo feel a little head. Lin Xiaoran looked gentle and courteous. humble and everything. But that's all on the surface. However, Lin Xiaoran really cared about Lin Xiaojin. Brother Xiao, does Lin Xiaoran know that Lin Xiaojin's stomach is pregnant with a baby? Zhang Wang on the side couldn't help but ask. Xiao Nua didn't say anything. But Zhang Wang and Wang Han had already guessed that Lin Xiaoran probably didn't know. It's over. It's over. It won't be brothers turning into enemies. Zhang Wang couldn't help but say. Xiao Nua's eyes sank. It seemed that he still had to find a way to get past Lin Xiaoran first before he could. Although the plane could be autopilot, they didn't dare to leave the cockpit. After all, it was the first time they drove up into the sky, and they were afraid of encountering special circumstances. The temperature in H City is around 26 degrees, and there are signs of it going up. Zhang Wang said as he looked at the laptop. I said, why does it feel like it's getting hotter and hotter? Wang Han said. The three of them had taken off their jackets long ago after they got on the plane. This exploding hot air current is being carried by the wind to H City. It's going to get hotter and hotter. Zhang Wan pointed to the weather, which should probably be the case. Look at H City. Most of the zombies are gathered in the center. This is the tunnel where Lin Xiaoran and the others are trapped. Zhang Wan finally pulled up the surveillance. But the location of the surveillance wasn't very good, so he could only see this one image. The tunnel Lin Xiaoran and his group were trapped and collapsed above them. They were caught in the center of the area and had been trapped for 2 or 3 days. I'm using the satellite to locate the next. Zhang Wan finished, holding a plate in one hand and operating on his laptop with the other. Alright. The entire length of the tunnel is 2 kilometers. There should have been an earthquake. The 2 sides of the tunnel disconnected, and the middle sunk in, Zhang Wan said. However, the satellite positioning was able to see the geographic line location. But if they wanted to take a closer look, they would need to connect to the surveillance. But this is already much better. They are flying a plane. Otherwise, from B City through Jianhua City into H City, that 10 days and half a month are possible. This road is the nearest estimate is Lin Xiaoran in order to get to B City as soon as possible to risk choosing this road. The result of the earthquake tunnel still collapsed. There are still a few hours to see his brother Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaojin's mood is still very excited to see his brother so that she can have a sense of security. However, Lin Xiaojin also some fear and worry. Look at their own stomach. If my brother know that he is reckless with people, XX, and that person is still his good brother. Lin Xiaoran, this kind of seemingly good-tempered person, launched his temper that was only terrifying. Quite terrifying. Lin Xiaojin told Xian Li Zhu Jingjing that she was going to H City to meet her brother Lin Xiaoran. Your brother? Lin Xiaoran? Xian Li suddenly shocked. Although she knew that following Lin Xiaojin might meet Lin Xiaoran. But she didn't expect to see him in a few hours. Xian Li was shocked as hell, but at the same time especially excited. Lin Xiaojin saw Xian Li's expression also did not poke him. She heard at that time about Xian Li's crush on her brother. At first, it was a bit unbelievable. But now it just goes with the territory. Her brother cannot be a good strategy. There are many girls who like him, but they are all gently rejected by him. Occasionally Lin Xiaojin is also used as a shield. Xian Li ate dinner with Zhu Jingjing and started absorbing crystal beads to increase energy. Lin Xiaojin, on the other hand, was nestled in the sofa looking out the window at the scenery. Blue sky and white clouds. Cockpit. Brother Xiao. There's still half an hour to go before we're about to arrive in H City, Zhang Wish said. Good. I will slowly lower the altitude, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. There was no problem if the plane could fly. But landing was the most dangerous thing. If one landing was not good, there was a possibility that the plane would be destroyed and people would die. This time Xiao Nuo was more solemn. As the plane slowly landed, the whole of H City was reflected in front of the eyes. It seemed to have just experienced an earthquake. Houses collapsed. Roads cracked. A prosperous city almost turned into a ruin. This earthquake level is estimated to have a magnitude of 7.8 or more. But the outskirts of H City there is an ancient tower. There are 7 floors. Actually did not have the slightest collapse still standing in H City. There is no good stopping position around here, Zhang Wish said. This way, Xiao Nuo said. If you want to stop you have to choose the bridge next to it. It's fairly flat with only a few cars on it. But the bridge breaks in the middle. The difficulty factor is too big. 5 stars. Zhang Wish used the satellite positioning system and said, this distance is a bit difficult. The plane landed at a speed of 250 kilometers per hour. And at such a fast speed, there had to be a long glide. It would be a bit difficult for the plane to stop on the bridge. If it exceeds the glide distance, it might slip into the river. But this is a private plane they are flying, not like a civilian airliner is too big. To the extent that there is a chance, it's a bit of an adventure. Following Xiao Nu experienced too many adventurous things. This one thing did not hesitate. The plane adjusted its descending speed from time to time. Xiaojin, we are arriving in H City. Actually, there was such a serious earthquake. Exionly said. H City is an ancient city. All kinds of tourist civilization monuments. Beautiful scenery. Exionly once traveled here. I didn't think that this place had actually become like this. But monuments are monuments standing for thousands of years. Yes, that ancient tower is especially obvious amongst this ruined house. Lin Xiaojin said. If you have the chance, go and worship it somewhere. That tower is a Buddhist pagoda. Exionly said. When she came here to travel, she originally wanted to go to which pagoda to take a look. But there were too many people. And it was said that making a wish there was particularly spiritual. It's better to believe it than not, Lin Xiaojin said. When people are hopeless, they seek the gods and Buddha to send hope. The plane's radio came out with Zhang Wish's voice, saying, preparing to land? The plane rapidly descended, and a feeling of weightlessness hit. Is this going to land there? It's the river, Exionly said as she looked out the glass. Trust Xiao Nu. Lin Xiaojin was actually mentally nervous too. But she believed that what Xiao Nu couldn't do he wouldn't try easily. The plane shook intensely, and the heart of Zhang Wang, who was sitting at the back of the cockpit, was in his throat. Wang Han was mentally nervous as well, but knew that what was more needed at this moment was full cooperation. Any little mistake would cause the plane to crash. Compared to the two of them, Xiao Nu was much more calm, but there was more seriousness in his eyes. Speed down to 30 kilometers per hour. 20 kilometers. 10 kilometers. Wang Han said. Drop the landing gear. Xiao Nu calmly said. Good. Wang Han immediately pressed a button. Prepare to land. Xiao Nu said calmly. Whether or not they could land safely depended on the next 10 minutes. Lin Xiaojin and the others gripped the handrail. With the strong shaking of the plane, and the feeling of pushing back, finally stopped a few tens of meters away from the fractured surface. The plane stopped the cockpit. 3 people could not calm down for a long time. And finally Zhang wished to exhale a deep breath and said, Brother Xiao, you're too good. Just now is simply too exciting. Cannot be exciting? It was almost a plane crash. But now that it landed safely, everyone is safe. After the plane stopped, they did not immediately get off the plane. Xiao Nu and Zhang Wish, Wang Han all changed into clean clothes. Looking out from the glass of the plane, the situation of H City is not optimistic. Everywhere is because of the earthquake collapsed houses. There are also a lot of wandering zombies. It seems that every city is a disaster. Zhu Jingjing sighed. This wasn't a city's apocalypse, but the world's apocalypse. And it wasn't known if they could find a piece of paradise. It would be good to survive right now. A few people packed up. A few of them carried their backpacks and checked their weapons again. This knife of mine is rolled. Exionly frowned. It might have been corroded from hacking the mutant plum deer earlier. Let's use this watermelon knife first. Lin Xiaojin took out one from her space. The weapons in her space were also gone, leaving her with the baton. Looks like we need to find some weapons in H City, Lin Xiaojin said. That should be quite a lot. There are quite a lot of ancient swords and knives for sale in H City. Exionly thought of the many such shops she had seen when she came to visit before. But which ones don't have open blades? Right? Zhu Jingjing said. The ones that usually sold ancient swords were ornamental items. I remember there was one that had an open blade, but they were all non-sale items. The knives just look very sharp, Exionly said. There should also be just a few such open-bladed non-sale items, Lin Xiaojin said. Lin Xiaojin remembered that Xiao Nu had an ancient dark golden dagger that looked like it was worth a lot of money. Opening the plane, several people brought their equipment and got off the plane. The weather in H City was different from B City. The sky was clear, with white clouds. If you just looked at the sky, it must be a good weather. Not like the end of the world at all. But the hissing of the zombies instantly brought them back to reality. H City's weather is now estimated to be 28.29 degrees. This temperature is already a bit hot. This temperature is much more comfortable than in B City. When the weather is cold, fighting hands are cold. However, the hotter the weather is, Exionly condensing ice arrows is a bit troublesome. X only feels that as she is in the north, condensing ice arrows will be much faster. When Lin Xiaojin and the others got off the plane, there were a few scattered junk cars on the bridge, and inside there were dry-fried corpses and zombies that weren't dead. There were a few zombies hissing and rushing over. Zhang Zhu. Wang Han solved it with a single slash. Behind them, X only. Zhu Jingjing then pulled out the crystal beads. Zhu Jingjing from the beginning of the resistance. Nausea. Fear. Now has been very calm. Although the psyche will still feel nausea, X only seems to have long been immune. From time to time will also comment on this zombie looks. And sometimes will also lament their own. Once see only cockroaches are afraid of not. Now X only pull out a zombie head is like pulling out cabbage hearts. In the end of the world will no longer exist in the 4 words of weak women. Regardless of men and women, only the word of the strong. Lin Xiaoran and the others should be under a tunnel. Xiao Nu pointed at the tunnel not far away and said. Lin Xiaojin had better eyesight and naturally saw the tunnel not far away. It was the light rail above that collapsed onto the tunnel below. Fortunately, there was a gap left in the middle, or else he would have been smashed to death. The tunnel was pitch black. Only the faint bright light of the glow sticks. Elder brother, what smashed down from above is the light rail. It really can't be moved and moved. Ding Yunxian said. Our food has been cut off today. Zhou Yingying said with a sigh. Right now, their lips were dry and cracked, and they hadn't had any water for 2 days. Ding Yunxian was a special lineage ability, earth ability, and could instantly condense earth. Zhou Yingying, on the other hand, was an auxiliary faculty ability, but it could enhance the speed and strength of others for a short period of time. These 2 people are Lin Xiaoran's good friends, Taekwondo masters and brothers, but also together with Lin Xiaoran from the S City out to find Lin Xiaojin. This time, in order to be in a hurry, they went straight to the tunnel not expecting to be trapped here. Xiao knew they are coming. Don't worry, Lin Xiaoran said calmly. At this moment his lips were also dry and cracked. The signal is intermittent now, and I don't know how long it will take for them to come, Zhou Yingying said. Although Zhou Yingying was a girl and her name was more feminine, but Zhou Yingying was a real female man, and usually dressed in men's clothes. Lin Xiaoran did not say anything, but vaguely he felt that Lin Xiaojin came. Maybe this is the psychological sense that blood is thicker than water. There will always be a trace of connection. They had thought of various ways when they were trapped here, but there was a group of zombies blocking the back, and there were stones, and if they were clear of the stones in the back, the zombies outside would be. In front of them is the head of the light rail above directly inserted. To get out will need to solve this light rail. They were able to get stuck in this gap, but also thanks to Ding Yunxian, who was an earth-type ability, and instantly coalesced a mound of earth above to block the debris when it collapsed. What we have to sit on now is to maintain our stamina and reduce oxygen consumption, Lin Xiaoran said in a deep voice. Zhou Yingying nodded, and the 3 of them sat on the ground, trying to maintain their stamina as much as possible. Although Lin Xiaoran was sitting on the ground, he was also thinking of ways to get out. Outside, Lin Xiaojin had killed quite a few zombies along the way, and there were quite a few zombies pressed under the collapsed houses. Most of these zombies are not dead, and you can still hear hissing sounds from the zombies when you step on them. Sometimes from the rubble also stretched out the zombie arm. Some have half of the zombie head can survive. Lin Xiaojin directly a knife to the zombie a pain. The location they said should be here. Zhang Wish locates it. The light railway fell down above. Xi only pointed to a long light rail that plunged straight down from above and fell into the tunnel. Moving zombies seemed to be faintly visible in the light rail. Lin Xiaojin they walked to the tunnel that had collapsed fat. There were still quite a few walkers gathered outside. So many zombies are estimated to be several hundred zombies. At a time Xiao knew a hands to condense a lightning. First block the first zombies rushed over. Have fallen a piece. The zombies behind them were also tripped. Lin Xiaojin lifted up a few cars next to him and smashed them into the zombie group. And Zhang Wang immediately threw out a few large fireballs. Bang bang. The fireballs smashed into the cars and burned into the car's fuel tank, instantly starting a blazing fire. Zzz. Lin Xiaojin threw the 2 remaining cars next to him again. Roar. This move they cooperated very well, able to kill a large number of zombies in one breath. Of course there will be small loopholes. Occasionally individual zombies will rush over. The occasional individual zombie will rush over, and the few sporadic zombies that rush over are all resolved by Wang Han / Trapped inside the tunnel. Lin Xiaoran 3 people. Senior brother. Ying. Do you guys smell a burning odor? Ding Yunxian frowned. Zhou Ying struggled to open her eyes and sniffed, murmuring, It seems like there's a roasted chicken. Although Zhou Ying said that she was a woman. But in the end, after all, she was a girl. Trapped underneath this all kinds of not putting a face to it. She had always been forced to endure it. Zhou Ying? Ding Yunxian looked at Zhou Ying's pale face. Her eyes were also a little puffy. Senior brother? Is Zhou Ying lacking oxygen? Having hallucinations? Ding Yunxian said uncertainly. Lin Xiaoran looked at Zhou Ying and just wanted to take a look. When Zhou Ying's body collapsed on the ground, Ding Yunxian immediately wrapped his arms around Zhou Ying and said, Ying. Although Ding Yunxian's thirst was quite unbearable at the moment. His throat felt like it was on fire outwards after a long period of not being saturated with water. It's a lack of oxygen. Lin Xiaoran frowned. If short-term oxygen deprivation, it could still be saved. Long-term oxygen deprivation, even if it could be saved, there was still very serious brain damage to the brain. Senior brother, it seems like we are really going to die here. Ding Yunxian instantly felt a little sad. Although he didn't want to die, he wanted to live. No. The smell of burning outside with petrol. It's possible that Xiao Nua and the others are here, Lin Xiaoran said. Lin Xiaoran took her mobile phone out of her backpack. The signal was still sporadic. Lin Xiaoran's alien ability was also a specialty alien ability. Embodiment. His psychic ability belonged to a kind of numinous power. And his main ability was to use his numinous ability to materialize. To materialize imaginary things. Similar to creating objects out of thin air. But the essence of the fabricated items were all his energy. And there was a time limit. Before they had time to talk more, they immediately felt a shaking. Someone is coming, Lin Xiaoran said. Lin Xiaoran's words made Ding Yunxian, who had just lost all hope, rekindle hope. Not a moment later the mobile phone rang again here. Lin Xiaoran's hand at the moment is a little slightly trembling. Even if he has experienced more. The mind and the mature. But in the hopelessness of the dead. The surface and calm psychology will also have a tremor. No one wants to die. No one wants to live. Lin Xiaoran is no exception. He has not seen Lin Xiaojin. He is not willing. Lin Xiaoran looked at his mobile phone and ignited hope. Lin Xiaoran. Find cover. We'll move this light rail out of the way. Xiao Nua's voice came from the other side of the phone. Good. Time is running out on the phone, and there are no unnecessary greetings. Xiao Nua knows that being pressed underground in the tunnel. The longer the time, the more dangerous it is. Outside Lin Xiaojin saw Xiao Nua giving her a sign. Knowing that her brother was still safe, Lin Xiaojin nodded. Lin Xiaojin stood on top of the tunnel ruins, ready to move this light rail away. Xiao Nua, Wang Han, Zhang Wan, and the three of them were also cleaning up the zombies below. Although they had just cleared a lot, there were still zombies running over from all directions from time to time. Lin Xiaojin cheers. Xi and Li cheered Lin Xiaojin on. The few of them were all far away, just in case the collapse hit them when Lin Xiaojin moved away from the light rail. Senior brother, did I just hear it right? They're moving the light rail away? That's a light rail, Ding Yunxian said incredulously. The weight of the light rail was something that needed to be calculated. Maybe a crane was driven, Ding Yunxian said. It's possible. Lin Xiaoran frowned. It was too difficult to get a crane in a place with so many zombies in H City. Besides, even a crane wouldn't necessarily be able to lift the light rail off. This side just finished. The light rail head inserted down next to it made a buzzing sound. And with the light rail that was pulled out, the stones kept rolling downwards. Ding Yunxian immediately condensed his Earth system supernatural energy to resist. But his energy had long been empty after such a long time of consumption. Lin Xiaoran's special ability to materialize. The larger the materialized thing, the shorter the time will be. His current energy, he can at most materialize a length of 1 meter. Luckily just a few stones rolled down. The tunnel bridge above hadn't completely collapsed yet. Lin Xiaojin took a deep breath and held up the light rail. Her face was face to face with the zombies inside the light rail. Fortunately there was a layer of tempered glass. Otherwise she would have to die of nausea. Roar. The zombie inside the glass, leaving a disgusting fishy green liquid. Eyeballs also fell out one. Lin Xiaojin moved the view. This zombie is even more disgusting. Because the zombies are squeezed underneath. This zombie's eyes are completely squeezed out. Although Lin Xiaojin has long been immune to some. But a long time to see is still a little uncomfortable. People say that fetal education should listen to soothing music, listen to beautiful stories, and look at more green plants. But Lin Xiaojin is now 5 years pregnant. But Lin Xiaojin is now more than 5 months pregnant. See the disgusting zombies. Listen to the hissing sound. Smell the radiation. There was no telling if her baby would be born safely. Lin Xiaojin's current strength, although moving the light rail is still slightly difficult. But the light rail is still no problem to move away. Lin Xiaojin made a strong effort to fling the light rail to the side. The sound of a loud bang. The surrounding debris picked up and fell to the ground. The other side of the tunnel where light rail collapsed. Below are all zombies are also all crushed. The light rail was moved away, revealing a huge pit. Lin Xiaojin jumped down. Brother! Lin Xiaojin shouted, his voice carrying suppressed excitement. Xiaojin. Lin Xiaoran heard Lin Xiaojin's voice at the first moment. His voice was a little hoarse. The dryness of his throat hurt. As the sunlight shone down, the originally dark hole became bright. Inside, the familiar silhouette also became clearer and clearer. The face's carved features. Angular face handsome exceptionally. Only the face is a little pale. Dry cracked lips also do not know how long did not drink a mouthful of water. If you look closely, Lin Xiaojin is 5.6 points similar to Lin Xiaoran. Brother! Lin Xiaojin couldn't help but shout out. Her eyes were red with big drops of tears flowing down. She lost her body the next day. She didn't cry. She didn't cry when she faced the zombies in the post-apocalyptic world. She didn't cry when she knew she was pregnant. She didn't cry on this journey. She was very strong. But in this moment, facing her only family now, she couldn't help but shed tears. Lin Xiaojin flung herself in her brother's arms. Exactly the same as when she was a child. Reassuring, Lin Xiaoran raised his hand, as usual, and gently rubbed Lin Xiaojin's hair. Long hair has become short hair. But it is still very smooth. Looking at Lin Xiaojin's appearance must have been very good during this period of time. Lin Xiaoran clenched the heart to let go. Lin Xiaojin eased her emotions and said, Brother, let's hurry out. Lin Xiaoran nodded. And behind him, Ding Yunxian walked out with Zhou Yingying on his frame. Ding Yunxian, this person, Lin Xiaojin know is his brother's junior, are learning Taekwondo once and also won a silver medal in the international competition. The 4th place in the Olympic tournament. 1 short of the gold medal. And that year is also Lin Xiaoran won the gold medal in the Year of Honor. Can this honor is less than a year the end of the world came. Lin Xiaoran won the gold medal after a variety of endorsements constantly. And because of the handsome looks almost hanging on the top 3 of the heat list. Also this year Lin Xiaojin has a strong popularity in the school. The 3 people climbed out of the tunnel pit. Zhou Yingying was still in a drowsy state. After not seeing daylight for a long time, her eyes were a little shaky at the sudden sight of light. But she quickly adapted to. The warm sunlight chased away the cold air from Lin Xiaoran's body. Let's go! Lin Xiaojin said. Next to them were still thick flames. And scorching cars that would not burn out for a while. Xiao Nua. They saw the person saved slowly all gathered around. Xiao Nua looked at Lin Xiaoran's face. These days I am afraid that there is no less suffering. Ding Yunxian looked around. And there is no crane. The one next to the light rail smashed directly to the other side. Could it be that there was some strength-based psychic ability? He looked around again. And several people did not have strength psychic abilities. Strength-based psychic abilities were the best to recognize. The stronger the muscles, the stronger the strength. Ding Yunxian suppressed the doubts in his heart, knowing that now was not the time to resolve his curiosity. Well? Xiao Nua said in a deep voice. It's still holding up, Lin Xiaoran said. He didn't want to admit defeat in front of Xiao Nua to be ridiculed in. Brother, let's go. Our plane is over there. Lin Xiaojin pointed at the plane not far away. Now is also not the time to talk. There are still zombies that keep popping up around. Wait until it's safe to say whatever you want. Xian Li's line of sight cannot help but stay in Lin Xiaoran's body. Although the end of the world some tired and vicissitudes, but still cannot hide the body's bright temperament. Outside the zombies will only get more and more. This place cannot stay more. They retreated all the way back to the bridge. But behind them, there are still non-stop zombies rushing over. Lin Xiaojin looked at the car next to the knock. So the old trick. The road to the bridge all the way with scrap cars piled up. Ding Yunxian saw that Lin Xiaojin's weak appearance was actually so strong that she threw cars like cabbage. It should be a strength-based psychic ability. But isn't the strength-based psychic ability all about muscle augmentation? How come there is nothing on Lin Xiaojin's body? Ding Yunxian was a little curious. Lin Xiaoran eyes flashed a trace of surprise, but also did not ask so much. The stronger the sister, this brother is naturally the more happy. Zhang Wish a few fireballs instantly ignited the car, temporarily sealing the path for the zombies to come up. Go, Xiao Nuo said in a deep voice. The zombies on the bridge were cleared when they came down. At this moment everyone ran towards the plane. Quickly get on the plane, Lin Xiaojin said quickly. The boarding racks hadn't been removed yet, so they hurriedly climbed the plane again. Why is there blood? Xian Li said in shock. Lin Xiaojin followed the line of sight and looked down. The floor of the plane was dragging a long bloody mark. Not only Xian Li, Wang Han, Zhang Wan, Xiao Nuo, they all saw it, their expressions instantly staring. Something came in, Xiao Nuo said. Lin Xiaoran also had a grave look on his face. At the very back Ding Yunxian was holding Zhou Yingying, who had not yet come up, not knowing what had happened. Shit! The little wolf cub is on the plane, Lin Xiaojin said nervously. When they came down, Lin Xiaojin forgot to put the little wolf cub in the space. Xiao Nuo, Wang Han, and Zhang Wang, the three of them instantly started searching the plane. Xian Li, Zhu Jingjing and the others were waiting at the boarding gate, not yet planning to go in immediately. Senior brother? What happened? Ding Yunxian asked as he stood outside frowning. He was now thirsty and hungry, and just wanted to go in and rest. Wait, Lin Xiaoran said. Ding Yunxian listened to Lin Xiaoran's words, so he didn't ask anything more. Anyway, he had come out, so he would just wait a little longer. Lin Xiaojin was uneasy about the little wolf cub, looking at this bright red blood on the ground. I'm afraid it's the little wolf cub's blood. If it's a zombie, it's definitely not like this. Here. Not long after Wang Han said, Lin Xiaojin looked at Lin Xiaoran and said, Brother, I'll go take a look. Good, Lin Xiaoran answered. Lin Xiaojin then followed Wang Han's voice and walked over. Lin Xiaoran followed behind. Xian Li saw Lin Xiaoran go. She also followed. Zhu Jingjing stayed where she was, and after thinking about it, she also followed. In the end, Ding Yunxian was left holding Zhou Yingying waiting at the door of the plane. Blood dripped all the way down to the kitchen, and all sorts of hairs fell off the ground. White goose feathers. Geese? Lin Xiaojin was flabbergasted. How could she not think that a goose would actually come out of the plane? The little wolf cub still had blood on its fur, crawling on the ground and not moving. Little wolf, Lin Xiaojin said nervously. The little wolf cub lying on the ground heard Lin Xiaojin's voice. His eyes moved and opened, and his struggling body wanted to get up. Lin Xiaojin immediately ran over and held the little wolf cub in her arms. The little wolf cub is also 2 or 3 months little puppy big. That goose is 2 or 3 times the size. Actually gave the goose bite. Xiaojin, don't be too upset. Let me take a look. Zhu Jingjing drilled out from the back. Lin Xiaojin nodded. She had just wanted to immediately throw the little wolf cub into the space. The small well water in the space had a healing effect, but it was still much worse than Zhu Jingjing's healing effect. Good. Lin Xiaojin also did not refuse. Zhu Jingjing's palm slowly condensed to soft light and drilled into the little wolf cub's body. Little wolf just suffered some light injuries, probably too tired from physical overdraft. Zhu Jingjing's energy went in and knew the little wolf cub's condition. Treating some light injuries, for now Zhu Jingjing could not consume much energy. Lin Xiaoran looked at the energy in Zhu Jingjing's hand and didn't think that this girl with glasses would actually be in the healing department. Thanks, Lin Xiaojin said. No need to thank. There's no need to be so polite between us, Zhu Jingjing said with a smile. Lin Xiaojin put the little wolf cub into her space, and the little wolf cub began to sleep in the space. Physical energy consumption is too big. Looking at such a big goose on the ground, Zhang Wang picked it up and said, There is no mutation. Can't we have an extra meal today? Big goose meat. Not only is the meat of geese very tasty, but it also has a high nutritional and medicinal value. Lin Xiaojin remembered an old Chinese proverb. It is better to eat 4 or 2 birds than 1 catty of beasts.